Good morning, everybody. A glorious hello from the fantastic Sepang International Circuit here in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. And you join us for the 2025 running of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang, a great sports car race that gathers together all that is great about racing in Southeast Asia. We've got a fantastic array of teams to take on this 12-hour challenge, kicking off at 10:15 local time and going all the way through till 10:15 tonight. With it being the Sepang International Circuit, the teams and drivers will face all sorts of challenges. Big sweepers, undulation changes, a lot of elevation and camber variations, and of course, a fantastic F1 venue. Okay, it doesn't run Formula One at the moment, but we're hoping it comes back. Now, we've got the teams and cars on their reconnaissance laps at the moment, so we can see the drivers making their way around the circuit as they come through pit lane. We've got 5 Audis, 4 Porsches, the Ferrari of Harmony Racing and the Viper Niza Racing Mercedes-AMG. Very competitive field of cars, and of course Jazeman Jafar, the local hero, putting the car on pole position with his teammates. And it's quite a fun car that's in pole position as well, the Ferrari 296 LMGT that has Garfield on the side of it, so it is genuinely the first ever lasagna powered Ferrari. So we're going to have a really fun race. As you can see, the spectators and all of the honoured guests are down here on the start-finish line, really soaking up the atmosphere of GT3 racing. We're going to make our way very shortly out onto the starting grid so we can grab a word with a few of the drivers as they prepare for this 12-hour encounter. And as you can see, everybody just getting themselves dialed in, ready for the action. It will be a very tough race over 12 hours, and this circuit does look like it's going to throw up a few rain showers. Certainly over the last 72 hours, there's been a lot of sunshine, a lot of heat, but there's also been a lot of rain as well. It actually affected the qualifying session yesterday too. So we had sessions 2 and 3 rain affected, and that really threw a few cats amongst the pigeons in terms of qualifying pace. So we can see now the cars just making their way through on their reconnaissance laps. They'll do 2 or 3 circuits around the course before they make their way onto the starting grid itself. So we're going to make our way out onto the starting grid. Come and join us on the main Grand Prix grid. And we can see, obviously, the fans in the stands are starting to gather. Our safety car in position as we get the cars onto the main start-finish straight. They'll be going from here, of course. This is the only time in the entire race, hopefully, that they will be static on the circuit, because, of course, in a 12-hour sports car race, we have a rolling start procedure. So the cars will obviously be facing those lights when they go out. We'll be racing non-stop for 12 hours around the Sepang International Circuit. Now, the nature of this circuit is very wide, very open and very fast, but there's a lot of sweepers, a lot of camber and elevation change that's going to make a very entertaining race over the 12 hours. And it's difficult to know exactly which team's going to have the pace, because a lot of the practice and qualifying has actually been affected by rain. So we don't really know which team is going to have the best of it as they work their way through. But certainly the team in second on the grid, Climax Racing in the Audi, are going to be very strong from the outset. Ling Kang was the man who was actually fastest of all through the qualifying sessions yesterday, so should be a really interesting challenge for him as he works his way through, and he'll be starting the race as well, which definitely gives the Climax Racing team plenty to get excited about on the launch forward. I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with Ling Kang, having got out of the car on the first reconnaissance lap. Good to see you, my friend. How are things? After qualifying yesterday, you must be really happy with the way the car is performing.
Yeah, yesterday was quite lucky with the weather. So in the last session was dry. I was happy to put a good lap.
What do you think is going to be the key factor across the 12 hours of this race? Is it going to be looking after tyres, or is it going to be looking after fuel consumption?
I think fuel is okay because we have a stint number laps. So it really depends on the weathers about the strategy course. If there was rain, we need to put the right tires on. So hope everybody can stay on the track safely.
It's the 20,000 ringgit question, but just about how long into the stint do you think this car can really go before you're starting to run empty?
With the other car?
Everything, yeah, absolutely.
I think we'll try to run as long as possible each stint.
You're not going to give us any answers there. I like it. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Of course, that's the big key factor. I asked the £1 million question, but you're never going to get the answer from them. Exactly how long is a stint? Well, you'll find out when the race gets going, because they're not going to give away that kind of secret. I just thought I'd give it a try. Right, here we are on the starting grid with another of our Audis from the 326 racing team. Going to be fascinating to see how they get on. This is the all-Chinese team, and they've got some fantastic firepower within this particular crew. A lot of experience with the Audi competition squad as well. A lot of drivers that have come here from the Audi GT Asia Cup, but they have raced some of them in Sepang 12 Hours as well in the past. So we're going to talk you through the drivers in a lot more detail over the course of the race, but we're right here in the eye of the storm with the cars making their way to the starting grid. Should be a fascinating competition for the 326 racing team. Come and have a look in how tightly compacted they are in the cockpit. It is not a lot of room to play with, and let's not forget that it's ridiculously hot already here in Sepang, so you're going to have a lot of temperature balance to play with. Right, here we go. The Harmony Racing team have worked their way into pole position, and I want you to get a look at what is easily now my favorite livery on a Ferrari. Check out this incredible paint scheme on the Ferrari. Particularly on the door is an old friend from the world of animation. Check it out. Garfield has come to play. Would you believe it? He's now become a racing sponsor. Absolutely love it. So there's the lasagna-powered Ferrari for you. This is the car that will see Jason Lowe, as well as Liu Chen and Jazeman Jafar, the local superstar, who will make his way out onto the starting grid, and he has made his way towards us. So I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with our pole sitter, who knows this circuit very well, has raced more laps here than most of the drivers on this grid, and who I've been talking about for many, many years, actually, in the world of motor racing. Jazeman Jafar. Jazeman, good to see you, my friend. It's been a long time since I last talked about you. We've been in World Series by Renault about 10 years ago. So,
Still been around.
So tell us about the Ferrari 296. How's it been going over the course of the last few days?
It's been mega. Honestly, we've been working really, really hard to be on the grid, and we have a solid lineup, a solid support from Harmony. It's been incredible. So I'm so glad to be on the front row for my home race.
The only non-German car in the lineup, and this is obviously still a very new Ferrari. It's only been racing a couple of seasons. What is going to be the element that gets this car further into the race than your rivals?
Honestly, it's very well built. We had a bit of tire issues on the front end, overheating, but we resolved that yesterday. So it's a matter of managing the tires. And as you know, Sepang, it brings changeable conditions, right? So that will be our major challenge coming up ahead.
And of course, as well, this particular car, we've been talking about it the last few days. It's really got an amazing amount of ability on the straights. In the corners, perhaps the rivals might get it, but this is a circuit where that will actually suit you. There's a lot of long straights here.
I hope so. I certainly hope so, but all the other lineups are equally as strong. They've got some benefits maybe in the cooler segment, so we'll see. We'll see where we can gain.
Are you confident in terms of the length of stints compared to the rivals as well? Do you think you can push the Ferrari a little bit further into the race?
Yeah, 100%. I think we're built for it and we're ready for it.
Really excited. Go for it, Jazeman.
Thank you.
Great to see Jazeman Jafar, and look at the attention around the Ferrari already. You can see the fans absolutely adore being around this car. It is definitely the looker in the pack, not just because it's a Ferrari, but because it's brought something a little bit fun, a little bit more exciting to the starting grid. It's definitely a fan favorite car already. It's been gaining a lot of attention on social media, so it's definitely going to be a car that everybody wants to see, if not on the podium, at the victory in the checkered flag. And there's a lot of local interest for it. Right, let's move a little bit further down. We've got the team from 610 Racing in their beautiful purple and black Porsche. This is definitely going to be a car worth watching out for as well. A lot of big firepower from the Chinese contingent here as well. Some very, very star drivers. I'm trying not to get in people's way as they have photographs down on the starting grid. It's a big moment for a lot of the fans who have never really seen a top-level GT3 sports car start like this before. We'll keep an eye on the all-Chinese team at Porsche. It's going to be an interesting one. A little bit further down, we've got the number 61 crew. This is the team that's going to be trying to push its way onto the podium with a massive bit of firepower. Let's see if we can grab a word with Adrian de Silva, who is one of the local favourites within this team. Adrian, good to see you. How are things going into the 12 hour?
The weather is fine. That's a good start to begin with. A good crowd here who came to support the Malaysian drivers. Quite a few Malaysian drivers here. And hopefully, if the weather holds until midnight, it'll be a good race.
Knowing the reliability and the dependability of this particular Porsche, is that your key weapon? Is that what the team is relying on?
Yes, and you know, as you know, the Porsche is very famous for getting faster as the race goes on. So we may not be top in the first few stints, but it'll be there right to the end. And it'll be the fastest at the end.
I was going to say, I don't think it hurts that you've got Dorian Boccalacci in the team as well. That'll certainly help.
Yeah, Luke and Boccalacci, yeah, they are top drivers, top drivers.
So hopefully we're going to get to see you guys with some silverware at the end. If it rains, is this car going to have the staying power?
Yeah, of course it does. We had already tested in the rain and the car was fine. The car performed fine in the rain. In fact, I think one of the qualifying, it was in the rain and we came up first and second. Yep.
Sounds fantastic. We're looking forward to seeing you at the sharp end at the end, my friend. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent stuff. This team definitely one to watch out for. As I mentioned there before, they've got Luc and Dorian in the car, so it's definitely going to be an exciting one to watch them charge their way further forward. Do not expect them to be as low as P5 by the finish. They're definitely going to work their way forward. We've also got the team from Absolute Racing, the Be Quick car, which has some very exciting firepower in the team as well. We've got Sandy Stuvik, Ekash Nandi and Henk Vix in this particular car, so a very strong lineup of competitors. They'll obviously want to put in a good showing. Interesting enough, Henk Vix is going to be starting the race, but he's not getting out of the car. He wants to make sure that he is still in position. It's a shame. I would have liked to have had a word with him before the start, but he's clearly in his zone. We're not going to interrupt on that one, so we'll keep working our way further down the pit. Let's see if we can find the all-Malaysian team, the Viper-Nisa squad, who are there in the Malaysian-backed Mercedes-AMG GT3. A lot of throng to get through. Apologies. This could get a bit interesting as we work our way through the crowd, but bear with us. So we're going to have Douglas Koo, Melvin Mo, and we're also going to have our good friend Mr. Ang here. Let's we'll grab a word with Douglas Koo, who's brought the car to the starting grid. The one Mercedes-AMG GT3 in the field, but it's the all-Malaysian Viper-Nisa racing team. Our joint friend Sarah Sahadin has been talking up everything over the last week, so really rates your chances. How do you guys think it'll go after qualifying?
Well, qualifying was a bit tough yesterday with different conditions, dry, wet, semi-wet, semi-dry. So it was tough for us, and we probably were not too lucky with the weather. But yeah, it is what it is. We're 7th on the row. There's only 10 cars, so let's see.
And it's a long race, and this is the kind of car that can actually really make its way through the field with good progression.
Yes. But I guess we were on the back foot right from the start because our initial car from the first race that we did last year is back in Australia for repairs. So we actually had to go buy another car.
So this is fresh out of the box, this car?
No, so it's a second hand, but we bought it from another team and just had to mad scramble to get it ready for this weekend.
I know it sounds easy to just grab another Mercedes-AMG GT3 and go racing, but you don't really understand all of the characteristics of it yet. You're having to learn on the job, I guess.
A bit, but because we've had the AMG before, I think we've raced it for a year now, or a year and a bit. So characteristic-wise, it's fairly similar, just a bit of tweaks here and there. But I think we've got a good car this weekend.
Okay, well, the flag will be flying high for you guys, and hopefully you'll be in the top 3 by the end. Good luck for it.
Hopefully. Thank you very much. Yeah.
There we go. Good to chat to Douglas Koo, who's going to be leading the charge forward. Also, we've got fantastic attention on the 610 racing team with their Porsche. I'm going to see if we can find racing driver Leonie Chin, who is on the starting grid. Here she is. Leona, good to see you. How are things currently in the process of the 12-hour?
I'm super excited. This is going to be super exciting because the weather here can change immediately, and I hope the weather is good to us this round.
And not only are you the sole lady on the team, you're the sole lady on the grid. How have you been working to put this car forward? It's a Porsche, so it should serve you pretty well.
Yeah, the drive was amazing. I'm trying to get used to this car because it's really hard to drive, but I try my best. I've been doing a lot of practice during the sessions and doing some improvements, so hopefully we get good grades for good results for today.
And this is still a very new experience for you, but you raced over the top end at Macau in the GT3, so that should steer you very well.
Yes. I raced in Macau for the GT4, and was very nerve-wracking experience because it's really narrow and I cannot make any mistakes. But this time the track is really wide and it's my home ground, so I'm really hoping that I do very well in this track.
Well, I think doing well at Macau should serve you very well here. You've got a bit more racetrack to play with, so good luck for the race. We hope to see you at the sharp end at the finish. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Leonie Chin. Doing a great job, actually, starting her racing career up at the sharp end and certainly doing it the hard way up in GT3 here in Sepang. Further down the starting order, we've obviously got the team from the number 510 crew. They're getting themselves ready. The number 601 Porsche. This is the team from Champion Motorsport with the likes of Chan Chi Chung, Philip Tang, and all the boys getting themselves ready for a good start. It'll be an interesting challenge for them, but the team that is made up of drivers from Hong Kong really looking to step their way further forward. I'm going to see actually if we can grab a quick word with Roy Tang, the Singaporean member of the team. Roy, I want to see if I can grab a quick word while we're on air. You're live on the 12 Hours of Sepang feed. How's it going for the team so far?
Doing not bad. We are a few of drivers are first time here, so we're just trying our best to try to bring the car home. It's a 12 hours race. It's going to be hot. It's going to be wet. Let's see what's going to happen.
Basically, anything that can be thrown at this team is probably going to be thrown at them in the next 12 hours.
Yes.
So what's the big takeaway that you guys have learned from the practice sessions, from the qualifying? What do you think is going to be the key factor that you'll need through the 12 hours? What's going to be strong in the car? What's going to be strong in you?
What's going to be strong? I think our pace is definitely not the strongest. However, I think we have to learn how to manage the tires, and we have a very strong team behind in terms of tire and the engineer, the race strategy. We have something funny trying to come up, and hopefully we can catch the FCY and the safety car. It's an endurance race, and I really don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, I don't know what's wrong and what's weak. But let's just.
Have the pit crew had their breakfast this morning?
I haven't had breakfast yet.
You haven't even had it. Okay, well, I'll let you go and have it. Thanks, Roy.
All right, thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah, see, every team is coming at this from a very different angle, very different perspective. Some of them here for the very first time, of course. Right, we have the team from HZO Fortis. This is the O brothers, Haziq and Harley, as well as Aaron Lim, who is returning to motor racing at the top level for the first time in, I believe, 15 years. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this team gets on with this fantastic new combination of brothers racing, and obviously Aaron Lim as well. Good to see Aaron Lim back again. Of course, he represented Team Malaysia in A1 Grand Prix many, many years ago. So fantastic to see him back in GT3 competition at this level. The team having a nice little conversation with the organisers at the moment. But it's great to see such a colourful Audi come to the front. Let's have a word with the team. I'm going to have a quick word with Aaron Lim, actually, if I can. Aaron, may I say, first of all, great to see you back in a race suit again, and with this fantastic new team, you must be really excited.
Yeah, it's been fun the whole week preparing for the race. Last year was the first time I was back in the car after like 10 years. So yeah, it's been really awesome, really.
And the comeback has been fairly straightforward so far, and a car as brilliant as the Audi to get around?
Yeah, it's a great car to drive. It's quite neutral, so not too difficult, especially at our age. So you got to drive something forgiving. But yeah, it's still pretty quick considering the age of the car, and I think we should be pretty competitive.
And racing with the O brothers, just tell us a little bit about the backstory, about what we can expect from the team and how it's all come together.
Yeah, so we started, they are quite new into GT racing. We started 2 years ago. This is the third year racing, so the progression has been really promising. We can see compared to last year, they have improved tremendously. So can't wait to see by the end of today where we stand.
And you're excited to charge your way forward? That stint's going to be a pretty exciting one to watch you charge your way through the field if you can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be starting the race, so I'll be second or third driver. But it's a long race. You're going to take it easy, make sure no mistakes, and yeah, keep your head down.
We'll get excited for when you jump in the car, Aaron. Good to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff. Always nice when a driver makes a long-awaited comeback after a long run. The only car that we haven't really talked about yet that we'll get a quick opportunity. I don't want to interrupt this photograph, unfortunately. That would be a bit embarrassing. So I'm going to try and go around the back of the photograph while it's being taken. Just try and keep up when you can. But we've got the Origin Porsche taking up the tail of the field. This is a fairly newly branded team. Obviously used to be known as R&B Racing, now known as Origin. They've just come back as a squad from racing in Formula Regional in the Middle East Championship, and now they're here in GT mode, getting themselves ready for a fantastic run. Noted for their run in GTWC Asia, and of course for racing in the Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific Championship as well. Lots of reputation with this particular crew in this particular car, so it's going to be an interesting one. I think we've just about got time to see if we can grab a word with one of the teams, so let's see if we can grab a word. Getting ourselves ready for the start of battle. Well, everybody seemed to disappear at that point. So let's see, where is Adderley Fong? Let's see if we can find Adderley if he's about. Adderley on the grid? Is Adderley here? Is Adderley here, or is he gone for a breather? He's somewhere around, so he's probably celebrating with people. I think we run out of time anyway. So we'll try and grab Adderley through the course of the race anyway. But it is going to be a very exciting battle as we get ourselves ready. We've only got 15 minutes to the start, and in about a minute's time, we're going to have the national anthem. So all of the teams and all the drivers in exciting preparation, then ready for the start of this fantastic Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. If you're watching on the stream, get your comments, get your questions in. We've got plenty of time to talk about them and ask them. If I don't have the answers, through the course of the race, we'll get down into the pit lane and answer those questions for you. Get yourselves ready and get a good seat, but I promise you, you're only going to need the edge of it.
到我。拿下，我拿下。
Like every time on the straight? Every time.
Getting ourselves ready then for the start of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. What a fantastic race this is set to be, with our GT3 teams and drivers all set to go racing in fantastic fashion. We'll talk you through the starting grid in a bit more detail now as we have the teams ready for the epic start of this race. Great to talk with so many of the teams down on the starting grid for this 2025 running of the Sepang 12 Hours. Looking in at the EBM crew as they get themselves ready. The team made up of Adrian de Silva, Luke Hertog and Dorian Boccolacci. That'll be an interesting driver lineup to try and charge their way through from 6th on the grid. A very rain-affected qualifying session yesterday. So it'll be fascinating to see the teams try and get themselves back into a competitive position once again. We'll see a lot of very exciting racecraft from the teams as they continue to make steady progress and work their way forward. Pole position though, going the way of the 3-3R Harmony Racing team in their Ferrari. We're looking at the Be Quick Absolute Racing team at the moment with their Audi as they get themselves ready for a tough race. That's Henk Kiks, Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik who will be in the car. Truly international team that one, the Dutchman, the Malaysian and the Thai who are all going to be together there. Sandy Stuvik all the way from Phuket in Thailand. Relatively decent trip for him to get here, although certainly from where I'm based on the other side of Thailand, I definitely needed a flight to get here rather than being able to travel by car. So the grid is now all nicely stacked and ready. The Viper Nisa Racing team, the all-Malaysian crew, racing for the team. Dominic Ang, Melvin Moe and Douglas Koo, who we spoke to on the starting grid. Douglas is going to be the one who starts the race by the look of things. So it'll be really exciting to see how the contenders all get themselves together. We'll try and keep you up to date with who is in the car at what time through the course of racing. But certainly the team made up of that particular crew. A 4-driver team in the 610 racing squad. And that's the team that is in the 911, in number 911. That's the team made up of Sonny Wong, Peter Lee, Yan Chuan and Leona Chin, who we spoke to on the starting grid. So they're going to have an interesting time of it. You can see for yourselves that the grid is now being cleared. So we are getting ourselves into the business end of racing now. It'll be a fantastic start to proceedings. There is the HZO Fortis Racing team by Absolute Racing. The squad getting themselves ready for an exciting start. The Audi, they're in position, and that is the team that's going to be run by Harley and Hazik Zadalo, along with Aaron Lim, who is back in racing almost full-time now, it's fair to say, having not been in the team for a fair amount of time. And there is the Champion Motorsport Audi. That's the team that will have a 4-driver operation of Sek Kahing, Philip Tang, Chan Chi Chun and Roy Tang, the Singaporean. It'll be an interesting run for the contenders there. Of course, plenty of competitors racing in this particular team as they are for the very first time. Not many drivers getting the chance to run at the high level. So it'll be very interesting to see how it all continues. But we'll get to see how it all continues to run in that particular phase of the run. So everybody getting themselves ready for an exciting challenge off the start. So all of the contenders getting themselves ready. So the teams are in position and getting themselves ready then for the start of what promises to be a very exciting battle out on the course. We will see some really good racecraft from our drivers, and the battle is going to be raging from the outset. So the contenders are geared up and ready for an exciting run. So good to have your company on the live stream. Do, of course, keep your information and your comments and questions coming. So we'll see if it's going to be a good competition from the start. There is expected to be a little bit of interference from the rain, so we should get that throughout the course of the race. Our cars are in position on the starting grid, and the teams are ready to go. Pole position for the 33R Harmony Racing team for Ferrari. Chen Huayan, Liu Kaliu, Jasmine Jafar and Jason Lowe. The Climax Racing team of Li Donghui, Li Dongsheng, Liu Wei and Zhao Liyuan, as well as Lin Kang, who was the fastest driver in the entirety of qualifying. 610 Racing lining up second row of the grid for Chen Fangping, Hu Bo, Li Zhenwu and Daniel Liu. And then we have the 326 Racing team in fourth position. That is the team made up of Liu Zichen, Jamie Lai, Zhu Zhiye and Wu Yifan. Then we have the EBM squad. That's Adrian De Silva, Luke Hartog and Dorian Boccolacci. And then the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi of Henk Kicks, Sandy Stuvik and Akash Nandi. The Vipanisa Racing Mercedes crew of Dominic Ang, Douglas Koo and Melvin Mo. The 610 Racing team of Sunny Wong, Peter Lee, Leona Chin and Yan Chuang. Then we have the HZO Fortis Racing team of Harley Zadel O, Hazik Zadel O and Aaron Lim. And then the Champion Motorsport team in their Audi of Tsek Ka-hing, Philip Tang, Chan Chi-chung and Roy Tang. And at the back of the grid for Origin Motorsport, it is Adderley Fong, Liu Ye Hong Li and Yuan Bo. So the team is getting ready for an exciting run. It'll be very exciting. And now the cars are in position, ready to go for their warm-up session. So the competitors running well at the moment. It'll be a very exciting challenge for all of the contenders as they race for supremacy. We'll get to see some really good battles from the crew right from the outset. We've got an onboard camera with a couple of the cars in the field ready for this one. And this is the car that lines up in fifth position on the grid. So that's an onboard camera with the EBM squad. But the cars are getting themselves ready for the outset. Let's see if we can have a fantastic race from the start. And for those who are asking, am I going to do the whole race solo for the 12 hours? I am indeed. Yep, I'm here for all 12 hours. I will take slight pauses in between, so if it goes quiet, you'll know that I'm taking a slight breather because I'll need them through the course of this race. But it's the first time I get to commentate on the 12 Hours of Sepang for 2 years, so I'm very glad to be back again. And it'll be fascinating to see how everything goes from the start. The Harmony Racing Ferrari, the Garfield Ferrari, if you will. It's the first ever lasagna-powered Ferrari. It's going to be really exciting to see how the guys of Jason Lowe, Liu Kaliu, Chen Huayan and Jasmine Jafar get on from the start. Second on the grid, the Climax Audi. It'll be very exciting to see how Li Dongsheng, Liu Wei, Lin Kang, Zhou Liyan and Li Donghui get on to try and charge after them. A 5-driver operation. All Chinese, although of course originally Liu Wei was born in Richmond in British Columbia in Canada and carries the Canadian flag on his race suit. But the competitors are getting ready for a really exciting start. It's going to be interesting to see how it all goes. So the competitors are in position, giving themselves up ready for a very exciting race start. But now the competitors are running in a good position. So let's see how this race kicks off. We're going to have a very exciting situation for all of the contenders from the outset. But it's going to be Ferrari versus Audi to the first part of the course as the competitors are ready for an exciting start to this 12 Hours of Sepang. But we're going to see some really good action from the outset. Expect some rain showers through the course of the day as well. We saw plenty of them through the last 2 competitions, certainly for the last 2 practice sessions, and through the qualifying yesterday as well. There was a lot of rain showers. Jalvin wants to know, why does that car have Garfield on it, the Ferrari Garfield? Well, that's because they've managed to do a commercial deal to put it all together. And as Matthias Portugal points out, it is indeed lasagna powered. That's the running joke that's been going through the paddock. It looks fantastic. It is a very cool looking Ferrari. It's now my favourite livery of Ferrari anywhere in the world at the moment. So we're getting ourselves ready in a fantastic battle. So the car's getting into position and gearing up ready for the start of the 2025 running of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Do get your comments and questions in through the course of the 12 hours. We'll try and answer as many of them as they can. But we're going to come off the start line, and when they charge forward to the beginning of the grid, it's going to be absolutely fantastic to see how this race plays out. 12 hours of the course. It is 10:15 local time, so we are ready for the start. It's going to be a really exciting challenge for all of the competitions as the drivers gear themselves up ready for an exciting battle here at Sepang. Expect a great race from the outset as the cars will get into position. It's been a fantastic build up to this race, but now the cars are coming through. We're going to see a really exciting challenge as the drivers will come out of the final turn, build up to the speed, and it's green as we head up to the first corner in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang 2025. So off we charge, and it's the Ferrari from the Audi as they make their way to the first corner. It's going to be an absolutely splendiferous race this through the first hairpin, everybody trying to stay out of harm's way. My monitor has gone down in front of me, apologies for that, so I'm going to try and keep up to date with things as they go through. Fortunately, I've got the live stream up in front of me as well, so Ferrari making it through the first turn without incident, the Climax Audi right there in close proximity. So everybody starting to get themselves up to good speed. A nice clean start from all of the competitors. They have obviously taken heed of the lesson that you can't win this race in the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. No problems at all though for the Ferrari. Jasmine Jafar behind the wheel of the Ferrari 296 LM. The Garfield Ferrari out in front for Harmony Racing, looking very strong at the moment, and it is a sensational start. So now everything is looking pretty tickety-boo as the Porsche from Origin tries to make a bit of a move there on the inside of the champion Motorsport Audi. My pictures have come back, thank goodness for that. Worst timing in history for them to go down, but they managed to get back in time. Unfortunately, no major dramas. As up the inside, that is the hard-charging Origin Porsche getting through on the inside of the 326 Racing Audi. So that puts them into 4th position by my maths. So the Origin Porsche absolutely charging through from the back of the field. They had a miserable qualifying session to go right down to the back of the queue. And that is the team, of course, that is made up of 3 strong Chinese charges, Liu Yi, Yan Bo, and Adelie Fong, who is originally born in Vancouver in Canada, of course, but runs under the Hong Kong flag. Adelie Fong, don't forget, was a former Formula 1 test driver with the Sauber Grand Prix team. So, exciting stuff. So now the drivers making their way at the end of this first lap. Looks like the champion Audi is going to try and get a move on the inside of the Dayglow Yellow. The Audi machine on the inside line there, the final turn. That is the HZO Fortis car, running a bit deep though and running off the turn. Not quite as good a run exiting the corner as entering it. And I wonder if they've missed a gear there, because that's a real problem for the champion Motorsport Audi. They've dropped to the back of the field by the look of it behind the 610 car. As up the inside, that's the Be Quick Absolute, trying to get a run on the inside line there of the EBM Porsche. So far so good as the competitors continue to run in close proximity. We've obviously got teams in 4 classes here. We've got the GT3, the GT3 AMs, the AM Masters, as well as the GTC. Only one car in GTC, that is the 610 Racing team of the number 911, the Porsche team. So good battles all the way throughout, but it's going to be a long old day at the office here in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. The 33R Harmony leading the way from Climax Racing's Audi, the 610 Racing Porsche next up in 3rd position, then the Origin Porsche having stormed its way from the back of the field into 4th position. 326 Racing now in P5 in front of EBM, the Be Quick Absolute Audi, and then the Viper Niza Mercedes in 8th position in front of the HZO Fortis, the 610 Racing Porsche, and the champion Motorsport Audi. That's the order at the moment, and certainly a fairly decent start to proceedings. We're on board now with the Origin Porsche that has shot its way forward from the back of the grid to 4th. Let's listen in. So the battle has only just got underway here in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang, and already we've got a couple of nice tasty little battles brewing. The Be Quick Absolute Audi is trying to take on the EBM Porsche at the moment, as they go down the back straight parallel to the start-finish stand. Great opportunity for people to go and see the action from either of those grandstands. Is that going to be a late lunge to the inside of the hairpin? It was certainly a bit of a flirtation with it, even though it hasn't actually been able to make the move. But certainly a really intriguing situation so far, as the cars are just starting to get dialed in. But it's really going to be very close battles at the moment. So the contenders still going strong at this phase of the race. Very good stuff so far. But the 33R Harmony Ferrari, 2.1 seconds clear of the Climax Racing team. Then the 610 Racing is next up. So the drivers still working very hard here as they continue to make good progress in the early stages of this race. The Audi pushing on here, try and making the move. That's the Champion Motorsport car trying to put pressure on the HZO Fortis car. That's the team, a satellite team of Absolute Racing's operation. So the competitors still running. Nice start to proceedings here. Hopefully it's going to be a very exciting race from the outset. A very basic start to the race here. Nobody is getting themselves into hot water nice and early doors, but very good progress from the Origin Racing team that currently runs in P4. 5 minutes into this race then, and it's the 33R Harmony Ferrari that leads the way of Jason Liu, Jasmine Jafar, Liu Kaliu and Chen Weiyan. So they are leading the way at the moment. 2 seconds clear of the Climax Racing operation. That is the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2 of Li Dongsheng, Liu Wei, Lin Kang, Zhou Liuhuan and Li Donghui. And let's not forget that Lin Kang was the fastest driver in the entirety of the 5 qualifying sessions yesterday, which were affected, of course, by rain showers. But still a very positive start to the season then for Lin Kang. Then we have in third position the 610 Racing team at this point, and that is the Porsche 911 GT3R, so 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 positions. Chen Fangping, Liu Wenlong, Li Zhenyu and Hu Bo, who are behind the wheel of that car. And then the Origin team, who started at the dead last position at the back of the grid. Adelie Fong, Liu Ye and Yuan Bo have managed to charge their way forward to P4 off the start. But there is the crew in the 33R Harmony Ferrari, the Garfield car, if you will. It looks absolutely spectacular in Garfield livery, and there he is on the side of the Ferrari. That never gets old. It's wonderful to look at. Very, very cool looking car, the Ferrari 296. I kind of want that to go to Le Mans just so that the world can see how cool the Ferrari looks in Garfield trim. You know what they're getting in the catering and hospitality, don't you? It's lasagna all the way. 5th position in the race at the moment, the 326 Racing Audi of Wu Yifan, Lai Zhengwen, Liu Zichen and Zhu Zheyu. So that'll be an interesting combination for them to try and get forward. Their best lap time is quite a way off the top 4. The top 4 have broken out into their own group essentially now, and they're 12 seconds back the rest of the pack. 6th position for the EBM team. That is the Porsche of Adrien de Silva, Luc Hartog and Dorian Boccolacci. Expect them to make some big headway later on, but Adrien de Silva is the man starting the race. Boccolacci will get his turn a little bit later on, as of course will the Dutchman Luc Hartog. Then we have the Be Quick Absolute Audi. That is the car running in 7th position at the moment. Henk Kiks, Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik. That's the young Thai driver from Phuket. Didn't have a massive journey to get here, to be fair, from the west side of Thailand. It's basically next door here to Malaysia. That would have been a 4 or 5 hour car journey rather than a 3-hour flight in distance. Then 7th position, that is the Be Quick, as we mentioned. 8th place, the HZO Fortis Audi, run by Absolute, which is Haziq Zadalo, Hali Zadalo and Aaron Lim, who, as he mentioned to us on the grid, he returned to racing last year for the first time in a decade, and that's the man who, of course, represented his nation in the A1 Grand Prix World Cup of Motorsport way back when. So, fascinating stuff so far. So, excellent stuff so far. Ninth position, the champion motorsport team, that is Sek Ka-hing, Philip Tang, Roy Tang and Chen Chi-chung. This is very much a new team to the world of GT3 racing, so they've got to be careful. Car 11 has already got a second track limits warning. We're not even a quarter of an hour into the race. They've got to be careful they don't pick up some penalties early doors. 10th position, the Viper-Niza Mercedes has dropped back into 10th position. That's the team made up of Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang and Melvin Moe. Not sure what's happened there, because I don't really expect the Viper-Niza car to be in a difficult position at this stage of the race, but that seems to be where they've slumped to, so I don't know whether they've got a problem in that car or they had a spin somewhere or whatever. Mind you, their fastest lap time at the moment is a 2-minute 14.4, so I would suspect they haven't put their fastest driver behind the wheel for this particular stint. And then the 610 Racing team is at the tail of the field at the moment. That's the team made up of Sonny Wong, Yan Chuang, Peter Lee and Leona Chin, the content creator and brand laureate sports icon award winner, who's been making steady progress representing female racers in Malaysia over the last couple of seasons. Raced the GT4 race in Macau at the tail end of November. So plenty of good progress being made there for the team. Well, the champion Audi has worked its way back up into 9th position, having slumped to the back on the first lap. So definitely making some steady progress. But we're getting ourselves into good progress at the moment. So excellent stuff. And a good start to the proceedings at the moment, as everybody is just getting themselves. It'll be a really strong situation for all of the contenders. We'll get to see some really exciting challenges all the way through. But it will be a tough challenge for all the drivers as we start to bed in. The temperatures are starting to climb here at Sepang. A really interesting run to see how everything develops. Good to hear some of your comments and your questions as well. Jalvin points out, wouldn't be surprised if Asian Le Mans Series comes here. Well, it does indeed. It's the first round of the championship now. In the 24-25 season, they raced here for the first weekend back in late November, early December time, I think it was. And they did the first 2 rounds of the championship here at Sepang. So Asian Le Mans is back on the Sepang International Circuit, which is good news for them, good news for the circuit as well. The Motul 12 Hours of Sepang, been running relatively consistently over the years, running all the way back into the early 2010s. There's a couple of drivers on the grid here who haven't actually raced this race in that length of time, and it's great to see them making a bit of a comeback. So with this being a 12-hour race and me being alone in the commentary box, we've got a lot of stuff to talk about. Here's a replay of the start of the race. Perfect launch for the 33R Harmony Garfield Ferrari. I'm going to keep mentioning it because it is really, really fun to see that particular car in that livery. Good start in the middle of the pack. The Viper-Niza car not getting a good start, but the Origin, how big a start did they get? 4 cars made up on the run to the first corner. The 5th one by the time they got to the apex of turn 2, round the outside of the Be-Quick Audi. Very strong start indeed from the Origin. Most of that hard work was actually done in the first 30 seconds of the race. Very impressive indeed. But the Audi charging onto the tail end of the Ferrari and not able to keep up with it for long. The Origin just carving its way through like a video game from the Origin crew. I think it was Adderley Fong behind the wheel of that particular car. But a fantastic start, and really good to see how they've been able to make the progress. And now the Origin is there consistently in the top 4. Actually the 3rd quickest car on the track at the moment, making gains now on the 610 Porsche in front of it. So it'll be a really interesting race continuing in that particular crew. Having worked their way from the back of the grid, they've got a lot of tough racing ahead of them. So let's talk you through the who's who of each of these teams. We'll focus on the cars that we're looking at on the positions that we're at now. The 610 Racing crew, that is the team made up of Chen Fangping, who is the 2024 Lambo Trofeo Asian Pro-Am champion. Hugh Bo, who has only joined this team quite recently and raced twice for them in the GT World Challenge of Asia last year. Li Jianyu, who's still relatively a newcomer, raced in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia beforehand, and last year was 5th in the AM class of the Lambo Trofeo Asia. And then we also have in that particular crew Liu Wenlong, who was the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion from 2021 and has raced with the EBM team over the last season. Riding on board with that particular crew. And they're being hunted down by the team from Origin. So we want to tell you a little bit about the 3 drivers that are in that particular crew. First, of course, is Adelie Fong, who's raced pretty much everything there is to race over the years in GT racing. Raced in GT World Challenge Asia last year, competed in the Spa 24 Hours and the Dubai 24 Hours in the past, and of course was a former test driver for the Sauber Formula 1 team back in the 2014 and 15 seasons. He also represented China in the A1 Grand Prix World Cup, a championship I miss very much indeed. Actually raced here back in the day as well. We're on board with the 87. This is the Porsche. I'm guessing it's Adelie Fong on board the car, although it wouldn't shock me too much if Liu Ye was in the car as well. He's been racing in the Asian Le Mans Series since 2017, competed at the GT World Cup in Macau, and has also raced in GT World Challenge Asia since that point, in the days when it was known as Blancpain, of course. And the other driver in that particular car is Yuan Bo, Asian Le Mans Series since 2014, has also competed in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, GT World Challenge Asia, and last competed at the Sepang 12 Hours 10 years ago. So it's a great return to the event for Yuan Bo. And that is the team, the Origin squad, that is actually battling with the 610 racing car out in front of them. Third versus fourth, and a good challenge is on the march. Heading down to the first corner, 15 minutes into the 12 hours of racing. It'll be a chat show as much as it will be a racing show over the course of these 12 hours. And as Kuki Miyamura pointed out, I haven't had the chance to mention this race, but there was a Bugatti Bolide demo run before the event started. Don't worry, folks, I managed to grab some pictures that I'm going to put on my social media account later, at Jake Sanson Official. And boy, oh boy, does the Bugatti Bolide look good in racing trim. I've only ever seen the road-going version of it, and to actually see a race spec version of the Bugatti Bolide, my, oh my, is that car a stunner. Absolutely beautiful machine. Well, if you're here trackside watching along, because I know there's quite a few people who'll be in the stands watching on the YouTube stream as well, and who are listening in the stands, good to have your company. Do please stick around for the entirety of the 12 hours. Go and meet, go and have an explore and watch the racing from various different points on the course. If you can get there, there's a lot of vantage points on this Sepang 12-hour circuit. If you have an access pass, then do go and have a look behind closed doors as well. Go and pop into Momentum Racing. They've got all sorts of team wear and gear that's on sale as well. Go and have a chat with Lillian. She'll be very hospitable and accommodating, and get you everything you need to know for the weekend. In the Origin garage, you can see everybody just getting themselves nestled in. Oh, I've just remembered I'm on television. Quick, get out of the way. Oh, I love it. These guys, what you have to remember about GT racing is that they're not really ones for the limelight. You've got a lot of shy people working in GT racing, and the second a camera gets trained on them, right, get out of the way. I love the community of GT racing, it's wonderful. Right, as Sports Car BIT points out, the last hour drama will always be exciting. You're not wrong, and on this particular circuit as well, there tends to be quite a bit of that, because this is a circuit that really takes a lot out of the car, because this is a circuit with a lot of elevation change, a lot of camber, and it will be very, very tricky to see how it all plays out, because if the rain comes down as well, this circuit can get like an ice rink, and in the last 2 days we've seen a lot of rain, so it could happen again here. Contenders still getting themselves into position. Good to see all of the GT3 fan base in the YouTube stream. Any comments and questions, do please keep them coming in. We've got a long race together, and we're very grateful indeed for your company. I'm sure it's going to be a very exciting race throughout. We may not have all of the racers in the world in this particular event, but I tell you what, we'll certainly have a lot of excitement out there on the course, and just the beauty of being able to watch these cars in full chat. And don't forget, it's GT3 racing for 12 hours, so the drama can happen. Waiting for the first bite of excitement, and it's certainly going to happen through the course of the race. The Viper Niza racing car is starting to pick up the pace a little bit now, the Merc, but then so too is the 610 racing car, which is now at the back of the field. Those two cars having a bit of a nice little dice. The top four are still separated by just over 10 seconds, so it's pretty much anybody's race in that top four squad. You've got to remember as well that different drivers will get into these cars at different times, and they're all at different pace levels. I mean, just to give you an example, in the EBM squad, we've got Dorian Boccolacci getting into the car a little bit later on, who's easily and arguably the biggest name in this field. A winner in GP3 on the Formula 1 weekend, raced 2 seasons of FIA Formula 2, switched to sports cars quite recently. He became the Porsche Carrera Cup France champion in 2023. Life down at the Harmony Racing team with Garfield on the wall as well as on the race car itself. Everybody enjoying their lead while it lasts, because you never know how long it's going to last for. G Hammer wants to know, where's the lasagna? Well, just look round the back of the garage. I'm sure it's there in trays and trays of it. They've got to keep their drivers fueled throughout. It's wonderful. Ever since I saw that car on the side, I was as baffled as you all. I kind of went, really? Garfield on the side of it? Modern Grand Prix GT car? Excellent. Oh, good to see Haritho. He saw me on the starting grid. We didn't really get the chance, me and Haritho, to say hello, unfortunately. Bless him, he didn't want to disturb me while I was live. Great to see you, buddy. I wish I could have said hello. I was kind of in the middle of all of it. So apologies that we didn't get to shake hands. I'm sure we'll get, hopefully we'll get an opportunity today. If not, I'll see you at LYL for the next round of the AME Asia Series, just down the road from here, actually, a brand new karting circuit, which I do want to talk about while we're on the 12 hours of Sepang, because it is here in Malaysia. Fabulous race circuit, the LYL International Circuit, which is based up at the Monkeys Canopy Resort, about 30 kilometers or so from this circuit. And it's a new race circuit, which is basically the Sepang of kart circuits. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the people behind it saw Sepang as a race circuit and thought we can make a karting circuit that good. Up on the inside, we're going to get our overtake. This is the Champion Motorsport team on the inside of the HZ040, going on the grass and making contact. Well, that was a car that was absolutely up the inside, not willing to bail out of the move. I tell you what, there were shades of Jacques Villeneuve and Michael Schumacher, 97 Jerez, about that particular incident. A very clumsy execution of an overtake, and the car on the inside definitely had to take to the grass to finish off that maneuver. So there's going to be some damage as a result of that. We're having a look at the Absolute Audi, who's now hugging the inside line. That's the HZ040 car. I can't tell whether that's Haziq Zaralo or Harley Zaralo, but let's look at the replay. On the inside, it's the Champion Audi on the left. Dives for the inside, is alongside, turning in. You've got to look to your right to see whether the car is there. The Audi then had to move to the grass to avoid the contact, but the number 5 Audi continued turning in. It's hard to know, really, which driver is at fault for that one. It's very difficult to tell whether that's the car on the inside being a bit ambitious or the car on the outside not having peripheral space to note that there's a car on the inside line. So a very difficult maneuver to judge there. That will be investigated by the officials. And look, there's damage. There's definite damage to the HZ040. So that car's smoking bad. Oh, and the wheel's coming off. The wheel's coming off it. So there's definite damage then to the right front corner. It looks as though the wheel is actually falling off the car. It's puncture, that's why. Puncture on the right front. Not at all surprised. But now the car is just skating along on its own rim, trying to stay on the road. But the damage that's going to be created by driving that car at speed back to the pits is going to cause all end of damage. And the other car's in trouble as well. Also a puncture on the left rear. Oh dear, 2 limping Audis. Well, it didn't take long for the first bit of drama. What did I tell you? Yes, it's a long race. Yes, there's not many cars in the race, but it's GT racing and it's a long enduro. The drama could come at any time. I told you at the beginning of the program, I hope you got a good seat, but you're only going to need the edge of it. Things can change pretty dramatically. And so limping back to the pits with 3 wheels on the wagon effectively comes the HZ040 and the Champion Audi. And that's 2 cars in dire straits already. We may not have that many cars on the grid, but if they run into each other, then we've really got a problem. So we're going to go down and chat to the teams every hour or so down in the pit lane. I'm going to take the roving mic and we're going to go down into the pits as well. But it will be fascinating to see how it all continues through the course of proceedings. But limping back to the pits comes one of the Audis. There's the other one. Oh no, the tyre's actually fallen off the car. Ay, ay, ay. And as like it's 1985 points out on the stream, he had one job: don't cause a collision in the first hour in a field of 11. Oh dear, that really didn't go well, did it? So into the pits comes the HZ040 Audi. There is what's left of the Champion Motorsports Audi behind it. Trying to brake for the pit lane limiter line. I think that's a bit futile really now. trying to not beat the pit lane speed limit. I wouldn't be trying to get anywhere near the limit in a car that's only got 3 tyres on it. So there he goes on the jacks, and the champion Audi team go to work. They're just checking to make sure every other wheel isn't damaged either, because of course if one wheel gets damaged, depending on the size of the impact, it can affect more than one wheel, because it was a mighty thwack on the left side of the car. Tough to know in that incident really whether that was the HZO Fortis not being aware of the space around it, or the champion Motorsport Audi being ambitious to make the move. But not what you want to see in the first half an hour of a 12-hour race. That kind of incident is ridiculously clumsy for this early point of the race. But there's a lot of damage to the left rear of that champion Audi. It was a big, big hit. So the big question is it all cosmetic, or has it done more damage to the rear suspension than first realised? As the tyre peeling off the rim won't have helped, of course, but how much more damage? Well, there's enough work done on the HZO Fortis to send it back out again by the look of it. So the HZO Fortis completes the first pit stop of the race. And it spent 1 minute and 55 seconds in the pits. I think there is a minimum mandatory pit stop time for this event. I would have been a bit more clued up on little rules and regulations like that, but you'll have to apologise for my ignorance. I only arrived at the circuit yesterday at 6 p.m. and I was due to arrive at noon, thanks to the dodgy taxi driver in Thailand who took me to the wrong airport yesterday morning. More on that story later. Depends on how late into the night we get and how many things we have to talk about, but we might go into some detail on that one. But certainly not getting to the circuit until 6 hours after you're supposed to. Not ideal for a sports car endurance race. I didn't miss the last shower of the day though. Oh, that was a big one. And if there's going to be a few more like that today, well, these drivers are definitely going to have a fine time of it. So through the contenders will continue the Viper Niza Racing Mercedes, just trying to keep it nice and balanced in the first part of the race. That's the 610 Porsche behind them. So let's talk about these two teams and the drivers who are in them. The Viper Niza Racing Mercedes is an all-Malaysian team, and they've got Dominic Ang, who is very competitive, Asian Le Mans Series racer for the last 10 years, actually won the Le Mans Series Cup Championship in 2017, also was one of the many drivers who competed at the Spa TCR 500. Fantastic event, that one, and I really hope they bring that back in the years to come. The TCR 500 was a magnificent event at Spa-Francorchamps, the perfect circuit for it in my opinion. Douglas Koo is also in that particular car, as out onto the circuit again goes the champion Audi, for the time being at least. Hopefully it hasn't sustained too much damage and they can get going again, but there is a battle approaching them into turn 1. Now that is the B-Quick Audi battling away with the EBM Porsche, so we'll talk about those two teams in a little while as well. We were talking about Viper Niza Racing though. Douglas Koo, who competed in TCR Malaysia, even raced the World Touring Car, the World TCR Cup, I should say, in 2019. I think I may have even commentated on him back then at Macau. The Asian Le Mans Series Cup champion in collaboration with Dominic Ang, and also raced in Asian Le Mans since 2017, so he's been a regular face there. Melvin Moe is actually back in the car for the Viper Niza Racing team, having had a year out of racing. He competed in European Lamborghini Super Trofeo, as well as the Dubai 24 Hours and the GT World Challenge of Asia. So great to see him back in the car after a year out. And that car, the Viper Niza Racing team, is of course still locked in combat with the 610 Porsche. Now they've got 4 drivers in that particular car. That is the number 911, very appropriately enough. Oh, the drive-through penalty has been given to the 601 for causing a collision. Champion Motorsport, drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Right, so they've clearly decided that the car turning in was not at fault. The car slamming it up the inside was the car at fault in the eye of the officials. So they have decided then that that is where the penalty needs to go. That's a tough call, I have to say. I kind of see their thinking. I kind of understand where they're coming from. For me, it's difficult to tell, because the HZO Fortis, you know, there was plenty of space for me for the inside. If I'm a racing driver and I'm behind the wheel, and I've done a bit of iRacing and won a few races, and by my understanding of the racing driver etiquette, if you've got a gap that big, you can go for it. There's no reason why not. But the car did turn in alongside it. But there is the official confirmation. Race officials have deemed that the 601 has been given a drive-through penalty for causing collision, and they're going to do it straight away. So Jalvin wants to know, why are there so many Audis in this race? Well, I'll give you a bit of an understanding as to that one, actually, because that is a fairly logical question, because there are so many different types of GT3 race car. What I should point out is that one of the top championships across Asia is the Audi RS Cup. It's one of the top level championships here in Asia, and it is a very competitive form of discipline here. And as Darian Quinn points out, every pro or semi-pro team sold there basically have Audis in one way or another. It's a very popular platform for a GT3 car, and because the Audi Asia Cup is so populous, most of these teams have competed in it in one way or another. They all understand the car. It's a fairly decent workaround car to get the understanding of, so it's very popular and it's fairly decent to run. I love the couple of teams that have gone a different way. Obviously Vipanese with the Mercedes-AMG, which is slightly growing now in terms of its global reach, but the Ferrari, that's the real cat amongst the pigeons here, isn't it? The Ferrari being such a cool car to add into the mix. Jalvin wants to know, isn't it the same chassis as the Lamborghini GT3? It is, of course. Yeah, you're right, because they're both part of the same working group. The Volkswagen Audi group, of course, Lamborghini being part of the VAG, so it does run on the same chassis base. So very good point. I love how there's so many more clued up GT nerds and GT dorks in the chat than I will ever be. You guys are saving the bacon here, I have to say. So the competitors still going. Another interesting question, why is there only one car in the GTC class? Well, it's tending now to be more towards GT3, and that particular car, the 610, the 610 racing team, which has the number 911, that is the GT3 Cup car rather than the GT3R, so it's a slightly different type of Porsche 911. I mean, that's really one for dorks, but the big difference being essentially that the GT3 that the 610 racing team are running in the 911 car, that is the Cup car, so that's the one that would also be eligible to run in the Porsche Carrera Cup, whereas the Porsche 911 GT3R that is run by the sister team of Chen Fangping, Lu Wenlong, Li Zhenyu and Hu Bo, that is the car that's actually full GT3 spec that would race in the GT3 categories, so the GT World Challenge Asia, Asian Le Mans, hopefully one day one or two of these teams will also get on the grid in the Le Mans 24 hours. So that's the difference, there's only one Cup car here, everything else is GT3. There was a big lock-up for the car in front as we were watching the Origin. That was the 610 Racing. We're on board, so let's go quiet and listen in. Oh, big twitch in the S's. Big twitch in the S's there for the 87 Origin car. So easy to lose the car over those curbs. Seen it so many times over the years. It's going to be fascinating to see how the tyre wear gets affected by tripping over those curbs. And don't forget, we've already had a couple of teams in this race within the first hour already getting their second warnings for track limits. They've got to be careful. You don't want to pick up penalties before you even hand over to your sister driver. Great to see your comments and questions coming in. Keep them coming. We've got over 500 viewers on the YouTube stream. Lovely to get your appreciation for GT3 racing. Squatcher Kane wants to know, why is the field so small? Is there any particular reason for that? Yes, I can give you an exact reason for that. A lot of the teams that wanted to come here are actually out in Italy at the moment, training for the Mugello endurance event that's taking place next week. So unfortunate calendar clash, unfortunately. You've got two teams. You've got two events running in collaboration. A lot of them are obviously preparing for a European program as well as an Asian program, and you've got to make a choice. Which one do you go for? Do you go for Sepang or do you go for Mugello? And a lot of teams that would have raced here under normal circumstances are actually out in Mugello. So it's just an unfortunate schedule difficulty. This was the one weekend that Sepang was available for this particular event, so that's the way the calendar has fallen. You can't really help it when there's two events running in close proximity to each other with similar interest, but with GT3 being so popular, we've still got enough to make a decent race of it. Okay, it's not got a plethora of cars, there's not 30, 40 cars on the grid yet, but you've also got to remember as well that with this being Southeast Asia, a lot of people just expect that the whole world resets and restarts after a global pandemic. I should point out, having moved here to Southeast Asia, now living in Thailand for the last 6 months, one thing I have learnt since moving over here is that the recovery after COVID-19 has taken a lot longer in Asia in general, financially and logistically, than it had in Europe. In Europe, it was a fairly fast reset after an 18-month hiatus. We're still in about 2021, 2022 in the reality of working logistics for Europe in Asia. So a lot of the motorsport growth has got to return. It's got to reset and come back to fruition in Southeast Asia. So a lot of the infrastructure, a lot of the teams that had a decent program is having to kind of rebuild itself and kind of reboot, and that takes time, and there's no magical money wand. It's not like video games where you can just reset it and go straight in and it's all as it was before. There are a lot of logistical challenges, a lot of business decisions that got taken as a result of COVID-19 that have obviously now got to be reset and rebuilt. A lot of teams that went under, a lot of operations locally and regionally that kind of fell by the wayside. So these things do take time to rebuild, and you've got to build the event in order to bring people's interest back to it. So while a lot of people would say there's not a lot of point running an event for 10, 11 cars, I disagree. I think you've got to build these events and let people know that people are passionate about putting these events on and bringing the grid back up. You've got to build it, and then people will make it happen again. It's that Field of Dreams line, isn't it? Kevin Costner, that fantastic movie. Build it and they will come. And you've got to admire the promoters here at Top Speed for wanting to build the show and knowing that they're going to have a little grid, but the race, it's going to be good because it's Sepang, it's GT3. The formula and the ingredients are all there. You just need the participants. So put the event on, show that you're dedicated, show that you're passionate about making it happen, and hopefully people will get the idea. And it's a difficult one. It's a chicken and egg situation, isn't it? Do you wait for the grid to be full of 30 cars, or do you put the event on anyway and hope that the cars will come? It's a difficult one. It's very easy for us to think in the terms of a spectator, but not so easy to think about things in the point of view of a promoter. Here's a tricky moment as the Ferrari sweeps past the Mercedes. Well timed. I think the outside of the second apex was better than the inside of the first. So patiently born there, the Ferrari move, which keeps the Harmony Racing Ferrari out in front of the Climax Porsche. The Climax Audi, I should say. They are 12 seconds ahead at the moment. So they've got past the Viper Niza Mercedes, having also lapped the 610 Racing Machine. And of course, the other two cars in the race, the HZO Fortis Audi and the Champion Audi, are 2 laps down, respectfully, because of their little clash earlier on. Phoenix also points out that there is also a 6-hour race taking place in Barcelona this weekend. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? It's a balancing act. But Happy Cat Racing points out that this is a fantastic circuit. It is. It's actually my first time to the Sepang car circuit. I came here 5 years ago for a karting event for the IAME Series Asia, but we were based in the karting circuit, which is round the back of the full car circuit here. And I always made it my intention, one day I will return to Sepang and I will work on the car circuit, and I am ecstatic and delighted to be here. It's such an amazing circuit. When you drive in on the access road, the trees part and you see the landscape of this circuit. And if you're a motor racing fan like me, and have been since the age of 6, it sends a ripple of excitement down your spine. It's such a great backdrop, such an amazing landscape to look out over on this circuit. I love Sepang, always have, and it's a really, really tough situation for it. So there is the battle continuing on between the Be Quick Absolute Audi and the EBM Porsche. Still locked together, these two. Not easy to separate them apart. They've got a fantastic team and a fantastic squad of drivers continuing on. Another good point made from Aidan Levesque is that there's also a 12-hour race in Sebring this weekend, so you've got teams racing in GT cars all over the world. It's not easy to get a full grid together when you've got so many teams from so many places, but it will be a sensational run of it. So we're getting towards the end of the first hour of the 2025 running of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box overlooking the start-finish straight. And it's great to be witnessing this 12 hours. We're on board now with the 61. This is the EBM Porsche. Let's listen in as they chase after the Be Quick Audi. Unfortunately, our timing monitors are not quite keeping up with the onboard cameras. Happy Cat points out that Super GT are testing today too. Trust me, I've got one eye on this and one eye on the testing times in Super GT, because our season gets started again next month out in Japan. I cannot wait. It's one of my favourite forms of motorsport to commentate on. Guaranteed that you're going to have a different winner every time, pretty much. Love that about Super GT. GT racing in Asia is just better. It's just better. I mean, I may be biased living out here and working out here, but it is just better. More entertainment, more drama. Speaking of drama, we've already had some in the first hour. Just to give you a bit of a refresher and a bit of a roundup of how things have gone so far. You'd think in a field of 11 that it would be a fairly straightforward and humdrum first hour. Oh no, it wasn't. Harmony Racing in the Ferrari have managed to pull out to the tune of 13.5 seconds. Plenty of teams have already come a cropper of track limits warning. In fact, the 11 car, the 326 Racing Team car, has already occurred its third track limits warning, would you believe? And we haven't even done 45 minutes of racing yet. But there's been plenty of battles all the way through as the Ferrari gets close to the HZ040's car to lap it for the third time, but only for the first time on the road. Oh no, sorry, that is the second time, I should say. They've done it, but only the first time on the road. So it'll be an interesting one for the time being as it currently goes. But the battles continue to rage. The Vipanese Racing Team trying desperately to shake off the 610. This is a battle that's been brewing for the last 40 minutes or so. So it's been a really close battle between these two cars throughout. And I have a feeling it's still going to be very close proximity as they run tightly knit together here in the 12 Hours of Sepang. In the background, that is the Porsche for the Climax Racing Team. So that's the treble 7 Climax Audi. Sorry, my apologies, not the Porsche. Well, actually, no, that is a Porsche. So I would think that's actually the 610 Racing Porsche that's closing in. So that'll be the 610 Racing that is actually number 610. That's where I got confused. So that is the Chen Fangping, Lu Wenlong, Li Zhonyu and Hu Bo car. That's why it's confusing, because we've got 3 teams in this race that have numbers in their names. We've got the 610 Racing Team that has 2 cars, one that is actually number 610, the other is number 911, appropriately enough, because it's a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And the third team that has a number in the name is the 326 Racing Team. And what is their number? 11. It's not 326 at all, just to confuse me. I think they've done it deliberately just to get the commentator on the back foot. So one 610 car goes past the other. That is the GT3R car going past the GT3 Cup car to put a lap on them. So that's the car running in 3rd position overall of Chen, Lu, Li and Hu. The all-Chinese team have gone through into 3rd position overall, but they're being very careful about not tripping over the Kuang and Mo Mercedes of the Vipanese crew, and they're getting held up. Now that's perfect news for the 610 Racing crew in the 911 car of Wong, Yan, Li and Chin, because that will close them right up. And the Origin Porsche getting close to them as well. So the Porsche gets out of the way of the Origin. The Origin gets through. That's the car of Yuan Ye and Adelie Fong. But the Vipanese car holding up a little bit more. Oh, careful, guys. You do not want to hold these guys up and trip them over. That's a faster car you've got to try and let by. Well, they managed to do so. The Origin gets through. It's a difficult one as well, actually, because you've got to remember as well that the cars here, with the lapped traffic, the onus is on the car being lapped to stay on their racing line. They can't just swerve around and be unpredictable. That could be a move on the inside. Wong, Yan, Li and Chin. So it'll be an interesting one. Jalvin coming to my aid. Why only one commentator for the whole 12 hours? Why do you think most things happen in motorsport that don't make a lot of sense, or should happen that don't? This is where I try and find the emoticon for the sign for the ringgit. It's all money, my friend. It's all money, my friend. So Daniel Moser points out that there are other teams at Mugello for the start of the 24-hour series. Plenty of other cars in operation, but a lot of them not able to run the budget for this particular race. Up on the inside, are we going to get the move from the 911? It's a bit late in the day, they can't really afford that one to go wrong, so they bail out of the move. Well, somebody called Antonio Giovinazzi is watching along. I say somebody called because the chances of it being the real Antonio Giovinazzi are about the same as my chances of going to my bank account and finding that 5 million quid has gone in overnight. But fair play if you are the real Antonio Giovinazzi, you'll have to prove it. But if not, a very cool fanboy nonetheless. 9-11 chases after 65. The 610 Racing Porsche after the Viper Niza Mercedes. They work their way through the S's. One of the toughest sections of the course, this. And in a GT3 car, very tricky, because this is where understeer can be a real car killer. So the battle continues on the way. Charging down to the hairpin. Move on the inside, a little bit of the blinkers on. This is going to be a big dive for the hairpin. Will this finally work? Does indeed. Shut it down on the exit. Nicely done. That is game over for that overtake. And that was an absolute slam dunk. No issues at all there. Lined up the move nicely through the previous two apexes. Kept the car nicely in position. Perfect balance. Good run off the turn. And that's a perfect overtaking manoeuvre. No issues there at all. So the Viper Niza Mercedes drops to P9. That'll update when they come past the timing line again. So the fastest car on the track at the moment is still the Ferrari, consistently lapping about 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. So Jasmine Jafar was telling us that the Ferrari is well dialed in. So a very good manoeuvre from the Ferrari team in the early stages of the race. They're going 2:07 at the moment, while the Climax team are in the 2:09s, as is the 610 Racing Porsche now that it's dealt with the traffic. The Origine Porsche is in the 2:10s, and everybody else is over 2 and a dozen. So this is the battle continuing on between Be Quick Absolute and EBM Porsche. It's pretty much been static like this for a while. Jalvin wants to know a very important question. How much is a GT3 car? Well, it depends on which brand you're going for, of course. Not all of them cost exactly the same. But if you're serious and you're realistic about a racing program, you need to make sure that in the bank account of the race team is anywhere between about 5,500k and maybe a push towards 700k, so it's a pretty expensive business going GT3 racing. But the beauty of having this particular car in your team is that you can take it racing pretty much anywhere you like. You can almost be out racing every week, which is why the TCR was such a good touring car concept. You buy that car and you can go racing in multiple different championships over the year. It's why a lot of teams go GT3 racing, because the problem with having a prototype is that you are limited to which championships you can run in. With a GT3 car, you can literally race everywhere. Here's the chance for EBM. Could get their shot, but the Be Quick Absolute Audi is being ultra defensive, hugging the pit wall. EBM's going to need to make a bold lunge if it wants to make the overtake. Out to the far side, well protected, the Be Quick Audi. Not going to give away any cheap overtakes in this particular stint. Through they go again. An alien wants to know, if I only have $6.2 billion, can I still go racing? Well, it depends, mate. Are they US dollars? Are they Singapore dollars? Are they Australian dollars? Don't get funny with me, mate. Down to the braking zone for the right-hander at the end of the first sector. And still this very tight battle going on between the Be Quick and the EBM. To show you how close the battle is between them, the Be Quick Audi did a 28.0 for that first sector, a 28.2 for the EBM. So it's going to be an interesting one, very tricky. Through they go to the right side. Double apexes on the far side of the course. Be Quick Audi very careful about its racing lines here, just trying to hold the middle of the road until they get to the braking zone, not giving the EBM any invitations at all of the overtake. And these are two very handy race teams. Check out the lineups. Henk Kiks, Eka Shnadi and Sani Stuvik in the Be Quick Audi. Adrian De Silva, Luke Hartog and Dorian Boccolacci in the Porsche. So no slouches in either of these teams. All very handy drivers in their own right. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it all continues to run. JB asks a very sensible question. What's the top speed roughly on this track? Well, you're going to hit it on either of these two straights. You're looking at about, realistically, by the time they come off the turn, you're probably looking at about 250, 260 kilometers an hour at a push So it's obviously going to be quite tricky to reach the top speed. The difficulty on this circuit is the apexes are so tight and so fluid with camber changes in the middle of them that understeer becomes a real problem on this circuit. A lot of the drivers were telling me the tyre wear here in the faster apexes can be legendary. It's really, really tricky to see how it all continues. And the difficulty we've got here essentially with the tyre wear is that it does drop off and depreciate a lot. Now I was talking to a few of the teams on the grid about how long the stints last. They were keeping it very nicely under wraps. That's Harith O, who is there on the right hand side of the screen. He's also a great senior karting racer, competing in the Audi Series Asia at the first round of the championship last month. I actually got to play virtual I got to actually play on the virtual sim with him. We decided to try and take down some zombies in the VR simulator that they have at LYL, and I can tell you that I was absolutely woeful. I'm not going to be killing zombies anytime soon. I'll be the first one to die in that movie. But it was good fun to hang out with Harith O and run with the guys at Malaysia. So the Viper Niza team having their first pit stop, and they've obviously got to make sure they run to the mandatory minimum time, which is why they were waiting. I think the mandatory minimum time is 90 seconds. Makes a lot of sense to me if it's 90 seconds. But certainly there is a minimum pit stop time for competitors as they run through. A 2-minute 5 total for Viper Niza. And a 5 seconds time penalty has been added on to the next pit stop of the number 61 EBM. That's for track limits. So they will get a 5-second time penalty added to the next pit stop. That's very unfortunate for EBM. That almost certainly means that the pressure is off the Be Quick Audi for the interim. So the car that you're looking at, there it is, the confirmation on your screen from Race Control. A 5-second time penalty added to the second car on your screen, the blue and white Porsche from EBM. That's the team that's obviously run by Earl Bamber. Earl Bamber Motorsports, that's what EBM stands for. And they've got a 5-second time penalty added on for track limits, unfortunately, which will be added to their next pit stop. Now, I know what your next question is going to be. You're going to say, if that's Earl Bamber Motorsport, is Earl Bamber in the car? No, he's elsewhere. But he's making sure that the team runs a solid race nonetheless, and he'll be checking in from time to time, of course. Bit of a run wide there from the Be Quick Audi. That'll be an invitation if ever I've seen one for EBM Porsche. They'll be wanting to get back onto it. Jay Bean wants to know, is track limits all 4 wheels off the track? Yes, it is. So essentially, track limits in GT3 racing, as it is taken here, is if you've got 2 wheels over the curb, then that's okay. That's not exceeding track limits. If 4 wheels go over the white line next to the curb, then that is exceeding track limits. And you've got to do it 3 times while gaining an advantage. That's the key. If you back off and you lose time, then that's not gaining track limits. But if you keep your foot in, then you've gained time by running off the track. That's how it works. That's how track limits operates. So it is a bit of a fine line between getting it wrong and getting it right, unfortunately. And it's not easy. So, Signor Giovanazzi wants to know, will I be able to stay awake for almost 12 hours? Well, it wouldn't be my record for a full 12-hour race. Unfortunately, I have quite a bit of experience of commentating for 12-hour races. Admittedly, I've not done many GT 12 hours, but I have done 12 hours of lawnmower racing back in the United Kingdom, and that is really tough. That race goes from 8 p.m. till 8 a.m. So that's a really tricky race to get right. I did sleep very well last night, so I'm hopeful that I will stay awake for 12 hours. And I'm glad that you said almost 12 hours, because of course everybody knows that if you're a commentator for a 12-hour race, you don't commentate for 12 hours, you commentate for 13, because you do the half hour beforehand and the half hour after it. So we actually work longer than the racing cars do. They get breaks in between as well, so I'm hopeful I'm going to get some. But yeah, thank you for being on my side for that. My record for non-stop commentary in motor racing is actually 24 hours. Yes, it has happened. I did the British karting 24 hours back in 2016 as an absolute fool, without taking any breaks, without taking any breathers. I slept for about a week after that, but I will never ever do it again. So King Moon is trackside watching along, and he's saying live from the circuit that Ferrari is killing my eardrums. It's not killing your eardrums, it's just making them slightly wider. It's a beautiful, beautiful car, the Ferrari. And what a fantastic run it's going to be from that machine. There are certain cars that just bring their own orchestra to a racetrack, and the Ferrari is definitely one of them. I would say the Ferrari 296 LN was the car that sounded best until the Aston Martin Valkyrie hypercar showed up. And boy, oh boy, does that car sound amazing. I can tell you from first-hand experience, I was a spectator at the Qatar 12 kilometres a couple of weeks ago, and I stayed for the start in the first 25 minutes trackside purely so that I could enjoy the waft and the roar of that Aston Martin Valkyrie. Very, very cool. Daniel Moses now checking out lawnmower racing for 12 hours. Can't recommend it for your back, he says. Well, no, the drivers have been telling me for years that if you're not fully trained, whether that's sustaining beer guts or, you know, just going boxing for a week in the gym, if you're not fully trained, you can end up in hospital after the first lap. So, yeah, it's pretty physical. Keep deviating. I need to be focusing on GT racing here. Come on, give me a chance. We're almost at the end of the first hour, so that means I get to go and have a walkies down in pit lane very soon indeed. Because we'll want to keep up with the action, but we're getting close to the end of the stints as well. So for the moment at least, it's Ferrari all the way. I was trying to get a little bit of nugget of information out of the teams to find out how far they're going to go into the stint. They're never ever going to tell me. Oh, on the inside, oh! That is the 610 Racing car trying to lap the HZO Fortis. So that was pretty close run thing for the 610 crew. And the HZO Fortis, now I know that the onus has got to be to get out of the way. Has got to be to stick to your racing line and let the car coming through go by, but that was a little bit too close to the book for me for the HZO Fortis team. That very nearly ended in another collision. Now the 610 Racing team gets up alongside. Don't just turn in on me. You can see I'm lapping you. The body language in that 610 Porsche is like, look, just look at what's going on to your right. Oh dear, the body language of the driver in the 610 Racing car was fairly adamant there as he came off the turn. It's like, look, just look to your right, look out the window. You can see that I'm faster than you. You can see that I'm lapping you. Goodness me, bit gusto and a little bit feisty there in the 610 Porsche as it came by on the inside line. That was pretty tight. You just about got away with that one without drama, but there was a little bit of impetus there for the 610 to try and get through. So Suntinga wanting to give a shout out to Dominic Ang in the number 65 Vibanese car. I think they've just changed driver there, so that's the beginning of their stint. So they've been into the pits and obviously dropped to the back of the field as a result of making that pit stop, but the others are going to do the same thing fairly soon indeed. So Aidan Levesque wants to know the question we all want to know the answer to. What's the average stint time for a driver? Your guess is as good as ours on this particular circuit. Last year they were getting about 75 to 80 minutes out of the car. Different conditions this year though, and they haven't had a lot of dry running. So it's still a bit of an exact science to get right, but I think we'll get our answer in about 10 minutes or so as to what the average time for the stint is. Good question is the answer to that one. And up the inside goes the Origin. This time the HZO Fortis is in no doubt at all that he's being lapped, so manages not to trip over the car. So it'll be a really interesting run to continue. So still they crack on. Wondrous Perspectives wants to know what's been your toughest race to cast? Toughest race to cast? It was probably commentating alone for the British Grand Prix 2019 on F1 TV. Never fun commentating on a race like that on your own. You want somebody with you. And I guarantee you, trust me, I didn't go into this race without asking everybody I knew about the possibility of joining me in the commentary box. I contacted my good friend and journalist Sarah Saidin, but as it's still Ramadan, she wasn't going to attend the event, so apologies for interrupting Sarah. I hope all is well. I even contacted Alistair Young and said, Alistair, look, you're a Malaysian, you've driven this circuit many times, You've driven a GT car. Come on, come in the commentary box. But sadly, unfortunately, he is coaching out in Canada at the moment. So I ran out of contacts to drag into the commentary box. So yeah, just me for the 12 hours. Hope you're going to look forward to it. You'll probably all be very sick and tired of the voice by 1:30, but never mind. On we shall crack. There is the Origin Motorsport team, who clearly didn't turn up for their team photo yesterday. So you haven't got a graphic of them in the car. And they are currently chasing down the 610 Racing team. There's a big gap between 4th and 5th because the EBM crew, which has still yet to take their first pit stop, but has a 5-second penalty for track limits exceeding to add to that. Jay Beam points out to us that there's no rain yet. The main forecast is for tomorrow for rain, but this is Sepang, and we have had a lot of rain over the last 2 days, so it could be an interesting one. Oh, actually, I think he was referring to the rain in Australia. Well, I'm going to ask the question about rain here in Sepang, because certainly for the last 2 days, there's been quite a lot of rain. Looking at the forecast for today, though, we are expecting some rain at 2 p.m. There is about a 60% chance, apparently, of rain at 2 p.m. And when it rains at Sepang, it really rains at Sepang. So at least we're going to have rain likely to hit the circuit during the daylight hours rather than the nighttime hours. But as Riz rightfully points out, Sepang weather is unbelievably unpredictable. So Habatku points out, Godspeed to the commentary booth. 4 hours talking is a feat. I can't imagine doing 12 straight. It isn't easy, I'll tell you that for a fact. I did manage to do a 4-hour endurance race last year. It was for the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil. But of course, because I was from my studio in Thailand, and the time difference was something like 10 or 11 hours, the race didn't start for me until after midnight. So you can imagine how many isotonic drinks and how many energy drinks I was going just to stay awake. Nothing to do with how boring the racing was, because it wasn't boring. It was fantastic. It was Porsche Carrera Cup racing for 4 hours. It was always exciting. But when you're commentating at 1 o'clock in the morning and you're on your own and you haven't got a mate to prod you in the side of your shoulder with a drawing pin, it's always hard to stay awake, isn't it? So some tough stuff going on at the moment. Nick Jones asks the question, no blue flags? You're absolutely right. There are no blue flags in GT racing. Certainly not here, they're not as well. Because what tends to happen, you've got to remember, with GT racing is the onus is on the slower car to stay where they are on the racetrack, and the faster car has got to get out of the way and make the move themselves. They come off the racing line. The onus is not on the car in front to move out of the way like it is in Formula One. It's a very different regulation in sports cars, so you don't have blue flags in GT racing. The car in front has to stay on the racing line. What are we going to see a replay of here? This is the highlights of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang so far. So we're obviously at the end of the first hour, so we're going to go through the 1 hour highlights. Great to see the cars looking resplendent on the grid, including the Garfield Harmony Racing Ferrari. And I say Garfield because that's exactly who's on the doors. Great to see all the teams kitted out and geared up, ready for the racing. It's been a very calm and smooth start in general to the race. All the teams very aware of the fact that it's going to be a very tough race to the checkered flag. But we've had a very exciting start. At the launch, the Harmony Ferrari was well clear in front of the Climax Audi. Good competitive start through the field. The car on the move in the background, though, you can see is the Origin Porsche, who shot through from 11th to 7th just before they got to turn 1, diving up the inside of the Viper Niza, and then finishing off the move on the B-Quick Audi by the time they ran around the outside of turn 2. Several cars on the move. There's been a battle going on between EBM and B-Quick for the majority of the race. The Harmony Ferrari's been extending its lead since the start and looking very comfortable. The 610 Racing Porsche has been trying to check out from the Origin throughout. The Climax Audi has been steady in second place. But we had our first proper bit of badinage as the champion Audi made its way through on the inside line of the HZO Fortis. Neither car really figured out what they were doing. They clattered into each other, and the champion Audi was the one that got the drive-through penalty. Both cars with damage, both with a puncture, both limping back to the pits, with bits falling off their respective Audis. Not an easy way to start the race, and certainly now both teams are on the back foot. So now they've got to try and make a recovery, hopefully without hitting anything. A tricky race battle for all the other teams in the mix, though, as the 777 Climax has been trying to keep up with the Ferrari. The first relatively scheduled pit stop has been for the Viper Niza Mercedes, after a little bit of badinage with a 911 Porsche that managed to get their man after a long battle. Ferrari leads the way. Drivers are trying desperately not to trip over the HZO Fortis, but there's a long way still to go. 10 hours and 57 minutes. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box for the remainder of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. I'll be spending some of the time here in the commentary box. I'll be spending some of the time in the pit lane with the roving microphone as well. As soon as I get the command to go downstairs, I'll make sure I can do so. So there is the Garfield Ferrari. I'm swearing by it that this is the first ever lasagna-powered Ferrari. And they're making a pit stop. Oh, how about that for perfect timing? So into the pits comes the 296 LM Ferrari with Garfield on the doors. We'll get a nice close-up of it as we run through. But don't worry, folks, your GT viewing pleasure has been saved by the miracle of lasagna. in comes the Garfield Ferrari, and it looks fantastic, I have to say. So out of the car gets Yazaman Jafar after a fantastic first stint. I'll go and have a word with him in a little while. So it'll be very interesting to see how it all continues on. But into the car after the refueling, I think that's Jason Lowe getting into the car. I could be wrong. It could be Yu Kalyu or Chen Wei-Yan, but it's certainly Jason Jafar getting out of the car. And into the pits on the same lap comes the Climax Audi. So this is going to be a bit of a war between the two in terms of stints, but they've certainly gone as long as they can. So that answers the question for the moment, Aidan Levesque. 65 minutes appears to be the current average, because everybody just comes into the pits. Race car points out it just wouldn't be right if the Garfield wasn't on a Ferrari. Kind of get that one, actually. But you know who's got the best catering in the sport now, don't you? All four cars in the top four come in on exactly the same lap. Not much variation in strategy there. So that tells us all we need to know. 65 minutes is about where the stints are going to be, certainly for the leading cars. So Harbat Q wants to know, are all the cars on the grid in current spec, or are there any older ones too? Now that is a very dorky question. Nothing wrong with asking that question at all. And I can answer to you that there is one Evo 1 Audi R8 LMS GT3, and that is the champion Audi. All the others are Evo 2s, so they are right up to modern spec, but the champion motorsport team have an Evo 1. So well done for asking a particularly nerdy question. I think that's the only one that's a variation from the modern spec. So there is the Origin crew just going toward. They'll be the fourth one to get out of the pits. There goes the Ferrari. Don't forget, of course, that in GT racing in this event, they've got a mandatory pit stop time. Now, interestingly, the Harmony Racing Ferrari was in for a lot longer than its counterparts. They crossed the timing line at the end of the pits, 2 minutes and 11 seconds for the pit stop time. 2 minutes 12, sorry. So actually a fairly lengthy pit stop for the Harmony Racing Ferrari. They were in longer than the minimum mandatory by the look of it. But also in the pits, we've got the three other cars that it's racing with for the victory. So that settles things out quite nicely. And Signor Giovinazzi has clearly figured out, oh, I'm driving the wrong Ferrari these days. I need to get behind the wheel of that Garfield car. I bet you though, within 24 hours, that Garfield Ferrari is going to turn up in both Assetto Corsa and Forza Motorsport. A day later, it'll probably end up on Gran Turismo. And I shall be driving it, probably on all three. Into the pits, the cars have started to come, so everybody pretty much choosing the same lap, which is lap 30. So that tells you about 30 laps of the Sepang circuit then, just after the hour. That's when you're going to get to see some good runs. Daniel Moser and Harpaku helping me out on commentary box by considering a few of the important things. What's the code word for when you need to signal to us you need a restroom break? Harpaku recommends the safe word is banana. It was going to be lasagna, but I'm going to be talking about that Garfield Ferrari for so long. Okay, right, we've got to come up with this then. If I say banana, you know what it is. I like that. That's a better code word than I could ever think of. We'll stick with that. So if ever I say that, you know that I'm definitely in need of a bathroom break. Oh, you guys are amazing. I love this sport. Love this sport so much. So here is the EVM Porsche that has been raging on the back of the Be Quick Audi for the entirety of the race up to this point. Been battling like a third tiger trying to break onto Noah's Ark when it's raining, and not really able to find a way in at the Ark at the moment, so it's been a tricky one. There you go. Just as I talked about the fact that the Garfield Ferrari is going to be on Assetto Corsa soon, Exodia comes up and says, well, I've already started making it. Good lad. That didn't take long. So off into the... Oh, well, the battle really is raging. And now there's not going to be enough room to get through. Oh, talk about nudging the cone on the way out. This battle just got nuclear. Tricky stuff, though, from both cars. The 61 braving the end side of the pit lane exit, and he was braving it like a lion on a roller coaster. Terrific stuff there on the end side of the pit exit. That one's going to be an interesting one. So I wonder if the officials are going to have a look at that, because that was a bit tricky. Let's have another look at it. How close was that? They were side by side on exit, and the Audi is suddenly staring at a cone. Don't hit the cone, don't hit the cone. I whispered it. I didn't hit it, I just whispered it. Goodness me, that was close. So everybody gets away with that one, but I've got a feeling that the team from Be Quick Absolute Audi are going to be very angry about that indeed. They got squeezed out there. The 610 drivers just having a nice little conference in their pit stop. That's in the 911 crew, I do believe. So they've come into the pits. And that's the team handing over. I think that was a little conversation there between Sunny Wong and Yan Chuan, I think. Although they've got a really interesting, fantastic battle at the moment. They've got some really cool drivers there in that particular team. I want to talk about that in some detail, because the crew there, there's some fairly decent drivers in that particular squad, the 610 Porsche. We've got Sunny Wong, who's done a multitude of races. TCR World Tour 2024, has raced in TCR in Asia and the UK, as well as competing in the Spa 500 back in the day. That is a race that I really, really want to come back. Has also competed in the 24 hours at both Dubai and Nürburgring. Peter Lee, who was competing last year in the Lamborghini Trofeo Asia, and it was his first season in racing for 5 years. Prior to that, he competed in Formula Renault Asia and the Blancpain series, when it was called that in the day, of course. Yan Chuan, who raced in the TCR Spa 500 as well back in 2019, and also competed in the TCR World Tour 2 years ago. And the sole lady in the race is in the number 911 car, which is the 610 Racing GT3 Cup. That is Leona Chin, the Malaysian who raced at Macau last year in GT4 and recently became the Sports Icon winner at the Brand Laureate of the Year Awards in Singapore. So good performance. So Aidan Levesque wants to know, do we get a driver update on which driver is currently driving each car in each stint? Hopefully. That's the answer I'm going to give you. I hope so. I'm not sure if there's an actual system in place. It's not quite like in the world of Blancpain, where they don't have their own little transponders and they can switch the dial. I don't know if they have that here or not, but I'm certainly only getting team names rather than driver names at the moment. But if we do get an idea as to who's doing what stint at what time, we'll obviously update you as soon as we can. I'll try and get that information as quickly as possible. If we don't get it, then we'll just basically go for the conglomerate, the triumvirate, and we'll talk about every driver in tow. On board with the Origin Porsche, let's listen in on the throttle. Well, that is a roar. Unfortunately, the signal dropped out while we were getting up to top speed there, so we didn't quite get the roar of the engines the way we should have done. Through they come again. Jack Oldenburg is tuning in all the way from New Jersey. Fair play to you, sir. What a great circuit for you to tune in on. Sepang really is fantastic for racing. 11:27 p.m. apparently in New Jersey, a part of America I've never yet been to. I hope to get the chance one day. Oh, bit of a lunge on the inside as that looks like the Audi slowing. That's the Climax Audi slowing. As up the inside goes the 610 Porsche. So that's the Climax losing second position. He lost 2.5 seconds in one lap. So I don't know whether that's the difference between the caliber of the drivers, but this is a very tricky run for everybody. So I would suspect at the moment then that there is a little bit a difference in the disparity of speed between the two. Yeah, he's losing a lot of pace. He runs wide in the hairpin, and through goes the 610 Porsche. And looking at the lap times in the Climax Audi, yeah, there is a big difference in disparity of the lap times as well. There's a 3 seconds a lap difference there. I'm afraid to say that whoever they've handed the treble 7 Climax Audi to, I'm afraid it's folding like a high school love letter at the moment. So down it goes, 3 seconds a lap slower than the 610 Porsche, which goes into second position. So a good run for the time being. Chen Fanping, Liu Wenlong, Li Zhenyu and Hu Bo move the 610 Racing Porsche into second position ahead of the combination of Li Dongcheng, Li Donghui, Li Hui, Lin Kang and Zhou Luyan, who dropped down to second position, has dropped down from second to third. So Habakyu wants to know, does every class, including GTC, get its own podium? I believe it does. I believe it does. Well, folks, we're going to get ourselves into the interactive part of the broadcast, so I'm going to go quiet for a couple of minutes, but when you hear me again, I'll be down in pit lane. We're going to try and get some of the stories unfolding out of the first hour and a bit of the racing in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. So stick around, grab yourself a quick brew, and when I come back, I'll be on your screens in pit lane mode. So stick around. We're still very much underway, 1 hour 15 minutes into the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang 2025. Back in a bit. And in the pit lane, is that going to be hard work? Are you kidding? It's like playtime. I get to be in the pit lane giving you the updates over the course of the race as well. So what can we tell you about each of the teams? We're going to start at 326 Racing. It's been a fairly decent race for them so far. They've obviously got their spare car to the side just in case anything went wrong. That's actually their donor car, so if anything breaks, they've got a completely spare Audi. They can just take the bit off it and repair it right there at the track. But there's not a lot to do for the team. They've just had their first pit stop, so everybody's okay for the time being. We'll work our way down the pit lane and we'll figure it out team by team as it's all going. And our second stop is going to be at Ferrari. I cannot tell you the noise as these cars fly past the pits. It's glorious. It's like its own proper little cathedral down here on the straight. Life at Ferrari going very well indeed for the 33R Harmony team. They're in the garage at the moment, just taking it nice and easy. The team are out the back doing good work at the moment. Let's see if we've got good work going on. I'm going to see if we can get the drivers who are out the back. So we're going to have to try and work our way through to the back door. Do stay with us. I'm going to try and see if we can get a word with anybody down at the back of the garage. Signal might be a bit tricky, actually, as we work our way through. Oh, everybody's hiding at the moment. I'm not sure. Oh, they're right round the back, are they? Well, hopefully we can... I think they're just taking a little bit of a breather, so we'll come back to them a bit later on in the day, I guess. Well, the perils of being live on air. You can't always get it right, but we can certainly give you an idea as to who's in the car at the moment, because the helmets will tell you who's in the car. Jasmine's not in the car, nor is Jason, nor is Wuchen. So it's Liu Kai-hu, because obviously his helmet's empty, so he's the one who's out on the track at the moment. So that gives us a little bit of an idea as to what's going on. Sorry for blocking your way. I'll get out of the pit lane now. So we'll work our way further down the pits, out of Harmony Racing, and it is perfect harmony at the team at the moment. Out in front, they've got a decent lead. They don't have to worry too much about what's happening with that particular car. We move our way a little further down and we end up at Origin Racing. Now, they've had a fantastic race so far, has to be said. They started dead last and they worked their way through to P4 on the opening lap of the race, and they've been there pretty much throughout. So it's been a fantastic resurgence for them. We've obviously got incredible data that the teams have got. They've got a little bit more data at their disposal, just to give you a little insight into it as well. You've even got various different strategies. They can monitor everybody's strategies as they go, so they got a bit of an idea as to what everybody else is doing through the course of the race. Even I'm not privy to that information, so that's pretty cool stuff from the guys at Origin. They're all relaxing. They've had their first pit stop, so they're all just chilling at the moment. I've got a feeling that a lot of the drivers are just chilling out at the back at the moment. But if there's any major catastrophes, into the pits comes the champion Audi. So right as we go past into position, we've got the champion Audi, and they're going to have a driver change. So hopefully we can get a word with the driver that's just been in the car, who of course I think was also in the car during that little fracas in the first stint. So I think it might have been that particular driver, Smart Say, who's been able to, who will hopefully be able to give us a bit of an indication. It's Roy Tang that gets behind the wheel, the Singaporean now jumping into the Audi. I want to see if we can have a quick word with our driver from the first stint, though, to kind of get his take on what actually happened over the course of the first stint. Is he still around? I saw him literally about 2 seconds ago, and now he's done a disappearing act. He's done a proper Houdini on us, as I wonder if he's trying to stay out of the limelight for this particular moment. It seems to have disappeared. I'm not quite sure where he's gone. He's ending up hiding behind a million stacks of Pirellis. So maybe we won't get that moment just yet, but certainly we'll get to see up close and personal. Let's see if we can get a look in actually at the damage. Look at the repair work that's gone in on this left rear quarter, and now that they're in the pits again, they've got a little bit of a chance to go over it, just to make sure that it's okay, just so they can maintain the spread of it. I've got to be really careful how close I get, obviously, because there's refueling work going on with this particular car as well. And there was an incident a few years ago in my early days as a commentator at Snetterton when there was refueling going on. The car caught fire when I was about this close to it. And rather than run from it, I decided to get the cameraman to come over and film it. So I'm a bit brave, but I'm also a bit stupid in these moments, so I've got to be very careful. Anyway, you can see the team just doing their last little bit of adjustments to get the final wheel on, and they've got to make sure that everything is just so. Otherwise, they're going to send their man out, Roy Tang, with a very tricky to handle car indeed, but fascinating to see how close it gets. Another layer of duct tape goes on. Every GT team needs a good layer of duct tape. That's how you hold everything together. Just make sure that it's done another 2 or 3 rounds on that particular paddle, otherwise the whole thing will fall apart. This is the equivalent of the Craggle on a Lego set. You just got to make sure that it all holds together and doesn't fall apart. So a very nice little bit of work there from the Champion Motorsport team. They just want to get that finished up, but it was Smart Sir who got out of the car. I can't actually see him around anymore. I thought I could try and get a quick look at him. So we'll quickly run around the front of the car so that we can be ready in time for its release out on the circuit. But you can see how tricky it is to get these pit stops done to a good degree. Down on the jacks, and they've got to wait for the mandatory pit stop time to finish off. But there you go. You've just witnessed a complete, as it happens, pit stop in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Oh, that was a bit cool, wasn't it? Right, seeing as how they're being quite busy, and they're obviously going to need to do a little bit of a debrief after that, we're going to look through and see, similarly look at Viper Niza. They've also got at their disposal a couple of donor cars, just in case they need some spare parts. Those are 2 old Mercedes-AMGs there. So in case anything does go wrong, that's actually the Climax team interestingly enough. I wonder if they had a spare car just in case something went wrong on the Audi. But anyway, we're going to go next door into Climax. They were in second position, of course, and now another change of driver has come in, so they've dropped back a little bit. A little bit of communication going on down on the team pit wall, which isn't actually in the pit wall, it's in the team garage. So come and have a look at all of the data they've got to work with. Come and have a look at all this that they've got. And this is where you get into the real nitty-gritty. Check out this little section here in the corner. They've got all sorts of telemetry data they can work with there. They're looking at tire temperature, they're looking at degradation, they're looking at fuel temperatures, oil temperatures, water temperatures. Everything has to be studied to a fine-tooth comb. Fascinating to see just how much detail they go into, with a lot more information at their fingertips. So looking at who we've got in the car at the moment, well, it's hard to tell, but it's certainly the fifth driver that's in the car at the moment for Climax. We'll come back to that in a little while. But a lot of the drivers at this point in the race, they're obviously using this opportunity to try and stay cool. They don't want to be in the garage for too long, because the air temperatures here are already close to 36 degrees Celsius. So if you add to that the conditions of being in a race suit, overalls, you want to get yourself into the hospitality suite and cool down. You don't want to be in the garage for as long as you possibly can. So you've got to try and stay cool. Next door, we go to Viper Racing. This is the all-Malaysian team. We've got a few people here just keeping an eye on things at the moment, but good to see that we've got Douglas Koo off to the side. Lillian's here from Momentum Racing as well. Good to see everybody working hard. I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word actually with Douglas, who's getting ready to get into the car. Oh, you just finished, have you?
Just finished, so I'm chilling out here and waiting for my next turn.
So what was it like in the first hour and 5 minutes or so? Tell us what the circuit was like, what the car was doing.
The car is doing well. Circuit, yeah, there's grip on the circuit, but just the heat in the car, just mad, just really boiling hot.
So the air temperature is already about 36, 37, so add another 20 to that, I guess, is what you've got.
Yes, in the car it is probably like 55, 60, who knows. But yeah, it's hopefully we're going to climb up the board a bit, and it's a long race, so we'll see.
There are a few battles that you were having out on the circuit during that first stint, but it looked a little bit like it was stalemate throughout. It looked like every time you got the benefit, they were able to get the benefit too. It's very tricky to find the advantage to make progress.
Yeah, I think with the M class drivers, we're all about the same. So there's always obviously some overtaking opportunities and then some hesitation. But yeah, I think so far it's been a good clean race. I saw a couple of RG bikes.
For you, it was a clean race,
yeah.
Which is what you want.
Yes, yeah. So hopefully it's a long race. So another 11 hours, 10 and a half hours left. So let's hope for the best.
Good stuff. Good to talk to you, Douglas. Hopefully we'll be seeing you on that podium later.
Cheers. Yeah, thank you.
It'll be a lot cooler on that podium later as well, because it'll be night time by then. So they're looking forward to it. Sorry, I just completely blocked your view. But yeah, good to see the Viper team. They had Lillian from Momentum, who's just been getting to know the team a little bit more closely. And, Momentum obviously in their fantastic charge to try and become the Demon Tweaks of Southeast Asia. Really hopeful for that. They're a great team of people. Right, we're going to continue walking our way down the pit lane. Love the thunder of those cars when they come past. It is absolutely glorious. We're going to work our way into the EBM team. This is Earl Bamba Motorsport, and it's a ghost town. Everybody has decided to go around the back. You can see, look, none of the mechanics are here watching. Everything is behind, and this is what I was telling you about. Because of the hot air temperature, I'm just standing here in the garage, and there's nobody here, but just the feeling of the air temperature, it's so hot, even in this part. The fan is obviously just channeling hot air further around the garage, so no wonder nobody's here. They're out the back, so let's go and have a look in the back section where it's a lot cooler, and you'll see, look, the whole team is actually here. They're not in the main body of the garage, because it's a lot cooler here to be in this particular position. So while we're out the back, I want to see if we can grab a quick word with Dorian Boccolacci and see if he's around somewhere. Oh, Dorian is in the car, so let's talk with Luke instead, actually. Luke, you're here obviously waiting for your stint in the car. What's the progress been like for the team?
Yeah, very good. So we had a strong start of the race. So Adrian did the start. It's a little bit controversial from what the other guys are doing. They're putting the pros in first, just to get a bit of a lead on us. But now Dorian is chasing actually the 33 Ferrari, and if we overtake him and we get a safety car, then basically we're having an advantage. So it's a bit of a strategic game now. but yeah, it's going good for us.
You say it's controversial. Was there sort of an agreement originally that the pros wouldn't go first, or the pros would all go together? What do you mean by that?
Well, if you think of it in regulation-wise, so there's also a bit of an extra additional time in pit lane. So if we have the bronze driver start first, we're getting a free 10 seconds, which is helpful for us, which we basically gained. But despite that, Adrian did a good first stint, so yeah, we're good.
So by doing it this way round, it's obviously going to be yourself and Dorian that makes the progress. Dorian is obviously now settled in the car. What's going to be the key factor in these second and third stints? Are you managing engine temperature? Are you managing oil temperature? What's really the key factor now?
Well, basically how this race is structured, it's really a sprint race because there's no pass around structure. So it's really just pushing as much as possible. I think there's a good track limit system as well installed. So basically per stint it's very important to stay out of track limits. For us, it's now very important to get Adrian's time done. Because especially later in the race, looks like there might be some drizzling, and of course we're also driving into the night. So that will be our key focus. That basically Dorian and I will be driving these difficult circumstances. But yeah, all's looking good.
Two other elements that I think we want to ask about as well. One is obviously tyre degradation because it can get very hot out there and understeer through some of those faster apexes. How are you guys managing though?
Well, that work has already been covered, let's say in the beginning or the preparation days that we had here. So all testing, we managed to find a very good setup. So props to these guys, they did really well. We have a very good car, especially in the end of the stint. It's very good. This track is very renowned for a lot of tire degradation, and we seem to be very good with that. So yeah, we might be not so fast on one lap pace, but definitely in the end we'll get some leap on the guys ahead.
So you guys are very confident that by the time we get to the checkered flag, there could be some silverware.
Confident we are in ourselves, yes, but we cannot rely on that, of course. So of course we have a little bit of luck that needs to be played on our side, and also, I mean, it's hard work. So we're confident, but it's not done yet.
Okay, good to hear from you, Luke. Thanks for your info, and thanks for staying back here as well. It's nice and cool back here.
Thanks to you guys as well. Thanks to the broadcast.
Cheers, Luke. Thank you. Let's make our way back out into the furnace that is the pit lane. We've got somebody coming down pit lane at the moment by the look of it. That is the HZ04 Audi making its way up to the pit lane, so we should be able to see some of that pit stop at least. But yeah, it is very hot indeed out here. I'm not at all surprised that a lot of the teams are hiding out back rather than being in the forecourt of the garage itself. Next door though at 610 Racing, they've got it in stereo because we've got two cars in that particular pit, and I think one of them is actually in the pit lane with a problem by the look of it. Yeah, the 911 car is actually here in the garage with a technical problem. So they've been here for a little bit of time by the look of it, but certainly a difficult run for the team. And they've got some kind of mechanical issue. We want to try and see if we can figure out exactly what the difficulty is with the 911 car, but it's certainly not looking like it's a quick fix. They're having to try and make some kind of adjustments there. I think it's an engine temperature. I wonder if they've been overheating or something's going wrong in the car, but they're certainly trying to keep the engine cool at this point, and they've got the computer plugged in. Maybe it's an electrical system error. Whatever it is, it's certainly costing the team a heck of a lot of time, and it's not going to be very easy for them to try and make a pathway to get back into this race. Over on the other side of the garage, of course, it's perfectly okay for the moment. They've not got many issues, having just got themselves into second position with Chen Fangping, who is in the car at the moment. Oh, so these guys have got the timing screen that I want. They've got the one that tells me who's in the car at any one time, so I need to find that timing screen. So that tells you who's in the car at the moment. We've got Liu Kailiu in the lead, Chen Fangping is in second place from Zhou Lian in the climax. Leo Ye is in the Origin at the moment, with Dorian Boccolacci gaining ground in the EBM Porsche. Then Ekash Nandi in the Be Quick Absolute Audi. Dominic Ang is in the Viper Niza Merc. Then Wu Yifan in the 326 Racing. The HZ04 of Hardy Zaidel has just come into the pits. The champion motorsport Audi of Roy Tang just went out, and obviously we've now got the 610 Racing Porsche that's here in pit lane. And I want to try and figure out what the difficulty is with that car. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is, but I'm going to see if I can grab a word with one of the members of the team. We're having two different races going on here. Second place is going well for the 610, but then the 911's just come into the pits with a problem.
Yeah, we have a small gearbox issue. I think it's just a gear sensor, so we're going to try to override it by setting the gear sensor values on the ECU, so let's see how it goes.
Is that a 10-minute fix or a half-hour fix?
Well, let's see. Let's see. Sometimes it can be difficult, but we'll see.
But the progress you guys are making in the other car to go up to second position, the lap times are really coming up. This is exactly what you guys were hoping for in terms of strategy.
Yeah, exactly. Our AMP drivers are doing a good job, very good job, and we're very happy at the moment. Let's see how it goes at the end.
Fantastic. Thanks for your job. Thanks. So it gives us a bit of an idea then as to live down at 610 Racing. Not easy with one side of the garage going well and the other side having what we now know to be a gear sensor issue. So they're currently still in the process of fixing that at the moment. We'll try and get round and have another look before they make their way out. Very, very noisy down here as the drivers working their way through. The fans who are still religiously addicted to being in the stands, having a good time of it. But as you can see, still work going on with the 911 Porsche in pit lane, very much on the back foot, trying to repair this gear selector issue. Not so easy for them to try and figure out what will happen next now as a result of being sat in the pits for what is likely to be about a quarter of an hour or so. Very tricky position for them to be in now, but they have fired the engine up, so I think they are going to get going again. They don't want to be sat here for too long. I noticed that Leona Chin has got her race suit on, so whether she's going to get into the car or whether has just got out of the car or not, I'm not entirely sure, but certainly Leona Chin is in the garage watching on as they try to make sure that they can get the gear selection right. They've got to run through the gears to make sure that they can change through from first to second. Now, this is quite an important task. They've obviously got the car raised up on the jacks so that the wheel spin is not an issue, but they've got to run through the gear selection to make sure that it's all going to be concurrent, that it's all going to work correctly before they send the car back out again. So a bit of a tricky scenario then for the mechanics to try and get the car back out into the race, but it drops them back. It does take the pressure off a little bit of the drivers in the car because they can only go as far as the car can take them. But this looks like it's going to be a bit of a tricky situation to solve. Not looking like it's going to be a quick fix, unfortunately. So a big difficulty with this particular car. And I really don't want to get in there when they're in the middle of the throng trying to fix it. But from what I can gather, it looks as though they're still trying to kill whatever the electronic sensor is killing the gearbox at this moment, making gear selection a real problem. We're going to leave these guys to it for the time being. I don't want to get in their hair. So we'll work our way further forward down the pit lane over to Absolute Racing. Now, they've got two crews here as well. They've obviously got the Be Quick crew, which we are going to focus in on first. So they're going to make their way to the front of the field if they can continue the kind of progress they're on at the moment. They're currently running in P6. The crew, the mechanics, all giving themselves a bit of a chance to chill at this moment in time. But next door, I'm going to find the guys from HZO Fortis and my good friend Harith O, who not only races Porsches, but also races in karts. And I'm delighted to see my dear friend is with me. Hello, hello, buddy. How are you?
Good.
This is a bit different to mucking about and killing zombies after a great karting race, isn't it?
Different type of event, right?
So, how are things currently going for HZO Fortis?
Yeah, you saw the incident just now. Probably the first 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, but thankfully we managed to recover from that. And the weather is fine, the car is fine. Yeah, so good to go.
So, in terms of trying to make progression now and move forward through the field, it's obviously hampered the team a lot. But does the car have the progress and the pace to keep it going?
Yes, for sure. We're all good to go.
Fantastic. I notice your partner in crime in karting is trying to stay out of harm's way here as well. He's like, come on over, mate. Come on. This is your moment. Get on the cameras. No, he's a bit shy today. He's not in karting mode. So you've obviously got a very busy schedule then with you being in GT paddocks and karting paddocks all year long.
No, just for today. Yeah. My brother's next race will be in Australia, probably next month. I won't be around. I'm going to focus on go-karting instead.
Good for you. Excellent. We'll get to see them again next month. Thanks, buddy. Good to see you. Have a good one. So there we go. It's great to see that there's a huge passion for motor racing of all disciplines up and down the length and breadth of Malaysia. We're getting close to the end of the pit lane. In fact, I think we may have reached the end of the pit lane. Indeed, we have. So the last little thing I wanted to point out to you all, having watched on the screens, was the Bugatti Bolide that did the demo run. We just saw that being packed away before we went on the screen. Keep an eye on that thing, because if that gets a few more racing miles, who knows, we may end up with another manufacturer in the world of the FIA World Endurance Championship. That Bolide really looks and sounds fantastic. But just the cathedral of noise coming through as the drivers come through, particularly at this end of the pit lane when they're up to full speed, up to full burn. I promise you, this is where you want to be, up in those grandstands. The feeling and the atmosphere and the vibe, the noise level is just fantastic. And I'm very grateful to the spectators who decided to come along for this one. They've got full run of the grandstands along the straight here, and of course along the back straight as well. They can go around the back and have a look as well. But you really do get to see these GT3 cars in full chat. Progress at the moment then from pit lane is the Harmony Racing Ferrari going very well out in the front. Progress coming in from the 610 Racing crew. I'll make my way back up to the commentary box to chat with you to continue on. But life is very cool down here in the pits. Well, don't worry, folks. I haven't passed out. I hadn't fallen asleep. I just decided to use that code word we were talking about earlier. And this big banzai manoeuvre from the Origin past the 777 Climax Audi, moving the Origin Porsche up at a second position now, ahead of the 610 Racing crew. They've gone as well. So excellent stuff from the Origin crew as they continue to make the progress. But this car is still the leader. The 33R Harmony Racing Garfield-backed Ferrari. Beautiful race car as it is, and wonderful to see how it all continues here at the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. So still the battle rages, and it will be a fantastic competition for the Ferrari if they can keep this pace up, but there's still quite a few charges to come from a few of the cars out there. The fastest car on the track at the moment, not massively surprising, is actually the EBM Porsche, which is currently being driven by Dorian Boccolacci. He is the fastest driver on track at the moment, clocking regularly in the 2:07.5s. The Be Quick Absolute Audi is going quickly as well, I should point out too, having a very solid race of it. 2:08.0 for them at the moment. So still some good battles on the course. I've now got access, fortunately, to the timing screen that tells me who is in the car at any one point. So I should be able to get that information up once it pops up on my screen. So it's very close quarters racing at the moment still, as the contenders are running in close proximity. But there's a spinner. That is one of the Audis going off there. That's the 777. Big plume of smoke, and that's gone at the S's actually. So a big moment there. So we need to kind of see what happens to start that, because that looked like a very scary moment indeed at that particular point on the course. So we need to get a bit of an idea as to what is actually happening there. A very tricky moment on this particular part of the course. I think we need to get a proper understanding as to what happened there. We should see a replay very soon indeed, hopefully. But that's really cost the Climax Racing team a lot of ground. And there's some smoke coming off one of the Audis down the straight there, as the EBM Porsche is now up into 4th position, trying to lap the Audi in question. It is the number 11 car, that is the 326 Racing Team car, that the 61 EBM Porsche, having worked its way up to 4th place thanks to Dorian Boccolacci, is now trying to make relevant progress on. So I would suspect that we've still got a tough race in hand for EBM. They've got a lot of work to gain, and obviously they're now a lap down. But Boccolacci is still making steady progress, 1 place away from the podium now, having just lapped the 326 Racing Team car. They've also got ahead of the Climax Racing car that just spun off. So we need to see if we can get a replay of that incident, or at least the last part of it. So a bit of a scary moment there for the contenders. I actually want to go back and use my live stream count back. Maybe I can kind of see a little bit more as to what happened out there on the course. It's the beauty of having the live stream at my disposal. I could only really see the aftermath of the incident. There was a spin at the S's there for the 777 Climax. Hopefully we'll get to see what actually happened in replay. So the Harmony Racing Ferrari still leading the way. We're on board now with the 61. This is the EBM car. Dorian Boccolacci at the wheel. Like to try and keep quiet during those onboard pictures, because a lot of what GT racing fans love is the noise of the car at speed. So the EBM is actually lapping faster than the Harmony Ferrari at the moment by about a second a lap, so it looks like it's going to unlap himself at the moment. So we're going to continue as the run works its way forward. It'll be a fascinating run for the contender as he continues forward. Still the battle raging up at the middle end of the podium run. Thanks for your comments during me being on the live stream, considering that Shrek has made several $1 million over the last 20 years. I'll take that. Fairly decent comparison. Just need to make as much money as him now, that'll do fine. So the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari in front of the Origin Porsche, the 610 Racing counterpart in third position. Now the EBM Porsche has worked its way up to fourth place in the capable hands of Dorian Boccolacci. So still the battles rage on here at the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. And the Ferrari, run by 33R Harmony Racing with Garfield on the doors, is having a wonderful time of it out in the lead at this moment in time. Excellent performance so far, and a really good run for the contenders at this point. So still we continue our charge and having a very good time of it at the moment. Only had a couple of cheeky moments through the course of the race. We had a spin a little while ago for the Climax Racing team. Not exactly sure what caused the incident, but we certainly know the aftermath, because the car ended up spinning off the road in the far point of the course. So still the early stages of this race giving us plenty to get intrigued by. There's still a long way to go in this one, and we can start to see that now things are getting a little bit more intriguing and intense at this point. So the drivers going very well at the front end of the field. The man on the move at the moment is Dorian Boccolacci, still lapping similar if not faster times to the EBM Porsche. The Climax team have actually brought the Audi into the pits. So the Audi is coming to the pits for the Climax team. Not entirely sure why that is, but certainly it's going to be an interesting one. As now they are in for what appears to be a scheduled stop. Actually, they're going for a driver change as well. So whatever it is that caused that little spin earlier on, it was clearly on the march to getting a run at a driver change anyway. So still the competitors are getting a lot out of the car as they continue to make steady progress. But the racing will be very tight-lipped through the next hour and a half or so, because the teams are wanting to settle into a bit of a rhythm now. And so everything's still gaining very close in proximity at the moment. But everybody getting very close to the mark as the Climax Racing Audi. Now, who's that getting into the car now in the pit lane? It was Zhou Lian, I think, who was behind the wheel. As we watch the 610 Racing Porsche going by, that is Chen Fang Ping behind the wheel. Doing a very good job at the moment, just keeping it nice and tidy. Still waiting for an appearance from the 610 Racing sister car, the 911 Porsche, that is still in the pits and has been for quite some time with a gearbox sensor issue. So still a very tricky race battle so far. I've now got the live timing screen in front of me that tells me who's in the car at any one point, so Hayden Levesque will be very happy, because I can now tell you who is in each car at the correct time. Thank goodness for that, and that would help me out a lot, of course, as well, for the entirety of the next 10 hours and 7 minutes. The 33R Harmony Ferrari is still leading the way with Liu Gaoliu at the front of the field at the moment. Li leads the way with a fairly sizable gap over the Origin Porsche that started dead last and is now in second place for Liu Ye, who is in second position. And it's an all-Chinese top three with the 610 Porsche running in third place for Chen Fang Ping. Fourth place now is the EBM Porsche, the Australian team, run by Earl Bamber. That's Earl Bamber Motorsport to you and I. The Frenchman Dorian Boccolacci is currently in fourth position, trying to close up on the field, and is obviously trying to gain the lap that's been lost in the previous stint. We're on board with the 610, so let's go quiet and listen in. We don't get much of a chance, unfortunately, to listen the run through. Fifth position at the moment is the Hong Kong driver for P-Quick Absolute, that is Akash Nandi. sorry, the Malaysian, I should say. The team is from Hong Kong. Be Quick Absolute. I got confused by the flags on the timing screen I've got in front of me for a moment. Then it is the Climax racing car. It is now Li Dongsheng who has taken over from the previous driver in that particular car. That was Zhou Liuyan. So the Viper-Niza team getting themselves ready for a stop. That's going to be Dominic Ang getting behind the wheel, and he will hand the car over to Melvin Mo, who I managed to bump into just a short while ago. He said, "I thought you were a karting commentator." I said, "I do cars as well." He said, "Blimey, you're getting everywhere now." He said, "Are you trying to take over Asia?" I went, "That would be a nice idea." He's a lovely man, is Melvin Mo. Got a lot of respect for him. So still the battles rage on in the top 5. In comes the Viper-Niza, so that is Dominic Ang, and no doubt he'll be handing over to Melvin Mo, who has just got himself ready. Douglas Koo we spoke to in the pit garage earlier, having got out of the car. So I do believe it is now Melvin Mo's turn. To the pits, ready for a scheduled stop, and there is Melvin Mo, getting himself ready to hop into the car. So the first thing to do, undo the seat belts. While they're sorting out the seat adjustments, maybe a quick conversation about the car? No, we'll do that one over the radio. I suppose it's easier than shouting your head off over the noise of the engines as they come through. So Melvin Mo gets into the car. Dominic Ang having done a very successful stint there to keep the car very much in contention. They're ahead of the 326 racing team of Wu Yifan, who is currently in 7th place. Li Dongsheng, of course, has taken over the Climax Audi. That's dropped all the way to 8th place now. Azik Zadeh Ol is in 9th position. The Malaysian driver in the HZ04 Fortis by Absolute Audi. And then the Singaporean Roy Tang is currently behind the wheel of the Champion Motorsport Audi that is based out of Hong Kong. We're still waiting to see who will get behind the wheel of the 610 Racing machine, the 610 Porsche Cup car, which is in the pits with a little bit of a problem at the moment. So in the class battles, well, obviously the 33R Harmony is leading class as well as overall, ahead of Origin and EBM, who are now in a podium-paying position in P3 in the Pit R. Now, Viper-Niza Racing, team manager of the car, reports to race control immediately. That's just come up on my screen. So the team manager of car number 65, the car we were just looking at, has been told that they need to go to race control immediately. I wonder what they've done, because something has clearly not gone the right way, unfortunately for them. And you're right, actually, L4Y points out that it's a bit frustrating that the telemetry from the onboard cameras isn't really recording times. It is a shame, because that would give us a little bit more insight into what's going on. I'm not entirely sure what the reason for that is, because it was working yesterday, so don't quite understand why the transponders are not calculating anything. But this is a fabulous little battle we've got on the road at the moment between Liu Kaliu in the race-leading Ferrari and Dorian Boccolacci, who was a lap down in the EBM Porsche, but is either matching them for lap time pace or going quicker than them. And on that lap, they actually did a faster lap time than the leading car. So they were half a second quicker on that lap than the Ferrari. So the EBM Porsche is trying to gain a lap back. And of course, in endurance racing, that's exactly what you're allowed to do. You don't have to worry about the fact that you're a lapped car. You can unlap yourself as long as you've got the pace to do it. There's no blue flags here. You've obviously got to run your own race and figure out how to make the strategy come to you. As there is the Ferrari. Garfield on the side, getting ready for his next little bite of the lasagna. That's what this Ferrari is powered on, of course. Can we just agree that cartoon characters on racing cars are very, very cool indeed? And we've had a very cool range of them over the years, certainly since I've been watching racing cars. I can remember all the way back in 1993 in Formula One when Williams had Sonic the Hedgehog on their car for various races of the season. Then a few years later in Formula One they decided to do it again with Woody Woodpecker. That was a pretty cool design in '99. Obviously Speed Racer, which was a very popular cartoon in both Japan and the United States, has been on various racing cars. There is actually a Mach 5 racing team in Super GT nowadays, which is in the same colour scheme design as the Mach 5, which is the car that Speed Racer competes with in that cartoon series, of which I am a huge fan. Also, very cool to see that there's a lot of Lightning McQueen designs out there now, including in the Australian sports car world. I think they were doing Porsche Carrera Australia yesterday at Albert Park, and there was a Lightning McQueen design. There's also a Lightning McQueen design in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Brazil, I should point out, which gets used frequently and is regularly up at the front end of the field. And now we've got Garfield on the side of a Ferrari. I'm trying to figure out what's going to be next in the great timeline. In Japan, you get quite a lot of anime characters on race cars, though. The clouds are gathering. There is a 60% chance that we'll get rain over the circuit at 2 p.m. So that could be very interesting. But it could be a really interesting scenario from all of the contenders at the moment. There is the Be Quick Audi. Agash Nandi, the Malaysian, behind the wheel of that car at the moment. Just trying to keep the way further forward at the moment. Oh, Green Sammy's made a prediction. He sees Wile E. Coyote on an Acme rocket. That would work. That would absolutely work. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already, to be fair. Cartoon characters on racing cars. Come on, we've got time. We've got a chat box. Make it happen. The Origin Porsche working its way through the left and through the right up towards turn 14. Some good moves all the way through, but the Origin Porsche has made more moves than many. Oh, there's a drive-through penalty for the 610 Porsche. That's for too short a pit stop time. And looking at their pit stop time, the last one was a 1 minute 57. So I think the minimum for pros might be 2 minutes. I'm not sure, but certainly a shorter pit stop time for the 610 Racing crew. They've been given a penalty. So I would suspect it's a very tricky situation for them. And I know Toyota Man, yes, I know it's called anime, but it's also a form of animation, so that's why it comes up as cartoons in my book. But there have been plenty of great animes over the years to do with racing and cars, of course. I've been a massive fan of the likes of Initial D, and of course its counterpart after that, the fantastic counterpart MF Ghost. I was a big fan of that, still have that one, and was a huge fan of Capita back in the day. I was very surprised that there haven't been many liveries to pop up in the world of GT racing and single-seaters with Capita-inspired liveries, although I do notice that quite a few drivers out in this part of the world do have Capita Taira helmet designs, which are very similar, so that was pretty cool. And most recently, of course, the Japanese have given us both the most recent animes for motorsport, Overtake, which was very, very impressive. Great animation and great story work in the world of Japanese F4. And most recently, of course, they've given us High Speed Étoile, which is based around the world of Super Formula 50 years into the future. So all very cool and very inspiring stuff. And if you're an anime fan and you love all the likes of Initial D and Capita and MF Ghost, there's a lot of great content out there. Worth getting your subscriptions in for the relevant anime channels. Some proper cool motorsport content out there. And I have a feeling that they're all going to be better than the F1 Brad Pitt movie. Just saying. On board we rode then with the Porsche 911 GT3R of the 610 Racing team, Chen Fangping, the team that is currently leading the GT3 AM category. They are running in third position. And they've just taken their drive-through penalty, I do believe, for the extended pit stop time. So they still emerge in third position, but they're now only 8 seconds ahead of Dorian Boccolacci in the EBM Porsche. So expect that third position to continue on, and that battle to get really intense, because Dorian Boccolacci's lap times are seriously quick. He's just been clocking a consistent string of 2 minute 7s at the moment, looking very strong indeed. So let's look back over the last 2 hours of racing at the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. We've gone into the second hour, and at the end of the first hour we got the waft of pit stops from the crews in the top 4. Jassim Jafar handing over the Ferrari to Liu Kai-Liu. Some good conversation between teams and drivers as they get themselves ready for another crack at racing. The drivers head out. We had a nice little drag race down the pit lane between the Be Quick Audi and the EBM Porsche, with a little whisper of a traffic cone on the way out of the pits. Fortunately, no major contact on the way out as well. That's great racing all the way through. Then we had the changeover at the 777 Climax Racing Team car, and sadly their pace has fallen off quite dramatically with the car in the hands of Li Dongsheng. Gear sensor problems for the 911, the 610 Racing Porsche in the GT3 Cup category. So I'm afraid the sole GT Cup runner is now in the pit lane, still with those gearbox sensor issues. Some good battles on the track between Audis, trying desperately not to hit each other would be good, especially considering that they're technically in the same racing team. Origin making steady progress to move up into second position now in front of EBM. There was a big spin for climax just before the end of the second hour as the treble 7 of the driver Zhou Luyan decided to get it a little bit feisty. He's now handed the car over in subsequent minutes to his teammate Li Dongsheng, but it's the Ferrari for Harmony Racing that still leads the way with Liu Gaoliu in the car at the moment. So the Harmony Racing Ferrari still going very strong indeed. And it's great to see the Ferrari looking in fine stead at the moment, although currently being hustled by Dorian Boccolacci, who is trying to get the EBM car up the order, has already managed to get ahead of the 610 Racing Porsche to get into third position, did that completely under the radar, and is now trying to get under the same lap as the 33R Harmony Ferrari and the Origin Porsche. And there's the Viper Niza Mercedes just in front of them. So the gap currently between the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari and the Origin Porsche is 1 minute and 28 seconds. So 88 seconds now between the top 4 cars. It's just gone 20 past midnight here, 20 past midday, sorry, I'm on the wrong time zone. 20 past midday is what I meant to say here at the 12 Hours of Sepang. It's not quite night time yet, but then we are going to go racing into the night here. We started racing at 10:15 and it's just gone the second hour, so we're now into hour number 3. And look at how close Dorian Boccolacci has got to Liu Gaoliu, who is the race leader in the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Garfield is currently being hunted down by the Audi in the pack, as it were. Dorian Boccolacci, on board we go with him. Porsche reels in Ferrari. It's the age-old rivalry. Still, they run in close proximity. Hopeful of a really strong effort out on the course, and they're still going strong with it at the moment. Isn't going to be too long, I don't think, until there's a switch up of positions. So still, they have a very close race to run here. Very tight battle out on the course. Still not easy to see when Dorian Boccolacci is going to make his move on the Ferrari. You do get the sense that he's not going to wait around behind it. Here they come. Up on the far side of the course, Dorian Boccolacci looking to try and get the move into the hairpin at the end of the lap, I would have thought, based on the sort of body language of the Ferrari and continuing to make steady progress. So still a lot of good work to do. But this is where Dorian Boccolacci is just getting started really now. And so the battle is going to really kick-start for the team once they manage to get in front of the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Just got to wait for that moment to crop up. Looking in the background, there's a lot of space back to the battling cars behind, and that's why we're hanging back, because there is a battle going on. That's the Be Quick Absolute car being hustled at the moment by the, I think that's the 610 car. These two are battling for position. So the Be Quick Absolute Audi's managed to get into 4th position here. That is Akash Nandi getting through on the inside of Chen Fangqing. So, sorry, Chen Fangping, I should say. So managing to get through up into 4th position. So the Be Quick Absolute Audi now moves its way into 4th place in front of the 610 Porsche of Chen Fangping from China. So Akash Nandi giving the Malaysian home fans here something to cheer about as he puts himself into 4th position. Steady start at the moment. I've just been reminded actually of who it was that races in Lightning McQueen colours in Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil. Somebody's just messaged me to remind me that it was Alcifel Benito. He wears the number 95 helmet and he wears the paint job in Porsche Cup Brazil as well. Thanks for reminding me. And of course there's the Good Smile Racing team in Super GT, as Jackson Lambros pointed out to me. The Good Smile Racing team in Super GT, they obviously race with anime cars on the field as well. But a fantastic race continuing on here as Dorian Boccolacci still hustles the Ferrari. Has not quite been close enough yet to slam dunk on the inside line and make the overtake. But certainly a very, very good start to proceedings then for the EBM team as they've made steady progress now with Dorian Boccolacci at the wheel. But Dorian's got to be careful. He doesn't want to push the car too hard here in the process of moving the way forward to get up into a podium-paying position. There's still a lot of work to do, and you've got to be very careful how you continue running it. So the battles still rage, and it's still a very close proximity afternoon of motorsport at the moment here. We're going to be going all the way through till 10:15 p.m. and into the pits comes the Ferrari. Right, so that is obviously the end of the stint then for Liu Gaoliu. He's got a fantastic run, 90 seconds clear of the next car as through and now on the lead lap goes Dorian Boccolacci in the EBM Porsche. Great to have your company on the live stream if you're watching. I love the fact that Green Sammy is still catching up on the wacky races. No spoilers, but I know which team wins the whole championship. Somebody decided to go into the nitty-gritty of getting the results of every single wacky race from the original series and then grading it as if it was a Formula 1 race for championship points. So we now know who the greatest wacky racers were. Does anybody want to guess? I tell you what, whoever gets it first gets a massive high five from me. Air five, it has to be. What else can you give somebody over YouTube? Getting ready for a driver change then at Ferrari with the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari, complete with Garfield on the doors and on the front bonnet as well. Their teamwear and the design of the team on the back of the garage at the end of the pit lane is absolutely stunning, with Garfield looking more aggressive than I've ever seen him. It's almost as if he's gone 3 days without a lasagna. He's looking pretty racy at the moment on the side of that car. So through goes the Origin Porsche. That car is currently being driven by Leo Ye. I love that everybody's gone straight for Penelope pit stop. She did well, but she didn't win the whole championship, I'm afraid. The things you talk about during a 12-hour race, I don't know, as into the pits comes the Origin Porsche, but also lighting up the tyres on the way in and getting on the grass coming into the pits. Goodness me, he nearly did a Lewis Hamilton there. Last thing you want to do is go off the road on the pit lane entry and get beached. So a very tricky moment then for the Origin Porsche, but a very close run moment as Leo Ye really finds the limit of the car, and out goes the Ferrari in the same breath. So Leo Ye gets out of the car. Who's that getting in? I think that might be Adelie Fong getting behind the wheel. If it's not Adelie Fong, then it's definitely going to be Yuan Bo. But out onto the circuit again goes the Ferrari, having made its pit stop on bang on lap 60. So essentially all of the cars are going to do 30 laps at the front end. In comes the EBM as well at the end of their 60th lap. So Dorian Boccolacci comes into the pits having got the car up as high as P3. Is there going to be a driver change there as well? Yes, there is. So that is going to be Luke Hartog getting in the seat of that car as Jason Lowe takes over the 33R Harmony Ferrari. So the Malaysian flag up at the top spot. I love the fact that Rickster's gone and researched it and has said, I did not expect it to be who actually won. No, neither did I. But good for you, you won't spoil it. No spoilers. Clearly you've been watching Doctor Who. Good lad. The scoop on the tyre situation for the teams, says Frank de Tank. What's the scoop? Well, the tyre management's actually been better than a lot of the teams expected it to be. So actually the tyre life seems to be pretty good. The consistency of lap times. They did a lot of work over the last 2 days in terms of getting the setup just right to get the most out of the tyres. So they've actually done pretty good for the time being. There's no major concerns on that front. And they can be very calm and very happy about the way that tyre degradation has been handled. There's not been as much oversteer or understeer on the various corners as was originally feared. So actually tyre life has been better than first expected. Out onto the circuit again goes the Origin. We've had other cars come into the pits as well from Beatwick and from 610. So everybody completing 60 laps of racing. So 30 laps per stint. There you go. That's as regular as clockwork, isn't it, Aidan Levesque? 30 laps per stint. That's what you're going to get, because that's what we've had twice now. So everybody just trying to keep it at that level. There's the champion motorsport Audi being driven by the Singaporean Roy Tang. And he's currently being hunted down by, I think that's the Climax Audi of Li Dongsheng. So Li Dongsheng in the mix there, just trying to keep close to it. We've also got the 326 racing team in that mix. That is the car that's currently being driven by Wu Yifan. So the Climax Racing Audi trying to now get on terms with the 6th position team, 326 Racing. There's not much in between them, 0.6 of a second when they came through. And the champion Audi of Roy Tang is just trying to stay with them at the moment. So still the battles rage on. I'm delighted to say that it's 12:30 in the afternoon, and my crew representative has come and brought me refreshments. That's one of the things about a 12-hour race. You don't get a lunch break. You just got to keep going. But I'm going to need several codes now. I don't just have that particular code we mentioned earlier. I'm not going to use it because I don't need it at the moment. But certainly I'm getting more deliveries through the course of the day. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. Got to keep refreshed. I've got to keep refueled as well. Couldn't you have talked to 33R Harmony and ordered some lasagna? That would have been better. Into the pits comes the Audi of the 326 racing team. And also in behind, the Climax racing team has decided to venture on and go for another lap. The Viper Niza racing team is likely to be coming in at the end of this lap as well, of course. And Nick Jones, I think, was right. It does look to me as though Sandy Stuvik has got behind the wheel of the Be Quick Absolute Audi. Just leaving the pits now, so we'll find that out very shortly indeed. And they come through with the change to the driver. Still a lot of work going on at the 911 610 Racing Porsche. That car has been in the garage for nearly an hour. Very sad indeed to see them have such a difficult start to proceedings. Not what they needed at all, and I really feel for the squad. So D1-134 points out on YouTube, definitely a thunderstorm this evening. Right, I'm going to run to the bookies now and put some money on it. If it doesn't happen, I'm blaming you. On board with the Origin Porsche, and it is indeed Alali Fong who's got behind the wheel of that car now. Demin 427 Racing has just got off work. What did I miss, he says? Well, a few different things here and there. We're about 2 hours and 15 minutes into the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Jake Sanson with you in the commentary box. So let's do a quick refresher for the purposes of those who have just joined us, and for Devin, who's just got off work. In the first hour, the 33R Harmony Racing Porsche, the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari, that is the one with the Garfield on the sticker, continued on his way. Looks like these guys have just been down to Momentum to get some new shoes. Good for them. They might need them if they keep melting the way that they've been doing over the week. It's very high degrees of temperature here, 36, 37 degrees air temperature here at Sepang. So obviously understeer and tyre degradation are very much the premium concerns in terms of strategy. We've had some battles over the course of the racing. The two Audis came together early on in the race, the HZO Fortis and Champion Motorsport team cars. Both picked up punctures. One got a drive-through penalty for causing the incident, namely the number 601, the Champion Motorsport Audi. What else can we talk about? Well, the Origin Porsche that you're looking at, the green and white machine that used to be known as R&B Racing, is now known as Origin Motorsport. That started dead last and made its way through to 4th position on lap 1, would you believe? And they've been steadily working their way further forward. They now put a lap on the HZO Fortis Audi, and that keeps them in 2nd position, about a minute and a half behind the Ferrari out in front that was just driven by the first two drivers in the stints, namely Jasmine Jafar and Liu Kaliu. Now it's Jason Lowe who's behind the wheel of the Ferrari, and they are 90 seconds, well, 81 seconds I should say, 1 minute 21 seconds ahead of that Origin Porsche. In terms of the lap times though, the Origin Porsche is going about 4 seconds a lap faster than the Ferrari. Now, if we try and do the math quickly, these stints have been 30 laps consistently, so they're going to make up 4 seconds every lap for 30 laps. So if we do the math on that, I'm trying to figure out how many seconds they're going to make up. Let's say, for example, that they're going to make up 4 seconds per lap for the next 28 laps. Then that's going to put them 10 seconds behind the Ferrari by the end of this stint. So if they can keep this going, it's going to be working hard. Kritanai Platong wants to know who's driving in the Be Quick now. as predicted earlier on by Nick Jones, it is indeed the Thai driver, Sandy Stuvik. So Sandy Stuvik is now behind the wheel of the Be Quick Absolute Audi, chasing down the Dutchman Luc Hartog, who has taken over in the EBM Porsche, and Liu Wenlong has taken over at the 610 Racing Porsche. Got to keep fit if you're going to change tyres. Got to keep fit if you're going to get behind the wheel as well. That is Philip Wang, who's getting himself ready to get behind the wheel of his car. Oh, sorry, Philip Tang, I should say, not Philip Wang, my apologies. So Philip Tang in the champion Audi. Looks like he's getting ready to take over from Roy Tang. Zhu Zheyu has just got in behind the wheel of the 326 Racing Team car as well. The 610 Racing Team hit gearbox sensor trouble about an hour or so ago, and they are still in the pit lane trying to repair that, unfortunately. So it's a pretty tricky race of it. Hello to Ethan Cito. Good to have your company, sir. You could be racing in a car like this very soon indeed, sir. Ethan Cito currently, of course, racing in the 7 Racing Team in Miami Series X30 Asia. They used to have a race last year on the circuit that's just behind this circuit. So very common to hear Ethan Cito at Sepang. But of course, this year they're racing at the brand new circuit at LYL International, which is about 35 kilometres away from the circuit of Sepang. The Pirelli technicians going to work to make sure that all the teams are prepared with their brand new tyres. I love the way that the camera crew decided to train in on this. You never normally get to see the Pirelli technicians at work. Fascinated to see them there on the sort of the travelator as they make the adjustments to get the tyres and wheels ready. Great work from Pirelli, the official tyre suppliers of this race, and great to see them at work. So the battles continue on, and we'll talk you through who is behind the wheel of each car in turn. Just to give you an idea of how things are going, we've got Jason Lowe currently behind the wheel of the Ferrari, winner of the 2024 Shanghai 8 Hours. 3-time podium finisher in the Lamborghini Trofeo Asia as well, but he's going to have a very feisty Be Quick Asia driver right on his tail. That is the car of Sandy Stuvik. Very talented driver, Sandy Stuvik, returning to racing after a sabbatical year, won the Euro Formula Open Championship title back in 2014, was Formula Renault Asia champion 4 years before that, raced in GP3. I remember commentating on him during his GP3 series days on Eurosport a decade ago. Still a very fast driver, and to prove the point, he unlaps himself from the Ferrari. So Sandy Stuvik now goes on to the same racing lap as the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Looking at the lap times of the 33R Harmony Ferrari, they're currently in the 2:12s at the moment. They are the slowest car in the top 5. They're consistently running 2-minute 12s. The Origin Porsche doing 2:07s. The 610 Porsche 2:08s. EBM Porsche is the fastest of all at the moment, 2:06.8. And then the Be Quick Absolute Audi of Sandy Stuvik doing a 2:07 at the moment. So this is definitely going to be a race of charging after your opponent. So Adderley Fong is currently going, oh my goodness, he's just done a 2:07.4 compared to Jason Lowe on a 2:12.1. So he's just gained 5 seconds nearly in one lap. So let's say this is lap 64. Let's say he makes 5 seconds up again for the next 25 laps. Because the gap is currently at 1:13. That means he's going to make up 125 seconds. So that's 2 minutes. So there's a good chance if he can keep that kind of pace up, then eventually Adderley Fong is going to catch and pass Jason Lowe before the end of this stint. So Lowe needs to pick up the speed here, otherwise the Ferrari is not going to stay in the lead for long. In fact, looking at the lap times from the 610 Racing Team as well, there's a genuine chance that the Ferrari may not be able to hold on to second by the end of the stint as well. They've got to really work hard to keep ahead of the Origin Porsche. But Adderley Fong is a very talented racing driver to have behind the wheel of that Porsche. Don't forget, running in second position, he is an ex-Formula 1 test driver with the Sauber F1 team back in 2014 and 2015. Very talented driver indeed for Hong Kong as well. He also represented Team China in the A1 Grand Prix World Cup of Motorsports, so he's had so much experience in racing cars. So still the battles will continue all the way through. Ethan Sito says, see you soon at Miami. Yes, indeed. The next round of our championship is actually taking place next month, down the road from here at the LYL International Circuit on my birthday weekend. I can't think of anything better. Commentating on motorsport in Malaysia. That'll do nicely, thank you. That's 1 month from now. I'll look forward to that. So the Origin Motorsport team are now 1:07 back from the 33-hour Harmony. They've made another 5.3 seconds in that one lap alone. So the Origin Porsche in second position, the number 87, is absolutely flying at the moment. It's not even the fastest car on the circuit, would you believe? That is Luke Hartog in the EBM Porsche. So the EBM Porsche is currently lapping 2:06 at the moment. We managed to catch up with him briefly during the pit lane walk I did a little earlier on. We're going to wait a little bit until our next pit walk, because we obviously need to let the race unfold for a little bit first. But still very tight racing here at Sepang, as the gap is just going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. The gap was as high as 90 seconds at one point, but now the Harmony Ferrari is 1:07 clear of the Origin Porsche, but the gap is coming down big time as the Origin Porsche takes 5 seconds per lap out of the Ferrari's lead. And a nice little battle going on track here. This is the Climax Racing Audi running in front of the champion Audi, which is making good progress now. It's Roy Tang behind the wheel for a double stint by the look of it. So Roy Tang is actually, oh no, Roy Tang took over the car during our pit walk a short while ago, so actually no, it won't be that long until Roy Tang comes into the pits. So Roy Tang's going to come into the pits and he will hand the car over to Philip Tang. So the Champion Motorsport team continuing on after the progress that they have had to try and make since their drive-through penalty. And they're going long, so you can see that they're going to go long. They're going to turn the car into pit road. There they go. So that is Roy Tang coming into the pits, and he will change the car over to Philip Tang in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo. So on a weekend where Ferrari is getting to see Lewis Hamilton in red for the first time, you're also getting to see Garfield in a Ferrari for the first time. As out in front, the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari is running beautifully out in front. However, the lap times are dropping dramatically, and the gap has come down to 1:04.9. A bit of a pickup of pace though for Jason Lowe, because he's now managed to do a 2:10.8. That's only 3 seconds a lap slower than the Origin Porsche, so he's gained a couple of seconds per lap. But yeah, it's a bit tricky for race fans today. Who do you want to see more in a Ferrari making their debut? Lewis Hamilton or Garfield? Very unusual choice, and nobody thought they were going to get that on the same weekend. Of course, the beauty of today's race is that you get to see all of the racing conclude with a checkered flag, and then you get to watch Lewis behind the wheel of the Ferrari F1 car tomorrow as well, so you don't get to miss either debut. So Roy Tang out, Philip Tang in, and the Pop Black Capital Champion Motorsport Audi will venture its way back out onto the circuit again. And no doubt it will continue to do very well indeed. So out onto the circuit again will go the Champion Motorsport Audi. Pit stop time under investigation at 6:10 Racing. They do not need another headache. Liu Wenlong, having got behind the wheel of that car, they do not need another shot in the arm, do they? They've already had a bit of a rough ride of it. As we watch Haziq Zadal-O getting out of the way of the 6:10 Racing Porsche of Liu Wenlong. So Liu Wenlong gets through, but it looks as though they're under investigation for an incorrect amount of seconds in the pit stop. Now, looking at their time, oh yeah, it does look different, doesn't it? Because looking at the other pit stop times, everybody's gone over 2 minutes, or 1:56 in the case of the 7-7 Climax. It's looking to me as though the 6:10 Racing have done a stop on our timing screen of 1:12. Now, that is not legal if that's the case. I wonder if it's had a bit of a hiccup in terms of its timing screen transponding. I don't know whether that was meant to be 2:12 or whether it's 1:12, but it's certainly under investigation. They're going to go and have a look at it. So into the pits has come the 326 racing team car. That's driven by Zhu Zheyu up to that point. So let's see if they can continue to move the way further forward. Driver change, of course. Now, I'm not quite sure why there's a little bit of delayed duration of getting wheels and tyres on the car. Ah, there's a problem, that's why. So we're going to have to take the bonnet up and have a bit of an investigation as to what's going on under the hood. But it's only a quick one, to be fair. Well, we appear to be having a bit more of a mother's meeting than we were having a pit stop there. Not entirely sure what the conversation was about, but certainly there was a little bit too long a debate going on there. We've only got 3 wheels on the car at the moment. No, we've got 2 wheels on the car. So all sorts of problems. And the 610 Racing team manager now needs to report to race control to explain why their pit stop time said 1 minute 12 seconds. And if they can't answer justifying enough, they'll get a drive-through penalty for that. Out of the hairpin then goes the treble 7 Climax Audi, being pursued by its champion motorsport counterpart on his outlap, and it is indeed Philip Tang behind the wheel of that car. Well, our weather bods are informing us that in Chinese Taipei at the moment it is raining. Why is that significant? Because that's the way the wind is blowing. It's coming from the Chinese Taipei region. That's where the rainstorm is coming. So it's not going to be with us yet, but give it another hour and a quarter and the rain may hit us. There's a 60% chance that there's going to be rain in the region, and it will come from Chinese Taipei. So good to get a bit of a weather forecast there from DDFGG. That kind of weather is going to be hitting our circuit if it carries on in the same trajectory. It's unpredictable here, so you never know which way the weather's really going to go. But there is the Origin Motorsport team on a mission at the moment to try and move forward. Adley Fong is chasing down Jason Lowe on lap times of 2 minute 8.5 consistently, whereas Jason Lowe is anywhere between 2:10 and 2:12. Losing a lot of pace as now Adley Fong gets through on the inside of the champion Audi. The gap has come down to 59 seconds, so it's less than a minute now, as Adley Fong in the Origin Porsche, formerly known as R&B Racing, but the lime green and white Porsche 911 of the Origin Motorsport team in the capable hands of the superstar Adley Fong is bearing down on the Garfield Ferrari up front. Still a lot of debate over what's really going on with the number 11 car. That's the 326 Racing Team Audi. All sorts of problems. This may end up going in the garage, you know. I noticed though that the 610 Racing team are finally back out on the circuit again with their driver Peter Lee now in the car. So Peter Lee has been able to get the 610 Racing car back out onto the circuit. They spent 47 minutes in pit lane in total. So very unfortunate with their gearbox sensor issue. But certainly this Ferrari, driven by Jason Lowe, not looking quite so confident in the lead of the race anymore. They lost 2 seconds on the last lap to Adley Fong, and that was only because Adley Fong had traffic to deal with on that last lap. Darian Quinn being a little bit nostalgic, as I was when I heard the team name as well. He says, hearing Champion Audi reminds me of the champion team that ran the R8s in the early years of ALMS. And didn't they have a better colour scheme than the Works team? They did. They absolutely did. So David Something kind of jokingly wants to know who's leading the GTC class. Well, the GTC class has been rather quiet for the last 50 minutes, but it is now back on again with Peter Lee behind the wheel of the 610 Racing car. And as I suspected, that is the 326 Racing team now putting the Audi into the garage thank goodness they've got a donor car alongside that they can strip for parts if they need to. It's always rather tragic, isn't it? It's a bit like a scene out of one of the original Railway series stories when a naughty engine gets its parts stripped to go and repair other engines. Yes, I'm still a child, who cares? Moving forward, we've got the 911 car back out. There he is, Peter Li. Li Jingong for Chinese fans. Still doing a fantastic run as he continues on the way forward. And there is a no further investigation for the 610 Racing Team pit stop time, so clearly that was an error on the timing rather than an illegal pit stop. Good to know. I certainly thought it was a legal pit stop because they resumed in pretty much the same position they were in during the last phase. I think we would have known if they'd have mysteriously gained a minute out of thin air, because they would be on the tail of the 33R Harmony Ferrari, and they're clearly not. So they just needed to verify what was coming up on the screen as incorrect, and that's exactly what it was. Big punch of power that comes out of these Porsche cars. It's one of my favourite cars to drive in the esports world. I've been driven around in one before. I've never driven one, but certainly been driven around in one of these cars. I've also been driven around in the GT2 version of this car by Karim El Azari around the Dubai Autodrome several years ago, and I will never ever forget it. Such a great punch from these cars. They are so good to drive, so nice to plant when you've got the apex of a corner absolutely spot on, just as Peter Li has done through the S's there. But it's a team of frustration now because they're several laps down the order. They're obviously only racing themselves anyway. They're not really competing against anybody in the same class. But it's still frustrating when you spend 47 minutes of a 12-hour race in the pit lane. So just to keep an eye on things, it's not just the Origin Porsche that's closing up on the Ferrari. We've also got the EBM Porsche and the Be-Quick Audi on the move. Third position at the moment is the 610 Racing Porsche of Liu Wenlong. He's doing 2-minute 10s consistently, about the same sort of pace as Jason Lowe, in the Ferrari. But then we've also got Loic Heutog in the EBM Porsche, who's consistently lapping in the 2-minute 7s. That's even a lap quicker than second a lap quicker than the Origin Porsche is going. And faster than all of them at the moment is Sandy Stuvik in the Be-Quick Audi. He's just done a 2:07.4, so very quick indeed. And with Peter Li now behind the wheel of the 610 Racing Porsche that we are watching, they've just set their personal fastest lap of the race, which is a 2-minute 11.554. So that's their best lap that they have set so far. They're obviously going to be a couple of seconds off the pace of everybody else because they're not in a GT3 Evo car, they're in a GT3 Cup car. But still, there is the run as the EBM Porsche continues on its way with Loic Heutog, the Dutchman, making up steady progress. Very fast driver, of course, Loic Heutog, one of the 3 members of the team in this particular car. Porsche Benelux champion from 2020, third in the Dubai 24 Hours earlier this year, and competed in last year's Spa 24 Hours for the Rutronic Porsche team. So very much a tough competitor for the future, Loic Heutog. The 22-year-old from Hoogmade, definitely starting to make some progress for the EBM Porsche team. As into the pits comes the HZO Fortis Audi, I do believe. So that's the Malaysian family car, the Zyrolo team, who is sharing that car, of course, with Aaron Lim, who is making a sort of a full-time return tint to sports car racing with this gorgeous Audi. Managed to catch up with him on the starting grid prior to the race. It was good to see him back behind the wheel, and it's Hazik Zayrel-O who brings the car into the pits. So they will continue racing, and there is Aaron Lim coming out to change over for him. Fuel goes in, driver comes out, seat flies over the top of the Audi. I want to see that again. That was a brilliant shot. That man needs to do shot put in the Olympic Games. That was a very good shot. So very nicely handled there by Aaron Lim, who gets himself aboard the HZO Fortis Racing by Absolute Audi, and shows just what a great right arm he's got. Somebody should sign him up to play cricket for his country. Do they have much cricket in Malaysia? I'm not sure, but they've certainly got a very nice team captain if they need one. That was a proper good throw, wasn't it? So the windscreen gets a little bit of a wipe. The HZO Fortis gets a nice clean-up job. They're going to send him out on his way after the minimum time of the pit stop, of course. Speaking of minimum times of pit stop, that's well been exceeded by the 326 Racing team as they venture out onto the course again later, I'm sure. The HZO Fortis team head back out onto the circuit with Aaron Lim, who has proven himself very skillful at throwing things when they need to be thrown. I really hope that his seat's okay though, because of course Zariel O has got to use that seat again for his stint later on. I hope he hasn't cracked it. Let's have another look at it. So this is a very nice textbook pit stop. I don't need this seat. Wallop! What an incredible shot. Didn't hit anybody. Lovely bit of pit work there from Aaron Lim. That is a magnificent throw. I'm just hoping that the seat's okay to be used again. If it's not, then they've got a real problem later. Right, there is the Be Quick Audi. Sandy Stuvik at the wheel. He's going to pull off a lovely undercut manoeuvre if he gets on the throttle in good stead off the hairpin. And as they approach the next apex, he's chasing down the Viper Niza car. He's already ahead of it, of course, but he's put a lap on it. So this is the difference between the champion Audi and the Viper Niza Motorsport Mercedes. But Sandy Stuvik is currently the fastest driver on the track. He's done a 2:07.9 on the last lap. His best lap is a 2:06.8. The best lap of the race at all is the EBM of Dorian Boccolacci. He did a 2:06.1 when he was out during his stint. So far so good. But we are watching the EBM. That is the car currently being driven by Luke Hartog. And Hartog is on a 2:07.8 relatively consistently at the moment, it has to be said. So he's doing a fairly good job of managing the pace of this car. There's not a massive amount of deviation in lap times between him and the Be Quick Absolute Audi of Sandy Stuvik. And as Nick Jones rightly points out, the EBM is taking nearly 2 seconds a lap off the guy in P3 consistently. That is the 610 Racing of Liu Wenlong. And so too is Sandy Stuvik, also going 2 seconds a lap quicker than the car in third place. And considering the gap is only 5.7 seconds between the EBM and the 610 Racing car, third position is going to change very soon indeed. So there is the EBM Porsche. Where is the 610 Racing car? There it is. So the gap has come down to 3.4 seconds. So this is the battle, and it's game on for third position. So the HZO Fortis runs a little bit deep through the hairpin, but it seems to have gathered it together. That might actually be tactical to run through on that wide trajectory. There's the EBM Porsche, so they are gaining ground massively on the car in third position. Liu Wenlong is being caught rapidly here by Luke Hartog. There's the 610, look in the background, there's Luke Hartog. And he won't have to look too far to find the Be Quick Absolute Audi. You're going to have to wait another 20 seconds, but they're definitely both gaining ground on the car in third place. Flyer in the Stuvik Audi at the moment. Sandy Stuvik in the Be Quick Absolute Racing machine. The man from Phuket having a really solid race of it at the moment. A very tidy run in fifth position, currently gaining about 2 seconds or so a lap. He's had a traffic on the last lap though, because his lap time dropped to a 2:09.3 on the last lap. There was only 3 seconds between the EBM Porsche and the 610 Porsche on that last lap. I think it's going to be another 2 seconds by difference now. So we need to be looking at the battle for third position It's not going to be long at all until the EBM Porsche gets the run on the 610. It's going to be Luke Hartog versus Liu Wenlong. What about the lead battle? Well, actually, fair play to Jason Lowe. He's actually picked up the pace a little bit in the 33R Harmony Ferrari, and the gap is steady at 52 seconds for the moment. Right, on the start-finish straight, 1.3 seconds between third and fourth. So we need to be looking at the battle for third position now. So the drivers working their way through. That's the Audi coming out of the pits. So the 610 racing car. There is the EBM Porsche. So there we go. There is the battle for third position. And it's now game on. Luke Hartog has sensed that this could be the lap where he gets the position. Just 1.3 seconds between them at the end of the lap. So there is the 610. That is Liu Wenlong, Chinese driver, and right behind him is the Dutchman Luke Hartog, and he can see how quickly he's gaining on his opponent. That is the GT3 AM leaders being caught by the Pro-Am leader, by the Pro-Am podium runners, but they want to be on the overall podium. Down the straight up towards the hairpin, one of the prime overtaking places, but they're not close enough yet. They probably will be at the end of the lap though, because they've been consistently going 2 seconds a lap quicker than the car in front. Oh, a little bit of a squiggle on the gas from Liu Wenlong as the back end tries to slam across to the left side. Manages to gather it up, but that will cost him another couple of tenths. Luke Hartog just eating up the road like it's biscuits at the moment. Charging through and having a great race of it. They go down to the hairpin, and on the brakes, Liu Wenlong is going to be really nervous. He's going to be scared like a lobster in a hot tub. On the throttle gets Luke Hartog, under the gantry. Accelerating up through the gears. We could get the manoeuvre into the hairpin here. Luke Hartog's certainly got good pace, but he'll have better confidence on the gearbox, on the brakes, and Luke Hartog almost goes into the back of the 610. Goodness me. Very tough defensive tactics from Liu Wenlong, but he's going to get parallel as they go down the straight together, side by side. Luke Hartog just hangs back a moment, moves from the left. Can he now have a look to the right? No, he's going to go left because he knows that he's actually going to have a faster line round the outside, and he's going to take the Porsche right round the outside of 610. Keeps it there, holds the inside line for the next apex, but there's not a lot of room because Liu Wenlong is not giving him any space. Goodness me. Side by side again. Liu Wenlong determined to hold on to third position here. Luke Hartog waits for his moment. Drops in. Bails out, waits for another chance. Liu Wenlong is costing him a lot of time, and this is good news for Sandy Stuving and the Be Quick Absolute Audi, because over the length of the next stint, they could be right on the tail of Luke Hartog and EBM. You've got to think about the long game as well as the short one. But here comes the charge forward. Luke Hartog still finding his opportunity to try and get through on the inside. Surely in the next left-hand hairpin he's going to get an opportunity, but Liu Wenlong is going to make him work for it. He'll keep the car to the middle of the road. They're not too far into this stint, so he's got to be careful about the tactics. They're halfway through the third stint. 75 laps completed. We've already figured out that these cars can go 30 laps before they need fuel and tyres, because they went on lap 30 into the pits the first time round and lap 60 the second time. So we can expect them all to come into the pits on lap 90. So let's see as they fly through the left and the right. I'm actually surprised that Luke Hartog hasn't been able to get his move yet on Liu Wenlong, but he's also got to think about patience, tactics, opportunity. He's gone a little far back to gain a little bit more ground. He's got more combinations than a university padlock right now. Down to the hairpin he will go. This could be a chance. Liu Wenlong is going to make him work for it though. And Hartog goes very long on the brakes. Almost kisses the rear diffuser, but that makes Wenlong go wide. That'll be enough surely for Luke Hartog to get up alongside. He can get a faster run off the hairpin, but he hasn't got a tighter trajectory. So they're going to go side by side. A little bit of side draft here from Luke Hartog as well. Can he go long on the brakes and drive right round the outside of the 310? He'll have confidence, but will he have the track position? They've got to be careful, and a slide from the 610 finishes off the move from Luke Hartog into third position. No contact, just a little wobble from Liu Wenlong, and that's the move done. Excellently done there from the EBM Porsche, just a little bit of travel bouncing off the apex, and that was all that was needed there from Luke Hartog to pick it up around the outside. Excellent stuff so far. So through they come, up on the far side of the course, sweeping through the left. Just nudge the white line on the way through. You don't need to be on the curbs in these cars, it'll spit the car sideways. But Luke Hartog has worked his way up into third position. His last lap was a 2:10.7, but his consistent pace is going to put him on parallel with the Origin. Here's the move again, look around the outside. Hartog just keeping the car there, on the curb from the 610, back end kicks out. That's why you stay off the curbs in GT racing in these cars, because once you're on that curb, you want to hit the throttle, and it's basically like an ice cube on the wheel. So the car just spits out, and he was very lucky to catch that before he slid into the side there. So still they run further forward, working the magic. Got to settle back into a rhythm now. You've spent all that time catching your opponent, now you've got to settle back into a consistent rhythm, and the EBM is only 25 seconds up the road from the Origin, so there's still plenty of opportunity to get this back again. What about the lead battle? Because that's taking a little bit longer to tighten up. Their gap was 90 seconds, it's now 49. So Jason Lowe has not been going as quickly as the Origin, but he's certainly not been losing 5 seconds a lap like he was earlier on in the stint. So he's been able to find a little bit more pace. So still the stints will continue on. Do please keep your comments and your questions coming in. Derwin Ralph wants to know, is Ayd Kumar in this race? Sadly not in this one, unfortunately. So he's not been in a position to go racing in this one. He competed in the Asian Le Mans series when they raced here in the latter part of the 2024 season for their first couple of weekends, but he's not been able to compete in this one, unfortunately. He's got other commitments on at this point. Caden March wants to know, is there really only 11 cars? First time tuning into the series? Well, it is a one-off race rather than a championship, this one. The Motul 12 Hours of Sepang, it's a race traditionally held by Sepang, has been done for over a decade now, and unfortunately with the popularity of so many other GT3 races going on at the same time, you've got about 4 events going on this weekend. You've got Sebring, you've got Mugello testing for next week, you've got the Barcelona 6 hours on the same day as well. When you've got so many calendars, with so many races clashing at the same time, it's difficult to get your numbers up. Plus take into account that we're in Southeast Asia and the COVID recovery is still ongoing. A lot of the teams that were here originally are still trying to find the resources and trying the funding to go racing. It's not quite as easy as clicking your fingers and you can go racing again as soon as we come back from COVID. Southeast Asia really got hit hard economically by the worldwide pandemic, and they're still in recovery mode. For us, it's 2025 back in Europe, but for Southeast Asia and a lot of the surrounding regions, it's still realistically early 2022. So a lot of the logistics are still creeping up. It's taking a lot longer for Asia to get back on its feet after the pandemic than it has been everywhere else. At basic level, everything's still back up to scratch, but in the high commercial world of logistics and justifying budgets to go motor racing, still a big ask. Still our battles raging on. There is the 33R Harmony Racing team with Garfield on the doors. I'm not joking, it really is the cartoon character Garfield that's been characterising the Harmony Racing team all the way throughout. Certainly the most virally friendly race car of the weekend. That picture has been doing virals around social media for quite some time. This week has been gaining a lot of views, and we've got quite a lot of partisan GT fans here who are who have almost been as excited to see Garfield make its Ferrari debut as they have been Lewis Hamilton in Formula One's Ferrari debut. So good to see how things have been cracking on. Thank you for your comments regarding the deep dive into the political situation. It's something we don't really get to understand unless we're part of it. I was fortunate enough to be living out in Southeast Asia now since October. I moved to Pattaya in Thailand, just an hour and a half away from Bangkok, quite close to the Bira race circuit. And you do understand a lot more about these places when you actually start to live in them. You understand about the economies, you understand about where the priorities of spending money is, and sport is still there or thereabouts, but there's a lot more impetus to try and get the normal infrastructures of society up and running a little bit quicker. And in big world incidents like an epidemic or a pandemic, it can be very tricky for a country with very different infrastructure to racing, to the racing communities of Europe and America, to get back onto it. You've got to remember that Asia is still a developing continent in terms of motorsport. There's been a lot of change, a lot of differentiation. The biggest championships in Asia, probably in terms of fan base and worldwide spread, is probably Super GT and Super Formula, and they are only based in Japan, or at least have only been based in Japan most recently. Of course, Super GT will be racing in Sepang in 2 months' time, the first time that they've actually raced out of Japan in 11 years. So that gives you a bit of an indication as to how the Asian landscape of motorsport is. It's growing, but it's not grown. And there is a bit of a run wide for the 87. That is Adelie Fong in the Origin Motorsport Porsche. Just getting it a little bit crossed up. The other thing as well you've got to remember when you're organising an event like this is it's the chicken and the egg. Do you put the event on and hope for the numbers to arrive, or do you only put the event on when you know you've got a big number of cars on the grid? There's a lot to be said for organisers deciding to put a race on, knowing that they're passionate about it, knowing that they want this race to carry on, they want people to make a big run of it, and so the only way to do that is to organise the race and hope that everybody follows suit. And it's not easy to get that science right. Into the pits comes the EBM Porsche. What a stint it has been from Luke Hartog, catching and passing Liu Wenlong in the 610 Racing Team squad. So Luke Hartog gets out of the car, and into the car gets Adrian De Silva. The man who started the race now gets back behind the wheel. Tyres and wheels go on. And there'll be a little bit of feedback from Luke Hartog, who'll be telling Adrian De Silva what needs to happen next. Great to hear from Todd Fox. You live next to me, apparently. Well, there you go. That's pretty cool. Always nice to know that I've got decent neighbours in Thailand. It's a very cool country for motor racing. I'm looking forward to getting more involved in the culture out there a little bit more. We've got the Bangsaen Grand Prix, of course, the street race that takes place on the first weekend of July. I'll actually be on karting duty at the Bira circuit that weekend, so frustratingly I can't be at that event, but I can be at the Miami Series Asia races in Thailand later this year. And in my capacity as a new Asian commentator, I'm now doing work as well with the Jet Ski World Cup of all things. So I never knew it was such a big deal out in Asia, but yeah, jet ski racing, very, very entertaining. I'll keep you more up to date with that later in the year. Down into the braking zone for the hairpin. Got a nice tasty little battle creeping up here. This is HZO Fortis versus Climax, and this is for position. So the cars are working themselves together out on the course. It's for position, but there's a lap between them, interestingly enough. So the Climax racing team find themselves down in 7th position, having qualified on the front row of the grid. The EBM Porsche gets out just behind them in the capable hands of Adrian De Silva, the Malaysian driver. So Nepong wants to know, what is the meaning of 1 lap, 2 lap and 27 laps on the timing screen? Well, all of those figures are the gap to the next car in the race. So if you think the 33R Harmony is the race leader, then 46.6 seconds back from them is Origin. 29 seconds further up the road is the 610 car. 8 seconds further back is Be Quick. The EBM is on the same lap as them, but haven't completed the lap on the timing screen, so they're a lap adjusted. That will correct itself. Then Vipanese are at 2 minutes and a half back. Climax is 1 lap down from them. HZO Fortis is 1 lap down from them. Champion 2 laps back. 326 4 laps back, because they lost a lot of time in the pits with a technical problem. And then the 610 racing team are 28 laps back, because they spent 47 minutes in the pit lane with a gearbox sensor issue. Now this is a fascinating battle, because it is technically for position. Climax Racing is 7th, HZO Fortis is 8th, but they're a lap apart at the moment, so the HZO Fortis really wants to get back on the leading lap compared to the team, and they've done so. So a great move there from Aaron Lim to catch and pass Lee Dong-Hui. So that will do nicely then for Aaron Lim, who is back to full-time motor racing. Last year he returned for the first time in a decade. So good to see him back again behind the wheel. Very talented driver is Aaron Lim, plenty of experience. So it'll be great to see how he continues in his renaissance back into the world of motorsport. It's like riding a bike. Once you've done it and you know how to do it, you never forget. Even if you have to wait 10 years before you get back onto a bike again, you'll always get it right. So through they go across the line one more time as we get to the end of the third hour of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. I can't believe 3 hours have gone by so quick. It only feels like I've been doing this for about 45 minutes, and the race is just zipping along beautifully. There is the EBM Porsche. Adrian de Silva having taken over in that car, and he's currently being chased down by the 310 racing car, I think that is. Sorry, the 610 racing Porsche, I think that is, about to put a lap on it. As obviously the EBM team have made their pit stop of late, so de Silva now getting back out onto the course. Track limits warning for the number 33. That is the 33R Harmony Ferrari. So the race leaders have been given a warning for track limits, with the gap now down to 46 seconds. But the way that Jason Lowe has picked up the pace, he's kept the Ferrari team alive in the lead of this race, because had they stayed at the same pace they were at the beginning of the stint, there's no way that the 33R Harmony Ferrari would have been able to keep the lead, and now they're going to, because the lap time pace has actually dropped for the Origin Porsche team as well. They've not been able to sustain that pace. Fastest car on the circuit, as through goes the 610 Racing Porsche to put a lap on the EBM Porsche once again. The fastest car on the track is Sandy Stuvik, doing a great job. So still they go in fine stead around the course here, with the 33R Harmony Porsche, the 33R Harmony Ferrari still leading. Doesn't have anywhere near as big a lead as it did at the beginning of the stint, but thanks to Jason Lowe, the Malaysian driver, picking up the pace, they've been able to stay in position and stay in command in the lead, with the lead pretty much cut in half, I would have said, over the stint. But fair play to Jason Lowe. At the end of this stint, which will be in 8 laps time, according to my maths, it's going to be a good one. So the third hour, we've seen a few more pit stops. Good progress again from the Garfield Ferrari. The Origin Porsche has been consistently taking anywhere between 2 and 4 seconds a lap out of the Ferrari's pace. The problems at the 610 Racing Team Porsche Cup car were finally sorted. Good to see drivers like Philip Tang getting their first stint behind the wheel. Once Sandy Stuvik got behind the wheel of the Be Quick Absolute Audi, their pace has skyrocketed. It's not going to be too long before they're looking at third position overall. Some good resurgent positions, a good return to form for Zhu Zheyu, although they did have some problems in their pit stop, all sorts of debris to clear up, and a little bit of a headache into the garage for them. But they're now back up to racing speeds again. And then a juicy little battle as Origin had some pressure placed on some of their opponents' cars. Working their way through the traffic became a real story point and a real talking phase of the 3-hour highlights. But this car has still been out in front, doing a great job. Jason Lowe is staying consistent. Good to see the team from 610 Racing return for Peter Lee out on the course, finally getting the Cup car through its paces. And then this monster throw from Aaron Lim at the HZO Fortis pit stop, one of the more comical but also one of the more exciting moments in the third hour. Nice little battle we got earlier on as Luke Hartog caught and finally made the move on Liu Wenlong. Really had to work at it, but after that little mistake from Liu, it was enough for Hartog to get ahead and get clear. And so the team, having made their pit stop most recently, have dropped back to 5th position. But in the long-term gain and the long-term progression of the race, they're still looking pretty sharp. Ferrari still leads for Harmony Racing, but for how much harmony? So that is the Viper Niza Racing team in the Mercedes having their latest pit stop. They've come in a little bit ahead of schedule, interestingly enough. So that is Melvin Moe getting behind the wheel of the car at the third stint. He's got out of the car now, and it will be Douglas Koo, I do believe, that takes over at the Viper Niza Racing team. So they are still going strong and still having a very steady race of it in their position. Still looking good for a class podium if they can keep it going. Still looking for a class win if they can keep it going in the GT3 AM category. So there is Adrian de Silva now behind the wheel of the EBM Porsche, and he's hustling Sandy Stuvik, but to no avail because Sandy Stuvik has caught and passed him. So Sandy Stuvik is now up in a 4th position. Don't forget they've still got to make their next pit stop. But still some very good moves all the way through, and the EBM team have made massive progress to gain a net 3rd position. They've actually come in a little bit earlier than scheduled to make the driver change, so clearly a lot of hard work went in there from Luke Hartog, and Adrian De Silva takes over on their pit stop. Not going to be too long until you're going to see the Ferraris and Porsches at the sharp end of the field making their pit stops. But certainly for the moment, it's a lead of the race for the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Jason Lowe at the wheel, then Adderley Fong in the Origin Porsche. And there is a very calm and composed looking Melvin Moe, having done a very good job for the Viper Niza Racing team. Nice thumbs up there from Lillian at Momentum Racing. That's one of their commercial partners, slowly on their journey to become the Demon Tweaks of Southeast Asia. Excellent work so far, though, out on the circuit. Not that much in terms of badinage. We've had a lot of good battles and a lot of the changes in the moods for battling away. A lot of changes in the mode of the stints when one driver gets in who can go 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster than their counterparts. You get a lot of to and fro. It's when you do all the calculations and do all the maths, adding everybody's stints together in consistency and trying to figure out who's going to have the best pace overall. So do keep your comments and your questions coming in. Try to make them as relevant as possible. I know we've got a 12-hour race, but we are talking about the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang wherever possible. I'll make it a very quick one from Onion Revival Karting, who wants to know, how do I think Carlos Sainz is going to do in the Williams in F1 this year? Very, very well is the short answer to that one. Dare I say, he looks like another Nigel Mansell, a man who's had a lot of hardship, a lot of hard work, but has pulled out some victories when needed, and now has the chance to galvanise Williams to go and become winners again. A much more relevant question from Hamzy515. Will F1 come back to Sepang? There's been a lot of discussion about this in the last 2 years, and there are signs that it's possible. There are certainly signs that there's a thirst to get Formula One back to Sepang again. Once again, it all comes back to that big question that always creeps up for everything. It's all money related. There is a thirst, there is a genuine eagerness to get Sepang back on the Grand Prix calendar again. So I would suspect that it's going to be a really interesting situation for Sepang to get back onto the Grand Prix calendar. I ideally would love to see it back. I always felt that one of the most exciting races of the year was usually at Sepang. And having commentated on this circuit for many a year, this is the first time I've actually been here in person. Although I was actually waxing lyrical with one of the members of the camera crew last night. We were having a lot of great memories about WTCR here, because I can still remember being in the commentary booth with the touring car legend Matt Neal during the season finale at Sepang many years ago. Alex Legui was down in pit lane doing the reporting for us, and we were in the box during the longest red flag in TCR World Cup history. It was about an hour long, the red flag, and we ran out of subjects to talk so much. I even ended up teasing Matt Neal for not reading Jason Plato's autobiography. Oh, what? He was complimentary about him, briefly. So we're getting close to the end of the stint now. 45 seconds is the gap between the Harmony Ferrari and the Origin Porsche. So a lot of work has been done by the Origin of Adderley Fong, but certainly not enough to get the gap down. At the beginning of the stint, we said if he can keep the pace up from 4 to 5 seconds a lap faster than the Ferrari throughout the stint, then the gap would only be a few seconds, or they'd even catch and pass them. But Jason Lowe is not the fastest driver out there, but he is one of the most consistent out there. He started the stints in 211s and 210s, and he's kept it there throughout, whereas other drivers have managed to get 206s and 207s at the beginning of the stint. But now the pace has dropped off again because they've worn the tyres out, and the tyres are now down to 2 minutes 10 for the lap times again, which is where Jason Lowe was originally. So it's the metronomic pace, it's the consistency of keeping the pace at a certain speed, at a certain rate, that has kept this gorgeous 33R Harmony Ferrari 296 LM with Garfield on the doors and the front bonnet. I'm not even joking. It looks spectacular. So there is the Ferrari, there is Garfield on the door, looking pretty chilled and relaxed at the moment. And why wouldn't you when Jason Lowe is keeping it nice and consistent out in the lead. This Ferrari has great pace on the straights. It's in the corners where it loses out to the Porsche and the Audi we've noticed in terms of the run of the draw. But it's consistency that's going to keep this car out in front, and it's the fact that Jason Lowe has not been overdriving the car at all. He's been keeping it nice and steady throughout the course of his stint. He's kept it metronomically in the 210s, the 211s, 210, 210, 210, 211, 210, 210, not really deviating from that pace, because that is the pace that everybody else has now dropped to, and he's lost half his lead, but he's kept the tyres going. And that's what you've got to do in GT racing. You can't just be focusing on, oh, how many seconds a lap can we go for these next few laps? Well, you've got to be thinking about that for the entirety of the stint. And Jason Lowe has been able to keep his car going at the same pace without worrying too much about tyre life. And there are the odd lap where he's now actually quicker than the cars behind him rather than slower than them. To prove the point, on the last lap, the Origin Porsche was 1,000th of a second a lap quicker. Sorry, 1,000th of a second of a lap slower than the 33R Harmony. It's the first time the Ferrari's been quicker than the Porsche all stint, but that's how the pendulum can swing. Time for another on-track battle, and it's the 610 Racing team again. Liu Wenlong, this time it is Sandy Stuvik in the Be Quick Absolute Audi. They've been working very hard on pace, the 610 Racing team consistently in the 210s and 211s. Sandy Stuvik going anywhere between a 208.5 and a 209.7 in recent laps. So Sandy Stuvik definitely catching up. And this is going to put the Be Quick Audi into the lead of the battle for third position. They've obviously got to do the work. That's the AM category leader, the 610 Racing team, who've been very smooth and solid throughout. But now Sandy Stuvik, the Phuket Flyer, going very well indeed behind the wheel, trying to get the charge pushing. So Onion Reviver wants to know, are the class restrictions, power tyres and everything on these cars the same or different from IMSA? They run on the same GT3 regulations as all the other GT3 counterparts. It's all the same regulations, I do believe. So let's see if there's move is going to come from Sandy Stuvik. He's got to time it right, and we already know that Liu Wenlong is going to make the move as difficult as possible, because we saw how difficult it was for Luke Hartog to get through during his stint. Now it's going to be fairly similar, I think, for Sandy Stuvik to get through past Liu Wenlong, who seems to be very good indeed on defence. Doesn't quite have the speed to match up to the Be Quick Audi. Don't tell me Sandy Stuvik's going to slingshot it on the inside of the right-hander at the penultimate corner, because that would have been brave. Now, to his benefit, he's got the Champion Motorsport Audi in front of him. So we may get an opportunity and a flash of the headlights from Liu Wenlong. Come on, get out of the way, don't hold me up, because I've got Sandy Stuvik right on my neck. He moves across to hold the Audi at bay, but Sandy Stuvik commits, then slingshots back on the inside. Oh, masterful from Sandy Stuvik, and then uses the Audi to box in the Porsche. Job done. Oh, magic from Sandy Stuvik. Superb. That is how you do it in the traffic. Wonderful, wonderful move from Sandy Stuvik. He really read that beautifully. He decided to go late on the brakes. Now he runs wide. He's got to be careful he doesn't lose the place he's gained. But he holds the inside line for the next apex. That'll do. Wonderful, wonderful from Sandy Stuvik. That was really committed, but it was also really calculated. He knew that Liu Wenlong was going to be under pressure from the back marker in front. Decided to brake earlier in the hairpin. Wait until Wenlong drifted out wide, and then got him on the accelerator. Absolutely beautiful on the switchback to the inside line, then uses the Champion Motorsport Audi of Philip Tang to box in Liu Wenlong. Textbook. You couldn't have done that better if you tried again. Just such a pro move, as Nick Jones points out on YouTube. That was masterful. So that is a nice lesson for any GT driver. This is 101 on how to overtake. We're actually seeing the aftermath of the incident. I kind of wanted to see a corner before. So Sandy Stuvik finishing off the move there. I would rather have liked to have seen them move from a corner before, because that was when a lot of the work was done. So Sandy Stuvik now settling into what is now a fairly comfortable third position. And just to give you an idea of the lap time differentiation as a result of that switch, the Be Quick Absolute Audi is now doing 2:10s, the 610 Porsche now doing 2:11s. So a very easy run from Sandy Stuvik now that he's got clear track in front of him. So very tidy and very sensible move as Sandy Stuvik now pulls away. And look how hard he's pushing, just trying to lean into the curb on the exit of the hairpin. That's how committed Sandy Stuvik is, and that will have given him a real confidence booster. Right, I'm through, I'm into third position, now let's go get the leaders. And he's actually gone half a second quicker than the Ferrari on that last lap. Such was the joy of getting that move done from Sandy Stuvik, and that was even with a run wide at turn 1. So Sandy Stuvik clearly going very quickly. That's the 326 Audi that has recovered after its earlier trip to the garage. So the 326 Racing Team car with Zhu Zhiye at the wheel of that particular Audi. Fairly talented young driver is Zhu Zhiye. Just because he's not quite on the tips of everybody's tongue, he's certainly had plenty of good experience in the past. As Zhu Zhiye won the Shanghai 8-hour GT3 and category race last year and has been a regular winner in the CEC China Endurance Championship. So a very talented and very capable racing driver. That's the thing, we kind of have this idea in our heads that if they're not an internationally recognised name that we all are familiar with, that these guys don't have the ability to race at this level. They do. They're all very talented and very capable drivers. There's a lot of great races that go on in Asia that you don't get to see because the first language of the championship isn't English, but you've got Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, China, Malaysia, a lot of great races in TCR that happen over here, endurance races for different categories of competition. You've got Lamborghini Super Trofeo, you've got the GT World Challenge of Asia, you've also got these one-off races that obviously garner drivers from all different walks of life across Asia. There's a lot going on here, and I didn't realise just how much motorsport takes place in this part of the world until I moved out here. There's so much racing. Oh, that's getting ominous. That's getting pretty ominous over the circuit. That cloud's getting thicker. Give it 29 minutes and we are scheduled for 60% chance of rain over the circuit. So things are getting a little bit spicy over Sepang at the moment. So down to the braking zone, that is the EBM Porsche, now running in 5th position after their recent pit stop. So once everybody else comes into the pits, you're going to find that Adrian De Silva is actually going to move further forward up the ranks. And I think we're 1 lap away from the pit stops because we've had the 33 Harmony Racing Ferrari and the Origin Porsche now 48 seconds apart, but they're both on lap 90. So Onion Revival Karting asks a really interesting philosophical question. What would it take to make these races more mainstream? There's a few different elements, I suppose. More manufacturers on the grid would probably help. You know, a bit of a wider spread of promotion. Maybe one international pro driver that's a recognised household name per car. There's certainly a lot of them. Obviously more cars on the grid is going to be part of that, but I think also as well just a little bit more budget. That's the thing. Everybody seems to think that, you know, every championship has got the budget of a Formula 1, an IndyCar or a Le Mans. A lot of the championships don't have that same budget, so you've got to do what you've got with the resources available, and so you just got to make the most of the situation you've got. Either that, or you need one of these secret philanthropists who's willing to throw several hundred million at the race and then hope it sticks. But it's not easy. Ah, how about that for timing? What did I tell you? 30 laps, bang on. 33R Harmony comes in at the end of the 90th lap. They're literally doing 30 laps on, 30 laps off. So this is now time for their 4th driver to have a go behind the wheel. We've had Jasmine Jafar, we've had Liu Kai Liu, we've had Jason Lowe. Now it's going to be the turn of Chen Weiyan. And right on cue, and on exactly the same lap, 30 laps into the stint, comes Adderley Fong in the Origin Porsche. as regular as clockwork. You could set your watch by it. So out onto the circuit, the cars will go very soon indeed. And there is the Be Quick Audi. Again, right on cue for Sandy Stuvik. So the cars are doing 30 lap stints at the front end of the queue. Now, the big question is going to be now, where is the EBM Porsche going to filter into this? Because they came in ahead of schedule. The 610 Racing Porsche coming in on exactly the same lap as well. There goes the Ferrari back out onto the course. So it's not going to be Jason Lowe behind the wheel of that car. By my map, it's now going to be Chen Wei-An. So Chen Wei-An, we think, is going to be an interesting run of the draw. Back out into the race, the drivers will go. That is the 61 EBM Porsche, still flat out, of course, because Adrian De Silva doesn't need to make a pit stop. So they're going to rejoin quite considerably closer to the Be Quick Absolute Audi and the 610 Racing Porsche. They won't take the lead of the race because they were obviously quite a long way back from the Ferrari regardless anyway. As out onto the circuit now goes Chen Wei-An in the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Back into the lead of the race with a pit stop time of 1 minute 56 seconds. So that's within time, no problem at all with that. That's as perfect as it gets in terms of a pit stop in the Motul 12 hours. They've got to do a minimum mandatory pit stop time, and 1 minute 56 is pretty much on the nose. I think it's got to be 1:55 with entry and exit. So looking at the Origin Porsche pit stop time, it was just a little bit longer watching them get out. And they've actually lost a considerable amount of time more, 9 seconds longer I think in pit lane, 10 seconds longer in pit lane for the Origin Porsche, and that car has been handed over to Yuan Bo. But here is Adrian De Silva, the Malaysian, who's trying now to close up on the rest of the field, still finishing their pit stop work. So where they will filter in compared to the others in the mix is going to be fascinating. So the Be Quick Audi gets out of the pit lane and goes into turn 1. So the EBM Porsche should rejoin in about 5th position, right behind the 610 Porsche. The 610 Porsche has had a longer pit stop than anybody else, 2 minutes 12, so they're going to be right there for the mix. So we've now got Chen Wei-An, who is in the Ferrari in the lead, then the Origin Porsche of Yan Bo, then the Be Quick Absolute Audi has now got Akash Nandi behind the car, and then we've got Hubo, the Chinese driver for 610 Racing, and Adrien De Silva, as we know, is behind the wheel of the EBM Porsche. So that's where we are at the moment. The Climax Audi has Li Donghui, and then the Viper Niza Mercedes of Dominic Ang, the HZO Fortis Absolute Audi of Aaron Lim, then the Champion Motorsport Audi of Philip Tang, the 326 Racing Team car of Zhu Zheyi, and then it is the 610 Racing GT Cup Porsche of Peter Lee. So Zintex actually makes a very astute and very accurate point here. He says, I suspect that sports car racing, and specifically GT racing, will go a lot more mainstream over the next decade due to the popularity of series of that ilk in sim racing. You are not wrong, sir. Absolutely finger on the pulse. As sim racing continues to grow over the next 10 years, and it is going to get massive, there's no two ways about that. It had a little bit of a kick up the back in the pandemic, of course, because it was the only form of racing anybody could do. But I think because it was so short shrift and so shotgun, it wasn't particularly well grown. So since we've returned to real racing, that's taken precedent again. But give it another 10 years, and I do think sim racing is going to become a huge, massive entity. And you're right, sim racing like this, in these categories, it's going to make GT3 racing very popular. Let's not forget that there's huge rumblings going on at the moment about the future career path of Max Verstappen. His GT team is making its debut this year in the GT World Challenge, not just in Europe, but possibly might even stretch to Asia as well, from what we hear. And there's a very good chance that Max Verstappen could well decide that Formula One is not fun anymore and go sports car racing himself. And of course we know how religiously addicted to sim racing he is, so there's a lot of attraction to it for drivers like him. So there's no reason why sim racing can't then suddenly spout into a really competitive and really exciting rebirth and resurgence for GT racing. GT racing is one of those categories that's gone through all sorts of peaks and troughs over the years. I can remember as a youngster back in the day when one of the top sports car championships in the world was the FIA GT World Championship, which was run to GT1 and GT2 regulations in those days. In GT1 you had fantastic competition from Mercedes, from Porsche, from Panos, and then from McLaren as well. They had a little bit of initially a factory effort, and then they decided to make it a bit more customer teams. And in GT2 that year, it was Chrysler with the original Viper that was the car to beat, and then a whole host of Porsches with the occasional Marcos, and then a potential Certex Saleen Mustang getting the look in every now and then. So it was, you get various different peaks and troughs of GT racing over the years. Then prototype racing kind of took over it again. There was a huge flamboyance as GT3 really started in prominence in the early part of the 2010s, and now GT3 is a staple again, and now we've gone through that resurgence again, don't forget, with the GT3 cars now becoming more relevant for Le Mans 24 Hours than their GTE cars were, because the GTE was obviously a lot more expensive. Making it GT3 only means that a lot of teams have a chance to be competitive. So it goes through peaks and troughs. So Adam Kai-Cheng wants to know what's the current fastest racing lap. Well, that is a 2 minute 6.164. And for those who've been following from the beginning of the race, I'll give you 3 guesses as to who that lap has gone to. Yep, you're absolutely right. It's Dorian Boccolacci. So Dorian Boccolacci set the lap during his EBM stint a short while ago. The twitch of the Audi coming through, having just got past the 310, having just gone past the 610 Porsche, now struggling to stay in front of it again. Couple of laps between these two cars, don't forget. 83 laps completed by the 326 and 91 completed by the 610. So there's nothing wrong with these guys racing each other. They're allowed to in this category of racing. There's no blue flags. If you want to get out of the way, then you're going to do so. They bang doors as they go down the straight. They got very close to each other. And again, trying to go round the outside of the 610 Porsche with the indicator on. Goodness me. The 326 Audi manages to finish off the move. Goodness me, they're beating each other up harder than Tyson Fury with a mirror right now. Round the far side, trying to get the move done. And it is done for the moment, but that got way too close for comfort. What on earth are they doing banging into each other when they're several laps apart down the main straight? Wow, very surprising. I wonder if race control is going to have a look at that, because that almost looked personal between the two drivers there. Zhu Zheyu getting a little bit too close to Hubo, and as a result the Viper Niza Racing Mercedes is closing up on both cars. It's the car being driven at the moment by Dominic Ang, trying to close up on it. Yeah, and Andrew Kutcher makes a very valid point. Boys, we've got 8 hours of racing. You do not want to go banging doors like this, not when you've got to try and get to the end of the race. So I don't know who started that little contretemps. Dominic Ang makes his move on the inside of the Porsche, but there's no blue flags to move aside. So you've just got to hope that the car is going to move over, but I still think he's got the red mist down after swapping paint with Zhu Zheyu. So fascinating is Zhu Zheyu and Hubo. I don't know really whether there's any beef between these two, but it certainly looks like there might be, doesn't there? It's painful to watch in the 8 hours left of a sports car race, almost like fingernails on the blackboard at school. And through goes Dominic Ang, gets the position over the 610 car, and that's to unlap themselves, don't forget. That's not for race position, because the 610 racing car are in 5th on lap 93. And the Viper Niza Racing team are on lap 92, so they're putting themselves back onto the competitive racing lap again, which they're totally allowed to do in sports car racing. But this is tricky going, and now we've got to try and see. I do wonder if race control is going to actually have a look into what happened there, because that classroom battle was a bit more like a zoo at that point, got very chaotic. Into the pits comes the champion motorsport Audi. So that is going to be a driver change. Philip Tang will get out of that car, and I've got a feeling that it's going to be Chan Chi-chung who then takes over the seat of that car. I think he's the only driver not to have done a stint, because Sei Kar-hing started the race, then it went to Roy Tang, then it went to Philip Tang, and now it should be Chan Chi-chung. We're going to see a replay of that incident. Look how close it got, needlessly close to each other, and then they end up going wheel to wheel down the straight. There's already been contact made there, But look at that, the indicator is on as they go so close together. What is the purpose of doing that? Where is the benefit in doing that during a race that's got 8.5 hours still to go? Where's the purpose of that? Very, very strange incident there as we watch the Origin Porsche of Yuan Bo still doing a very solid job. His lap time's 2:08.1, so he's consistently going about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds quicker than the Ferrari. The gap is still at 46 seconds though, because they obviously lost 10 more seconds than the Ferrari crew at the pit stops. So a lot of the work was undone. They managed to get some of it back again. So it'll be an interesting one. Andrew Kutcher actually pointing out that if I were race control, I'd have said exactly what I commented. Calm down, 8 hours to go. No point having a wrestling match down the straight for no purpose. And it looks to me though, as Evan, I think you're right, there's no damage to either car. It was only a love tap, there was only a tiny bit of paint trading rather than any fisticuffs. But still, I think they got away with that. There is a blue flag going on by the look of it, so I'm actually interested in that. I didn't think there were any blue flags around the course, but apparently there are, so interesting. But in general, the modus operandi of a driver in GT racing is that the onus is on the guy doing the overtaking to get out of the line. There's no onus on the driver being lapped to move aside, because in GT racing in particular, you become very unpredictable if you start moving off the racing line. The only way to stay predictable is to stay on the racing line. Then the onus is on the car doing the overtaking. If you want to make the overtake, you've got to come off the racing line, you've got to get alongside your driver, but they've got to stay where they are to be as predictable as humanly possible. That's the way it's always been in GT racing, and that seems to be the form book that everybody approaches. It's also the way it's done in Le Mans, of course, which is what a lot of these drivers will either be gearing up to go and do for the first time or itching to get back to. I think we do have a couple of drivers in the field who have raced at Le Mans 24 hours before, so a 12-hour race. A lot of teams have actually said a 12-hour race can actually be logistically more challenging than a 24-hour, because although in terms of the workload it's longer in a 24, to get the strategy right for a 12-hour is actually much more technical. It's a lot more difficult because you've got less time on the circuit. The cars are pushed less, which means you've got to be more on a sprint for longer. There are periods in a 24-hour race when you've got to go a little bit off the gas, as through goes the Vipanese Porsche on the champion Audi to put a lap on it and go 4 laps ahead of it now. Oh, sorry, no, that's the 326 Audi, my apologies. So they're now 7 laps clear of that particular car. But it is an interesting one, very tricky at the moment to see how it all continues forward. As we watch another battle, this is now the Be Quick Absolute Audi with Akash Nandi at the wheel, trying to dive up the inside. Well, wasn't really an attempt, was it? That was more of a pushover of an overtake there as the XZ Fortis car moves straight forward. Let's not forget that these are sister teams, both part of the Absolute Racing outfit. So Aaron Lim not going to get into a war with Akash Nandi, his countryman. Look, we're trying to race. We're in 2 different parts of the race circuit here. I'm on lap 94, you're on lap 96. I'm not going to cause you any headaches here. Go for it, mate. And so Akash Nandi gets through without hesitation. Great to see your comments and your messages keep coming in. Would be fascinating to see. And do please keep these comments coming in. We've got a long way to go in company together, and it's great to have this input from you all. Onion Revival says perhaps there's a personal conflict between the drivers. That wouldn't be a shock, actually, because you've got a lot of drivers here who race each other week in, week out in the Chinese Endurance Series, the GT Sprint Challenge. You've also got racing in TCR in various different disciplines. The drivers out here do have a fairly busy schedule, even though you and I don't hear about it week in, week out, like we do with the Le Mans and IMSA and European Le Mans and GT World Challenge Championships. There are busy programs all over. If you're a GT driver and you're a dab hand, then you can plug and play into pretty much any championship, and there's a good surprise when you see these battles going maybe wheel to wheel. Maybe there is a little bit of beef between Hu Bo and Xu Zheyu. You just don't know. I'll have to ask that one later. Andrew Kutcher wants to know, I have to be unbiased, of course I do, but what car do I think is the best? I think it's very difficult to argue against the Ferrari, isn't it? The Garfield Ferrari, which is almost certainly going to be doing the rounds on social media. Mind you, I do love the colour scheme of the Be Quick Audi. I think that is a gorgeous livery. Nice and simple. It's the simple car liveries that tend up being the nicest ones to look at for me. I quite like the Origin Porsche. I quite like that sort of pale green and white that makes it stand out from everything else. You can't mistake it for anything other than an Origin, and that's difficult to make a car that looks very unique to its counterparts. The Viper Niza Porsche, I do quite like the silver with the Dayglow green coming towards us as well, actually. There you go. It's a very cool car, and it does suit the Mercedes-AMG GT3 very well, to be fair. So there is the 61, that's the EBM Porsche, the Earl Bamber Motorsport car, currently being driven by Adrian De Silva, the Malaysian who's trying to catch up to Akash Nandi in the Be Quick Audi. What is he doing in terms of lap times? Well, Nandi's doing 2:07.8, and it looks like De Silva's doing 2:12s at the moment, so we're settling into the more calm phase of the race for EBM as they try not to lose too much time to 6:10 or to climax. The Viper Niza racing team, by the way, is going 3 seconds a lap quicker than the 3 cars in front of it, so definitely going very nice. The noise is absolutely gargantuan on the pit straight, having walked down the pit lane a couple of times already this weekend. Once during the race earlier on. I'll take my microphone and go for a pit walk again a bit later on. But boy oh boy, is it turning into a very nice race of it at the moment. And the noise is just good. Who needs a rock band when you've got these 11 beautiful motors going around? So the EBM car of Adrian De Silva, a little bit off the pace now compared to Luke Hartog and Dorian Boccolacci, but of course that's how you need to run in a Pro-Am category race. You need to have pros and amateurs, so you need to have drivers at different levels all the way through. It's not a team of 3 pros, so you're going to have disparity between the crews in terms of lap times, but that's what makes the race so entertaining. You've got one driver or 2 drivers that will be really, really quick on lap times, and then at other stages of the race that car will be slower because of the AM drivers. And they do say in sports car racing you're only ever as fast as your slowest AM driver, so that'll always be very interesting to see how it goes. So if you've only just joined us, we are into the 4th hour, currently approaching hour number 5 of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. A great sports car race that's been going on almost as long as the circuit has been open. And it's great to see it back here once again on the Sepang International Circuit. Jake Sanson with you in the commentary box as ever. And for top speed events in 2025, you'll hear my voice an awful lot over the course of this season. Very proud to be teaming up with Top Speed over the course of this season, which means hopefully I'll be there as well for the Shanghai 8 Hours later in the year. We've got F4 Southeast Asia to look forward to, and we've got the F4 UAE Trophy to look forward to at the end of the year as well. Just finished a fantastic campaign in Formula Regional and F4 in the Middle East. Oh dear, the onboard camera decided it was going to throw a temper tantrum into turn 1. So there is the 610 Racing Porsche, currently running in 5th position and leading in the GT3 AM class. So still looking good for a victory. Not quite so rosy for an overall podium at the moment, but still looking very good at the front end of the field. So Andrew Kutcher tells me that I need to witness the sound of the Valkyrie. Too late, mate. I already have. I was at the 12 kilometers in Qatar in Lusail 2 weeks ago, and I absolutely agree with you. Being on that start-finish straight in the World Endurance Championship, that Valkyrie is glorious to listen to. So I totally agree, totally agree. It's a very good sounding car. So the champion Audi appears to be limping. Not quite sure what's going on there, but Chachi Chung certainly not driving to the same sort of pace that his teammates were. But it's going to be a very difficult continuation of the stint if that's the kind of pace there. Oh, so nearly swamped by the Audi at the wrong part of the apex. The Climax Racing Audi finds its way through. Li Donghui almost caught out by the pace of the champion Audi. With the champion motorsport Audi of Chan Chi Chung, I think it's got a problem, because that's not good pace even for Chan Chi Chung. So I would suspect that that's going to be a very difficult one at the moment. And it would not shock me at all if that Audi just peels off into the pits at the end of this lap. Look to the bottom of your screen. Are they coming in? No, they're staying out. So Chan Chi Chung, maybe that is his pace. If so, then that's definitely going to be a trigger warning, because they're currently doing a 2 minute 26 for the lap compared to a 2-minute 9 for the race leaders. So definitely a headache. The team did say they're new to GT racing. They're trying to find their feet and get to the finish. They very nearly didn't do that earlier on. Well, the 610 racing team in the number 911 GTC car is back in the pits again. And it's been there for quite some time, I'm afraid to say. It looks as though their pit stop shenanigans are just going to continue all the way through the race. They've been there for quite a long time. They've only completed 43 of the laps that we've run so far, and considering that the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari is now on lap 100, it's going to be a very long race indeed for them. Up the inside, the Viper Niza Mercedes gets the move, gets the run, and that'll do. Very nicely handled then, getting past the EBM Porsche. So that will do, certainly for the time being at least. Certainly gives them plenty to be happy about as they make their way through. So that's the Viper Niza Racing car unlapping themselves from the EBM Porsche. The EBM team are on their 99th lap, Viper Niza are on their 98th. So there is just under a lap between them now. But very tricky stuff. Back into the action at the sharp end of the field then, watching to see if the Viper Niza Mercedes has got the staying power in this stint. Dominic Ang is the man behind the wheel, so I would assume that there is going to be good pace in this car for the time being. Certainly a great run at the moment here in the 12 Hours of Sepang by Motul. We're having a really exciting race of it at this present moment in time. A really good race battle continues on the march. So we will continue in good performance at the moment. And still, the drivers making good work of things out there on the course, having a very good race of it. Back on the power and making their way up to the climb on the far side. The Viper Niza Racing Mercedes. Looking very strong indeed. So still the contenders battle on. We'll have a really tidy race of it up at the sharp end of the days. Up on the inside, that's the champion Audi, trying not to trip over the Viper Niza Mercedes. Got a little bit close for comfort there in the hairpin. So Andrew Kutcher wants to know, is the Garfield Ferrari a nod to the cartoon comic strip Cat? It is indeed. It is the real Garfield that's on the side of the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari as they complete 100 laps of this Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Still a good race all the way through. And still a very tight race battle all the way through. They are currently 40 seconds clear of the Origin Porsche. So the Origin Porsche is definitely catching the Ferrari now at the rate of anywhere between 1.5 seconds to a second per lap. So the Porsche is gaining, but how quick is it going to be before the Harmony Racing Ferrari loses that position? They've just completed 100 laps. They've got another 20 before their next scheduled appearance in the pit lane. So let's argue that they're going to gain 1 second per lap over the next few laps. Well, if we've got 19 laps at the limit, they're only going to gain up to about 22 seconds. Another big chance here. Don't just slam dunk on the inside. There's not a lot of room. There's not a lot of room, guys. Oh dear, well the 326 Audi getting personal with the champion Audi as they try and make their way through. These two cars are 2 laps adrift from each other, but they're going wheel to wheel. That's Chan Chi-chung versus Zhu Jieyu. Seriously, is Zhu Jieyu just going to fall out with everybody today? He nearly tripped over Bo Hu, and now he's going wheel to wheel with Chan Chi-chung. He's clearly brought his boxing gloves to the race circuit, never mind his driving gloves. You've got to be careful with battles like that. They're going to end up being more futile than a jigsaw puzzle with 7 missing pieces. So still they continue to try and get to the end of the stint without too many dramas. The stints have been lasting 30 laps each for the leading cars, and they've literally kept it metronomic. 30 laps, then they pitted, 60 laps, then they pitted, 90 laps, then they pitted. So expect the next pit stops from the leading teams to be on lap 120 if they're going to keep it that accurate throughout. But there is still going to be a little bit of a tightening of the battles all the way through. The 33R Harmony Ferrari is consistently doing 2-minute 10s and 2-minute 11s at the moment. The Origin Porsche is just under 208.6. The Be Quick Audi is just under 207.9. So all of the top 3 teams are quick, but Akash Nandi is the quickest driver of all out there at the moment. So gaining about 2 to 3 seconds a lap on the Ferrari. They're a minute back, so they've got to gain a lot of time over the course of the race, but they've got to hope that they'll gain that time consistently. The problem is that the next man who's going to be behind the wheel of that Ferrari is going to be Jazeman Jafar, who is not a slow driver in the slightest. He's the man who helped put them on pole position for this race in the first place, knows this track like his back garden. He's going to make light work of getting past the champion Motorsport Audi, provided that he takes his time about the move, which he does. No problems getting past Chan Chi-chung, who certainly doesn't want to peeve off Garfield. Goodness me, I very nearly went for a burden there. I do apologise. It must be the fact that I've not had anybody to bounce comments off for the last 3 hours. Saved myself right at the last minute there, though. That almost ended up on commentary clangers in private eye, didn't it? Sorry for that. So Chen Weiyan, the Ferrari, still leading the race, but lap times are picking up a bit, actually. I was going to say that they're deviating, but they're not. A 2-minute 8.8 second time for Chen Weiyan, so he's managed to actually pick up the pieces there a little bit, and is definitely starting to build up. It's actually starting to build up a little bit more pace now. The Origin Motorsport car has dropped the gap to 38.8, so that's why they need to get their skates on a little bit more and find some more pace. The Be Quick Audi is the quickest driver on track at the moment, Akash Nandi. 2 minutes 7.9 for the last lap, so they're actually gaining a second a lap at the moment on the leaders. As into the pits again comes the HZO Fortis racing car. We've only joined partway through the stop, so we don't know if there's any more seat throwing over the top of the car. Well, we saw earlier on Aaron Lim having some fantastic times throwing the seats over the top of the race car earlier on. He's definitely in training to become an Olympic athletics competitor. So still the drivers duel away. Bit of a run wide there from the 610 Porsche. That man's got to be careful, Hubo, because he's got a fired up Chan Chi-chung right behind him. And Chan Chi-chung looks like he fancies his chances to get past the 610 Porsche, which of course is in 5th position, still leading the Pro-Am class. Leading the Am class, I should say. But Chan Chi-chung, who is trying to go for the battle in the Amateur Masters category. They're trying to beat the Viper Nisa team in their race for that category victory. But it's definitely going to be a cheeky race battle between these two for a couple of laps if Chan Chi-chung has anything to go by. So still the cars rage on, and the 911 car is still in the pit lane. According to the timer that we've got on the pit time there, it's been an hour now since they've been back out on the circuit again. Very sad indeed for the team that deserves to be out there a little bit rather. It looks like the gearbox problems have returned, and I wonder if that's going to turn into a race retirement, which would be very sad indeed for the team, especially considering I'm not entirely sure that the sole lady in the race, Leona Chin, I'm not sure she actually got to drive the car at any point. So I'm very sure that Sunny Wong did. I think Yang Chuang was in the car in the second stint. Peter Lee was definitely behind the wheel, but I'm not sure that Leona Chin has actually had a chance to drive the car, which would be very unfortunate for her if she didn't get to. So the 610 Racing team having a very solid and smooth race of it at the moment. There's only one team, to my knowledge, that has got 5 drivers behind the wheel, and we're going to see that 5th driver very soon indeed behind the wheel, I do believe, in the Climax Audi. Because so far in the Trouble 7 Climax Audi, we have seen Li Dongsheng, Liu Wei, Zhao Liyuan and Li Donghui. Now we're going to get to see very soon indeed Lin Kang, who was the driver who actually set the fastest time throughout the entirety of qualifying yesterday. So it would be a very tricky scenario for all of the contenders to get to the end of the stint. It's currently 5 minutes past 2 in the afternoon here. We're not far away from completing 1/3 distance, almost 4 hours in to the completion of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. But my big question at the moment is, to rain or not to rain? That is the question. Well, it looks like we may have dodged it, because the percentage chances of there being rain over the circuit now have actually dissipated. I think we may get an entire race without any rain. There's only now a 30% chance of rain in the next hour. So I think we got away with it, strangely enough, which is great news for the teams. Of course, it's not good news for the teams that you know, as a spectator, you're probably quite happy it's not going to rain. Some of the teams would have actually been hoping for a bit of rain to shake things up a bit. As into the pits comes the 326 Racing Team car that spent about 8 laps in the pits a short while ago. But it does at least look as though the car is running properly. So Zhu Jieyu in the 326 Racing Team car comes into the pits for a regular pit stop. So now we'll get to see if we're going to see a return to the circuit for the 610 Racing Team, number 911 car, Peter Lee and his team getting back out on the circuit. Doesn't look like it at the moment though. They've been in for over an hour and they're almost 2 stints behind everybody else now. So the 326 leaves the pits. Will rejoin down in 10th position where they were already, is the amount of time that they lost in the pit stops earlier on. And we're just 15 laps away from the end of this stint now for the contenders, so we're about halfway through the stint. And 30 laps basically takes us about an hour and 7 minutes through the race. So I would suspect that we're going to be able to get 5 stints in 6 hours. Trying to do the math as quickly in my head as possible. It might be a push towards 5 stints in 6 hours actually, rather than 4 stints in 5. So it is going to be quite tricky to try and get that balance through the last part of the stint. There's the Audi. That is the 777, the Climax Racing car. That's the one that's being driven by Li Dongsheng, Liu Wei, Lin Kang, Zhou Liyan and Li Donghui. And it is Li Donghui who's actually at the wheel at the moment. What are his lap times giving us? 2-minute 13s, so they're nowhere near the pace that they showed earlier in the weekend. They were second on the grid, of course, in qualifying, but qualifying was a bit of a lottery, really, because through Q2 and Q3 yesterday, the session was interrupted by heavy rain. So the whole sessions became a bit of a lottery, because, of course, in the qualifying sessions, it was the accumulated times from 3 of the sessions. It was the best 3 lap times combined that made the pole position for the starting grid, which is how the Ferrari got into pole position in the first place, and it's also how the Climax Racing team got into second position. So still, the battle is going to be an interesting one to tighten up through the course of the race. What's really going to be a factor now is how much time is going to be lost in the next stint, because the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari is going to lose a lot of time. And it was an interesting point made by Luke Hartog earlier that a lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams decided, or certainly a lot of the key teams decided, to end up putting their pro driver in the car first to sort of build up the start. There's no rule against that, of course, but if you put your AM driver out first and then leave your pros for later, you are vulnerable, as up on the inside goes the Harmony Porsche, the Harmony Ferrari on the EBM Porsche, that's what I meant to say. So the Garfield has overtaken Earl Bamber, technically speaking. Good run so far. So we'll have to see if the Ferrari is going to sustain this pace in the next stint, because Chen Wei-Yan has done a fair job of keeping it in the 209s, to be fair. He's actually been quicker consistently than Jason Lowe, which is what they needed to be. There is the 777 Climax racing car in the pits, so Li Dongfei is going to get out of the car, and I would almost certainly suggest that it's going to be Lin Kang who now takes over the car. Asian Le Mans t-shirts on the back of the mechanics mark there. Just reminding the team that they've obviously got to make sure they comply with the minimum pit stop time. So on my next trip down to the pits, we'll try and figure out what the state of affairs is with the 610 Racing team, Porsche number 911. Wouldn't surprise me at all if they are just taking their time to... car 601, drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Now, the 601, that is the champion motorsport Audi of Chan Chi-chung. So they have clearly decided that that little bit of paint swapping on the main straight, I think it was that car, wasn't it? I thought it was Li Zichen, actually. Well, there's certainly been a pit stop being handed, a penalty being handed to the 601, the champion motorsport Audi, for causing a collision. So that is a drive-through penalty that's been handed to them. Very unfortunate, but that's going to drop them even further off the tail of the field. They're 3 laps ahead of the 326 Racing team, but they are 4 laps down from the HZO Fortis car in front, so that's not going to affect too much for them. But it just sets the precedent for that earlier little bit of paint traded earlier. I can't think it's for that incident. Maybe it's for an incident we didn't see, or an incident that's so long ago I couldn't remember that it happened in the first place. But a drive-through penalty for the number 601 champion motorsport Audi for causing a collision. So Andrew Kutcher points out the purple on the Audi is absolutely beautiful, and it really is. The Porsche 610 racing machine, it works really, really well. The Climax racing livery, which has little flashes of purple on it, nowhere near as much as the Porsche, but certainly flashes of decent paint job on there as well. Also really good to look at. So side by side down the straight, that is the Be Quick Audi going wheel to wheel with the champion motorsport Audi, and it isn't long before the champion Audi gets out of the way and allows the Be Quick car of Akash Nandi to move forward, and that's why they were coming into the pits. Now I do wonder if that's the end of a natural stint for Chan Chi-chung, or whether they've actually had a difficult situation. I think they've had a little bit of an issue with pace, actually. I think there's something not quite right with that car, because even for Chan Chi-chung, we expect him to be one of the slower drivers, but I just don't think the pace has been there even for him. So I do wonder if they've got a slow problem developing. Well, that's the answer. That's the drive-through penalty that's being served, in my opinion. I apologise. I thought that was a pit stop for them, but no, it was the drive-through penalty being served by Chan Chi-chung. So that gets them out of the way and gets them out of the route anyway. This beautiful Sepang circuit, probably one of the most beautiful race circuits in the world. Certainly one of the most beautiful permanent circuits in the world, I would say. And it really is a fascinating location for great racing, and I can look out of my commentary box window towards the tail end of the circuit, and I can watch the cars as they tuck their way through turns 5 and 6, that left into the right. And it is such a beautiful race circuit everywhere you look. When you came in this morning, just the access road looking through for these cars, it was just wonderful to observe these fantastic cars at speed. It's a real honour, a real privilege to be the person allowed to do this, because you get closer to the sport than you ever thought you could. You get really good relationships in with these drivers. You get to know them all very well over time, and it's like a little mini motorsport festival having a 12-hour race like this, with all the work that's been put in the build-up to it. And this is obviously good training, a good testing program for a lot of the teams when they start focusing on things like the Dubai 24 hours, Nürburgring, Spa, Daytona, and of course Le Mans. 5 big 24-hour races over the course of the year, don't forget. This will also be good preparation for the Bathurst 12 hours next year as well for a few of the teams. So with just a couple of seconds left on the timer for this phase, we are now 4 hours in. 4 hours into the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. We've got 8 hours still to go. And it's Ferrari looking strong as they have done from the start. They have led every single lap of this race so far. The gap is down to 40 seconds, but it's certainly still full of confidence for the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari up at the sharp end. The Origin Porsche in second position, and third position for the Be Quick Absolute Audi. So now they continue on their way down to the braking zone for the hairpin. And the champion Audi still pushing on. 4 hours into this race then, and we can look over the highlights from hour number 4. Good battles and good pace from several cars throughout. It was great to watch the progress of Sandy Stuvik. This was the move of the hour for me. This move on the 610 Racing Porsche, allowing them to make the mistake, then getting this switch back and undercutting, using the slower Audi to box the car in to finish off the overtake. Excellent from Sandy Stuvik. It's been so fluid and solid throughout from Jason Lowe and Chen Wei-An, who've been the drivers over the course of this phase in the Harmony Ferrari. Great work too from the Origin Porsche. Yuan Bo has just been steady and consistent throughout in second position. But then this rather unnecessary point of contact from the 326 Racing Audi. That's why I'm a little bit shocked that that the Champion Motorsport Audi got a penalty for contact, because it wasn't that car involved in the incident. So it's been another incident that clearly we haven't seen. They've had driver changes throughout, of course, in the different stints. But a really interesting run for the Viper Niza car. They've made a lot of progress as well. Their lap times have been very impressive, as to, of course, have been Sandy Stuvik and Akash Nandi in the Be Quick Absolute Audi. Moves after moves after moves, as we've seen a lot of good badinage and banter out on the course. But the champion Audi has clearly picked up a penalty from somewhere, made contact that it shouldn't have done, and as a result, they got a drive-through penalty. But still, harmonious indeed for the Harmony Ferrari. So back on the start-finish straight as we look at the Motul 2025 12 Hours of Sepang, continuing on the way down the main straight, as there is the Porsche, the EBM car for Earl Bamber Motorsport, having a very steady race of it at the moment. Through to the right-hander and dropping down the charge to the left-hand sweeper, the right-hand sweeper that then leads into that hairpin right. Very tricky circuit this, and this requires a real genius on setup, because this circuit is marvellous when you get the setup right, horrific to drive if you get it wrong. It's a really difficult circuit to get right. But so far the teams have definitely been looking pretty composed and pretty solid throughout. This track needs a lot of versatility behind the wheel. You need to be able to run good pace with the elevation and the undulation changes. For me, it's always been one of the pinnacle circuits in the world ever since it opened back in 1999. Ready ahead of the first Malaysian Grand Prix, which very nearly crowned us a world champion in Formula One that year. We then had to wait another race for it. There were a few short hours there where we thought the world champion was going to be Mika Häkkinen, as Eddie Irvine and Michael Schumacher were excluded for having faulty barge boards on their Ferraris. It turned out that Häkkinen would be champion, but he had to wait a few weeks for that until they got to the Japanese Grand Prix to really confirm it. So in comes EBM. So Adrien de Silva will get out of the car and he will hand it over to the Frenchman Dorian Boccolacci. Watch the lap times tumble, because Dorian Boccolacci is going to be lightning quick now. He will be the fastest driver on the course. He already has the fastest lap of the race, which is a 2:06.1. So he is the kind of driver that could eventually break this car into the 2:05s. But it is going to be tricky. He's gone very quickly indeed. So let's see if the contenders are going to have a smooth pit stop at EBM. Certainly looks pretty calm. That's the thing about having a mandatory minimum pit stop time, which they do in this category. In this particular 12 hours race, the regulations allow for a minimum mandatory pit stop time. It means that the mechanics do actually have a bit of time to give themselves a little bit more to run the pit stops. The minimum time is nowhere near as aggressive as it would be in, say, GT Asia or Le Mans or similar categories of that ilk. So what's the closest battle on track at the moment? Well, it looks as though the gap we've got that's smallest of all is that between EBM and 610 Racing. So 610 Racing, I think, has just managed to get itself back into 4th position. Just allowing the EBM to come through. Big dive on the inside line there from the 610 to go through. And that's the Audi, my apologies. So that's the Climax Audi battling away with the HZO Fortis Audi again, despite the fact that they are a lap apart from each other. But they are still racing each other for position, technically. So the two Audis are going to fly past our position now. But they are racing each other for position, despite the fact that there's a lap between them. So the Climax Racing car of Liu is in front of Haziq Zadelo in the HZO Fortis car. They are racing for position, but one is a lap ahead of the other. So the Climax Racing number 777, the purple Audi, is in front of the Dayglow yellow Audi. So a really tricky situation for the drivers so far. Quentin Goutard wants to know, y a des Français? Are there any French drivers? Yes, Dorian Boccolacci is behind the wheel of the EBM Porsche right now. He's just got behind the wheel. So expect Dorian Boccolacci to be the one who will charge forward and get us another new fastest lap. He does have the fastest lap at the moment, 2:06.164. Fastest lap of the race so far. The only driver that's come close to that is Jazeman Jafar, who's done a 2:06.345 in that Ferrari. It won't be long until he makes his pit stop again. As we watch the 777, the Climax Audi, work its way through. So you have a very tricky balance of race stint now. There is Melvin Moe. Melvin Moe getting himself ready to get behind the wheel again and take over from the Viper Niza Mercedes car of Dominic Ang. Now that's interesting because they've shuffled the deck a little bit on drivers there. Douglas Koo was supposed to be the one who gets in after Dominic Ang, I think, but they've decided to shake it up a little bit. Either that or we've already gone on to the we've already gone on to the 6th stint for Viper Niza, but I don't think they have. So they've clearly decided to put Melvin in the car before Douglas on this particular occasion. Clearly in tactics that'll work out as through flies the Be Quick absolute Audi that is now in 3rd position, don't forget. So they've worked their way through, and Akash Nandi is still going quicker than the two drivers in front of him. The gap is only now down to 5.9 seconds between Akash Nandi in the Be Quick Audi and the Origin Porsche of Yuan Bo. And the Porsche team for Origin are also about to hand their car over to Leo Ye at the next pit stop window. And the Be Quick Audi, they're going to hand it over to Henk Kinks. So Henk Kinks is actually going to have a fairly decent challenge battle there with Leo Ye. But it's up to charging Akash Nandi, the Malaysian, to try and get that gap down smaller still. 5.1 seconds, so they've made a bit of a gain, another 0.7 of a second, as the Be Quick Audi tries to close up again into 2nd place. If they can get into 2nd place, then this race opens out a bit more, because the battle is going to be really intriguing. There's also a bit of a nice tussle as the Mercedes of the Viper Niza team is being caught by the EBM. So the EBM Porsche is now 7 seconds back from it. So we've got a couple of little battles brewing on the horizon. It's not all doom and gloom, and how on earth have we got so few cars in the race and there's no entertainment? There's plenty of entertainment. You've just got to look for it. You can't be part of the 17-second attention span generation with GT racing. It's slow burn. It's good drama at the right time. Good things come to those who wait. So there is the Be Quick Absolute Audi. The gap is coming down all the time. 5.1 seconds is now the deficit. Really starting to gain ground on the Origin. What about sector times? The Origin's just done a 27.4 for the first sector and a 28.9, oh sorry, a 28.7 for the second sector. For some reason, the Be Quick Audi's sector times have not come up on the screen. I don't quite understand why that is. But it is going to be an interesting one, a bit of an intriguing one, to see how it all balances out. Down the straight and over the line once again. The race leading car is the 33R Harmony Ferrari, and into the pits comes the Viper Niza car. So that is Melvin Moe about to get behind the wheel of the Mercedes, having taken over from Dominic Ang. Very simple conversation between the two drivers. That was very nearly as quick as Ken Miles and Denny Hume in the movie Le Mans 66. Got out the car, gave it to Denny Hume and said, "Happy birthday, my friend." Wasn't his birthday, of course, but it was a nice metaphor. As in, happy birthday, you get to drive this car for the next couple of hours. It's a nice early present. And I think there's a lot of joy about to creep into the universe for Melvin Moe. He gets to drive the Mercedes-AMG GT3 for the next couple of hours. I'd be happy too. The mechanics finish their job, get the wheels on the wagon, and we'll send it back into the race once again. Thank you to all those of you who are watching, defending the race despite it being a small grid. I do find motorsport fans at times can be a little bit fickle at times. They'll say, well, there's all this chaos and drama on the course because there's 30 cars on the grid. Far too many, in my opinion. And you get the same people say, well, 10 cars for a race is not enough. So what do you want? What do you want? What do you actually want? You want good motorsport entertainment, then you need to be patient. You need to remember why you love it in the first place. With GT racing, it's not always about chaos and drama. It's about looking at amazing cars, making great noises for the duration of the competition. And you do get some good battles in the races. We've already had several in this race so far. You can still have a great motor race, even if you've only got a few cars on the grid. You've just got to know what you want. And you've got to be quite appreciative when it does arrive. We've had several battles in this race. We got something that almost looked personal between a couple of the Chinese drivers during the last hour. We had that contretemps into the first corner between the two Audis, then ended up coming together at H2O Fortis and Champion. We've had some intriguing battles. We've had a hard charge forward from Sandy Stuvik. We've had another hard charge forward from Luke Hartog, and we're now going to get a similar one, I think, from Dorian Boccolacci. So still the battles raging on and having a very good run. The contenders will push us forward for another exciting duel on this part of the circuit. And there's the Ferrari being caught by the EBM Porsche. Now this is a fascinating one. We've got Chen Huayan, the 33R Harmony Ferrari, being caught by Dorian Boccolacci, the former Porsche Carrera Cup France champion, former FIA Formula 2 driver, GP3 Series race winner. Certainly was on the charge to Formula 1 back in the day, but the Frenchman Dorian Boccolacci is going to try and take on our race leader Chen Huayan in the 33R Harmony Ferrari. So down to the braking zone for the hairpin, just trying to wait for the moment. The Ferrari isn't going to be as fast as Dorian Boccolacci, who has a lot more experience on an international level than Chen Huayan. This is going to be one of those rare moments in the race when the Ferrari actually gets overtaken on pure pace. Dorian Boccolacci is not going to wait around here. He knows that Chen Wei-An is going to be a bit of a pushover, but he's not going to back down for the fight. The Ferrari tries to resist, and it's not going to happen. Boccolacci will get the move done. That's sheer authority, dictatorial authority being played out there between Dorian Boccolacci unlapping himself from the Ferrari of Chen Wei-An. I don't care if you're leading the race. I'm quicker than you. I know I'm quicker than you, and I'm going to prove it. Chen Wei-An in the Ferrari trying to take him on again. I just let him have it. You know, you're still in the lead of the race, Chen, by 45 seconds. Let him have it, let him go. You're going to waste more time burning out the tyres trying to get this back again. Plenty of what Wipeout 25 has described as happy car noises here from the 12 Hours of Sepang. And certainly there are some very happy car noises at the wheel of the EBM Porsche, as Dorian Boccolacci has caught and passed Chen Wei-An on merit and brought the EBM back onto the leading racing lap again. In fact, actually, I think they are still just one lap behind, because they're about to complete lap 114, while the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari is on lap 116. So they're a lap down rather than 2 laps down now. There is the Origin Porsche with the Be Quick Absolute Audi right on its tail. So Akash Nandi has got right up to Yuan Bo. Now we're going to get to see a race battle for actual position. This isn't going to get a lap back on another car. This isn't to sort out one class position over another. This is for second overall. And Akash Nandi, having handed the car over by Sandy Stuvik, is now in a great position to bring the Be Quick Absolute Audi up into second place. It's been a great battle for these two teams so far. Don't forget, the Be Quick Absolute Audi has been making progress since the start of the race. They started this one all the way back in 6th on the grid, but the Origin Motorsport team had an even tougher mountain to climb. They started the race dead last, and now they're in second place as they both make their way past. The Origin Motorsport gets a little bit squirrely through the double apex, and I thought that was going to be the moment for the Be Quick Audi. So did Akash Nandi. Now he's going to go for in the hairpin. Well, that twitch from the Origin Porsche was all the invitation Akash Nandi needed, as the Be Quick Audi is able to be quick in the apex when it counted and gets the move done. It was a very scary moment indeed for the Origin Porsche, and unfortunately it sacrificed second place. Akash Nandi was there for the taking, managed to get the overtake done, and it's a slam dunk maneuver, I'm afraid, for Akash Nandi in the Be Quick Audi. Job done, he got through, and that now puts the Be Quick Audi into second place. So that was a very slippery, slidey moment there for the Origin Porsche. They just about got out of that one, but unfortunately it did cost them second place. I'd quite like to see that one again, because it was the travel through the middle part of the previous apex of the Origin Porsche that cost them about a second and a half, but it also cost them momentum. In races like this, it can be very easy to lose your grip, to lose the focus for that split second when it really counts in a tricky situation for the competitors. But it was beautifully claimed there by Akash Nandi, who totally took advantage of the situation, realised what was happening, kept his wits about him. Boom, second place. Thank you very much. Right, now to go get the next one. And of course the next one is the Ferrari. That's going to be a very hard task. So the team made up of Akash Nandi, Sandy Stuvik and Henk Kinks is now going to set off in pursuit of the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari, made up of Chen Wei-An, who's currently at the wheel, Liu Kai-Liu, Jason Lowe and Jazeman Jafar. Jazeman Jafar, one of the very first names I ever commentated on. Oh, off the road goes the Audi! What on earth has happened there? That is one of the most bizarre spins I've ever seen at Sepang. Just gone clean off the road on the exit of the double apex. I wonder if they dropped it on the exit and the car just spiraled out of control. What on earth happened there? So that is Liu Zhijian, who has gone clean off the racetrack on the exit there. Big barrel roll of a spin. Car swapping ends several times over there. And that was a full parallel, that was a full pirouette. Let's have another look. So look in the background and we'll see what happens. So we only picked it up halfway through. So we don't really know how that incident started. We only really know how it ended. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. So I'm afraid that didn't go very well indeed. And they deserve more sympathy than a puppy with 3 paws at the moment. That's a very unfortunate situation to lose it there. If the car has stalled, we could end up with a full course yellow. Now, of course, a full course yellow is not the same as a safety car. So a full course yellow will mean they all drop to 60 kilometers an hour. Well, they're managing to recover. Go on, hop and skip and bounce along. It's almost like a Crufts routine now as they try and get themselves going again. Go on, back on, back on. There we go. So a bit of a scary moment then for the 326 Racing Team driver Liu Zhijian, but he manages to recover. Meanwhile, down at Origin, it's time for a driver change. And so Liu Ye is getting himself ready for one. So Liu Ye is going to take over the Origin Porsche from Yuan Bo at the next pit stop, and that's going to be in a couple of laps' time, I would think. Seat is getting ready as well. So everyone is gearing up for an exciting charge forward for the next part of the pit stops. There is the HZO Fortis Audi. Thought he was coming into the pits then. I think you're running wide, he thought he was as well. But not going to happen on this occasion. So the HZO Fortis car continues. Hazik Zyrel O, Hari Zyrel O and Aaron Lim, the drivers on this occasion. So Aaron Lim coming out of retirement to support this family, which is still very much in the early days of its GT exploration. There is the Origin Porsche. Just listen to these cars, man. It's absolutely wonderful. That is a monstrous V10. And still the battles rage on. But it is going to be a really exciting run for the contenders as they continue in the fine spread of the battles. And we're going to get to see a really exciting charge forward now from our competitors on the far side of the course. I think we should see some really enduring battles moving forward. There's still quite a lot still to play out here. I think we'll see some good duels around the course. But the pit stops are now coming in thick and fast. So it's not going to be too long now until we get to see some really heroic battles from these pit stops. And we're going to see some close proximity. So the contenders still making a good run of it. There is the Origin Porsche in the pit lane, so it's going to be a good run from Liu Ye, I would have expected now coming soon. So it's all going according to plan for the Origin crew. They can continue their sharp battle as the racing continues on. They will have a really solid competition as they continue to make solid progress. Just watching out of my window, it looks as though the champion Audi is getting itself into more fracas with the Climax Audi out on the course, but there is the Ferrari coming through onto lap 120. Expect them to come into the pits at the end of this lap, because they've done 30 laps, then they did 60, and then they pitted on 90. This is now 120, so I would expect them to then come into the pits and 120. Love that from the CM team, from CM on YouTube, sorry. Excellent to see a really fabulously funny, but also very true, a very true comment that was made there. That crew member we saw on that last pit stop, that was the kid you wanted in your group projects for class. He would do all the work and you could sit back and get that A. So true, so true. Very important to have people like that on your team. Look at those clouds overhead. I know that the weather forecast app I've got says that we've got 30% chance of rain. I would say it's a little bit more than that. But we did say and have said all the way through the week that The rain here is unpredictable. Certainly over the circuit at Sepang, it can be different weather conditions to what is being predicted down the road in Kuala Lumpur. So there is the Origin, just trying to warm up the tyres and get up to speed, and they've got the Be Quick Audi right behind it. So these are the two cars battling for second position, don't forget. The Be Quick Audi having just got into second, the Origin Porsche now having got straight back through. So this is the battle now between Leo Ye and Akash Nandi. So Leo Ye is now a lap down from the Be Quick Audi, has just unlapped itself, and let's not forget that the Be Quick Absolute Audi is going to come into the pits to have a pit stop. Now we're going to see the difference in strategies though, because I would normally have expected the Origin to come into the pits bang on lap 120, which is what we're on, but it came in a lap earlier than that. So interestingly, the Origin Porsche team are trying to do something a bit different here. So they're obviously trying to go in a slightly different direction with their pit stops. Their last pit stop was a 1 minute 59 in total, which is obviously less than the lap here. So I think they're trying to undercut the Be Quick Absolute Audi by just deviating the pit stop strategy by a lap. Just trying to get themselves a little further up the road from them, and they want to make sure that they get out in second place. Where's the Ferrari? There it is, lap 120. So they have come into the pits on lap 30, 60, 90 and 120. I wonder what lap they'll come in next time. Absolutely metronomic. Right, there goes the Be Quick Audi. One lap after the Origin Porsche. And again, bang on 30 laps of stints. So it's going to be a really intriguing battle. The competitors continue on their way forward. And as the Audi comes into the pits then for the Be Quick Absolute team, we're going to wait to see when the Origin goes past the pits. I think it's going to be minimal, but I do think the Origin Porsche should just get there. And Traputney wants to know, does this end during night time? Certainly does. As we've got 7 hours and 34 minutes to go. It's currently just gone 20 to 3 in the afternoon here, so we're definitely going to be in pitch black by the time we finish the racing. So it's going to be very exciting to see how things continue for the next part of the race. We're not quite at half distance yet, but we're not far away from it, just an hour and a half away from the half distance mark. This race really is zipping by. That's the thing, all you need is a decent crop of cars. You don't need a million cars, you just need the right cars with the right teams, with the right drivers, who give you the right show. You don't need perfection, you just need to know exactly what you're going to get. And this race is certainly giving us a few surprises. There goes the Ferrari, and it's not Chen Weian at the wheel anymore, it's now Jason Lowe. Well, that's interesting, Jason Lowe is behind the wheel. I thought it was going to be Jasmine Jafar. So that tells us that the lap times are going to be quite tight between the Origin Porsche and the Be Quick Absolute Audi, depending on who they put in the Be Quick Audi next. Because the Origin, they've obviously given that to Leo Ye, who could be pretty quick. If they put Henk Kicks in the Audi, then it's going to be evenly stalemate in terms of times. I think Kicks will be slightly quicker over the stint than Jason Lowe. But this could be where the race really takes shape, because if you put Jafar and Stuvik in the cars at the same time, boy oh boy is that going to be fun. So we could see quite a lot of battles and badinage out on the course in the next couple of hours. We're starting to build into a bit of a crescendo. As on the inside, that is how close it's been on the pit stops between the two cars dueling over second place. The Origin comes right round the outside of a Be Quick Audi. It couldn't have been closer on the exit. That is as close as it gets for a pit stop exit. And it's the Origin that just beats the Be Quick Audi out. But who is it that's behind the wheel of the Be Quick Audi? It's not telling us on our monitor at the moment. Hopefully that'll update soon. And apparently the number 87, that's the Origin Porsche, has got 0.021 seconds added to the pit stop infringement bonus chart. I've never seen that before, but look how close it was. Look how close it was between them. And it was only the momentum of the Origin Porsche that got them through. Was there contact? So hard to tell. That got really, really close, ridiculously close on the exit. But the Origin Porsche does just edge its way through into second position ahead of the big quick Audi. And look at the mist. It's starting to come down a little bit here. We may get some rain after all. And when it starts raining at Sepang, everyone in the world knows about it. It's the 610 Racing Porsche into the pits, running in 4th position, as we know. And it's Bo that gets out of the car. So expect a little bit more from this latter stage of the race, especially out of the pit stop. They've got to get on with this quickly if they want to beat the EBM Porsche out. But there is the Origin Porsche moving a lap ahead. 610 Racing car, and they are now 34 seconds behind the Ferrari. Get that, that's the real story in this one. Over the course of that last pit stop phase, the Origin Porsche has been able to gain 10 seconds on the Ferrari. And based on the lap times we've seen already from the stints, I think Leo Ye is going to go considerably quicker than Jason Lowe. So this stint is going to be about how much time can the Origin Porsche and the Be Quick Audi gain on the Harmony Ferrari. I think there's going to be a bit more of a race in this battle. The battles continue. So as we now get closer to the midway point of the race, the 33R Harmony Ferrari is only 34.5 seconds ahead of the Origin Porsche, which has just gone fastest of all in the first sector. Both them and the Be Quick Absolute Audi are on the charge. The EBM Porsche is making gains for Dorian Boccolacci, who's going faster than anybody at the moment. This race is heating up as we get closer to the halfway point. I'm going to head down to the pits and see if I can gain a little bit of an understanding as to how the race has been playing out for some of the teams, see who we can get a word with, if anybody at all. We'll get a little bit further into the narrative for this Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. The next time you see me, I'll be down in pit lane. folks, we've wandered our way down into the pit lane once again here on the Sepang International Circuit, getting close to the second half of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang 2025. And getting down into the pit lane, those clouds are looking thick, grey and horrid. It looks like it could get very wet very quickly here at Sepang. We're going to try and go through this pit walk before it rains, but obviously with the weather being as unpredictable as it usually is, I can't guarantee anything. So we're going to wander into the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari team. They're obviously the team that's been leading the way from the start, but it's not a guarantee that they're going to come through for the victory. They've now got 3 teams hot on their heels. So let's see if we can grab a word with one of the team members down in pit lane, see if we can grab a word with someone like Jasmine Jafar, if he's here or round about. Well, we're certainly going to get one of the team members. Let's see if we can grab a word. You've just got out of the car.
Yeah.
How have things been for that Ferrari? It looks pretty hot and intense out there.
Yeah, I mean, this is Sepang. For our team, we have been doing this race for 3rd year now, and we all knew this, but this is the best so far, so I'm hoping that we keep this momentum.
Coming into the next stint, obviously Jason getting back into the car, but all 3 of the teams behind are now on the back. This is where the race really intensifies. You've got to make sure that you're not overdriving the car. You've got to look after it whilst also getting it ready for the night phase.
Absolutely, and I believe that after this stint, we will be more on the equal foot with the other cars since everybody finished their M drivers. And I'm hoping that from now on, the temperature will drop, and I do believe that will play into our favor.
So looking at the last stint, in the intensity of the heat that you were in, being an AM driver with all that weight and all that expectation and all that pressure, how do you feel you acquitted yourself during the stint?
I thought I was a bit too conservative at the beginning, but yeah, towards the end, I was pushing a bit more, and I see some great lap time. So when I jump in again, I would be better judging with the degradation.
We thought you did a fantastic job, Wei-An, and look forward to seeing you out there again. Good job.
Thank you.
So Wei-An Chen, who's just come out of the car, you could see how intense it was for him, so hot out there, and an incredible amount of hard work going into it. But this is what I wanted to show you. For those who are doubting, is it really Garfield on the car? It's not just on the car, it's in the entirety of the team as well, looking over us. Cheers, buddy. Where's the lasagna? That's what I want to know. There's no point having any. There's no point having Garfield in the pit lane and not having any lasagna. So the team are obviously doing their hard work. There's a lot of debate going on as well. Let's have a good cheeky look. We're having a really interesting conversation going on with the mechanics back here. Let's have a quick crafty look. It's getting a little bit intense between them. They're having a nice, interesting little conversation. That's been going on for about 5 minutes, by the way. So they're not easy yet. They're not relaxing at this point yet. In terms of the race, there's still a lot to do. The team that's gaining ground on them is next door. The team that used to be known as R&B Racing, now of course they're Origin, and this team is really starting to make some big progress now. Liu Ye is 24 seconds down the road from them, so this could be a matter of laps before they're back on the pace. We've got 2:09.6 from the Ferrari, 2:06.8 from the Porsche last time, so Liu Ye is getting a lot of the hard work done just in the early phase of this stint. I want to see if we can grab a word with Adderley Fong, because we missed him at the start of the race. I'd quite like to see if he's around in the second part. No, he's gone to cool down because he's only just recently been in the car. But they're keeping it quite tight-lipped at Origin. There's a lot of hard work going in, and you can see that everybody's starting to get a little bit more stressed, a little bit more nervous about what's going on. We can see the Origin on our screen there, and it's looking pretty tight. It's looking pretty tricky at the top for them because they're now really starting to gain the ground. And don't forget, this is the team that started the race dead last. So now they're not only up to second place, but they're actually gaining 2 to 3 seconds a lap on the leading Ferrari. So there's a lot still to play out in this race. We are far from done. And this pendulum could swing back in the direction of the teams that are giving chase. Great work from the guys at Pirelli. I want to see just how much hard work goes into it. Check this out. We saw this a little earlier on. But just look at the hard work that goes in from the engineers here at Pirelli. Putting all of these wheels on the dyno, on the travelator, getting them pressed into the rims. A lot of hard work from these Pirelli engineers goes in. This is the kind of stuff you don't normally get to see during the course of a race, but there's an incredible amount of hard work. This is a fantastic team. They know exactly what their operation is, and they've got a well-drilled system. Great to see them hard at work. So I'm going to get out of the way and let them carry on with that. But that cloud over the sky is getting really quite thick now. I have a feeling that rain is coming sooner rather than later. Could be very tricky. Right, let's head over to Champion Motorsport. The Audi team is getting themselves ready for another strong run. Let's see if we can grab a word with one or two of the drivers after an intense run out there on the course. Let's see if we can grab a word with someone from the team. How has it been going at Champion so far?
Well, so far so good, except we got 2 drive-through penalties, so we're going to say sorry to the other car that contact involved with us.
What was the second penalty for? We didn't really see any incidents on our cameras.
So it's also a contact involved with, actually, unfortunately, it's the same car, number 5, so we got twice contact in this race so far. So hopefully no more.
So a little bit of a rivalry building with them so far?
Yeah. Correct.
Interesting. All right, thanks for your word.
All right, no problem.
So there you go. That we finally figured out the cause of that particular point of contact. But it was with the same car they ran into earlier. So very interesting. That rivalry is starting to brew a little bit between them. Exactly not what you wanted. But certainly for the team, it's obviously now they've got to be very careful about how they approach going racing with them. The Mercedes just went by with that proper throaty rumble of the engine coming through, and you do get the differences in the engines as you come through. We've got a Porsche coming up behind me now. That's the Audi actually, and you can tell because it does sound a bit different from the Porsche. There's a Porsche. It's a little bit of a higher note of the pitch as they come through. Right, we're down at Climax. This is the team that started second position in the race. So I'm going to see if we can grab a word with the team once again after what has been a very tricky race so far. Let's see if we can grab a quick word. How are things at Climax? They started well, but it's been tricky since then.
Actually, we went all very well. Just one spin from one teammate, by the way. All is under control. We just get back to the lead of the AMP class. So, after Louis will be in the car, so hopefully everything goes well.
So this is the kind of race where in the second half of the race you guys are going to come flying back up the lap chart.
Yes, we have to get the driver driving time down earlier, so we can put a quick driver at the end to push at the end.
I suppose it kind of helps that you guys haven't got a mandatory requirement for the AM drivers to run at night. If you did, then that would have been a slightly more complex situation for everybody.
I think only Louis and me will drive in the night, so all the other drivers will be finished before the dark.
The chances of rain are starting to get less, even though there are some big clouds overhead. Is that a good thing for you guys, or were you kind of factoring your strategy with the possibility of rain added to it?
By our forecast, I think it might rain at around 4 to 5. So let's see. I will be in the car next. If it rains, I will stay in the car for a little bit longer because it's quite tricky for the arm driver in the wet.
And how do you cope with the pressure of being out there for that first or second lap when you're on the circuit, needing wet tyres but unable to switch to them?
I get a good experience from the Asian Le Mans. Was raining a bit, was on a slick tire, so I have plenty of experience on these conditions.
Okay, well hopefully it's not too complicated out there for you, and we keep it nice and easy for you.
Yes, I hope everything goes well.
Cheers, Kang, thank you.
Thanks.
So yeah, could be interesting when we get to the next phase of the pit stop window, because there is a potential still, according to the guys at Climax, for rain to hit the circuit about 4 or 5 o'clock. So that could be an interesting situation if we end up with that. It does look like there could still be some rain over the circuit. I don't think it's a given yet that we're out of harm's way on the weather front just yet. There could still be a bit of a shake-up. Next door, we've got the team at Viper Niza Racing, the Mercedes team from Malaysia, home team, and they're certainly making steady progress with their fantastic combination of Mo, Ku and Ang, and they've been working very hard to make their way back up the ranks. So there's been a lot of good, steady progress for the team. They're now up in 7th position again. Melvin Mo back behind the wheel of the car, and they are definitely starting to make some steady progress on lap times in particular. This race is slowly starting to come back to the Mercedes crew. Douglas, every time I always catch Douglas at the wrong time, because he always looks like he's doing no work at all, but he's clearly been working very hard indeed. Weather map, I noticed you guys have got the weather map out. How confident are you it's going to stay dry?
I think it's going to be dry for at least the next 2 hours, so hopefully when I do my stint it's going to be dry. So yeah, we'll see.
In terms of how the team have been recovering the last couple of hours, it does look like the car's got a good potential pace to the end.
Yeah, I think the 2 other drivers that I have banked out very consistent laps. Yeah, and then next year we might, so let's hope I follow them as well.
Okay, good stop, Douglas. I will try and make sure you're doing some work the next time we see you on screen.
Cheers, thank you.
Good stuff. Good to hear from Douglas Koo as the team continues on its way. There they are on screen at the moment as well, actually. But they're making good progress. I think this is going to be a slow burn of a race from them. They're certainly looking good for the win in their category, but there could still be an overall top 5 for the team. I think they've still got plenty of good pace to come. We haven't really seen all that we're going to see from them just yet. So there's more still coming. Drivers still getting on a good pace, a nice little ray of sunshine to come over the start-finish straight, but there's still that ominous threat of the thick rain clouds to break over the circuit. And here at Sepang, you don't get a lot of warning. Once it happens, it just happens instantly. And it is going to be across the circuit. We're in a bit of a weather trap here, where the clouds really eat into the environment around the circuit. Looks like the Be Quick Audi still having a very good stint at the moment. We work our way in once again to the team here at EBM, just as we were talking about the EBM progress. They've obviously got the cars back out on the circuit at the moment. I'm going to see if we can grab a word with Adrian De Silva, who was in the car a little bit earlier on indeed, and we'll see where we got many of the mechanics here working their way through. I noticed we've got a little bit of tradition as well. We've got pasta danata for the courtesy of Adrian De Silva as well, so there's a little bit of Portuguese cuisine down here in the pits, but everyone's still hard at work at it, and you can see obviously I don't think I've seen a single point in this race where Luke Hartog has not been on the pit wall watching the progress of the team. We've spoken to him once already. I don't want to get too much patience here, but look at the data these guys are working on. All these fantastic squiggly lines, they all mean something very significant to all the members of the team, because obviously they're looking at tyre temperature, engine temperature. They're looking as well at everything from every single component of the car, where the brakes are working, how are they overheating through the course of the race. Everything's got to be measured just so, and it's a very exact science, very, very tricky. So EBM definitely starting to make the progress now. They put Dorian Boccolacci in the car. He's their pro driver, their star turn, if you will. Not that Luke Hartog is slow, but Dorian Boccolacci, a former Porsche Carrera Cup France driver, and of course having done a couple of seasons in FIA Formula 2, having been a race winner in GP3 on the Formula 1 weekend. So there's no doubting that Dorian Boccolacci is one of the star drivers of the weekend. Now that he's out there, he's getting into his rhythm. He's going to be a very hard man to beat in the full progress of the street. Right, I wanted to come down to 610 Racing in particular because once again it's a garage of two halves. And this 610 Porsche has been here for over an hour and a half. I think it's very nearly 2 hours it's actually been here in the garage. So we need to try and figure out what it is that's gone wrong at the 610 car. It's in pieces at the moment. So I just wanted to see, it certainly doesn't look like there's any major work going on with this car. So I just wanted to see if there's anyone who can give us a little bit of information as to what's happened. There's certainly all sorts of components and things that have come off the side of the car. Let's see if we can grab one of the drivers from out the back. Well, that looks like a pretty dead piece of car to me, as the 610 team are very much on the back foot with one car and certainly storming up the order with the other. Is it a retirement for the 911 car?
All right. No. We're changing gearbox and off we go.
So you're changing the gearbox,
yeah.
So it basically became unrepairable?
Yeah, so we thought that it was actuator issue first, or gear sensor issue, then actuator issue, so we were chasing the problem. And then eventually it was a gearbox problem, so something in the gearbox.
So that's going to take some time to change, but obviously you can still get the drivers back out there.
Give us 35 minutes, we're good to go.
Sounds good to me. All right, thanks, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Well, at least that answers the question as to whether we're going to see that car out on the circuit again. The answer is yes, you will, but it is going to be a bit of a slow burn to do that because they're changing the entire gearbox now. So this is what happens when you've gone through a race, when you've got a little bit of battered and bruising. The car looks so pristine at the start. We've got all sorts of debris and dust and rubber marbles that have bounced off the car. So it looks a little bit more race-worn than it had done previously. But the good news is that although they've lost a lot of time, they're going to change the gearbox. They're going to send that car back out onto the circuit once again. So that is good news. Although it's been in there for about 2 hours roughly, it is going to get going again. That's great news for Leona Chin fans. She will actually get her chance to go out onto the circuit and do some racing. So that is good news. Right, next door over at Absolute Racing, well, they've got two cars, obviously. One, the HZO Fortis car, and then the other one, the Be Quick car. Now, the Be Quick car has a really strong chance of victory now. They've been building up the speed and building up the progress throughout the course of the last few stints. So I want to see if there's a chance. Maybe we can see if we can grab a word with Sandy Stuvik and see if we can find out how they... Sandy is here, actually. He's going to make his way round to us, so that's perfect. So Sandy's just been in the car a couple of hours ago. Sandy, this is a race that's really starting to come to be quick. There is a good chance that this could actually turn into a win after all.
Let's see. We're just focusing on doing our best now, maximizing our stints, and we'll see. I mean, obviously everybody's anticipating the rain, so are we, but it looks like it's kind of sunny and it kind of comes and goes, so we're not sure, but it's exciting for sure.
I think some people are sure that it's going to rain in 5 minutes, others that it's going to rain in 2 hours. What do you guys think?
We estimate before 6 p.m., but honestly, it's anybody's guess.
That's the problem with Sepang, there's no exact science, is there?
Yesterday was always before 3 p.m., all the days we've had, so today is already out of the norm. So it makes it exciting though.
So talking about the Audi, how it has evolved over the course of the race, it started quite laid back, I think, because you were trying to build in the car's speed, but now it's really starting to come together. What's been the real key in getting the car to move forward?
I believe our strength is the last half of our stints. I think we can maintain a consistency that perhaps some of the other cars can't. But again, there's so many factors and variables in it, so we're just doing our best really. So Akash is in the car now. He just had a mega stint, so we made him do a double, and after that we'll see who's in the car next.
So the big question in this race, the Ferrari's been leading the whole way. Are they catchable?
I don't know. Their lineup is really good, as is the Origin Porsche, so we're going to try our best. We think we can catch them, and that's definitely what we're aiming for.
The Audi fans are right with you. Good luck for it.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers, Sandy Stuvik. Good to hear from him after a very good stint of his own, of course. Now, over the way, we've got Aaron Lim getting himself ready to jump into the HZO Fortis Audi. So it looks like we're going to get a first-hand pit stop down here in the pit lane. Aaron Lim with that magnificent right arm of his, throwing one of the seats over the top of the car. I actually want to quickly grab a word. Have we got time just before he goes in for the car? I'm going to see if we can grab a word. I'm going to grab a word with the one of the members of the Haritho family. It's been a very busy race for you guys so far, but on the whole, very positive.
Yeah, I mean, we're only halfway in, right? Not even. So, I mean, this is the beauty of endurance racing, I think. It's just, yeah, a lot of work, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of things can happen still, as you were saying earlier, so everything to fight for.
And may I say, Henke, full credit for you to convince Aaron Lim to come back into racing a bit more permanently.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, I mean, he's still quick, eh? The old boy, so, I mean, then again, the old boy, look who's talking. I mean, no, it was like, yeah, that was nice. It's nice with the old brothers and Aaron. There's a good combination in them, I think, like that. And we're trying it, of course, on the other side with Sandy and with Akash. So it would be nice to have an M win and a pro win, right? A pro M win.
We just spoke to your teammate Sandy Stuvik. It's been really good progression for you guys. Obviously, looking at how quick Akash's pace were, you decided to leave him out for a second stint. You guys, there is a potential now for this car to win, so you want to try and maximise it.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, and that's why I haven't done a second stint yet. So we're just seeing what's optimum in terms of lap times for the bronze driver and how we get it all together. But I mean, it's always so incredibly exciting. I mean, you all want to go for the win, and at the end of the day, you're just happy you've been here and did a 12-hour race. You know, it's like whatever it's going to be.
Awesome, Henk. Good to catch up with you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
So we heard from Henk Kinks. Aaron Lim, of course, is the man about to get behind the wheel. I want to see if we might just have a quick moment with Aaron. Aaron, you've got amazing right arm. I never really realised until we saw you throw the other man's seat over the top of your car.
It's light, it's quite light, so all good.
Is it still in seat shape? Is it still in one piece?
Okay, the car is coming down.
Okay, fair enough. We'll let you crack on with it. Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm going to get out that side, and we're going to let this pit stop happen. I just thought we'd have a quick moment there because it was one of the funnier moments of the race. But any moment now, the car is coming through. In fact, there it is to our left side. So we're going to watch this pit stop and driver change happen in real time down here in the pits. There is the HZO Fortis Audi coming straight in. Makes its move, and the pit crew makes its way out. There we go. So Aaron Lim, once again, he's going to change the seat. I wonder how quickly he's going to be given the chance to do this, because once again, he may end up having to throw a seat over the car. It's Hazik that gets out of the car. So Hazik O, having done his stint in the HZO Fortis Absolute, finishes off his run. And now we're going to get to see the driver change now for Aaron Lim. And this time, no need to throw a seat around because it's already well set up for him. He will hop straight in and all will be fine and dandy. But fantastic to watch these pit stops in real time. The crew well drilled at Absolute Racing. They got a lot of experience of this. So really excellent stuff so far from the team. They managed to build back this race performance after a little bit of a headache earlier on. I want to see if we can actually grab a quick word with Hazigo after what has been a really strong stint for him. We'll see if we can grab a quick word. Hazig, a very tough stint out there. It must be so hot in the car.
Yeah, you feel like you're in the sauna. It's super hot. And towards the last stint, the last part of the stint, well, I'm losing a lot of grip. So because of that earlier incident, we have a lot of things to catch up. So we really have to push ourselves to the limit.
How long do the tyres really give you in one stint before they start to fade away? Can you get 30 minutes out of them, 45 minutes? Whereabout is the drop-off?
I think, the first 20 laps is fine, but after 25 lap, it goes bad. So we need to manage from 25th lap all the way to 30th lap. So that's a big struggle.
So those last 4 or 5 laps of the stint are really where it gets particularly tricky out there.
Yes, very tricky over there, and we have to be careful because we don't want to make any mistake too. We had one event happen just now, so we don't want to make any single mistake anymore.
Well, hopefully you guys are going to have a fairly clean run to the end now. Where do you see yourself being able to bring this car to the finish?
We have faith. It's our third endurance together, and to be honest, we have faith in our team. We have a very good support from Absolute Racing, and Aaron, Harry have been a very good teammate, so we have faith, and that's the target tonight. Yep.
Aaron is in the car now, so I'm sure you guys will do just fine for the next hour. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers. Excellent stuff. Good to hear from O after a very successful stint. So it's been a pretty hectic little run down the pits. We've got to the end of our run. It's still a very hectic race on the circuit, but this is the phase of the race now where the Ferrari is finally going to start to show an Achilles heel or two. 2 or 3 of the teams are now really starting to creep in. The Origin Porsche, the Absolute Audi, maybe even we could see a bit of a resurgence too from one of the other teams a little further down. This is where things are really going to start to kick in. What can the EBM Porsche do in the next hour and a half or so? You better stick around to find out. 2025 Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Jake Sanson in the commentary box with you, as I have been from the start, and I love getting your comments and your messages on the stream. Great to see so many people having woken up now in Europe to watch the latter stages of the race here. Good questions coming in, good comments as well. Do please keep those coming in, by the way. Zintex wants to know, it's looking a bit dark on the track. Is the rain coming in? Your guess is as good as mine, because at the moment it's pretty hard to tell whether those clouds are going to break. But I've just done my pit walk over the last half an hour or so down in pit lane, and it does look as though that rain cloud is getting ominous. A lot of the drivers and the teams are a little nervous as to whether we're going to get the rain before 4 o'clock. Maybe some think it's going to be about 5. Some think it's not coming until 6 p.m. So it is a bit of a guessing game at the moment as to when the rain is going to come. Certainly in the last 2 days, it's been very heavy, the rain showers over the circuit. So when it comes, you'll know about it. But a lot of teams are trying to second guess when that's going to be. Here is the EBM Porsche, the Frenchman, Dorian Boccolacci, behind the wheel, the man who spent 2 years in FIA Formula 2 after being a winning driver in GP3, won the Porsche Carrera Cup France title 2 years ago. He's very much a plug-and-play Porsche driver now. Put him into any car in the Porsche fold in any championship, and he will be the fastest man on track. And to prove the point, he has the fastest lap of the race, a 2 minutes 6.164. The leader of the race now, of course, is the Origin with the Be Quick Absolute car. Not sure what happened to the 33 Harmony Ferrari. It must have happened while I was down there in the pits, because they must have had another pit stop. Certainly there's been all sorts of difficulties for the Ferrari now. They are down in 3rd position with the Origin Porsche and the Be Quick Audi now getting fairly close together. We'll try and get some reports as to what happened to the Ferrari. It would be the case, wouldn't it, that it happened just as I'm heading down into the case of the commentary box, out of the commentary box into the pit lane. That would be the moment when something happens to the Ferrari. But looking at their previous lap times, they are lapping in the 2:10s compared to everybody else in the 2:08s. So that would have been a 20-second deficit that has suddenly come down to a 25-second advantage for Origin and Be Quick. So I can only imagine there's been some kind of incident. Maybe you saw it better than I did when I was running back to my commentary box position. If anyone could fill me in, that would be very grateful. But certainly not entirely sure what has happened yet for the weekend. It's going to be an interesting one to see how it has all continued. So still the battles continue on. There is the EBM Porsche, Dorian Boccolacci's lap times currently at the moment in the 2:08s, which is about the same pace as the Origin and the Be Quick Audi, but quicker than the Garfield Ferrari. Yes, I'm calling it the Garfield Ferrari. I know it's the 33R Harmony Racing team, but the Garfield on the side of the car, it looks absolutely magnificent, and that's what everybody is referring it to here. So good to see everybody in good position out of the course. The 911 that is in the pit lane, the 610 Racing GT Cup car, that is still having its gearbox repaired at the moment. Sorry, gearbox replaced, I should say. So that is going to be a changeover fairly soon. That's going to be another 15 minutes or so at least while they're sat in pit lane getting that done, which will be about 2.5 hours in pit lane for this pit stop alone. But when you're the only car in GTC, you don't hit the panic button. You just get on with it, you repair the car, you get it going again and on your way. But the EBM Porsche making this a 4-car race for the victory now, with the Harmony Ferrari finally being toppled by the Origin Porsche and the Be Quick Audi. The race is now essentially going to come down to Akash Nandi versus Leo Ye at the front end of the field. Jason Lowe doing his best to try and find out. Oh, right, so I've just been informed that about 15 minutes ago, Jason Lowe actually spun the Ferrari at turn 11, so that was while I was in the pits. I wish somebody had said something in my ear about it, but yeah, dramatic to see the Ferrari spin out while it was leading then, so that's now why they're in recovery mode. I'm amazed they haven't had to come into the pits to change tyres, because they've obviously gone a long way into the race, even on a reasonably fresh set. But yeah, spin while leading, the Ferrari then dropping down to 3rd position, so a big disaster for the team. But that's where we're at the moment. Still a long way to go, still more than half the race left for the Ferrari to get back in it. And certainly when Yasemin Jafar gets back behind the wheel, they're going to make progress once again. But it's definitely changed things around a bit now, with the Origin Porsche leading the Be Quick Audi by 6.5 seconds, the Ferrari half a minute back. 6 hours and 45 minutes left of the 2025 Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Jake Sanson in the commentary box here at Sepang International. And what a great race this is shaping up to be. For the majority of the first 6 hours, we had the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari in the lead, and then it all came apart as Jason Lowe spun it out of the lead of the race in the Ferrari. So it's definitely been a bit of a tough comeback for them already. They have dropped to 3rd position, so they are definitely going to have a tough mission to get back into it, but it's not done yet by any means. So we're going to get to see some really tricky race battles. I actually went back and had a look on the live stream to see if I could spot the incident where the Ferrari spun away, and it took a little bit of time to try and calculate the trajectory of where it happened on the course. But it would be, as I'm in the pits, having a chat to drivers, wouldn't it? It would be the worst possible moment to make it happen. But at least I managed to pick up the incident as it happened on the course. And so then the recovery was able to happen on that point. But a very scary moment on the race, that was for sure. But it just happened to be while I was chatting away in the pits. So at least we managed to pick that up. So if that's the race, if that's the moment that decides the fate of this race, then it's a very dramatic one, that's for sure. We didn't actually get to see the incident itself. Maybe we can get a replay of how it happened a little later on in the broadcast. I'll try and ask the team if they can go back and find the incident. But it's been a very dramatic turn of events as we look at the Viper Niza Racing Mercedes that currently leads the class in GT3 AM and is in 5th position overall. They're making a good job to fight their way back. Driver change and pit stop for the Mercedes crew. So there is the Mercedes team finishing off the run, the Viper Niza Racing pit stop. They're going to lose position, I think, to the 610 racing car that is in pit lane. So too to the Climax Racing Audi, but that will get back onto the circuit in good time. So good to see everybody putting in a strong showing here at Sepang for the time being. So the Origin Motorsport Porsche leads the way by 5.2 seconds to the Be Quick Audi. Not much to choose between the two of them at all. Leo Ye leads the way in front of Akash Nandi in the Be Quick Audi. And that little spin earlier on from the Audi of the Ferrari, of Jason Lowe has dramatically changed the way this race is going to play out. We're going to see a replay of what happened previously in the race. I think we did see a replay. My apologies, I was looking at the timing screen at that point. So the Origin Motorsport with the Be Quick Audi in the mix there as well. We just saw a replay of the aftermath of the spin of Jason Lowe in the Ferrari. We could only see the aftermath of it rather than what actually caused it in the first place. But that's the incident that has brought us back out of position. So the Ferrari dropping down the order then, unfortunately. But there is still a long way to go. Leo Ye leads the way for Origin in the Porsche with the Be Quick Absolute Audi in 2nd place. 3rd is the 33R Harmony Ferrari and the EBM Porsche of Luke Hartog. All close together. 40 seconds covering the top 3 after 5 hours and 20 minutes of racing. And the EBM Porsche is not actually that far away in the grand scheme of things either. So it's still a very open race for the victory. So it's going to be a really interesting situation for the contenders as they continue to work forward. So still the drivers move forward. watching the Audis go to duel out on the course. That is the HZO Fortis racing car. Currently locked in combat. Is that the 326 racing team they're dueling with there? I think it is. So that is going to be Aaron Lim versus Lai Jingwen, or Jamie Lai as he is known internationally. There is Jamie Lai, doing a good job in the number 11 326 racing Audi. They've had a very interesting time of it of late, but I think they've only just made their way out of the pits after their last little battle in the pit stops. Do keep your comments and your messages coming in. We're going to try and get more of a banter going over the course of the race proceedings here. Clearly T-Bolt felt that the Ferrari spinning off was just Garfield pulling over for a lasagna. Wouldn't surprise me. I watched that movie. I know how he likes to throw a spanner into the works of things. But certainly very exciting to see how the competition is continuing to play out here at Sepang. It's not clear-cut, that is for sure, and it's certainly not guaranteed that one car is going to have the strong run throughout. We're going to see a very tough race battle through the course of this weekend, and I think it's fair to say we're going to see a lot more of that kind of performance and pace over the next hour or so. But Origin leads Be Quick, then 33R Harmony ahead of EBM, 610 Racing, 5th position at the moment in front of Climax. Then Viper Niza, the leaders in the AM Masters category, in front of HZO Fortis, then Champion Motorsport ahead of 326 Racing. The 610 Racing team are still in pit lane, replacing that gearbox. So it still could be very interesting to see how it moves forward. Origin Motorsport versus Be Quick Audi. There it is, on track before your very eyes, and the gap has come down to 4.3 seconds. So the victory is still being played out. There's the EBM Porsche of Dorian, sorry, no longer of Dorian Boccolacci. Now it's Luke Hartog who is behind the wheel of that car, trying to continue his journey up towards the top three. Still a long way to go. It's about to put a lap on the 610 Racing Porsche that is a lap down from it at the moment, with Chen Fangping at the wheel. For those who are watching, wanting to get a handle on live timing, you can find live timing on live.timing.asia/Asia, #screen-results. So I know that was a little bit long-winded. I'm going to try and post the link into the YouTube chat if I can, if it'll allow me to. Fortunately, it looks like it will allow me to, so anybody who wants live timing can now find it in the chat box. And you can follow along with the race action as it happens. Looks like there's a slight issue with the rear splitter on the 610 Porsche. That's something that's worth keeping an eye on. Oh no, sorry, that's not the 610 Porsche. That is the Audi that's being hunted down there, the 777, the Climax Racing Porsche, I do believe. So they look like they've got a car with a dodgy rear splitter now. So that is going to be a bit of a headache for the Audi crew as they run in close proximity to each other. The Climax team currently running in 6th place and still fighting with the 610 Racing Porsche team for the victory in the AM category. So it does look like it's going to go down to the wire. So it'll be an interesting situation then for the contenders as they run in close proximity. Lights ablaze for the Ferrari, trying to put pressure on the 610 to get out of the way and move aside for the Ferrari. So it'll be close nature stuff all the way through for the time being at least. But it will be a very close proximity battle. Still they run very close together. So now it's going to be a tight run as the Ferrari goes through on the inside line. No major concerns there, no major difficulties to write home about at the moment. And so everybody is keeping tightly knit off the turn. We were hearing from a few of the teams down in the pit walk earlier on that it's a very tricky situation for the contenders as they move into close proximity after a certain point in the stint. The tyres really start to run in close frame of mind as they run through in position, but the drivers are getting a very tight race of it at the moment. The Ferrari currently leading the way in front of the 610 Racing Machine. They've just lapped them for what I think is now the second time of asking, but the Ferrari still in third position after its earlier spin off the road and recovering in close proximity, but some very exciting race battles as they run close-knit together. Still looking for an interesting challenge around the course with the drivers still racing hard. The Ferrari trying to gain a little bit of the ground it lost from earlier on after its earlier spin, but it's definitely got a lot of an opportunity to make up for it. I'm not too concerned at the moment about those rain clouds, although if the rain does fall here at Sepang, it's going to be pretty torrential. The Ferrari and the Porsche have just passed my position in the commentary box, so they're obviously having a really solid race of it at the moment, and really exciting challenge from everybody as they continue their good run. But good race battles up the inside. That is the Audi making the bid on the inside of the 61 EBM Porsche to unlap itself. So that is the climax of Lin Kang going past Luke Hartog. That does not send the Porsche fans into rapture. The Audi fans will be absolutely delighted about that one though. And we'll get to see some really good race challenges from the competitors a little bit later on. So the battle is still going strong for the Ferrari, trying to make some gains and to close up in the rankings, but it's not over yet. There's still a lot to play out here in fantastic fashion, trying to get the dive on the inside as the EBM Porsche tries to get the Climax Audi back again and does so. Well, if you can't race the driver you're actually racing with wheel to wheel, anybody will do is the moral of the story here. So still it's close quarters stuff here, with the half distance mark still coming up strong. But into the pits has come the Origin Porsche. Now that's interesting because they've come in 2 laps earlier than originally predicted. We were expecting them to come in bang on lap 150. We're going to see a replay of the little bit of badinage there. Hartog decided to go very deep on the brakes around the outside. Was there contact? No, I think we got away with that. But it was pretty darn close, wasn't it? Very tight here at Sepang. A couple of moments where things got just a little bit smooth. So the Be Quick Audi is now the leading car in the race for the first time due to the pit stop of the Origin Porsche and the spin-off for the Ferrari a little earlier on. So there is the Origin Porsche, having done a fantastic job leading the race. So Leo Ye running in P2 at the moment for the Origin Porsche car. So still they crack on in the next part of the stint will be really telling, because this could be when we get the rain for the first time as well. Out of the pits goes the Origin. It's no longer Leo Ye in the car. Into the hairpin comes the Be Quick Audi that still leads the way. It's not coming into the pits yet because it's not lap 150. And if they're running to metronomic pit stop procedure, then they've got to wait for lap 150. But there is the Origin Porsche coming out of the pits. That was the car that was leading a lap ago. So that tells you the nature of a pit stop here, how long it takes. It takes about 1 lap to complete a pit stop successfully. And so there is the Be Quick Audi. This is the lap when they'll come into the pits, I'm sure. So you'll get to see this time when the Be Quick Audi of Akash Nandi comes into the pits. Surely they're going to change drivers this time, because Akash Nandi was left out for a double stint after a very solid run in the last stint. They decided to let Henk Kicks and Sandy Stuvik have a little bit more of a breather. I wonder who it is they're going to get into the car next. I've got a feeling it's going to be Henk Kicks, but I wouldn't confirm that until he gets out of the pit lane to guarantee it. But it's currently Akash Nandi who leads the race. There he is, 1 lap away from making the Be Quick Absolute Audi's pit stop. As up the inside, that is the second pair of Audis there. That's the HZ040's car lapping the champion car for the 5th time, it has to be said. They've just completed lap 145. The champion motorsport team have done 140 laps. So it'll be very close at the moment. Here they come on the far side of the course, and it is the Be Quick Audi that leads the way for the moment. I love the fact that T-Bolt wants me to say Uga Uga Chuku at some point, because I sound too familiar. Well, I was commentating on Formula Regional Middle East and F4 Middle East at the beginning of the season, so that's probably why I sound familiar if you're a Uga Uga Chuku fan. Shame we haven't got any McLaren GTs in this race, to be fair. Hopefully next year. We're waiting for the Be Quick Absolute Audi to come in. Well, the Climax Audi's in, so the Treble 7. Is the car that was currently being driven by Lin Kang, with the biggest team in the race, because they've got 5 drivers in that particular squad. Lin Kang, Zhou Liyan, Lu Wei, Li Donghui and Li Dongsheng. So all 5 drivers getting their turn. And there is the Be Quick Audi, right on cue, lap 150. I wonder what lap they'll come in next. I'm guessing 180. So through they go. Into the pits for the Be Quick Audi team. It's Akash Nandi who is there at pit lane. Is there somebody waiting to take over from him? Yes, there is. I was going to say, don't tell me they're going to triple stint it, because that looks to be like Henk Kicks. There's a little bit of debris just off the side of the road there at lap 4, but this is the push lap now for the Origin Porsche team. This is where they want to try and get back on terms for the lead of the race. I'm fairly sure the Ferrari is going to be coming into the pits on this lap as well, because we've seen them do pretty much metronomic pit stops the same way that Audi have. 30 laps, then in, 30 laps, then in, 30 laps, then in. So don't be too shocked in the background to see the Ferrari coming in. Yes, indeed, the Ferrari is coming in. There it is. So the Garfield Ferrari parks its way into the pits in the same place. So there is the Origin Porsche. It's going to take back the lead as long as it stays on the straight and narrow for the rest of this lap. And now we're going to get the proper race really start to kick in between Origin and Be Quick. But can the Absolute Audi run by Be Quick actually get out into the pits, out of the pit lane with the lead intact? And Henk Kicks is then going to have a bit of a challenge going wheel to wheel with Adelie Fong. Adelie Fong getting behind the wheel of the Porsche has actually been a real tonic for the team, because now they can get a real fast driver up the road, build a little bit of a gap, and that would be spectacular. The car that started this race in dead last is now the car that is set to take the lead in the next part of the stint. So into the hairpin, and it'll be down the main straight, and we need to see where the number 26 and the number 33 are going to make their way out of the pits. There is the 87, the Origin Porsche, driven by Adelie Fong, and there goes the Be Quick Audi. That's for the lead of the race, don't forget. So out onto the circuit, and it's going to be Sandy Stuvik, in fact. So Stuvik versus Fong, here we go. This is going to be a proper battle now, as Sandy Stuvik tries to get the tyres of the Audi up to temperature, and they've beaten Adelie Fong and the Origin Porsche out onto the circuit. The other big question is who are they going to put in the Ferrari? Please tell me it's Jasmine Jafar, because then we're going to have the best 3 drivers in this trio out on circuit together, and that really would be a magnificent challenge from that point on. Stuvik, Fong and Jafar, if that's going to be the case for the top 3. Out onto the circuit goes the Ferrari, and it is going to be Luo Kaliu that they put into the car on this occasion. So Luo Kaliu, they clearly want a little bit of stability and consistency. So Luo Kaliu, who did a fair job during his stint earlier on, but the Ferrari driver now rejoins in 3rd position. But this is the battle for the victory. After 5 hours and 35 minutes, we've got these 2 cars at each other's throats. Sandy Stuvik in the Be Quick Audi and Adelie Fong in the Origin Porsche. 2 very good drivers in their own right. Sandy Stuvik raced in GP3, worked his way through in various different categories of the sport. He's been a real stalwart driver as Sandy Stuvik, 29 years of age from Phuket, Euro Formula Open champion 2014, Formula Renault Asia champion at the age of 15, would you believe? Very strong talent, Sandy Stuvik. And going up against the Origin Porsche of Adelie Fong, who has competed in GT World Challenge Asia, the Spa 24 Hours, the Dubai 24 Hours, raced under the Chinese flag in A1 Grand Prix World Cup of Motorsport, and was also a Formula 1 test driver for the Sauber team in 2014 and 15. Two great talents going wheel to wheel as Sandy Stuvik gets out of the draft of the champion motorsport Audi. This is for the lead of the race, don't forget. Adderley Fong is also going to lap the champion car of Philip Tang, and he's going to stay very close indeed up to the first corner. Adderley Fong versus Sandy Stuvik, and this is for the victory in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. We haven't even reached half distance, and now we've got a terrific battle for the victory. The Origin Porsche is really putting up a show. This is going to be so quick. Looking to see how it comes up. It looks like Adderley Fong's got a good run on the Audi. Sandy Stuvik knows he's going to challenge Fong. He's going to slam dunk it up the inside. And they're going to go wheel to wheel off the turn. Sandy Stuvik keeps his footing round the outside. Adderley Fong is going to have to try again. Magic motorsport between the two men. And so as they head towards the double apex, they're going to be close together. Looks like we've lost the camera. Hopefully that'll come back again. So in the background, we're going to see these two cars come into view. Sandy Stuvik and the Origin Porsche is in front. Adderley Fong did get in front. So Adderley Fong has taken the lead in front of Sandy Stuvik in the Be Quick Audi. Great racing between these two. So now what can Sandy Stuvik do to respond? Annoyingly, we didn't see the move that actually finished off the overtake, but the Origin Porsche does emerge first. So now it's all going to come down to what Sandy Stuvik can do in response. I think it's going to be a very cool machine to move forward. Let's see if we get some more. The duels are going to be quite spectacular from this point on, I think. Sandy Stuvik still going to be putting on a good showcase. Still they run through. Back on the power comes Sandy Stuvik in the Audi, still pushing on. I don't think this is over yet. Sandy Stuvik still wants to make a comeback here on Adderley Fong. The beauty of GT3 racing is that these two cars are fairly evenly matched. Into turn one, and now this is Sandy Stuvik with game face on. Red mist engaged. This is definitely going to be some pretty cool stuff moving forward now. We're going to get to see some good moves, I'm sure. So still, the competition continues in fine stead. Stuvik just waiting for his moment. Still they duel together. Stuvik having a think about this, but he doesn't want to push the car too hard. The difficulty is you race hard with your opponent and you take a lot out of your tyres, you take a lot out of your car. So you've got to be very careful about the pace of this. Sandy Stuvik just waiting for his opportunity again. Still plenty of time in this race, 6 hours and 20 minutes of it still to go. No point rushing things. Stuvik can actually give his car a bit of a breather by following the Origin Porsche for a while. Can look after the tyres, can look after the engine, can cool it down a little bit by following in the draft. But this race has a lot of to and fro still to come. Incredible to think that we're not quite halfway through this race and there's still only 0.4 of a second between the two leading cars. You sit there and tell me that a 12-hour race with only a handful of cars is boring. A, not when it's GT3, and B, not when it's Sepang. Anything can happen. Down to the first hairpin again, and Stuvik again trying to match the Origin Porsche for lap time. Not much in between the two of them. Stuvik trying some alternate lines just to try and keep the Porsche guessing. Good run from two very talented racers here. Stuvik getting a lot of hard work to put on the back bumper of the Origin Porsche once again. Where's the Ferrari in relation to all this? Well, they're 36 seconds back now from the duo that is battling for the victory. So it's up to Liu Kaliu, who has a chance to work his way back into contention. Luke Hartog, by the way, is 28 seconds back from the Ferrari now. 5th place for the Climax Audi, 6th for the 610 Racing Porsche, 7th place for the Viper Niza Mercedes, 8th is the HZO Fortis Audi, and then 9th is the champion Audi ahead of the 326 car, also an Audi, and then the 610 Racing Porsche is still in the pits, having its gearbox changed. They told me it would be a 15-minute fix, and that was a full 45 minutes ago. So there's still a lot going on down at the 610 Racing team. I really feel for Sonny Wong, Yan Chuang, Leona Chin and Peter Lee, sat in pit lane, unable to do very much at all. So on they continue, this duel for the victory between the Origin Porsche of Adelie Fong from Hong Kong, and then it is the man in behind him, Sandy Stuvik, the Phuket Flyer from Thailand, in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi. Both from the same working group, but two very different cars. Very evenly matched though. One is a bit of a demon on the straights, the other is very ably bodied on the corners, and you can see that Sandy Stuvik is putting massive pressure on Adelie Fong still. They could duel like this all the way to the next pit stop. There's no reason why they couldn't. And the next pit stop is, by my math, 26 laps away. So this battle could go raging all the way to the death of this stint. Stuvik again, just hustling the Origin. There's quite a few decent battles out on the circuit long term, because you've got the Ferrari versus the EBM Porsche as well. That's for 3rd position. There's half a minute between those two cars, but that could change hands very rapidly. Although I do note that Luke Hartog is actually a little low on pace. The Ferrari's actually going quicker than anybody so far, with Liu Kaliu going quicker. But the EBM Porsche is doing a fair job in 4th position, having worked its way forward. There's a little bit of a duel cooking up as well between Climax and 610. So the Climax Racing and 610 Audi and Porsche respectively, they're only half a minute apart. 49 seconds back from that is the Viper Niza Mercedes, and they're only 5 seconds clear of the HZO Fortis Audi. Sandy Stuvik is full of confidence in the 2nd sector. And there's the Viper Niza trying to shake off the HZO Fortis. So they lost a lot of time on the last lap. That's a change for position about to happen up the road. So the HZO Fortis Audi looks like it's going to take on the Viper Niza Mercedes and get through. But with the oncoming threat of rain still ominous, a lot of teams are trying to get their AM driver stints out of the way relatively early. And still trying to get some pace in these cars to go long distance in the terms of the connection as well. So it's looking pretty confident at the moment. Very close indeed now. The HZO Fortis has got ahead of the Viper Niza Mercedes. Sandy Stuvik making a good run. So down the straight, up to the hairpin. Sandy Stuvik still hustling the Porsche going defensive on the strategy, holding the middle of the road, but they've got two slower cars in front. Sandy Stuvik trying to roll off the power. The Viper Niza Mercedes is in the wrong part of the racetrack. That's going to box in the Origin Porsche. There could be a faster run off the turn from the Be Quick Audi. Sandy Stuvik staying hungry out there. Back on the power, up the crest. The Viper Niza Mercedes doesn't cause too much of a headache in the end, but is this going to be enough of a challenge from Sandy Stuvik on the Porsche? He gets close off the turn. Back on the power, up through the swings and undulations of the next camber offense. They've got the HZO Fortis Audi in front of them. Now, interestingly enough, that is an Absolute Racing car, don't forget. So maybe the sister car can end up assisting the team that's trying to get back into the lead of the race. Still the battle raging as Sandy Stuvik is getting very hungry indeed back here. Wants to get back on terms with Adelie Fong. Could be very, very tight-listed stuff as they go off the turn again. Looking good for another strong battle. charging forward. Let's see if Sandy Stuvic's got another opportunity. We could see a little bit more. Plenty of banter still coming between these two. Sandy Stuvic still looking hungry for the manoeuvre. Very close to him down the straight. Surely the slipstream effect will count in his favour now. Sandy Stuvic has to be aware of the fact that there's an opportunity. Adderley Fong needs to know he's going to be there. Won't get the move to the inside, but the slow apex out of the turn from the Audi could be useful, as the HZO Fortis car could prove to be a headache. Looks like it's going to have no issue getting out of the way. But what can Sandy Stuvic do? Can he take advantage of the situation? Well, they both dive to the same part of the racetrack. Adderley Fong to dive to the inside. Sandy Stuvic going with him on the line. Can't find the inside line. Has to wait a little bit longer. Just take your time. Just take the opportunity. Still a good opportunity to make it move forward. Hopefully there's a little bit more to come. And it could be a very interesting challenge forward. Sandy Stuvic up the crest. Closing in on Adderley Fong once again. This battle is irresistible between the two cars. Excellent stuff. Through the left. The gap opens up a little bit between the Porsche and the Audi. Through the right. And those clouds are getting darker overhead. Oh my word, what if this battle ends up being affected by a rain shower? There's a good chance that the rain could end up playing here, and these two guys are off the pace. They're both on 2-minute 8s, while the Ferrari is clocking 2:06s. The gap has come down to 35 seconds between the Ferrari and these two cars. So this is still technically a 3-horse race. In fact, it's a 4-horse race if you add Luke Hartog in the EBM to the mix. So even though these two cars are still battling for the victory for the moment, take into account the fact that we've still got 6 hours and 12 minutes. The Ferrari's going 2 seconds a lap quicker than both of these cars. And there's still a chance that the EBM could be a factor into it. They're gaining about a second a lap on these two cars. So there's a lot still to go. We still don't know the full outcome yet. Braking zone. To the braking zone. Sandy Stuvic again looking fairly motivated. Looking fairly hungry to come off the turn. Back down the straight and over the timing line. And it's stalemate between these two. It's irresistible, this battle. They both get 2:07s out of it. But the Origin Porsche is 4/10 of a second quicker than the Audi. Nothing to choose between these two. So it could be really tricky to see how these two play out this battle. Sandy Stuvic in the Be Quick Audi number 26 versus the 87 Origin Porsche, the green and white of Adderley Fong. Two great drivers from Asia going wheel to wheel, but they're still nose to tail at this moment in time. Stuvic is not letting Adderley Fong get away at all. Through turn 5, the left. Guide the car through turn 6. Lean the car. That change of direction puts a lot of strain on tyres. Well, the storm that we thought we missed looks like it may reappear. Going to have a look now on the weather apps again to try and see what our chances are of dodging it. I don't think we're going to be that lucky after all. There's a 20% chance of rain in the next half an hour, I'm told. But it's going to be tricky. Hard to know how this is going to conclude. There's a lot that can still happen here. Cloudy over Sepang. And it looks like it's going to be a very intriguing one. So we are told that there is rain imminent in the next half an hour by one weather app. Another one thinks it's not going to happen at all. But there is apparently a storm due over the circuit at 5 p.m. 30 degrees Celsius will be the air temperature. 20% chance of a heavy rain shower over the circuit. That could be fascinating if it happens at the wrong time for any of the teams up at the top spot. And everybody, I noticed when I went down into the pit lane over the last pit stop chatter, they've all got the weather radars out in the hope that they're accurate enough So I've just been given a more accurate run. Thunderstorms expected around 5 p.m. Wind gusts up to 12 miles an hour. Doesn't sound like much, but on this circuit, with rainstorms as well, could get very spicy indeed. That's still an hour away, so let's not get too excited. And it may just miss us, we never know. We are approaching half distance, and this race is turning into quite a thriller. Origin Porsche versus the Be Quick Absolute Audi. Adderley Fong versus Sandy Stuvik in a race that for the first part of it had pretty much one-way traffic for the Ferrari. Then Jason Lowe sadly spun the car, lost quite a lot of time, dropped to third position, which is where now the recovering Liu Gailiu is trying his best to get the car back up to the lead of the race. And the gap has come down to 34 seconds now. So the Ferrari is still lapping a few tenths of a second quicker per lap than these two cars. But the Origin Porsche of Adderley Fong and the Be Quick Absolute Audi of Sandy Stuvik are still nose to tail for the victory. Less than a second between them for the victory in this race. All it takes is one error, one slower car holding them in the wrong place, and the Be Quick Audi is right back in there. That's what I love about GT3 racing. It's so difficult to get a car that just pulls away and dominates, and even if it does, it doesn't stay that way for long. Not in GT3 racing. There are so many things that can go wrong, as we've seen already from the Ferrari, spinning off and dropping to third position. But it will be a sensational challenge for the rest of this race. We can already sense how difficult it's going to get in the second half of today's battle. So we're going to see some more exciting some more exciting battles for our contenders. Sandy Stuvik tries to get a faster line off the hairpin in the hope that he can make a bit of a better run of it. I think we're going to get to see a little bit of that as they work their way further forward. Sandy Stuvik hustling down to the braking zone to try and get through on the Origin. The Origin Porsche is keeping it nice and tidy on the inside line, making sure there's no room at the in. So some really difficult battles to come then, as the contenders are definitely giving us a little bit more of a tough race battle down to the braking zone. Stuvik gets close again. Not close enough for the overtake, but certainly close enough to be a real intimidation. And all it takes is one error, one mistake, one error in judgment, and this suddenly becomes a very different race. Sandy Stuvik still pushing, trying to find that little bit of an extra gain. It can come at any time. Expect the unexpected. Sandy Stuvik all over the back, looking for that gap to come through. Could be very interesting as the moves continue on. Where is that overtaking move going to bounce back for Sandy Stuvik? Black and white warning flag for a track limits infringement for the Climax Racing team. That is the team down in P6. Philip Hosel points out, it amazes me that after 6 hours, first and second are only half a second apart. That's GT racing. Who needs 30 cars on the grid when 10 will give you just as good a show? It's GT3 drivers pushing hard once again, and Sandy Stuvik all over the back of Adderley Fong. Stuvik's so much closer on this lap than he has been previously. I think he's just waiting for the Origin of Adderley Fong to make a mistake. He's close enough to make a banzai overtake, but he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to affect the tyres too much. He wants to keep it going. So let's see if there's still going to be a little bit more to do. But I think it's fair that there's still a lot more coming. Still looking for more. I'm going to try and find a little bit more pace off the turn. So there's more to come. More good battles. Still they travel on. Left, right, and Sandy Stubing is so much closer to Adderley Fong than he has been in previous laps. Maybe the hairpin at turn 9 could be a key move. He's got to stay close in the next 2 apexes to make it happen. And the Porsche is starting to slide a little bit. So the battle is going to continue. It sounds to me as though Nick Chung, our Chinese commentator, has made his way down to the pit lane to grab a word with the Origin Motorsport team. We obviously have a stream in English as well as a stream in Chinese. Be good to hear for the Chinese fans of Origin Motorsport from Nick Chung down in pit lane.
Issue about the rear brake, maybe. The car, when I drive the car, I feel the car is like unjumpable. The rear is like quite not stable. So yeah, we lost quite a lot of pace. Yeah.
Now we saw your car is still on the race. So can you explain your next 3 hours of strategy of your team?
To be honest, I have no idea. But for my thing, I think just driving and training my yeah, fitness maybe a little bit, and also when I drive the shit car, maybe no shit car, like some issue car, maybe also can train my technique a little bit. That's it. Yeah. How? We pit stop, then spend 1 hour to fix that. Maybe let's do that. Yeah.
Thanks from Nick Chung there in conversation with, I believe, Liu Yi, having been in the car just prior to this stint. And what a perfect time to be talking to him, because his teammate Adderley Fong is having a great race with Sandy Stubing in the Be Quick Absolute Audi. These two teams still at it, hammer and tongs. No big move is coming, but it's going to be really, really tight. And the gap to the Ferrari is now 32 seconds. The Ferrari is raining down on the parade. It's going to take a while, but they are playing the long game here, the Ferrari crew. Don't forget that the next man in the car is most likely to be with Jasmine Jafar getting in the car. We just heard from Yuan Bo in the Origin Motorsport car. Now we are going to hear from Liu Ye. I wonder if the move's going to happen while he's on the camera.
7. We're driving an 87 car. So we're going to ask Leo, what about the strategy of the whole team of today?
To be honest, we don't have much strategy. It's super hot here, and our air conditioner was broken. So in the car it was like sauna, it's undrivable. And so we just try to save some energy. So it's Bob, me, and Adderley going for 3 rounds. And maybe I'll go for the last double stint. But now I'm thinking about it because in the car is really bad. The aircon is really, really, really bad. Yeah. And Bob was right, the car, I don't know what's wrong with the car. It's very difficult out there.
We saw your last stint. Especially for the first half of the stint, it's really competitive. Your pace is really good during the maybe first 5 or 4 laps. So can you compare the first half of the stint and the second half of the stint of the car, the driving feeling or something else?
My first stint, which was the second stint I did, was I was trying to save tire at the beginning, but then towards the end, I realized it doesn't make any sense because towards the end, the tire is still gone. So the second outing, our engineer told me we have to push because we are trying to go ahead of the Audi because we have different strategies. So luckily, we had a good outer lap and we undercut them during his pit stop, and we had a little contact as well. But I think overall the pace, it should be quicker. I mean, it's not fast. Last year here we are very strong, but this year we're struggling with the balance. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see the race. I don't think we can easily win it this time.
I remember Vincon just mentioned it will be rain in next maybe 1 hour. So for your opinion, you want a rain or dry condition?
When your car has no speed, obviously we want rain. And also we have no aircon, so please rain. Yeah, maybe snow is even better.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the interview.
So good to hear from the two drivers alongside Adelie Fong at Origin Motorsport, Liu Ye and Yuan Bo. Not much has changed between this battle for the lead. The Origin Porsche is still being hustled by Sandy Stuvik. And it really is very tight indeed as the Be Quick Audi looks for a way through. Goes left, goes right, almost climbing underneath the Porsche to try and get through it at the moment. Such is the close proximity. Very, very tight to see how it's all played out. But it will be very, very strong as they continue on. So now the battle will continue. Through they go again, Sandy Stuvik. Still hustling Adelie Fong, hoping for this wave past. But it is getting to be a real challenge at the moment. Not a lot that can be done here. Sandy Stuvik is still trying to find this overtaking move, but it is really tricky. We go through the paces as we now go into the second half of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang 2025. We ended up with a dramatic conclusion at the end of the 5th hour as the Ferrari spun away from the lead, dropped back into 3rd position. Then during the pit stop phase, the Be Quick Absolute Audi and the Origin Porsche ended up going wheel to wheel after their pit stops, and they handed over to the maestros, Adelie Fong for Origin and Sandy Stuvik for Be Quick Absolute. The recovery has begun for Ferrari. The gap has come back down to 31 seconds between Liu Kai-Liu and the leading duo. Luke Hartog has done a fair job to try and work his way back into prominence again. The Ferrari getting back to good speed. Luke Hartog finding that it's not easy getting past back markers, but still there for the EBM team in a very solid 4th position. The frustration really starting to bubble over. But this is where the battle really started to be joined. Sandy Stuvik came out of the pits directly in front of the Origin Porsche of Adelie Fong, who fought tooth and nail to close up on him and then make the move. The Ferrari's still there in 3rd position with ground to make up, but this duel for the position getting very close indeed as Adelie Fong deciding he was going to take matters into his own hands and go for the race lead. He would eventually get it in the Origin Porsche in front of Sandy Stuvik, and this is how they have been for about the last half an hour, battling away for position. Now that we're in the second half of the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang 2025. Who's going to win? Your guess is as good as mine. So we've been watching the highlights of the last hour, and as we rejoin the fray back out on the circuit, no change. The Be Quick Audi is still right on the tail of the Origin Porsche. Hopefully we're going to look back to be able to see the battle is still raging. There it is. Sandy Stuvik still all over the back of Adelie Fong. And they've got 16 laps until the cars are due in for the next pit stop. So this is still going to be a cat and mouse game. A very tough chess match at the moment. But looking at how tricky it is for Sandy Stuvik, this is looking tougher than slippery climb on Crash Bandicoot at the moment. Through the left and through the right. Not easy as Sandy Stuvik tries again to outfox Adelie Fong, just trying to get the man from Hong Kong to break under the strain. But there's so much pressure on his shoulders now. This is not easy at all to try and find the overtaking move. He's got to try and see if he can do what he did earlier on and use a back marker to good effect. Gets close under braking again. Fong drifts out wide. Is that enough of an opportunity? Is that where he'll get his shot out of the turn? Fong goes very wide, but manages to get back across. Oh, this must be agonising for Sandy Stuvik. This must hurt like a violinist scaling up the E string. Down to the hairpin. Breaking for it. Trying to get the undercut. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, not easy. Back on the power again for Sandy Stuvik. And it is just getting so repetitive, this battle. But he's absolutely on it at the moment, still hustling the Porsche right now. Adderley Fong still going strong. Fong is not making any mistakes here in the lead in the Origin Porsche. Sandy Stuvik is not getting himself off the pace at all, and there is a slow Audi in front of them. That's the champion Audi. Worst place in history to catch up Philip Tang. This could hold up the Origin. It could give Sandy Stuvik a guide through. Just about lets them go without problems. Sandy Stuvik is going to be slightly off the racing line here as well. He can tuck back in for the inside apex at the next turn, but coming off the racing line unsettles them a little bit. Meanwhile, the 610 racing car has had its 3-hour, 12-minute pit stop to repair and then replace the gearbox, and they're back out on the course with the capable hands of Leona Chin. So she has got her first laps in this race at the halfway mark. And she is the driver they're going to be coming up to lap next. So hopefully Leona Chin is going to be the sensible driver we know her to be. She did a fair job in the top 15 and the higher half of the grid in the Macau street race in GT4 at the end of last year. So she's a very capable racing driver as Leona Chin. But the pressure of being thrown in halfway through the race with a car that still had gearbox issues, with the leaders bearing down on you, is not an admirable position to be put in. Stuvik's going to go for it, looking for the gap on the inside, and the Porsche's going to go out wide. That's going to be enough. They're going to get boxed in, and Sandy Stuvik's done it again. Now they're going to go side by side, but Stuvik's already got it done. Yet again in this race, Sandy Stuvik uses the back marker to box in the opposition. The Thai megastar is absolutely brilliant, as ruthless as a mosquito in a Spanish villa. Brilliantly done by Sandy Stuvik. For the second time in this race, he boxes in his opponent with a sweet, sweet block on the hairpin out of the final turn. And that puts the Be Quick Absolute Audi team into the lead. Now Adderley Fong's going to try and fight back. Now the roles are reversed. And meanwhile, further back, the Garfield Ferrari is catching them both. 26 seconds is now the gap, as they've been consistently going 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Audi and the Porsche. This is not over yet. So Adderley Fong still there in the Origin Porsche, puts a little bit of daylight between himself and the Audi. No need to panic that they've lost the position. Let's look at it again. Masterclass from Stuvik. Here he goes, down in the braking zone, decides to banzai for it. Continues, but he's braking while doing so. So Adderley Fong overshoots on the brakes. Sandy Stuvik thinks, right, I'm going to get alongside. I'm now going to box him in behind the champion Audi. Perfect. Behind the champion Porsche, I should say, and the 910 Porsche. 610 Porsche, I'll get there eventually. But boxes him in behind Leona Chin. And that was beautifully done. Absolutely textbook racecraft from Sandy Stuvik. Not only does he box in the Porsche behind Leona Chin, he makes sure that there is no right of reply on the exit either. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Look at that daylight that Sandy Stuvik now has to be able to pull. He's got the confidence and glow of a man about to validate his winning lottery ticket. Stretching out in front of the Origin Porsche. Looks so good, so confident, and the gap opens up to 1.3 seconds in one lap. There is a man who knows he's just pulled a real feather out of the cap. The Audi is free, says Domenico, and that was very nicely done. So an excellent path to progress then, but Sandy Stuvik now has the opportunity to stretch out. So excellently done. Now he's trying to get away like an escapee from Guantanamo Bay. He never wants to be back in that position again. So he wants to make sure he scampers away. The Ferrari, meanwhile, is still having a very solid race of this. And fair play to Liu Gaoliu. His car is now 25 seconds back from the origin. So they're not going to have enough time to catch them for the overtake for the end of the stint. But by taking 2 seconds a lap, maybe 1.5 seconds a lap out of the cars around them, this Ferrari is not done. There's still plenty of chances for this Harmony Racing Ferrari to get back into the lead again after that spin earlier on from Jason Lowe. If it weren't for that spin, they would probably be 10 seconds in the lead by the now, as they lost about half a minute in all of that. But this race can still come back to them. There's still a lot of work to do. The rain clouds, by the way, seem to have pushed away. I think we may have dodged the bullet after all. The Viper Niza Racing Mercedes comes in for its pit stop. It will drop back to 7th position, I think. But there's still plenty of time for that car to get back up to prominence, and it's still leading the GT3 AM category. So I wouldn't panic too much for the Viper Niza Malaysia Racing Team fan base. They're still going to have a very good run of it. And it looks like they're still going to be on the charge to get the AM Masters victory. But certainly the Ferrari having a good time of it, trying to get back into contention. The gap down to 25.5 seconds to the lead. It's now down to 24 seconds. So the Ferrari is definitely catching. So this could end up being a 3-car battle for the victory, as into the pits comes the Climax Audi. So the Climax Audi now having a scheduled pit stop. And the battle really raging for them. But it's, well, what's going on here at Audi? They've got a car in the pits with only 2 wheels on it. What's happened with the front wheels? Oh, come on, guys. Where are your tyres? Where are your wheels? You can't do a pit stop when you haven't got all 4 wheels and tyres ready. What's the point of that? Dear, oh dear. Somebody hasn't been counting the amount of wheels and tyres that were ready at the pit stop. So now they're going to get back into the race. Fortunately, it doesn't affect too much in terms of the mandatory pit stop time. But that's the kind of thing you don't want. You don't want to get to the pit stop and go, hang on a minute, are you sure we've got all 4 wheels? They only had 3. Thank goodness there was a mandatory minimum pit stop time. That's all I can say. Another fast lap from Liu Gaoliu as the gap comes down to 24 seconds now between the lead and the Ferrari. The Ferrari is absolutely storming. Regular lap time pace in the 2-minute 8s and 2-minute 9s for the leader. The Ferrari is clocking at 2-minute 6.5s consistently. They've got some traffic to deal with. That's the HZO Fortis Audi on the inside of Leona Chin in the Porsche. But the Ferrari's got to try and come around both of them. Leona Chin is no headache. The HZO Fortis, however, Haziq Seidel has got his own agenda. He has to let the Ferrari go, though. So that beautiful sounding Ferrari still going strong. It's one of the best sounding cars in motorsport, the Ferrari 296 LM. Very, very beautiful indeed. And based on the way that they've been looking after the tyres, it's going well as well. It must be feeling like a pair of Air Jordans on the 3rd jog, because his drive is absolutely immaculate. And him at speed is currently looking as good as a lady in Converse All-Stars. Very late run through the hairpin. Don't trip over the champion Audi. Down the straight again. And over the timing beacon. And that Ferrari has managed to gain even more time. The gap is down to 24.8 now. In the traffic, they lost a little bit of time, but they're not going to lose too much time now at the inside with the 601 Audi getting well clear. No doubt and no debate that Philip Tang was moving over and letting Liu Gaoliu come through. So very nice performances so far, as T-Bot wants them to drop some lasagna in turn 5. I've got a feeling that Garfield is well and truly fueled at the moment, because he's absolutely on pace. Maybe that's what it was. He spun, somebody suggested earlier that he spun off to pick up some lasagna. Well, it's clearly doing the work at the moment for Garfield in P5. The team aren't as delighted with the fact they've got Garfield at the side of the car as you guys are, by the way. It's very, very cool. So through they go. having a fantastic run of it at the moment. And the Ferrari is definitely on pace now. Out of the braking zone, the Ferrari lights ablaze actually. We're not even into the nighttime phase yet, but still the Ferrari feels the need to light up the road. Into the pits has come the Porsche. Now that is the EBM car running in 4th place. So that is a driver change, and that is Luke Hartog getting out of the car. Into the car I think will now be going Hengigs. Oh no, sorry, that's probably going to be Adrian de Silva now, isn't it? My apologies. I'm thinking about the other Porsche at that sharp end. So Adrian de Silva should be the man getting behind the wheel of that car. I noticed they have quite a lot of pastel de nata on the trays around the pit garage, so clearly a lot of Portuguese cuisine for the benefit of Adrian de Silva. Love a good pastel de nata. Very bright sunny day at the Sepang circuit. There's still a threat of rain in the area with 5 hours and 43 minutes still to go. Not entirely sure how that's going to play out with what rain could be left on the circuit, but certainly for the moment at least, it's been a dry race all day long. And we're past half distance in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang 2025. And there's a lot of great battles to come. The Be Quick Absolute Audi of Sandy Stuvik is leading the way at the moment and has pulled 4 seconds of a lead on the Origin Porsche. That can be lost in the next pit stop though. So do not expect Adelie Fong to be backing down from anything. This is the car in 3rd position, the Garfield Ferrari from the 33R Harmony Racing team of Liu Gailiu. There is the car running in 4th position. That's the EBM Porsche that did have Luke Hartog behind the wheel of that car. It's now Dorian Boccolacci. So they've decided to put Boccolacci behind the wheel to try and see how close they can get to the top 3 cars that are certainly tightening up their grip on each other through the course of racing. Bit more of a speed transformation from Sandy Stuvik, who tries to get a little bit more pace into the car now. So certainly looking pretty solid at the moment. But Dorian Boccolacci now behind the wheel of that car. He's so fast, he's like Sonic the Hedgehog catching gold rings. He is a very rapid driver when he gets behind the wheel of a Porsche. Certainly making good work of things through the left, back on the apex, through the right, and definitely looking pretty solid and smooth. Dorian Boccolacci will take about a lap and a half to get the car up to speed. Let's ride on board with him. Not a bad run so far then from the EBM team. P4 making steady progress. And still, the contenders are going forward to try and get a little bit more out of this magnificent battle so far. 24 seconds covering the top 3 cars. There's only 18 seconds now between the 33R Harmony Ferrari and the Origin Porsche, which has suddenly started to drop off the pace. Now, we did say this when we were chatting to teams in the pits. Once you get to about 20 laps into the stint, the tyres are then very much variable. You don't know which car is going to have the best run in the remainder of the stint, and it all comes down to feel. I just wonder if Adelie Fong's car is starting to drift a little bit in terms of tyre management. But it's looking very tricky at the moment. Ferrari has just gone past my position on the back of the circuit, and I have to say the limit is definitely what they're flirting with at the moment. The car is properly coaxing the car in fine style through these apexes. There is the Ferrari trying to gain the ground. They've got the gap down to 18 seconds down to Adelie Fong. So Liu Gaolu is definitely getting the job done. When he hands that car over to Jasmine Jafar at the next pit stop, then you're really going to see that Ferrari rock and roll. It's going to be a hard charge to work its way back up the pace again. But expect some big moves, expect some big performances now. So still, the Ferrari is relentless. The race is far from done for them. But Dorian Boccolacci in the EBM Porsche behind them is still also rapid. They've only just gone out onto the pits, so we don't really know their lap time pace. There is the car in second place. The Origin Porsche, number 87, Adelie Fong at the wheel. Still in contention for the victory, but their lap time pace has just plummeted of late. They've just done a 2-minute 9.7, so the gap is 7 seconds. Well, the gap between the Be Quick Audi and the Ferrari has remained pretty much the same. Their lap times are very similar, but the Origin Porsche has suddenly plummeted from pace, and they are now 7.3 seconds back. So something is not quite right with either the tyres or the heat intensity in the car. But they did say, did they not, at the last interview when we heard from Leo Ye, that their air conditioning has actually failed in the car. So trying to keep the drivers cool is now impossible. They've just got to go for the rest of this race, hoping that they can keep it together. And you're there thinking, well, that's not going to be that big a bad problem. But if you think about the fact that it's 36, 37 degrees Celsius roughly air temperature at the moment, it's going to start dropping, of course. But it is pretty hot at the moment. Looking at my weather app, oh, it's down to 30 degrees actually, so it's not as bad as I thought it was. But now the likelihood of thunderstorms to hit the circuit has increased. So it's not just going to be for about an hour, apparently it's going to be for about 3 hours now as it hits the circuit. Sunset is set to be at 7:24, and it looks like we could have 3 to 4 hours worth of thunderstorms hitting the circuit in the closing stages. So this could be a real lottery for the second half of this race. If you haven't got any plans this evening, I would make sure you don't make any, because things can get very spicy here. Interesting, one of the weather apps says there's no rain coming, another says thunderstorms are going to hit the circuit, another says that they have no clue, essentially. And the drivers and teams are all at loggerheads as to what's going to happen, but there's certainly expectation for rain because there's been a lot of it over the last 48 hours, so I think they can suitably expect that there's more opportunity for rain to fall. But it is definitely going to be a tricky one. So what can we expect to see? What can we think is going to happen for the remainder of this challenge? The battle is going to be raging right from the outset, but we should get a very intriguing race to the conclusion. There is the Be Quick Audi, Sandy Stuvik having now opened that gap up to 8.4 seconds. And I have to say, the Ferrari is now starting to lap a little bit quicker. The gap is down to 23 seconds between the Audi and the Ferrari, and between the Ferrari and the Porsche, it's down to just 15 seconds. And as many people have pointed out on the live stream, losing your air conditioning in these cars is a massive problem. It's currently 31 degrees Celsius air temperature. Track temperature is going to be about 49. And then, of course, you're in the car. You're in a car which has a lot of electronics that are going to get hot. You're in the race suit, you're in the helmet, you're in the balaclava. They've only got a drinks bottle to cool you down because the air conditioning's failed. So, disastrous prospect that they're not going to get that car to cool down at all. So the Be Quick Absolute Audi now leads by 8.4 seconds. There is Adelie Fong in the background, but fair play to him for hanging on in a car that has no working air conditioning. Very tricky. Looks like there's some debris on the circuit, actually. Sandy Stuvik takes it very carefully through the hairpin there at the end of the lap. Gritanai Platong wants to know, has Henk Kiks driven yet? I'm not entirely sure if he has, actually. It's a very good question. I'm not sure if he's actually made his first start. I'm not sure if he's done his first stint yet. He may have done earlier on, I guess. But I certainly didn't see it more recently. I think they're trying to prioritise making the car go further up the order, and then once they've got it as far as they can go, then Henk is quite prepared to get back in again. But it's a difficulty, it's a balancing act. You've got to try and put yourself into a competitive position to at least be in the hunt for the victory. But it's not an exact science. So there's a lot that's at stake and a lot that can go wrong. Still the Origin Motorsport ploughs on. Adderley Fong has now dropped to 9.5 seconds back. You've got to give him some credit for having this race very much in his pocket for the period of time he did, with a faulty air conditioning system, holding on to the lead for as long as he did. It's going to be like a furnace in that Porsche cockpit at the moment. Benjamin pointing out on the YouTube stream that Henk Kiks actually started the race, so it has been a long time since he's been in the car, because when they put Sandy Stuvik in for a stint, then they put Akash Nandi in, then Akash Nandi did a double stint because he was doing such a good job in the car, then they handed it over to Sandy Stuvik. So I think Henk Kiks has taken quite a long time off, but he's quite happy about that because the performance of the car has definitely improved. So once again, the Audi doing a great job. That's the champion motorsport car. Philip Tang was behind the wheel. Looks like they've had a driver change. But they're also going to make sure they've got everything done. Still, the Ferrari pushes on, 21 seconds back from the race leaders. Just 10 seconds back now from the Origin Porsche. They could still win this. There's still plenty of chances for this race to turn around again. For those who are fans of the Ferrari and were watching them 90 seconds ahead at one stage, this isn't over. There's a lot still to do. You still have a lot of stuff to continue on further forward. So the Ferrari still pushing with Liu Gaoliu behind the wheel. At the next stint, it wouldn't shock me at all if we get Jazeman Jafar behind the wheel. The man who knows this circuit so well, the Malaysian, having had a very strong career building up to this point. Still one of the stars of GT racing in this part of the world, and one of the men who has flown the flag for Malaysia in recent years. But for the moment, Liu Gaoliu has been tasked with getting the Ferrari back into contention for the race victory, and he has definitely done that. The gap is now 21 seconds back to the race leaders. The Ferrari is not out of this yet. They may have spun off earlier while leading, but there's still a very good chance. So don't expect this to be a walkover victory for any of the two crews that are in first or second right now. Stuvik did the hard work to get the Be Quick Absolute Audi into the lead, but that Ferrari is still a factor, still a big push in this race to come from that Ferrari. So there is the Origin team, just watching and waiting to see what happens as Adderley Fong tries to get the car forward. It is so hot down there in the pit garages today. I can't even begin to tell you. Having walked down the pit lane a couple of times during the race already, it is ridiculously hot in the pit lane. Even in that immediate part of the course when you're under shelter, those fans that are there are basically at the point of, you know, just blowing hot air around the pit lane. It's not actually cooling the room down at all. There is Adderley Fong. When they came into this race, they started dead last. They looked as unlikely to succeed as Ted Lasso in the Premiership, but it's brought just as much joy to see them fight back from the back and work their way back to the front. So excellent stuff so far from Adderley Fong and the crew at Origin Porsche. Right back in the hunt. Now we've managed to focus in on the 610 Porsche. This is the team that is currently leading in the GT3 AM category. Li Jianyu is the one who's behind the wheel at the moment. Doing a magnificent job to fight his way further forward and looking good in front of their main rivals, the HZO Fortis Absolute Audi, which currently has Zaidel in the car at the moment. They're running in second place in the category. And the team that is running in third position is the Climax Audi of Zhou Lian. No relation, of course, to Zhou Guanyu, just happens to be a very common surname in China. Here they go again. The 310 Porsche. Sorry, the 610 Porsche, I should say, of Li Jianyu. Doing a very solid effort at the moment, just keeping the car nicely under wraps. It's been a very stable race battle for them at the moment as we get ourselves close to the end of the 7th hour. There'll be 5 hours to go on this one. And the drivers still having a very smooth race of it at the moment. 14 seconds now between the Be Quick Audi and the Origin Porsche. 6 seconds back is the Ferrari, and that's a very slow-moving HZO Fortis Audi. That's more than just letting cars through. I think they've got a problem, as diving up the inside, the champion Audi moves aside for the counterpart in the Climax car. Oh no, sorry, that is the 610 Porsche still, but there is a very slow-moving HZO Fortis Audi in the background that's limping, and that's trying to hobble its way back to the pits without too much drama. But there's definitely a little bit cooking now, as the team are trying to get their way back to the pits. At the end of the lap, though, it's the Be Quick Audi out in front from the Origin Porsche. The Harmony Racing car, the 33R Ferrari, is next up. Garfield is really starting to hustle the cars in front. The gap is down to 20 seconds between the top 3 cars. No banana skins needed. This race is perfectly entertaining without all the gimmicks. Well, I'd say that code word actually worked out quite well in the end, didn't it? We've got the two leading cars in the pits, the Be Quick Audi along with the 33R Harmony Ferrari. So they're now in a pit stop race with each other, with the gap having dumped down as low as 17.4 seconds. And don't forget that the Origin Porsche is now out of sync with them after pitting early in the last rotation of pit stops. They're now going to be out on the circuit in a similar rotation. So now this is going to be a case of whether the Origin Porsche, now with Yuan Bo at the wheel, there he is, pushing hard now to try and close up on these two, where he's going to get out in relation to the Be Quick Audi and the 33R Harmony Ferrari. And also, who are they going to put in the car for this part of the stint? Because that's going to be an interesting factor in it as well. Yuan Bo is now the man they've chosen to put in the Origin Porsche. If they put Henk Kinks out in the car, then that's going to be a really tight race for the victory. And then you've also got the possibility of Jazeman Jafar, I would guess, going into the 33R Harmony Racing. But a lot of the teams are trying to get their AM drivers out of the way pretty quickly. Now both cars are moving down pit lane. There goes the absolute Audi. The Ferrari's going to be stymied by the pit lane speed limit. So the Porsche is just going to overtake and get into second place, but the Ferrari is now on the charge. So that's going to be a really hard fight for the victory between these three cars. The Origin gets through in a second place, and it is Chen Weiyan that they've decided to put out in the Ferrari. So they put Chen Weiyan in the car. Now that's not a bad idea, because Chen Weiyan actually did a very good job on his stint. He's going to be there along with Yuan Bo, who is also an AM driver, and we've also got the prospect of the Be Quick Absolute Audi being driven, I think, by Henk Kinks, because they want to try and get the AM drivers out of the way early, especially if there's going to be rain coming around about 6 o'clock, which we think there could well be. So they want to try and get the AM drivers out of the way and have them complete their stints as soon as is humanly possible, because things could then get very interesting in the closing stages. So let's see if we're going to have an interesting challenge moving forward. I think we're going to see all three of these teams get very close to each other in terms of raw pace. But the Audi leads the way for the moment. But I can't tell who it is that's behind the wheel at the moment. For some reason, the name of the driver hasn't actually come forward. Well, there in the background is the Origin Porsche. Where is the Ferrari? I think it's going to be the next car that comes into view. Look back. There it is. There's the Ferrari. So there's three cars in the mix for the victory, and there's not much in it at the moment. And interestingly, 30 seconds back from the Ferrari is the EBM Porsche with Dorian Boccolacci at the wheel. So they're not out of this either at all. Let's see how it all continues out. But the Be Quick Absolute Audi leads the way. For some reason, my timing screen is not informing me who is behind the wheel. I would guess it's probably Henk Kinks, who is in the car at the moment, although I think that'll be updated shortly. If not, then it's going to be Akash Nandi. But it makes a lot of sense if the rain is coming later to put Henk Kinks in the car now, so that you get your AM drivers out of the way. A lot of the teams are starting to think about that, because if it is going to be rainstorms later on, better to let your AM drivers finish their stints nice and early, and then when the rain does come, and it's going to be heavy when it does, it'll be a fascinating challenge. Right, into the pits. We did say earlier on, didn't we, the HZO Fortis car was going slowly. It clearly had a problem, and there is the proof. So the Absolute team are swarming around the HZO Fortis Audi, trying to get the car fixed. So a tricky scenario then for the contenders at the team, but there are thumbs up at HZO Fortis at least. So hopefully it'll only be a quick fix, and they'll be able to get the car back out again, but they'll drop down around the same sort of rank as the team from 326 Racing and 610 Racing have done okay, but I don't think they'll fall quite as bad as 610 Racing, because let's not forget that the number 911 is only on lap 62, while the leaders in the race are on lap 182. So that just tells you how long the 610 Racing team were in the pits for. They were there for 3 hours and 12 minutes. They've just been lapped, by the way, by the Be Quick Absolute Audi team for the, get this, 120th time. You don't get to say that too often in an endurance race. The car that has just lapped you is 120 laps ahead. So, yeah, that doesn't happen very often. 182 laps completed by the Be Quick Absolute Audi and 62 laps completed by the Porsche. So, in reality, that essentially means that with them being 120 laps ahead, the 610 Racing car from the number 911 crew, the Porsche Cup car, they lost 4 stints. So now we need to wait and see who's going to have the best of the run from these particular cars. Oh, I've now figured out who is in the Be Quick Absolute Racing car. It's actually Sandy Stuvik. They've decided to keep Sandy Stuvik out for a double stint. So clearly he was driving such a good race, and now Sandy Stuvik remains in the Be Quick Audi. So they've decided to keep him in. The Origin Porsche running in second place with Yuan Bo, and then Chen Huayan, the driver you're looking at in the Garfield painted Ferrari run by 33R Harmony. It's still a very tight race, and only 21 seconds behind this Ferrari is the EBM Porsche of Dorian Boccolacci. So this race could still go anybody's way, and they're 2 laps ahead of the 610 Racing team. So this is a 4-team race for me. Any of the teams in the top 4 still have a chance to win this race. Because if that rain comes down, anything is going to happen. And it could be fascinating. And as Tom White rightfully says on YouTube, if it rains, we'll see what they're made of. And this is where patience, discipline, calm, tactics, and that cool head is going to be so valuable. Never easy to predict who's going to get the best of things, but certainly a very solid run at the moment. So now we're going to get to see how things will continue, but it's not been an easy one so far here. A lot of close proximity racing still to come in the latter stages of proceedings. But we're going to have a really tight race of it. Sandy Stuvik deciding to stay out in the car for a double stint, right in the same way that Akash Nandi did. They're clearly feeling that if the rain comes during this stint, they want someone in the car that's able to deal with the changing conditions in as fluid a manner as possible. But this is so difficult to predict now how it's going to go. And it all depends on when and if the rain hits, because at the moment, there's a lot of possibility. When you look up over the sky, it certainly needs the possibility of rain to happen, but will you actually get it done or not? Will it actually become a rain shower? Well, that's a very different prospect altogether. You can only hope that when you make the call for strategy, you've got it right. And the other thing as well is how long will the rain last? Because there are some people saying it could only be a quick shower that goes over the circuit in 10 minutes. Other weather apps suggesting that we could be here for about 2 hours or so with the rain still coming down. So there is no exact science to help us answer that question. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it all sorts itself out, but I don't think there's any exact answer for this yet. it will be tricky and it will be pretty tense to figure out how it's all going to play out. I think there's going to be quite a lot still to unravel from this race battle. I think there's a lot more still to conclude in this race. Still, the drivers are in close proximity in the top 4 positions, less than 45 seconds between the top 4 cars. Although actually that has now gone up a bit once the time has been corrected off the pit stop, so 45 seconds actually between the Ferrari and the EBM Porsche, but 24 seconds between the Ferrari and the Origin Porsche, and then the Origin Porsche is only 10 seconds back from the Be Quick Audi, so it's still open season. A lot can still happen. We are far from done. Plenty can still take place. Plenty can still be shaken up here. And I've got a feeling we're going to see quite a few things change around. Cars are still going to try and find that little bit of extra adhesion. We're in the garage and things are getting a little bit less stressful at 610 Racing now that Leona Chin has been able to get out of the car after her stint and brought it back into the pits again. The team have gone back out for another go, so it looks as though the team, now with Yan Shuang at the wheel, continuing to make steady progress. Still good works so far, and still a very steady and stable run. But it's been very interesting to see how it's all unravelled at the moment. I don't think we're done yet. There's still quite a bit more that needs to happen before this all becomes a little bit more predictable. There's definitely going to be some changes of play before the season, before this particular race is ended up. I think we're going to see a lot more unravel. Looking at the lap times at the moment, Sandy Stuving's just done a 2:06.426, which is the best that car has done in the course of this race. So it does look as though the temperatures are starting to drop a little bit. We've got a little bit less heat in the tyres now, so it's going to be a bit better in the long-term fluidity of this race. So it's certainly looking a little bit more prosperous in terms of lap times. Fastest lap of the race as well for the 610 Racing team that they have done. A 2:06.733. So the track does look like it's starting to get faster again. And that, I have to say, is very good news indeed. Because now we're going to get to see some really fast lap times. Depending on how long it's going to be until we get those first drops of rain, things can get very tricky from here on. But we're in for a very solid race battle for it, that is for sure. Let's see how things continue to play out. But we're going to have a really solid race of it at the moment. There is the number 111, that's Yan Shuang from the 610 Racing team, just keeping it nice and tidy for the moment. Could be a really interesting position as we continue to make the progress and move forward. That is the 610 Racing car taking on its sister car. So that is Liu Wenlong getting ahead of Yan Shuang as they continue on in their progress. The 610 Racing team looking good for the GT3 and victory. They have currently completed 183 laps. They're 3 laps ahead of their nearest rival in the category, the Climax Racing team, who have completed 180. But still incredibly, we've got 4 cars on the leading lap with just over 5 hours to go. I can expect this to be a really solid race battle for everybody. So now it's going to be a close proximity run. Competition continues to reign on here. Could be a really close battle for the closing proceedings of this race. Still a lot that needs to happen here. But I have a feeling that this is going to have a few more stings in the tail. Be Quick Absolute, 12.5 seconds ahead of the Origin Motorsport Porsche. That now becomes 13.3 seconds. As Sandy Stuvik has been able to go out onto the circuit and do a second stint back-to-back. And it could be a really interesting continuation. Third position behind the Origin Ferrari is the 33R Harmony Ferrari. 29 seconds back and off the pace at the moment. So still a lot left to do. Into the pits comes the 326 Audi of Wu Yifan. So they're going to change drivers over there. I can see a lot more coming from this little competition as it continues. But there's a long way to go in this challenge, a long way to go. Still 5 hours left of racing as we're still not quite keen to see how it's going to continue to progress. But the number 11 crew, they will have changed over. Wu Yifan getting out of the car. And they will change over once again. Jake Sampson in the commentary box for the epic conclusion of this 12-hour race at Motul. Sepang, 12 hours. See for yourself that the sky over Sepang is looking ominous. There could be a chance for position. Positions could well change here. It's going to be a really interesting run for the competitors. Still they will race on and still they will give us a little bit more. So with there being such a close proximity between these cars in the closing stages of the race, all it's going to take now is the conclusion of the drivers in the AM class, in the AM categories, getting into their cars. They're finishing that job off in a couple of the teams. So Origin have decided to put Yuan Bo out and Chen Weiyan in the 33R Harmony Ferrari find themselves in third position. But wait until they put Jazeman Jafar back in. Wait until they put Adeli Fong back in a little bit later on, and then you're going to get to see some really great racing. Dorian Boccolacci is just trying to eat up the road to the cars in front. He's actually the second quickest driver on the track at the moment. So Dorian Boccolacci has got that gap down between them and the Ferrari to just 16 seconds. So it's pretty much 15 or 16 seconds between each of the cars at the moment. The Be Quick Audi is 14 seconds clear of the Origin Porsche. Then the Origin Porsche is 16 seconds ahead of the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Then the EBM Porsche is 16 seconds behind. So it's very close indeed all the way through these four cars. Still going very strong at the moment. Only one car sat in pit lane in difficulty, and that is the HZO Fortis Audi run by Absolute Racing, of course, but that car has been in the pits for quite some time. I mean, we're not quite in 610 Racing number 911 territory yet. Their pit stop lasted 3 hours, but the HZ040's car has currently been in the pits for 26 minutes. On board again, this time with Dorian Boccolacci. Brilliant to watch Dorian Boccolacci at the wheel get the very best out of his car and really start to make steady and solid progress. This is the kind of progress we were hoping for, and we certainly got it. Great to see so much from the competitors in the early stages of this race. Now we're going to get into the fairly tricky section of the course, I think. We'll see a lot more great battles and a lot of great pushes from the drivers to try and make a little bit more come back to it. But that rain overhead is definitely going to become a bit of a headache for people. Expect the unexpected from here on out. I think we're going to be in for a really tight race battle from now on. There is the hard-charging Dorian Boccolacci in the Porsche, number 61. For the EBM Racing Team, Earl Bamber Motorsport, looking very hungry at this moment in time. And I think we're going to get to see a lot more from these cars as they continue to make steady progress. So expect more. And certainly there's going to be a lot more to come. Just trying to look at some of the other battles down the field. This is the closest battle we've got on the course, and thank goodness it's for the race victory, because everybody else is losing a couple of laps here, there and everywhere to gain a little bit more perspective on things. But we have certainly had a very solid run so far, and it's looking very solid, very smooth at this moment in time. We're going to see a replay. This is the move that Sandy Stuvik made to get up the inside and get the overtaking move. The replay of that fantastic overtake that put Sandy Stuvik into the lead in front of the Porsche. That was just at the beginning of the 7th hour that Sandy Stuvik made that bid on Adelie Fong. Since then, it's been pretty much one-way traffic for the Absolute Audi team in the Be-Quick car. Origin have been settling into a bit of a rhythm and a flow since then, but it could be a very tricky one. There's been progress made by the Ferrari after their spin earlier on from the lead. They've had to make up some time. Not everybody has had everything firing on all cylinders. There's been all sorts of problems. Climax had a puncture, which then obviously needed to be replaced. But Ferrari are trying to gain some ground. They got the gap down to 16 seconds back to Origin. EBM are also on the march. They've got the gap down to 14.5 seconds to the Ferrari. So there are 4 cars on the lead lap, all on lap 190. And they're all in the fight for the victory. Problems for HZ040's. They've been in the pits for half an hour. Origin decided to change over from Adelie Fong to Yuan Bo at the pit stop. Over at Ferrari, they changed as well. And it's a changeover from Liu Gailiu to Chen Huayan. Dorian Boccolacci is currently behind the wheel of the EBM Porsche. But this man, Sandy Stuvik, has gone for a second stint to try and keep the Audi as far up the road as possible. It will be a tricky game of cat and mouse, this, as we head into the second half of proceedings, and there's still the prospect of rain on the horizon. Whether it'll hit the circuit or not, well, that's a very different question to answer. But certainly all 4 of these teams now have a great chance to go for the victory. Everybody is going for it. It's hot, but it's absolutely nail-biting. Cannot wait to see how this finishes. So 4 hours and 56 minutes left of the position. Still some good battles between a couple of the Audis on the course. getting close to night time here as well, of course. It's going to take about an hour and a half or so for the sun to disappear. The sunset is at 7:24 local time, but it is going to get dark quite quickly here at the Sepang circuit, and for the Motul 12 hours, it's going very well indeed at the moment for the 4 cars that are still on the leading lap with less than 5 hours to go. It'll be a tough race to finish off. It'll certainly be a tough race to predict. But we've got the Be Quick Absolute Audi, the Origin Porsche, the 33R Harmony Ferrari, and the EBM Porsche, all battling for the victory. 3 manufacturers across 4 cars, and it really will be tight to know who comes up with the victory. I don't think this is really going to be decided in any way until we figure out what the rain is going to do. But there's a big, big rain cloud that's just filtered over the circuit over turn 4, so that could make us a very interesting situation. I can look out of my commentary box window and still see a good angle on turns 5 and 6. The EBM Porsche has managed to catch up with some traffic, but then so too have the leaders. The Be Quick Absolute Audi has faced the traffic, has got past the 911 of Yan Chuan, so going through in fine style. So on we continue with 4 hours and 55 minutes left of the Motul 12 hours of Sepang, organised by Top Speed. And it's a very solid race at the moment for the Be Quick Absolute Audi, out in front, looking so confident at the moment. And the Origin Motorsport team, Yuan Bo, still looking strong in second place. The Ferrari is not far away, and so too the EBM Porsche is still in the mix. But Sandy Stuvik behind the wheel of the Be Quick Absolute racing car. The Audi is absolutely on swan song, and this is terrific for Sandy Stuvik. He's so brilliant to watch, like Nathan Fillion in an American TV series. It just works. Nice little spectator there in the gravel trap. Certainly getting closer to the cars than even the marshals are allowed to get. I wouldn't stay there if I were you. So now the opportunity is going to be knocking for the Ferrari team. The Harmony Racing team in 3rd position. They were leading in the early doors. They've now been swallowed by the whale, so now they've got to find the exit and go and preach good things about how tough the racing was. So still a good fight is in the offing for these 4 teams. Interesting to see what happens now in terms of tyre life as well, because now the track is going to get cooler. Can the tyres go a little bit further? Can drivers start to push a little bit more? I would love to see if there's still a little bit more left in the tank for these cars. And how much faster are they going to go in the evening? How much of a chance will they get to go fast if the rain hits the circuit at the wrong time? Because they almost certainly won't get that opportunity. Be fascinated to see how things progress. It's going to be a very tricky end to proceedings as things continue on. Tough to call how it's going to progress to the closing stages. But I think we're going to get to see a really interesting side to the cars and drivers now. As we get to the cooler part of the race, we still think that within the next hour or so we could see some rain. Certainly in the Kuala Lumpur area there's going to be some rain. We know that much. Whether it hits the circuit or not, that's a very tricky one. So we have 4 hours and 52 minutes left of the 2025 Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. You're looking at the Origin Motorsport Porsche on your screens. That is the car driven by Yuan Bo at the moment. And Yuan Bo going very well to run in 2nd position. His lap times have been very consistent. But they are being caught at the moment by halves by the Ferrari 33R Harmony car of Chen Weiyan. And Chen Weiyan is doing a fair job in that car at the moment. That's the car that was on pole position, don't forget. The leading car, driven by Sandy Stuvik for a 2nd stint, the Phuket Flyer, doing a grand job and going full guns blazing in the lead here. Staying out for a 2nd stint, clearly feeling that the car is in a good position, wanting to pull out as much of a gap as they possibly can. And the gap is currently at 19.5 seconds after having taken the lead in the last hour. And now through the pit stops and through the driver changes, they've spread out and put nearly 20 seconds on the car behind. So definitely good work indeed from the team at Absolute Racing. And that is a car that's slowing quite considerably to get the Origin through. Is there a puncture for that car? Or is that just incredibly courteous from the Audi team, the Climax Racing car? I've got a feeling there might be a problem brewing there. Because you don't normally get out of the wheel quite out of the way quite so candidly, even if you are being lapped by the race leaders. So I would suspect there's a little bit more to it than meets the eye for that car. It wouldn't shock me if that's going to limp it back to the pits and we're going to find out that there's a problem we didn't realise. But it's certainly going very strong at the time being. These 4 cars that are still on the lead lap, the gap between them all in terms of the whole category of the story, trying to make out how much time there is between them all. I would say there's just under a minute between all of those cars at the moment. So with 4 cars together, it's going to be really close all the way through to the end of this race, depending on, you know, whether any of these 4 cars hit trouble. They've all had their hiccups over the course of the race. They've all had their moments, but they've also had great moments of resilience and resurgence as the Origin Porsche makes its bid at the inside of the Viper Niza Mercedes, and the back end kicks out as he gets on the throttle. Careful, Bo. Goodness me. That was very nearly throwing away a move when you were lapping a back marker. So that just shows you how tough it is on tyres. That shows you how tough it is on cars. Even though you've been working so hard and you've got the rhythm and the flow of this race. Let's look at it again. Given all the room in the world, and then suddenly watch, he gets on the throttle having put one wheel on the curb, and the back end thinks, right, I'm going to overtake the front. No, you're not. That was close. That was a very near miss there for Bo Yuan. Gets away with it and lives to fight another day. Great to have your company and your patronage wherever you're watching the race from. There's over 1,000 of you on our stream now, so we're very grateful for your company. People watching all over Europe, all over Asia, and even in North America, you guys are tuning in. Well done, good for you. And you've tuned in to what is set to be a very good battle over the last 4 hours and 45 minutes. We've still got 4 cars on the lead lap, covered by under a minute, with rain threatening to hit the circuit any time in the next 3 hours. And over the last 2 days, when rain has hit, it has hit hard. I mean, seriously hard. So this could be a very interesting conclusion to the race. So if you want to get yourself into a good vantage point, grab some snacks and get a good view, I would absolutely do so, because things are about to get interesting. Come the cars out of the hairpin. The Origin Porsche in front of the 610 Racing machine, which is the number 911. That's the GT3 Cup car. It differs from the Origin car because that is the 911 GT3R as opposed to the 911 GT3 Cup. And that is the Mercedes just in behind. That is the Viper Niza Racing Mercedes, as driven by the Malaysian trio, leading the GT3 AM Masters category at the moment, and still looking potentially on for a GT3 AM victory. Now that in the pits is the champion motorsport Audi. Doesn't look as though there's a lot of urgency in that pit stop. Do they feel that there's an issue? Well, have they been caught out here by an early pit stop, I wonder, because that's Sek Kar-Hing who has come into the pits. So Sek Kar-Hing was the one who was in the car at that point. They've had a changeover, but there doesn't look like a massive amount of urgency at this particular pit stop. I wonder if there was a communication error. As meanwhile, the Viper Niza Mercedes rumbles on, having a very solid race of it. Good to see you on the stream as well, Ethan Cito. Hope you've had a very pleasant day and you've tuned in exactly at the right time. Just over 4 hours to go, 4 cars still on the leading lap, and there's rain imminent here in Malaysia. Whether it hits the circuit or not, that's a very different question, but it's looking very ominous outside my commentary box window. But then it has been for quite a long time. So down the back straight, we've got the Viper Niza Mercedes trying to stretch away and pull clear of the 610 Racing Porsche of Yan Chuang. But it looks pretty good. And certainly a very solid race at the moment. Sarah Sayedin has popped into the chat. Apologies you couldn't be here, my friend. If you were here, I'd have roped you into the commentary box with me. But I'm very well aware that Ramadan is Ramadan. Hope to see him again next month when I return to Malaysia for another great motor race, the second round of the Infinity Miami Series Asia. And that'll be on the birthday weekend as well. Looking forward to turning 39 in one of my favourite countries in the world. If you've never been to Malaysia, plan it, book it, enjoy it, soak it up. It is a wonderful country. Kuala Lumpur has one of the most incredible collection of activities to do in a city that I've ever witnessed and ever taken on myself. It's just such an amazing place. This race circuit is one of the most beautiful in the world. And even away from the circuit, just experiencing the history, the culture, the magnificence of Kuala Lumpur as a city, and all of the activities that are in to do in the city itself and then around in various places. The Petronas Towers Museum with its fantastic collection of Grand Prix cars from the Mercedes F1 era. If you want to go and have a look at that, I know you do because you're all race fans, definitely worth going and having a look at that collection. It's wonderful to be in this country, and every time I come to Malaysia, I never ever have a bad day. 4 hours 44. Could be an interesting one now for Ferrari. They've really turned up the dial. 2 minutes 7.9 for their lap times, lapping similar pace to Dorian Boccolacci in the Porsche from EBM. Interesting that Boccolacci's not been able to make the same sort of pace go the long distance. But what you also have to remember is that EBM Porsche have decided to deviate away from the pit stop norm of the Be Quick Absolute Audi and the Ferrari, because they've been coming on to the pit lane every 30 laps with 1 lap accuracy. So these two cars have literally been into the pits on lap 30, 60, 90, 120, 150 and 180. So we can expect them to come into the pits again on lap 210. But things could get pretty spicy if it rains over the circuit, which it's still predicted to do within the next 2 hours. So it could be really tricky to see how it all continues. I love that Homie GTV has already got this set up. He's got his beers, he's got his chicken wings, he's ready for the rain shower. Get ready, it could be biblically good motorsport this evening. So we could see some really exciting battles out on the course. I love that Time Certain Clock is looking after me as well. If you need a co-host next to you, you should get Peter Snowden or Bruce Jones. I've worked with both, and I have to say they are very, very capable work colleagues. I mean, working with Bruce Jones, that's like motor racing commentary royalty. I have most of his books on my shelf, and I don't know a journalist who is as fantastic, as in-depth, as entertaining, and certainly as well-researched as Bruce Jones. I love reading his material, and I'm actually going to need to buy another set of shelves out here in Southeast Asia, most likely from the IKEA in Bangkok, just to fit another load of his books that I will have on order to come back from Europe. Love his material, really, really do. Makes me a better commentator. There's a real difficulty here at this Champion Motorsport Audi team pit stop, isn't it? There's clearly something not quite right. But the car has been sat there for quite some time. And it's almost as if the team have got not quite a clue as to what's going on, right? They've raised the car on the jacks. Now they're changing wheels and tyres with a little bit more urgency. So I don't quite get what's been going on here, because they're in danger of losing position to the 326 Racing Team Porsche. Sorry, the 326 Racing Team Audi, I should say. That's going to overtake them before too long. But don't forget, this is a team that's doing their first proper 12-hour GT race. They've not been doing this for very long, and they're a team that's only just recently been formed together with Tsuk Kar Hing, Chan Chi-chung, Roy Tang, and Philip Tang. Very interesting combination of drivers that. Roy Tang is almost the glue that's holding them all together, the Singaporean. As out of the pits goes the HZO Fortis. Finally leaving the pits, having dropped all the way to 10th position. They've lost 45 minutes with that problem with the car, and they've sent the car back out with Hardy Sadel in the car. So hopefully it's going to continue on. Into the pits comes the Viper-Niza Mercedes. And there is Douglas Koo, I do believe, getting himself ready to get behind the wheel. Out of the car gets Dominic Ang, and Douglas Koo will get behind the wheel. So still they crack on, but it's going to be interesting to see how it continues. This team is obviously still on the march for a victory in the GT3 AM Masters category, and they're actually second in GT AM all the way through. So still they run through. Great challenge from the competition as we watch the EBM Porsche of Dorian Bocalacci. Now the Frenchman is actually going to come in a little bit earlier than some of his counterparts. But it will be a tricky situation for them all when the rain comes. If the rain comes, of course. We're still keeping an eye on our weather radars. I've got 3 different apps on my phone here, and we're trying to gauge what is going to happen. One of them says, don't worry, it's not going to rain at Sepang at all, you're fine. Another one says, well, you're going to get 20 minutes of rain at about 6:30 in the evening. And then there's another one that says, well, get ready because you're going to get 3 hours worth of rainstorm hitting the circuit at 6 o'clock. Who on earth are you supposed to believe when you've got 3 completely different weather forecasts? And that's why every team has got their own weather radar, and they've just got to hope that it's accurate. But at the moment, your guess is as good as mine as to whether it's going to rain. Every time we think it's going to rain, the sun comes out and pushes the rain clouds further away again. So we genuinely don't know at this point. It's almost useless to speculate on it at the moment. Well, still the ever-increasing adventures of the pit lane are continuing on. That is the EBM Porsche, and we did say that they're out of sync with the rest of the teams in terms of their pit stops. They've come into the pits now consistently anywhere between 8 and 11 laps earlier than the regular run of the stints. So the EBM team coming in a little earlier than their 3 other car counterparts in the mix. But what's really going to be interesting is how are they going to transform this into a race victory. They are 4th at the moment before the pit stop. They were in 4th position, running out of sync with everybody else. They pit in about 10 or 11 laps earlier than the other 3 teams. As Doisikoi well and truly points out, the best weather forecast is to look outside and hold your hand out the window. So true in Malaysia, so true, honestly. And it's an impossible country to dress for, I tell you, because if you go outside preparing for weather, you're going to be too hot. If you go outside preparing for sun, it'll work until it rains, and then you're going to be freezing to your bones. So now it's going to be a close proximity race battle. There is the 610 racing car, currently running in 5th position overall, but looking good for the class victory in the capable hands of Liu Wenlong. I love that Ethan Sito is prepared to give it a go in the commentary box by getting in his cart and driving to Malaysia right now, getting to Sepang. Can't you let your dad drive you? Oh, come on, surely he's not going to be that busy. If you can make it, Ethan, you never know. If you can make it here, you've still got the potential for about 4 hours of commentary. I know that Ethan Sito doesn't live too far away from the circuit here, so yeah, if you can get yourself over for the conclusion, why not? So we're going to take the opportunity to head down into the pits. There seems to be a little bit of activity, and certainly in the next 10 minutes or so, there's going to be some more pit lane activity. So this is a good time to walk my way out of the commentary box. 200 laps completed. Be Quick Audi leads the way by 33 seconds to the Origin Porsche. The 33R Harmony Ferrari is in 3rd place, 6 seconds back, with the EBM Porsche not far away. In this pit stop rotation, we're going to get quite a shuffle of the deck as into the pits comes the 610 Racing crew in the 911. Back in a bit. we've decided to come down to the very end of the pit lane to start our pit walk rather than go from the top. So it's going to be a slightly different look at pit walk this time. What I can tell you, being down here in the pit lane, in a word, hot. No, ludicrously hot. I mean, why did we go for black uniforms anyway? We've got some fans in the stands, though, overlooking the first corner. They want to obviously see what it's going to be like when it does start raining. So the fans are starting to flock back into the grandstands again. They've had the opportunity to have a look around at some of the bits and pieces we've got going on. There's some really nice cars out the back of the paddock, so they wanted to get a look of it. And I know a lot of them were trying to get a cheeky look of the race-going Bugatti Bolide before it got packed away and driven off to its home. I managed to get a few snaps of that. I'll put them on social media in a bit. Right, so we're down at Absolute Racing. This is the team that, of course, is currently leading the race and having a very tough race of it at the moment. They've got a lot of pressure on them, but they've managed to build a 37-second lead up to this point. So let's see if we can find one or two of the guys from the Absolute cars. I want to see if maybe Sandy's around. Oh, Henk Kicks is over there, so he can give us a little bit of insight into what is going on. So he might be able to give us a little bit of insight. I managed to work my way through, so let's have a quick chat with Henk Kicks. Henk, good to see you. The team is still running out in the lead after Sandy took it over, so all positive at the moment, I guess.
All positive, but okay, I'm going to get in. I mean, we've been delaying the last M round a bit, and so we got to limit the damage a bit, but I think we're still in a bit of shot. I mean, the boys are doing an amazing job, and I think now for the M, the lap times are slightly better than for the earlier M's in the middle of the day, so we'll see how it plays out. I mean,
I was going to say, because you started the race when it was still a very coldish circuit in terms of rubber, but going out when the track is starting to cool, when some of the other pros are coming out, it may be a sort of a 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward approach.
Yeah, but you don't know how it pans out. I mean, but that's the idea. Yeah, I mean, we can make better lap times, and then of course, then in the heat. So I mean, that works a bit. I should be able to keep the gap a bit closer than in the real extreme circumstances. So not lose too much. And I mean, pretty excited actually, a little bit nervous also.
I guess it makes a lot of sense to put Sandy out on the course, and then he can sort of try and get towards a minute or so in gap, and that gives you a little bit of a safety bit.
That gives me a bit, and then after that we got 3 more hours to go, and then Sandy and Dusk can hammer it.
So what do you guys think about the possibility of rain? What are you guys thinking about it? Because I know we've had it on and off for the last 2 hours.
No, I mean, we'd love to have some.
You'd love to have some.
Yeah. I think the Audis are amazing pieces of kit in the wet. I mean, it's like, so no matter who's driving it, but I would say that if it gets wet, I think we win the race.
But that would take the pressure off you a little bit if there was some rain.
No, I think it's the same thing, but I won't lose extra time or gain extra, but I'm fine with that. But I think for Sandy and Akash it will be awesome. Proper rain, and I mean, these machines are like...
Okay, well, if the racing rain gods are listening, we want some rain, absolutely.
Then we'll be on the top step.
Good luck for it, Henk. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Great. We will keep watching. We definitely will. So we're going to make our way out to have a chat with maybe 1 or 2 other members of the Absolute team are here, I hope. Certainly in the sister car, it'd be good to see them as well. But everything looks really chilled and relaxed at the moment. All of the mechanics seem to be pretty enjoying this situation at the moment, but it can change very, very quickly. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if it suddenly becomes all hands to the spanners a little bit later on. Hopefully not going to be too stressful for them. So we're going to work our way down the pit lane, and we're going to continue talking about the stories of the pit lane. Now, a little while ago, you saw the champion motorsport Audi in the pit lane with all sorts of problems around it. I actually figured out what the situation was. Went and spoke to the mechanics. They told me that it was a fuel pump failure. So at the pit stop, they realized the fuel pump wasn't working. They weren't getting any fuel into the car. So they had to completely reset everything to get it to work. They lost a lot of time, but hopefully now that's kind of killed the issue. So down at 610 Racing, they've had a bit of a mixed bag of a day. They've had the number 610 car obviously still leading in the GT3 AM category and looking good for the win there. But the other car, the 911, that's obviously spent over 3 hours in the pits at various points during the course of the day with a need to change the gearbox. So that's really hampered their progress. But hey, 2 teams that are still trying to make it to the finish of a very tough race, and Sepang is very hot, and it's very, very difficult in terms of the humidity as well. So just getting to the finish of this 12-hour race is actually quite a challenge for each of the teams. And considering they've had 2 different types of form on 2 sides of the garage, they've actually acquitted themselves very well. Let's see if we can grab a word with one of the drivers from the car that is up at the sharp end of the dais. We're going to get a quick word in. Preparation for another good stint towards the end, but how are things currently looking for the car?
Oh yes, it's so hot. Yeah, and I feel very tired. And I don't want to go back to the car. But
yeah, it's mad when a racing driver says they don't want to get back in the car again.
yeah, sure. Okay, I do my best. I do my best for our team. I think we can win the race.
So you can go for the victory in the AM race. As it gets a little bit cooler tonight, is the circuit going to get a bit faster, or is the fact that it's so hot going to cause more of an issue?
Of course, because the temperature is down, so it should be good.
What do you guys think about the possibility of rain as well? Are you worried for it, or are you quite looking forward to the possibility?
I'm not sure, I don't know.
Fair enough. We'll let you crack on with it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, keeping the cards close to the chest there as well. Probably with English not being the first language, that doesn't help either. But hey, the enthusiasm is still here. That's what we're here for. So it's 610 Racing, two sides of the garage, one going well, one just staying in the game. It looks like there could be some silverware at the very least at 610 Racing. Listen to the noise as they fly past me. I mean, this is just glorious to witness as these guys are really on the charge at this point of the course. That's proper motorsport music right there. Right, let's go and find out what life is like down at EBM. They've obviously got Dorian Boccolacci in the car at the moment. We obviously know that Adrian de Silva, and Luke Hartog. The reason I got confused there is because Ayrton Senna de Silva obviously was his full name. But once again, we've obviously still got a lot of hard work on the pit wall here. Everybody trying to figure out what's going on. Car 65 has just been told to report to race control. That is the team from Viper Niza in the Mercedes. So I'm not entirely sure what the situation is. I'll try and grab a quick word over the shoulder with Luke Hartog. Looking good at the moment for the car. It's really starting to get good pace now.
Yeah, we're having really strong pace. Dorian is doing really well, but we're a bit off sync compared to the others because we had a slow puncture in the beginning. So hopefully rain starts falling in 5 laps or more. Otherwise we're having a little bit of a strategy issue, but so far so good.
I sense essentially then that means that with that slow puncture in the beginning, because of the timing of it, you're not quite going to be able to get to the end of the race without an additional pit stop.
Yeah, that's completely right. So we have to see where we stack up, especially since the pace is cracking up now. We have to see, but for now everything's looking under control.
So you're saying you're hoping for rain to try and even things up a bit. How big a difference can that actually make in terms of the way that the strategy could play out?
I think also, especially since this is a home track for Alabama Motorsport, we definitely have an advantage there. We know what to do whenever it starts raining, and we also have just me and Dorian still running until the end, whilst others still have to have a mandatory run with the bronze driver. So we're looking good.
Okay, well hopefully the rain does come for you and you can get yourself back up to the top end. Good luck for it, Luke.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. So that makes us a bit clearer then as to why the fourth car in the equation is still fighting for the victory, but is clearly down on pace because that slow puncture at the beginning of the race really killed them. It put them out of sync with everybody else, and we know that they're stopping about 11 or 12 laps earlier than everybody else. So that slow puncture really hasn't come at a good time for the team because it came in the first hour, and that's put them completely out. Now, had rain come a little bit earlier in the race, we'd probably be talking about them as the race leaders. But now that they've got Adrian de Silva's stints out of the way, the 2 AM stints he's done, they can now hand it over to Luke Hartog and also, of course, the Dorian Boccolacci, and hope that they can just keep it going to the end of the race. But it's never easy. Right, I seem to have managed to catch the Viper Niza car into the pits at a time when Douglas Koo is actually in the car, so he is actually doing some hard work now, which is good. We'll see if we can grab a word with the team. I want to see if we can actually have a quick chat with Melvin Moe. Melvin, you've been in the car a couple of times already. What is the feeling like out on the circuit?
Tough, especially in my first 2 stints. It was quite hot. And also in the second stint, the drink didn't work, so it was really, really tough for us. Yep.
You guys have just been called to race control. Do you have any idea what that is probably in relation to?
I think we just did an additional lap in the last stint. So yeah, they probably look at it and give us a penalty, but yeah, we just need to get on with it, and yeah, I'm going in 8 laps time, and yeah, keep pushing, you know.
How confident are you guys that you can get through to the end of the race now with no more incidents, and do you think that there could be rain to intervene at that point?
I think so, looking at the rain data here. I think.
Right, let's have a quick look at the rain radar actually, because this could be quite accurate.
Yeah, so I think that's why Douglas is in the car, try to finish his stint, and yeah, we are just preparing for in case if it rains, you know. So
one of the radars is clearly deciding that the rain is just going to head this way, and that's going to be around about 7 o'clock or so when it hits. So yeah, that could get interesting as we go into the dark as well.
Yep. So yeah, I hope it stays like this, but it doesn't look like it. But you never know. It's Malaysia and the weather always changes. So yeah, maybe I need to do some dance to make sure the rain doesn't come. Yep.
I'll let you audition for Malaysia's Got Talent and we'll crack on. Thanks, Melvin.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Perfect. I'm going to try and get out without causing too many difficulties, but yeah, there is a potential then, certainly on that weather radar. They think that we're going to get rain about 7 o'clock. It's fascinating how over the course of today, every single team has had the opinion we're going to get rain. It's going to happen. We just don't know when. And so many people have got so many different weather systems, and none of them are going to be 100% accurate. So again, as one of our commenters suggested, it's basically just going to be about, you know, putting your hand out the window and hoping that rain falls on it, and then you're accurate. Into the pits comes the Climax Audi. That's perfect timing because we were about to go and figure out what's happening with the 777 anyway. So it looks like they're going to get a driver change. And this will be a good opportunity to try and grab a driver as soon as they've got out of a very hot and very humid car. So it's going to be an interesting continuation for the team as out of the car gets one man, another driver gets straight in. But this is, I think it's Li Donghui who's actually got into the car, and it's Li Dongsheng who's just come out of the car. So hopefully we'll get a chance to have a conversation with them about it. But the wheels and tyres are changed right close to us. I've never actually been that close to the pit stop as it's been happening before. So very excited to be right close to it mid-race. So very cool to see all of the team going to hard work. Bit of a change of the windscreen and also an adjustment of the wing mirror, because obviously when the driver is sat in the car in a different seating position, they also need to make sure that they've got the wing mirror in an accurate position, and they're just saying, I need it up, I need it up, I need you to move it forward. You've got a lot of work that can be done in 90 seconds, so a lot of stuff needs to happen. But over at Climax Racing, just keeping an eye on things as well, just seeing where they are in relation to everything. Currently, Climax Racing 7th position, trying to stay in front of that little run of the draw from 326. So the 326 racing team still relatively close to them if things don't go too well for Climax Racing. They need to stay in the competition. They're just waiting for the mandatory pit stop time to come down. Off they go, and back into the race. So there you go. That's what life is like, mid-pit stop in the 12 Hours of Sepang. Very exciting times, great to be right in the heart of it. I think Li Dongsheng has already disappeared, so we'll maybe try and catch up with him a little bit later on. And also the Origin Porsche is in. Right, so here we go. They're slightly out of sequence with everybody else as well. They've been coming in a lap or so early. So this is going to be a critical point in the race with the Origin Porsche in the pits. It's going to be an interesting one. They've now left the pits with a change of driver. I was trying to figure out who was in the wheel of that one, and I think that's Liu Ye who's actually taken over the car. So that certainly didn't look like Adelie Fong's helmet. Over at Champion Motorsport, they were just telling me about the fuel pump issue that they've ended up having to fix while they were in the pits. This team is basically just trying to get to the finish. They're still a very new team in GT racing. They're still trying to figure it out and get the job done to a good degree. They're not particularly fussed about where they finish at the moment. It's just about finishing. It's getting to that end point. Massive thanks to the Orange Army. They've been absolutely fantastic up and down the length and breadth of the circuit. These guys have been absolutely fantastic. We cannot go motor racing without them. So we're so appreciative of the Orange Army and all of the marshals and officials keeping us going. It's a very tall mission to get this stuff going for 12 hours of racing, and we are so indebted to these guys who put in such an incredible hard work. Right, with the Origin Porsche having come in, it's not going to be too long then before we see the Be Quick Audi and the 33R Harmony Ferrari. That's going to be coming in very soon indeed. So we've just had the team come into the pits at Origin. Wonder if we've got an opportunity to figure out what's happening there. Certainly in terms of pace, they're still there or thereabouts. They managed to get back out on the circuit with Liu Ye at the wheel. They've just done their pit stop, so that puts them down to 3rd position, and there is a stop and go penalty of 2 minutes for the Viper Niza Mercedes. They've just called it on race control, and that is a stop and go penalty for a driver stint infringement. That means they were out in the car for 1 lap too long. So that's caused a real headache for Viper-Niza. That's going to give them a 2-minute stop-and-go penalty, and that is the effective 1 lap. So they basically lost their lap back again. Right, into the pits comes the Be Quick Audi. Right, so we're gonna stick around for this because the Be Quick Audi is the leading car. The Viper-Niza car comes in, that's for its 2 minutes penalty. But we should stick around here because the 33R Harmony Ferrari is going to be coming into the pits any moment now. There it is, it's literally just come into the pits. Saw it just out of the corner of my eye coming through. So the Ferrari that is trying to catch the Be Quick Audi now coming in for its driver change. And I think that's Jazeman Jafar standing by to get in the car. So in comes the Ferrari, and that is Jazeman Jafar, I believe, getting himself ready to get in the car. And this is going to be the game changer in the race then, because Jafar has been waiting, biding his time to get back behind the wheel of this car. And in his hands, this is going to be a very different race now for the Harmony Ferrari. Garfield and Jazeman Jafar are going to be charging their way back to prominence from this position. This is exactly what they needed to have the perfect tonic to go racing again. So we're going to get out of their way so they can get out of the pits. But this is perfect timing now for the 33R Harmony team. Good stop and a good stint from Chen Waiyan. So they're going to go straight into the action again. The new Pirelli Zeros go on, and it's going to be a very important stint now for Jazeman Jafar. Ferrari can get themselves right back into the lead of this battle. And let's not forget that it was Jazeman Jafar right up at the starting point as they will continue on. So this pit stop is going to be very much the dictation of what happens next in this race. Jazeman Jafar back behind the wheel of the Ferrari is a perfect timing moment. The Be Quick Audi having their pit stop further up the road. Now we're going to get to see some real firepower. Garfield and the team at Harmony Racing are really going to be pushing forward. Jazeman Jafar on a circuit that is his backyard. This is where he can really come into play. Are we going to get rain to intervene as well? So many questions to answer here at the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. But now that Jazeman Jafar and the Ferrari are back together again, anything could happen. It's going to be game on for the Harmony Racing Ferrari. Can they win this race? It's all down to them. We're going to find out just how much firepower Jazeman Jafar has got on home soil. This is going to be an incredible conclusion to the Motul 12 Hour. we are back into the action then with just over 4 hours left of racing, and this is going to be a very nail-biting end to the 12 hours of Sepang, especially now that after the pit stops the Ferrari squad have managed to get themselves in front of the Origin Porsche, with Liao Yi in a very close and intense battle with Jazeman Jafar, the Malaysian who knows this circuit so well. It will be really intriguing to see how things continue to progress. We've got a really tight battle at the moment, and it's certainly looking very strong at this point in proceedings. So we've got a very tight race up at the sharp end, and this is pretty good going from the time being as we run in close proximity. So now there's certainly more to come, as this battle is just starting to get good, but you can see that Liao Ye still looking for his opportunity to get back in a second position on the Ferrari. Jazeman Jafar getting very close to the mark of the Audi up in front, because Henk Kieks is looking stable on times, but certainly not as quick. He's just done a 2-minute 12.8 compared to the 33R Harmony Ferrari and the Origin Porsche, who are on 2-minute 7s. So they're going 5 seconds a lap faster, would you believe? And the 87 has been given a 0.451 second added to the pit stop infringement bonus chart. So they've obviously gone a little bit too far on the pit stops. They've got to be careful and mindful of things like that. They're obviously battling away. But if this race ends up being decided by about half a second, then that could suddenly turn around and bite them, depending on how many of those little extra bites they get through the course of it. So this is going to be a really tricky situation for the contenders in the latter stages of this run. Still a really close proximity battle. Still, we continue on the march. It's going to be very tricky from this moment on to see whether Jazeman Jafar can drop the Origin Porsche, but both cars are starting to get close to the Audi. The gap has come down to 13.5 seconds. So these two cars are going to run in proximity. And look behind them, that is the EBM Porsche directly behind them as well. So these are the cars in second, third and fourth. Now let's not forget that the EBM Porsche is out of sequence because they had that slow puncture in the first stint. So they are 11 laps earlier on the pit stop dial than the other cars. But if all three of these cars are lapping in the 207s and the Be Quick Audi of Henk Kieks is currently lapping in the 212s, then all four of these cars are going to be nose to tail within about 3 laps. So it is going to be a very nail-biting conclusion to this Sepang 12 hours, whichever way you slice it. 4 hours to go, and we're going to have all 4 cars on track together. I'm looking out of the window to try and see where the Be Quick Audi is, because I'm looking at my vantage point around turn 4 and 5. Because I can look out the back window of my commentary box as well, out the front window. So there the leaders go past my position on the straight, second, third and fourth. That's the Harmony Ferrari, now 6.8 seconds back. Origin Porsche is literally 0.6 of a second further back from the Ferrari, and then the EBM Porsche is only 1.5 seconds back from that. So the 4 cars in the lead of this race are going to be nose to tail in about a lap and a half. This is going to get spicy before too long, and all you need is a couple of cars to fight for position, knowing that the victory could be won and lost in these little battles. I'm still never going to forget the incredible nail-biting conclusion to the FIA World Endurance Championship season in Bahrain 4 years ago, when I managed to have the pleasure of commentating alongside Mark Cole in the commentary box at Eurosport, and we had the dramatic conclusion to the race that saw the collision between the championship-leading Porsche and Ferrari 15 minutes from the end of the season in incredibly dramatic fashion. So this is now going to be a really exceptional run. But Jazeman Jafar is trying to rein this Ferrari in. He doesn't need to go full burn, especially considering that they're now doing 2 minutes 6 lap times. In fact, the last lap time from the 33R Harmony car was only 0.2 of a second slower than its best that it's done so far. So it's going to be very tricky. It's not going to be long at all before that Audi suddenly becomes very, very prominent in the front windscreen. And so the challenge is going to be fever pitch. Look up in front and you're going to see Henk Kiks, the Dutchman. There he is! Henk Kiks in the Audi. There's nothing going to be in it before too long, so surely the Ferrari is going to make mincemeat of this lead, and so too will the Origin Porsche. So it's literally going to be a nail-biter for the next 20 minutes or so, as these three cars in second, third and fourth are going to become the cars in first, second and third, and then it's going to be a nail-biter to the next end of the stint. 215 laps, so we're going to have another 25 laps until the next stint concludes. EBM are going to pit in about 13 laps time or so, thanks to their slow puncture in the first stint. But there's nothing Henk Kiks can do about the pace of the Ferrari. Jazeman Jafar, with Garfield on the doors of that Ferrari, is going to absolutely monster it. He could just drive right round the outside of the Audi. It's up to Henk Kiks. What's he going to do? He's not going to fight it, because this kind of pace, he needs to hand the car back in good condition to his pro teammates. But he is going to make a bit of a race of it on the exit. Jazeman Jafar gets through. So Jazeman Jafar in the Ferrari, into the lead again goes the Gar Ferrari, as it is now being nicknamed, and through goes the Origin Porsche as well. So Garfield has got himself into the lead then in that Ferrari. Absolutely sensational. Excellent stuff so far, but a terrific run as the Harmony Racing Ferrari goes into the lead. Second place for the Origin Porsche, and I think that's the EBM Porsche getting into third place, isn't it? Certainly in a corner or so's time it will have done so, because that is the hard-charging Dorian Boccolacci. So Dorian Boccolacci is not going to take too long to get this move done, and through the Porsche will go, but it's certainly been a hard charge for the Be Quick Absolute Audi. It was inevitable that we're going to lose the lead, but it's heartbreaking to watch them drop down to third position, and I think it's going to be fourth before too long. In fact, I think that might be the EBM Porsche having already got through into third position. We need to look back. These two are first and second, but we need to look back and see where the Be Quick Audi is in relation to the others. There is the EBM Porsche, and there is the Be Quick Audi, so that's heartbreaking for Henk Kiks for the moment. He's just got to make sure he doesn't lose too much time compared to the leading trio. But now that they're battling for the victory rather than battling for second, it looks to me as though Leo Ye has got a little bit more impetus. He wants to go for the Ferrari again and take back the lead of this race. It's incredible. All four of these teams have now been so close together in this race, and that was the closest that they've been to each other in the top four positions in such a good performance. Right, now a question that's been asked on the stream here. SGM Challenge wants to know, why has the 26 suddenly become slow? Well, you've got pro drivers in these teams and the AM drivers in these teams, and you have to know when to use the AM driver to get the stints out of the way in order to then change over for your faster driver. And now Henk Kiks started the race, but there was a little bit of impetus to try and get the Be Quick Audi back into a race-winning position. So they decided to double stint Akash Nandi, then they stinted Sandy Stuvik for a double as well. So Henk Kiks has not actually been in the car since the start of the race at 10:15 this morning. So it's a very different circuit compared to what it was. He's had a long time out of the car. When he finishes his stint, he's going to be replaced again by most likely a combination of Akash Nandi and then Sandy Stuvik towards the end of the race. But you've got to time it right. You've got to make sure that you get your minimum allotted time of the AM drivers in before the pros get back in. And that's the difficulty in this type of racing. They say in this sports car business, and I've spoken to a lot of teams and a lot of mechanics about this, they've all told me that you're only ever as fast as your slowest driver. That's essentially how fast you're going to be. So knowing when to use your AM driver is critical to getting the race won. But the Ferrari is out in front at the moment for the Harmony Racing team. I've just been catching up with their social media chappie at Harmony Racing while I was down in the pits, and he came over and said, "We love your enthusiasm for the Garfield Ferrari. We used it on the Audi last year, but it's wonderful to see it on the Ferrari now." So a very exciting situation for all of the contenders. 4 hours to go in this race. And so we're going to have to do our highlights very shortly indeed, but when you've got these two nose to tail, that's going to be tricky to time. But certainly for the moment, I think it's pretty much even Steven between them on lap times. Not much to choose between Leo Ye and Jasmine Jafar. So really exciting run for all of the contenders as they run up to the top end of the course, up the crest, and then they'll run their way through the left side and the right side apexes. So excellent to see them continue on their way through the left and through the right. We've got two cars in the pits at the moment, the Audis of Climax Racing and HZO Fortis. They've already had quite a lot of issues in the pits today, so hopefully it's not going to be anything that's going to be too much of a difficulty for them. The battle is still raging strong. That Ferrari's lights ablaze as it tries to pull clear of the Porsche from the Origin Motorsport team, formerly known as R&B Racing. But it's not going to be a tricky one. So it will be an interesting scenario for the contenders here. Still they race on in close proximity, these two cars, Jasmine Jafar in the 33R Harmony Ferrari and Leo Ye in the Origin Motorsport Porsche. Not far away now, the Frenchman Dorian Boccolacci. But Dorian Boccolacci really is continuing on their way now. And their lap times are pretty quick as well, 2:06.8 compared to these two on 2:06.7s. So it is very close proximity for them at the moment. But the Ferrari has taken back the lead of this race. The Origin Porsche now second, third for the EBM Porsche of Dorian Boccolacci. The Be Quick Audi is still there or thereabouts on 2:11s and 2:12s. So they're going to lose about 4 seconds a lap or so. So they've got to do that for the next 45 minutes or so. They're going to lose quite a bit of time. But fortunately, they will have Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik to pick up the slack in the latter stages of this race. They've got to pray now, essentially, for rain, because that's where they're going to get the benefit. And let's not forget that Dorian Boccolacci and the EBM Porsche team, who are in the background there, are very close to the victory as well. But they need rain. They need rain to settle the score here, because they had a slow puncture in the first hour. They dropped back. They're out of pit stop sequence with everybody else. So the EBM Porsche, which consists of Dorian Boccolacci, Luke Hartog and Adrien de Silva, they could do with a little bit of support from the rain gods to throw something into the mix here. But it is going to be very frustrating if they end up not being able to do much with this, because they're working very hard indeed. And it's going to feel more frustrating than insomnia in the British winter. They're going to find it very tricky if they suddenly have to sacrifice the lead of the race with a quick splash and dash pit stop in the latter stages, because it won't be a quick splash and dash, because they've got to adhere to the minimum pit stop time. Even if they only need to put in another 5 laps worth of fuel, or they've got to do a quick pit stop to get themselves back into sequence, they've still got to do the minimum mandatory stop, so they would absolutely lose the race, and that would be devastating. So a very difficult situation now for the team, as they've got to try and pick up the slack. But we've got just under 4 hours to go, and a second between the Origin Porsche and the Harmony Ferrari that is back in front for the first time since their spin a little earlier on. And now with Jasmine Jafar behind the wheel, this Ferrari might not lose this lead. So those were your 8-hour highlights at the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang, and it really has been a sensational challenge in the last stages of the race. Having a really good time of it out here on the course, and it's been a really thrilling, scintillating race over the last 8 hours. We've got just under 4 hours remaining, but it's definitely going to be an interesting race as we continue our battle in close proximity. So now we are going to continue this charge forward in the closing stages. Still a really tough battle in the offing. It's not done yet by any means. We've got 3 hours and 51 minutes, plus the additional lap, of course, left of the race battle. And this is still going down to the wire. We've got these 3 cars in close proximity with each other. The 33R Harmony Ferrari, the Origin Porsche, and the EBM Porsche. But let's get this in context. Only 2 of these cars are actually racing each other on the same stint in the same procedure, because the EBM Porsche is out of sequence. They had a slow puncture in the first hour, which dropped them out of sequence, 11 laps away from the same pit stop time as everybody else. So they are praying for rain in the latter stages, not only because the car will actually do a very good job in the rain, because the Porsche is one of the better cars to have in those conditions, but it should even up the score a little bit and put a little bit less on the fuel consumption, a little bit less on tyre degradation, of course, because they'll be on wets rather than on dries. So that could bring them back into the game, but they've got to rely on the rain now for it to be something that can benefit them, and that's a really tenuous position for EBM to be in. Now the Be Quick Absolute Racing team are counting down the laps to the pit stop, because they've got to make sure they don't lose too much time to the leaders, with Henk Kicks as their final AM stint now in the car. They've got to just take it to the end of the stint, hope that they don't lose too much ground, but they are currently losing about 4 seconds a lap to the trio up in front, and that means that if they keep doing that over the course of the next half an hour or so, that car is going to drop about a minute behind the top 3. Now they can gain that back again thanks to the fact that they're going to have Sandy Stuvik and Akash Nandi still in the car in the closing stages, the 2 pro drivers. But also, having said that, they're going to need rain to really come in and factor it. And Henk Kicks was actually praying for rain, because he knows that this car is mighty in wet conditions. So hopefully that's going to really benefit them in the long-term gain of it. So it could be an interesting one to see how things progress. So I would suspect that there's a heck of a lot of more challenges to come. There's going to be a lot more battles. Now, interestingly, Drip, who is clearly a local in Kuala Lumpur, has said it's raining heavily in Kuala Lumpur. It hasn't reached Sepang yet. Now, how big a difference is that? Well, it's only about 20 kilometers of difference. So the fact that it's now raining heavily in Kuala Lumpur, Sepang is only about 20 kilometers out of the city, so it's not far away at all. But if it's raining hard in Kuala Lumpur, then it's quite likely to consider that we're going to have a fairly decent problem to come. So there could still be some more tough battles as we continue on our way. So still the drivers run forward. There is the Vibanese Racing Mercedes. That's the car that's trying to seal the deal in the GT3 and Masters category. So at the moment, the cars are still going through without incident as we get closer and closer to dusk. 6:27 local time here, and sunset is going to be in under an hour from now. So it's going to happen very quickly, but obviously if the rain is going to join us from the city of Kuala Lumpur, 20 kilometers down the road, anything can happen, especially considering that this is Sepang, which is a circuit where when it rains, it royally rains. So still the battle rages at the front end, but it's not done yet by any means. The 33R Harmony Ferrari of Jazaman Jafar, the Malaysian local, who I first managed to get to commentate on 10 years ago in the World Series by Renault 3.5 at Monza, when he had a thrilling race battle that weekend, racing against a certain driver by the name of Carlos Sainz, who has put himself into the top 10 of the starting grid for tomorrow's Australian Grand Prix. It's amazing, isn't it, how the paths of 2 very different racing drivers can go when they start on the same racing grid. So through is the Ferrari, the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Jazaman Jafar at the wheel, leading the way on home soil. Next up, the Origin Porsche in second position of Liu Ye Xiongli. So Liu Yi doing a good job in second place. Looks like there's going to be a driver change soon at the Ferrari team, is it? Surely that's not the Ferrari team to make out who that was that's getting ready for a driver change. It's certainly a red suit. I wonder if that might be the Champion Motorsport team, actually, down at Audi. So, because we've only got 2 red cars in the entire field. One of those is the Ferrari, which also has a lot of orange on it, courtesy of the Garfield sponsorship that they've got on the car. The only Ferrari in the world fueled by lasagna, of course. And then we've got the team from Champion Motorsport who have the red tinges to their car. That's the squad that's consisting of Suk Ka-hing, Philip Tang, Roy Tang, and Chan Chi-chung. Someone should really tell that spectator, you're standing in the path of a filming camera, my friend. It's perfectly fine. He's passionate and he's enthusiastic about motor racing. He is my brother. It's as simple as that. Out of the final turn comes the Ferrari of Jasmine Jafar to complete lap 223. So 223 laps of racing now completed here at the Sepang circuit. 1.6 seconds ahead of the Origin, and then 4.3 seconds ahead of the EBM Porsche of Dorian Boccolacci, whose raw pace has now suddenly dropped a little. He's in the 208s bracket rather than the 207s of these freshman drivers around them. And then the Be Quick Absolute Audi is there in 4th position, losing about 3 to 4 seconds per lap at the moment. But they're very capable AM hands of Henk Kicks, but there's only so much that an AM driver can do up against the might of 3 fairly rapid pros. Now, it's worth pointing out as well, this car, the Origin Porsche, for those who are only just joined us or haven't really got the wind of the information from earlier on, this car's air conditioning failed about 3 hours into the race. So imagine how difficult it must be for the drivers to keep the pace up in a car that can't stay cool. Now, it is the Champion Motorsport Audi that comes in for a driver change. So that is the team getting Chan Chi-chung out of the car. I'm not entirely sure who it is that's getting in the car. I think it might be Suk Ka-hing. So I think Suk Ka-hing is the one who's actually got behind the wheel, or Sir Smart, as he's also known. But certainly a tricky situation for the competitors and the contenders at Champion Motorsport as the Audi continues on its way. I know that there's quite a few of you tuning in having only just woken up to the world of motor racing and is a little bit confused as to why there's only 11 entries in the race. Well, I should point out that this is one of the busiest weekends for motorsport in the 2025 season thus far, if not the busiest. There's testing going on at the moment for a 12-hour race next week in Mugello. The 6 Hours of Barcelona is going on this weekend. And of course, a lot of the GT teams are in progress at Sebring this weekend. So when you've got 4 major GT events all in one time, and you're currently hosting the race in Southeast Asia, which hasn't quite got over the initial setback of the world pandemic, you've got to take these things into context. Before you're critical, come here, figure out the logistics, realise the situation, and try and see things in context before you judge, especially considering that there's an amazing team of people here, not just in each individual garage, but who are putting on the promotional event, running the circuit, making sure everything is going perfectly well to run the event. The only way these events happen is if you've got people who are dedicated and committed to making it happen. You may say, well, it's a little bit lackluster to have that few cars on the grid. Well, it's either that or you don't run the event at all. And I, for one, I'm perfectly in favour of having all of these fantastic people here to put an event together. You've got to show passion, you've got to show willing, you want to believe in the event, you want to make sure it keeps going. So where do you draw the line? Do you say, well, that's not enough cars for us to go racing, we're just going to pack up our toys and go home like spoiled children in the back of the room? Or we're going to put the event on, we're going to make sure that these guys who want to go racing with us on a circuit that is world class, in cars that are fantastic, that have already given us a couple of showdowns mid-race to prove that racing is still fantastic. Well, which would you rather? Me personally, I would rather run the race with fewer cars but still have an amazing spectacle than cancel the race with not enough cars to satisfy your whim. Oh, and a spin there for the 610 Racing Porsche. Now, we've seen a couple of cars go off there over the course of the race. Oh, how close was that for the car that was pursuing it? So the 610 Racing Porsche losing it through the S's. That's Chen Fang Ping. So Chen Fang Ping really tricky there for the moment where he loses the car, but he hasn't lost a massive amount of time. He could have lost a heck of a lot more than that, of course. So a really tricky situation for all of the contenders there. So round the hairpin and back onto the course on the racing line goes the 610 Racing Porsche. And it looks like it could be a really tricky continuation for the race then for Chen Fangbing. He's actually gone a fair way into the stint, so that could be a first real sign that the tyres are starting to run. So with the tyres starting to scream a little bit at the cars, you really do start to wonder how long into the stints these guys can go. Not all of them are running to time anymore. Got to remember that there's only 2 cars still left in this race that are running to the accurate run. Here's the replay. We're going to see a car come through sideways on, are we? We're going to see what happens mid-corner. It was a fairly sizable catch from our producers, who suddenly realised there was a car facing the wrong way. Unfortunately, we only saw the end of the incident. We didn't really see the beginning of it. So a bit of a headache then for Chen Fangbing and the rest of the team, but they haven't lost a massive amount from that. They were quite fortunate that the 610 Racing team is considerably far enough in front, 5 laps clear of the Viper Niza Mercedes, so they don't lose positions from that. So now it's going to be a case of what happens next for the fluidity of the next 3.5 hours or so. There is a link for live timing, Alberto Mega Pro, don't worry, I will put that in the stream for you. I'm well aware of the fact that you want to follow the race as it goes, and we've obviously got people who want to follow on the live timing as it happens, and this is the right time to have live timing on, because with about 3 hours and 40 minutes to go, it's going to get interesting. The rain is coming, we're told, and it's coming rapidly. So still the races battle on, and it'll be a very interesting performance from the contenders as they continue to march forward. So still the competition very closely joined at the moment. Everyone working very closely at the sharp end of this field. We've got the 2 Audis in close proximity to each other there, in different parts of the race, of course. We've got the Climax Racing and the 326 Racing team. I'm actually really impressed with the progress the latter team in that list has made, because they've actually got themselves into a really competitive position, having been down at the back at one stage. They had all sorts of difficulties, but it's going to be really tricky. Still, the contenders continue to run on close proximity. 2.6 seconds between the 33R Harmony Ferrari and the Origin Porsche, and now there's only 1.6 between the EBM Ferrari and the Origin, so that could change hands. Here is Jasmine Jafar, the race leader. If we look back behind the Ferrari, there is a very intense battle about to start for second position. Look at the background, there's the Origin, there's the EBM. So the 2 Porsches are fairly close together, as the Origin Porsche runs in second, the EBM Porsche runs in third, and that's going to be a really tight battle between Leo Ye and Dorian Boccolacci. So they're going to run very tightly lit together as the Garfield Ferrari scampers away into the distance. It looks like it's going to be a really interesting challenge. But now we're going to get to see the battle between the 2 Porsches of Leo Ye and Dorian Boccolacci. Never nice when 2 Porsches get too close to each other and it gets a little bit messy. There's the 610 racing car that is still leading in class, getting out of the way for the Ferrari, but it's getting tight as the Origin tries to scamper away from the EBM Porsche, the Earl Bamber Motorsport car driven by Dorian Boccolacci, and well done to the Audi, getting well out of the way. That's the 11, the 326 Racing Team car of Liu Zhijian, gets well out of the way. And the race continues on. The battle for second place is not tainted by back markers. So we're going to get very exciting to see how it continues on with the EBM Porsche. It's obviously going to be a very, very tough race because they're so difficulty. There's so much difficulty to come for them unless there's going to be rain to intervene. They're out of sequence. So it's going to be when they lose their sequence, there is a potential that they could take the lead of this race and then have an extra splash and dash pit stop at the end, which won't be a splash and dash at all because they've got to conform to the minimum mandatory pit stop time of 1:55. So it's going to be as infuriating as listening to a One Direction album at 3 a.m. in the morning. You just do not want to have that opportunity snatched away from you. And it's definitely going to cause mayhem for the team if they find themselves in the lead and then they have to pit in with 20 minutes or so to go. Absolutely disastrous potential for this race, but they've just got to go for it. They've got to push and see how much progress they can make. Dorian Boccolacci still doing a fair job. The important thing from that team's perspective is they've got Adrian De Silva in the car twice, so they've done both of their AM stints. So it'll be a really exciting situation. The drivers will still go for an exciting run, still pushing. So on they go. The battle for second position between the Origin Porsche and the EBM Porsche, and there's another Porsche in their way, the 610 racing car being driven by Chen Fangping, the team are recovering well after their little spin earlier on. They still have the lead in the category, and they are 4 laps to the good, nearly 5 laps to the good on the Viper Niza Mercedes, but they don't want to hold up the Origin Porsche. In fact, the Porsches don't want to get into hot water with each other. That could be a very embarrassing conversation later. That could be more awkward than 2 teenage lads sharing a hotel bathroom. Down to the braking zone. Here comes the Origin Porsche. Down the inside line. Nicely handled by the Origin. Textbook overtake from Leo Ye. And Dorian Boccolacci fancies that gap as well. So he's opened the door, made his Porsche wide enough to stick through with a little bit of grunt on the throttle. And that'll do well for him because now he's going to be hustling the Origin Porsche all the way up the hill. He's actually eaten up a couple of car lengths there. So, wonderful stuff. Down in the braking zone, and Dorian Boccolacci looks so dialed in now. He looks properly fired up behind Leo Ye. He's like, enough of this. I've been staring at that front wing. I've been staring at that rear wing, sorry, for what feels like an eternity. I'm going to get past him. I don't care how I'm going to do it. I'm just going to make it work. So they go off the right-hander, off the left-hander. Now they'll work their way through to the double right apex. Try and stay close if you can, because any moment now, things could change. We're still looking at the sky. The rain is 15 kilometers down the road from when I can get the information from my colleagues who are sending me a couple of updates on the weather. So still, the battle rages. But Dorian Boccolacci looks really dialed in. Through the left. Lean on the apex, try not to use too much curve. The car wants to spit out, the back end will want to overtake the front, but you've got to keep it together. So still they work through. A little bit of light flashing from the EBM. Dorian Boccolacci starting to make those moves that will try and outfox Leo Ye and into the pits. Well, that'll be why. So Dorian Boccolacci, this is going to be the frustrating tale of their race. They come into the pits on lap 2:29, and whichever way you cut it, that is 11 laps too early. 11 laps too early on the stint, because of course, that's going to be a tricky one for the competition, because they're 11 laps out of sequence, which means that by the time they get to the finish of this race, this could really count against them. Well, Evan is quite determined that this rain needs to come and shake things up. Certainly the EBM Porsche team are praying for rain at this point. It's the only way they're going to get back into this when they're 11 laps out of sequence. Out of the car gets Dorian Boccolacci. Great work, my friend. As into the car gets Luke Hartog. So Luke Hartog will continue in fine fettle, the former Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux champion. Dorian Boccolacci, of course, is a former Porsche Carrera Cup France champion. And they're just having a quick look at the brake discs. They want to make sure that they can get this car to the finish. When you've got a mandatory minimum pit stop time, you've got the flexibility of being able to take that little bit of extra time to look at the brake discs just to make sure everything's okay. There's no sense of major urgency here. They've just got to keep it nice and tidy. They've got a long way still to go, but they've got to make sure the car's going to go the distance. So still, we rage on. But there is a little bit of daylight now between the Porsche and the Ferrari. The 33R Harmony Ferrari is 6 seconds up the road from the Origin. That is the 610 Racing. I'm always getting that mixed up. The 610 Racing car of Peter Lee getting out of the way of the Origin Porsche of Lioye. 6 seconds between them and the Ferrari. Jessamine Jafar has really started to open up the taps of the Ferrari, but they've only got 10 more laps on this stint before they come into the pits again. Out of the pits goes the EBM Porsche, but with them being so far out of range compared to the others, this is looking more ambitious than hoping for me to achieve a high score on Halo. Down to the braking zone for the first hairpin. The EBM Porsche gets out a lap down from the Origin Porsche, and they're going to stay that way for at least the next 10 minutes. Frustrating situation as Luc Hartog gets behind the wheel and tries to push for some fast lap times in the hope that when the musical chairs stop, they're actually going to be ahead, at which point they would really dearly love the rain. What they can do now, Luc Hartog, is they can get close enough to the Origin Porsche that when they make their pit stop, it'll be the EBM that actually takes the lead of the race at that point. And that would be a sensational transformation for the team. So the Origin team are just trying to stay as close to Jessamine Jafar as possible, but now the tyres are starting to dip. And let's not forget that this Origin Porsche has not had air conditioning functioning in that car for the last 6 hours. So it's getting very hot indeed by this point in the stint. You've been pushing hard at it, and they've been at the wheel now for 20 laps, which is the equivalent of 40 minutes. Just over 40 minutes, in fact, it's probably closer to 45 minutes. So the Origin Motorsport car without air conditioning must be like Satan's own backyard. There you go, I'm watching you. You're filming me, and I'm watching myself on the screen. That's what that means. That's the universal sign language for I'm watching myself, being watched by you. I love the community down here. That's the other reason I wanted this race to go ahead. The community is something you can't quash. Everybody wants to go racing with each other. If there's an Audi down the pit lane in trouble, someone else with a spare donor Audi will always pop along and say, what can we do? Can we help? Can we get you out there? There's something about the community spirit of the competition in Asia that makes it completely different to everywhere in the world. Where in America, where in the European racing circuit would you get a car in bits at the sidelines, and a team with the same car comes along and goes, oh, well, we'll help you out. We'll get you out there. We don't want to see you falling on the sidelines. Never would you get that. That would be, oh, great, that's one less car for us to beat then. But in Asia, everybody wants to get everybody out on the track. No man should be left on the sidelines. It's a real community spirit that you only really get to see in the world of rental karting. But in Asia, it's kind of the standard. Everybody wants to go racing with each other, and nobody wants to see a car broken down on the sidelines if they can help it. There's an even greater community spirit in motor racing. It kind of embeds into the beating heart of the spirit of the community out here. It's one of the reasons I actually moved to Asia, because there's nothing like community spirit. When you've been working for 13 years in motorsport, hoping for a little bit of recognition as well as a paycheck, it's always nice when you get your ego soothed by big money, but if you're not going to get big money, then you should at least feel appreciated to do something. You come to Asia, and in your second weekend, they surprise you with a birthday cake in your hotel at midnight when you didn't even tell them it was your birthday. That's the Asian way. Everyone wants everybody to feel special. And that's the way it works in Asia. Very easy to fall in love with the motor racing out there. I've known plenty of Europeans, Australians, Africans, North and South Americans who've just fallen in love with the culture out in Asia. It's a different way to go motor racing. It's not just about racing in the holiday countries. It's about community spirit, and so little of our sport nowadays is about community spirit. It's so much about money, it's so much about politics, it's so much about who's got the biggest brown envelope and who shakes hands with who at the right dinner table. It's lovely to see that in Asia, it's about community spirit. We are racers, we'll go racing, we'll help each other to go racing. If you beat me, that's fine, I'll beat you next time. That's what motorsport's supposed to be about. That's what you find week in, week out in Asia. The Viper Niza Mercedes is now right on the tail of the Climax Audi. And that's to put a lap on them, because Viper Niza Racing Mercedes is on lap 225 compared to the Climax Racing on lap 216. So there's 9 laps difference between them. Do keep your comments and your messages coming in. It's great to have your support on the stream. Aqua points out Malaysians technically favour motorcycle racing more than cars, but that doesn't mean car race events aren't popular. So there's many locally hosted events like the MSF. That's very true. You've got to remember that in Asia, fewer people own cars than they do bikes. It's just the way it works. Bikes are cheaper, therefore more people will get use out of a bike than they will out of the family hatchback. And as a result, bike racing is very popular because, again, the bike racing culture, particularly on a championship like the Petronas Cup Prix, where the bikes are quite relatable to what they run on the road themselves. If it's relatable, then people will relate to it. It's why touring car racing is generally quite popular, because the touring cars are quite similar to the family sedans or family coupes that you drive on the road. So there's an affinity with them, there's a connection to it. And it's very similar to why the Asian motorsport community is really big on bikes. So still the competition runs in tight-knit community spirit out of the front end of the field. The Origin Motorsport car has slipped a little bit now, 9.4 seconds. I have a feeling that the lack of air conditioning and the tricky nature of the tyres at the end of the stint for the Porsche is just a little bit heavier than it is for the Ferrari. And as a result, the Origin car is slipping a little bit. We're not talking much here. We're talking anywhere between half a second to a second per lap, but that will add up over time. So it's going to be very difficult to gauge how it's going to go. So it is going to be a tricky one for all of the contenders to make a good work. Where is the EBM Porsche and what are their lap times at the moment? Well, they're lapping 2:07.3, so the EBM Porsche is actually going quicker in the hands of Luke Hartog than any of the any of the competitors up in front of them. So still the drivers run through, out through the hairpin. The Origin Porsche continues on its way in second position. Interesting question that's come in on the stream from Christian Hipster. Does anyone know if this commentator has a history as a driver in motorsport? I'll tell you my history as a driver in motorsport if you like. I have got an FIA certified podium finish. It was in the Salon Motorsport karting, the Salon Motorsports Club karting slalom back in December in Sri Lanka. That is the limit of my success in motorsport. I have a third place finish in Daytona D-Max in rental karting back in the United Kingdom on a freezing cold January morning. And I have a third position finish in the karting slalom in the Salon Motorsports Club Sri Lanka. That's it. Other than that, no motorsport experience whatsoever, other than mucking about on iRacing and winning a few races there. That's it. If I could have gone racing as a teen, I would have absolutely loved to. But once again, it's money. It's money is the big talking point in our sport. That's why I feel that motorsport is the toughest form of sport in the world. Let's compare it very, very quickly to the likes of football, cricket, baseball, tennis, rugby, all of these incredible sports. It costs you a few dollars, a few pounds, a few cents to get the equipment to get started. You can get spotted, go to your local club, put a little bit more money in, get yourself onto a team, and you can do all your hard work behind closed doors before you're ready to join the main team. Perfect. In motorsport, it's 10,000 times tougher because you need £10,000 more investment to just rock up with a car and go racing. You can't just buy your way into You can't just show up and hope. You've got to buy your way in, you've got to get the equipment. And it's not just the car. You've got to get the shoes, the boots, the balaclava, the gloves, the helmet, the right type of helmet fixing. You've got to have the hands device to make it legal and safe for you. You've got to have the insurance on top of that as well, and the entry fee. And you've got to get a team of mechanics who also want a paycheck. There's so much that goes into it. It is unbelievable. Just to get onto the starting grid of any motor race in any discipline of the sport is a victory. It's a bit like scoring a goal at Wembley or taking that fantastic pitch in the Yankee Stadium. It's perfect because you've worked so hard just to get onto the starting grid, and then they are subjected to people on the live streams desperately criticizing them every time they spin off the track. It's like, look, these guys have worked harder than you'll work in a year in one weekend to get themselves onto the starting grid. Absolutely bonkers that they are then coming in for scrutiny. And even the kids in karting, you know, when you are in the youth teams, all of your hard work is done behind closed doors until you're ready for the senior teams at the age of 18, 19, or sometimes even younger. But the racing in karting, you are subjected to a live stream of your karting events from the age of 8, sometimes even younger than that. So you're under scrutiny, learning how to make mistakes, learning how to get it wrong, and learning how to mess up under the watchful gaze of social media and the internet. There's so much pressure on the shoulders of a racing driver compared to any other type of athlete. So it really is the toughest sport in the world. That's why I love it, because if you can win at this, there is no greater feeling, there is no greater experience, and it can be insanely tough, but no other form of sport is going to be tougher than this. It really is just unbelievably intense. And that's why we love motorsport. It never gets tougher. And now everybody's really curious about now everybody's curious about what my I rating is on iRacing. It's woeful. I need to get it up again. If anybody wants to assist me by making sure I can get a sim racing rig in my condo in Thailand, and then I can go iRacing again. I'm running out of excuses to not get one now. So hopefully we can put that to bed soon and I will get out racing again. So the race continues on. We're still waiting for the continuation of this stint to conclude. 5 laps left of the stint for both the Porsche and the Audi of the Be Quick Absolute Racing team. I would guess that the Origin Porsche is going to come in 2 laps before the Ferrari, because that's what they've been doing for the last 2 stints. Big rain clouds starting to descend on the circuit now. It's getting pretty scary out there on the course. And it looks like it could get pretty tricky in the next half an hour or so. We're getting close to 7 o'clock. And those rain clouds are getting pretty ominous. They're getting fairly close to the mark. So we could be in for a whole world of trouble before too long. And this is where it's going to become very problematic very quickly indeed. So Ju has told us that it's about to rain in Subang Jaya, which is right next door to Sepang, essentially. Dark clouds and thunder. And the thunder is apparently roaring in downtown Kuala Lumpur right now. So our cards are marked here. It's going to be fascinating to see how this continues on. Nick Jones says he's more interested in my Halo rank than in my iRacing rank. Is there a U? Is there an ungraded in Halo? I think the last time I played was back in about 2005, and my best mate Emmanuel, who I used to play with every week, took so much joy in beating me on Halo every week, and I used to beg and plead, can't we just switch to Project Gotham Racing? No, we can't. Well, the rain is definitely coming. Whether it's going to hit the right part of the circuit, whether it's going to be increasing in intensity, we are about to find out. And it could be the real game changer in this race. We're getting close to the end of the stint, and this could be dramatic. If we get the rain in the next 2 laps, then that could make the difference in terms of how this race is won. Because if these drivers get to come into the pits and change straight to wet tyres, then it's going to benefit Ferrari, it's going to benefit Audi, and it's going to benefit the Porsche of Origin Motorsport. EBM need the rain to come after this rotation. If it comes after this rotation, they can get back into the line and then the rain will hit, then they can all change to wet tyres at the same time, and suddenly EBM is back in this race. So if you're a fan of Dorian Boccolacci, Luke Hartog or Evelyn de Silva, and you're a fan of the Earl Bamber Motorsport team, you don't want rain before this next rotation of the pit stops. You want to wait until after, and that's where things are going to get pretty tricky for everyone. So ideally, if you're a Ferrari fan, you want it to rain now. If you're an Origin Porsche fan, you want it to rain now. If you're a Be Quick Audi fan, you want it to rain now. If you're an EBM fan, you want it to rain after this rotation of pit stops. So we're going to get a pit stop from the Origin Motorsport car, not on this lap, but the next one, if my maths are correct. And if they're still correct, then the 33R Harmony Ferrari will come in 3 laps' time, with the Audi coming in on the same lap. Car 61, the EBM Porsche, gets a first warning for track limits at turn 6. I think that's the first warning on this stint. I don't think it's the first warning in the entire race. Could well have been. Great to see your comments and your questions coming in. Do please carry it on. Sao Ju pointing out it's really sad that the city karting circuit at Shah Alam closed down. It did indeed a couple of weeks ago, and I really, really wish that I could have commentated on that particular circuit. I won't get to, it's a real shame. I managed to commentate on many of the circuits here in Malaysia. At Sepang's karting circuit round the back of this, which turn 3 to turn 7 is an identical karting scaled down replica of corners 1 to 5 of this circuit. It's a very cool karting design. I've commentated at Elite Plus down in Selangor, commentated as well at the race circuit in LYL, of course, and never got the chance at Shah Alam. Real shame. I would have loved to have done it. So let's see how it continues on in the next couple of laps. This could be where the race changes hands completely. We are waiting with bated breath for when the rain comes down, because it could be a very tricky situation for everyone to see how it concludes. I think we're going to have a very tricky next 20 minutes or so if the rain comes down. We've got 3 hours and 15 minutes left of the race here in the 12 Hours of Sepang. But it will be such a tricky run to the flag now. Expect some very tough racing to come from this point on. I can expect to see rain in the next 10-15 minutes or so based on what we're getting from our experts here in the country. But the question is when, and also where. Where on the circuit will it hit first? Because that's also going to be an interesting point to note. And there is the challenge that we will play out. Into lap 239 goes the 33R Harmony Ferrari. The Origin Porsche could well be coming in on this lap. We need to look to the pits because I've got a feeling that the Porsche is going to be in on this lap. There is the Be Quick Audi that have lost a minute and a half now to the car in front. The Origin Porsche is in. There, I was right. The Origin Porsche is in on this lap. So Leo Ye brings the Origin Porsche in. Now, the question is, who do you put in the car if the rain is imminent? Look at those clouds. That looks like rain is coming any minute now. So if you're the Origin Porsche team, who do you put in the car? Do you put Yuan Bo or do you put Adelie Fong? This is a really tricky decision to make, as Henk Kiks is now just 1.5 laps away from finishing his race and handing his car over to the likes of Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik. He's just been trying to get to the end of the stint without losing too much time. So now we're going to get a very tricky continuation to this race. But Origin Porsche have run out of time. They've got to make their pit stop. So if it rains now, they're in trouble. So Origin Porsche have no choice. They've got to go on to another set of slick tyres because it's not raining. this could go very nicely indeed for EBM Porsche. If it rains in the next 5 minutes, then all of a sudden the race comes back to them. Just double checking everything on the brake discs. They've got a minimum pit stop time, so it's not a big rush. They've just got to make sure that everything goes according to plan. Can't panic too much. Just focus, just get your jobs done. The Origin Porsche team will now rejoin around the EBM Porsche. The Be Quick Audis come in. Right, that's interesting. They've come in on the same lap. So they've clearly decided it's worth the gamble to shorten the stint by 2 laps. They don't want to lose any more time. So Henk Kiks will now hand his car over to one of the pros in the team, either Rakesh Nandi or it'll be their teammate, Sandy Stuvik, the Phuket flyer. But now we go into the first corner, and that is the EBM Porsche having got through into second position, I do believe. They've overtaken the Origin, or is that the Origin in front of us? So we're just waiting to see which Porsche is in front of which at the moment, because they've just left the pits. Which Porsche is ahead? No, that's the Viper Niza Mercedes. Is the Origin the car in the background? Where's the Origin? Yes, it's in the background. So the EBM Porsche is now a few seconds ahead of the Origin. So that has worked out in their favour. Now, if they can keep the pressure on, they can overtake the Ferrari when the Ferrari comes in for their pit stop at the end of this lap, and it will be the end of this lap. So they'll go from being a lap down to being on the same lap, but will they be able to take the lead? And then if that happens and it rains, they will be in the perfect position to steal the victory from under the Ferrari's nose. If it doesn't rain, then EBM have got a world of pain for the rest of this race. It really comes down to this. And then all of that hard work, if it doesn't fall, if the rain doesn't come, all of this hard work will be meaningless to EBM Porsche. It'll be as useless as a parsley leaf on a lasagna. There's absolutely nothing they'll be able to do about it. So let's see if the rain falls to save EBM's bacon, because at the moment they're still out of sequence. They're looking on the back foot. We're waiting for the Ferrari to come down pit road. When it does, then EBM Porsche could take the lead for the first time in this race, and then we'll have had 4 different teams leading this race. Tell me that a race of 11 cars is dull, and then try and argue that, having witnessed the fact that there are going to be 4 different teams having led this race. I'm sorry, that's an argument you will not win. There's the Ferrari in pit road. So the EBM Porsche unlaps itself. So the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari comes into pit lane. Jasmine Jafar in the car. Now who's going to take over? That looks to me like Liu Kai Liu. So Jasmine Jafar gets out of the car, having done a fantastic job. But now driver change at Ferrari, and this is where the race can be won and lost. If we get rain in the next 5-10 minutes, it will suddenly go EBM's way. But just to get the victory, just to get the lead in this race, it's going to be nail-bitingly close. But I think the EBM Porsche is going to get the victory here for the moment. It's certainly going to take the lead at least. So any fans of EBM will be praying for rain in the next 5 minutes. Still a long way to go in the race, don't forget. But basically, if it rains just after the other teams get their pit stop rotation, then it works out for EBM Porsche. If it rains just after they've made the pit stop, it's a disaster. So this could happen a couple of times while we're waiting for the rain. If the rain never comes, of course, then EBM Porsche are scuppered. So this race really is now going to come down to weather. So there is the Porsche, the EBM Porsche, chasing down to the pit lane once again to try and overtake the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Adderley Fong is the man they've put behind the wheel of the Origin Motorsport Porsche, and I'm not at all surprised they've put Sandy Stuvik in the wheel of the Be Quick Absolute Audi. They've got a lot of work to do here. So this is going to be tricky now to the end, but they've put their pros out. Luke Hartog in the EBM, Adderley Fong in the Origin, Sandy Stuvik in the Be Quick Absolute Audi. And here comes the EBM Porsche. Are they about to take the lead for the first time in this race? The Ferrari is sauntering down pit road. And I do believe that the Porsche is going to take the lead. It does. EBM hit the front for the first time. Right, if you're an EBM fan, rain. Rain now. Rain quick. But excellent work from the EBM Porsche team to get themselves into the lead. After their slow puncture in the first stint, they are now on merit leading this race, but they are still out of sequence. So they need rain to save their bacon. Down to the hairpin, and this is great work now from Luc Hartog, who leads the race. And on the outlap, now Ferrari have definitely changed driver. It says that Jazeman Jaafar is back in the car, but you saw, as well as I saw, that there was a driver change. So it's not going to be Jazeman Jaafar listed in that car for much longer. Now I can't tell you at the moment which driver they put into the car. I can't tell you whether it was Liu Gailiu, Jason Lowe or Chen Weiyan. But certainly there is a different driver behind that Ferrari compared to Jazeman Jaafar, because we saw him get out of the car and we saw another driver get in. 3 hours to go with a little bit of change. And this is where it's going to be a real tight fight. This race is going to be in the hands of the gods. EBM Porsche's fate will be decided by rain. If it arrives, fantastic. If it doesn't, game over. So every EBM Porsche fan is now sitting perched on the edge of their seats, praying for rain. And now that the sun's coming in, this is going to be very tricky. I love the fact that Nakwa Aqua is actually breaking their fast with this race. Well, hopefully it hasn't ruined Ramadan for you, but what a great way to break a fast with a very close, very tight, nail-biting sports car race that after 9 hours is still going to be a very tight race to the end. Look at that sunset. That is gorgeous over the circuit here at Sepang. This is what Christian Hipster refers to as the golden hour, when that sunset is absolutely glorious over Sepang. This is the hour that I really, really want to be a photographer, because I would make an absolute fortune during this hour. So the competitors are now just waiting to see what happens. So if it rains even in the last hour, that would probably be enough to give EBM a bit of a fighting chance. But it has to come at the right time. If it comes before or just after their pit stop, then it's a real nightmare. But if it comes just after the other pit stop sequence, they can get their race back on track. Very tough to tell how this is going to play out. 15 minutes ago, it looked like rain was guaranteed. Certainly next door, it's been raining hard. But a very tricky scenario at the moment. We've got a couple of people on the stream saying it's not going to rain. It's not going to rain at all. And that would be just the luck for EBM. Some people who are based in downtown Kuala Lumpur are making it very clear, well, it's raining hard here, the wind is strong here, and we're only 30 kilometers away. This could be really, really tricky. Great to have your company. Thank you so much for staying with us. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box at the Sepang International Circuit. A lifelong ambition fulfilled for me. I've been wanting to commentate on this place ever since the doors opened in 1999, when I watched as a 13-year-old a Formula One showdown that almost gave us a champion on that particular day. And when you've got a backdrop like that over the circuit, you know why I've wanted to race and commentate here. That is gorgeous. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Don't worry, I've got about 7 bottles of water here, and I started the day on 11, so don't worry. I'm all going well. I wanted to make sure I had 1 per hour, and then realised that I've been on my feet for a lot of it as well. Racecraft Turkey says, hello, fellow commentator. They said you respond to chat. Is that a good enough response for you? Will that do? Or was that not quite good enough? Yes, the commentator is in the chat, so don't criticise the idiot, will you? Oh no, darn it. So out in front, we've got 3 hours and 2.5 minutes left of this epic race, and it's not going to get any dull anytime soon. We're still waiting to see if rain is going to intervene and throw things up in the air, but at the moment we've got the EBM Porsche having wrestled its way through the pack to get into the lead, but because of their slow puncture earlier on, they're 11 laps out of sequence, and that means that they're really going to have to work hard to get themselves back into the fray once again. The favourite for this race win is still the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari. Interestingly, it still says on my timing screen that Jazeman Jaafar is in the car. Well, that is bizarre, because I saw, and I'm fairly sure you guys did too, that they had a driver change at Ferrari, so I don't quite know why it's still listed as Jazeman Jaafar in the car. Don't tell me that the guy got out when the camera wasn't trained on them and they've swapped him over again, because that would just be bonkers. But certainly for the moment, on my timing screen, it says that Jazeman Jaafar is still in the car. Now, I don't think that's correct so far. But there is the Origin Motorsport of Adderley Fong. And he is already getting back up to speed again in this car. He's doing 2 minutes 7.0. He's going quicker than the Ferrari in front of him at the moment, so he's gaining back some of the ground. He's so familiar with this track. It's like a Monty Python sketch. He knows all the words, and he's doing an absolutely terrific job working his way forward. Ink wants to know, how's it going up in the commentary box? It's quite cool up here. It's not cool down on the circuit, I'll tell you that. It's very hot out there, even though we're now getting into the sunset. It's pretty warm. It's a little bit too cold up here in the box. Aqua wants to know, do I have any upcoming races near? Well, yes, the next event for me in Malaysia is a month's time, actually. Back in the country for the Infinity Miami Series Asia second round at LYL Karting, the newest karting circuit in the world. And I have to say, it's probably my new favourite circuit on the planet. If FIA Karting want to race on the best circuit in the world for the World Championships, go to LYL. Trust me, it's Formula One scaled down to karting size. It really is that good a race circuit. And I've been to many karting circuits over the last 13, 14 years or so, and I don't say it lightly. You know, commentators get to be very fickle about the conditions that we work in. We want to make sure we got a good commentary box, we want good facilities, we want good cuisine, we want good transportation to and from the hotel, and I obviously have to put my hand on my heart and say LYL Karting, just 30 kilometers away from this circuit, it's the best karting circuit in the world already, and it's only been open 6 months. I love that Niels Heldensmith's been telling me to do a rain dance. Do you not think I've been doing that in the commentary box for the last 4 hours? I've always wanted to commentate in person on a rainstorm in Sepang. I have commentated on the rain in Sepang before. That was for the WTCR on Eurosport many years ago. And Sao Ju has been telling me that it is raining in Subang, which is next door to the race circuit here. So essentially, we are probably minutes away from it. Elizabeth wants to know if I'm going to stay up another 12 hours for Sebring immediately after this. I hadn't even thought about it, to be fair. You get so focused on your race. I might do. And then you're going to ask me if I'm going to then wake up in time for the Grand Prix tomorrow as well. I've got to pick and choose, haven't I? It's tough, because I love Sebring. It's one of my favourite circuits in the world. And it properly breeds action and drama, all the best racing moments in Wearcap and at Sebring. And then we've got a Grand Prix afterwards, and I would dearly love to see one of my favourite racing drivers of all time, Lewis, in my favourite team of all time, Ferrari. So there's a lot to do this weekend, isn't there? A lot to do. So still, the race is waiting for the next big thorn in the side or the next hammer blow, but after the 9th hour of racing, everybody is still motivated and still pumped up here at Sepang. Who knows what's going to happen next, but certainly for us, it's been the thrilling battle between 4 teams. EBM Porsche, 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari, Origin Motorsport Porsche, and the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi. All 4 of them have had a turn in the lead. There's been thrills and spills all the way. 610 Racing, despite the spin during the 9th hour, are still leading in the AM category and still looking good for that victory. Viper Nisa Racing, by the way, still hold the lead in the AM Masters. but the battle has been relentless. From Dorian Boccolacci in the last stint, he managed to gain a lot of time and worked his way closer to the battle. Certainly put the Origin crew under pressure. Timed his pit stop to perfection until he had caught right up to the rear wing of the Origin Porsche. Made his pit stop, dropped a lap down, waited for the others to make their pit stops 11 laps later. And then through sheer determination and sheer grit from Luke Hartog, after taking over from Dorian Boccolacci, the pit stop phase allowed the EBM Porsche team to take the lead in fantastic fashion. Now it all comes down to how much time can be gained by Be Quick Audi, how much pace can be sustained by Origin and 33R Harmony Ferrari, and how much time EBM Porsche could lose. How big a difference is the rain going to make? You are in the right place to find out. It's not going to be long until we get our answers. But as the Ferrari exited the pits, EBM Porsche hit the front for the very first time. 4 different teams have led the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang, but only one of them can take the checkered flag first. Just under 3 hours to go then, and we are still unsure as to how the pace is going to continue on here. The sunset is accelerating here at the circuit. The rain is still ominous and a threat, but we don't know when it's going to hit, we don't know how it's going to hit, we don't know how intense it's going to be when it hits, and we don't know who it's going to impede more. And of course, waiting for the rain to come, we are getting dangerously close to EBM Porsche's pit window. So they've currently missed their most likely opportunity for rain at this section of the course. So now they've got to wait, I think, and hope that the next pit rotation is when they're going to get the rain to intervene. So we're now passing over to the crossover point where rain is not going to help EBM Porsche, it's now going to hinder them. So this is the devastating situation for the drivers here. You've got so much riding on when it's going to rain, if it's going to rain. There's so much now resting on this for all 4 teams. They've all been expecting it, especially after the last 2 days where we've had 3 or 4 rain showers every day, and everyone was predicting it. And here today, it's really not looking likely it's actually going to happen at the right time for everybody. So Sherko wants to know, does that number 33 Ferrari have a Garfield on the side of it? You're not wrong. Your eyes are not deceiving you. It absolutely does. The 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari does indeed have Garfield on the doors, on the front bonnet, and on their team awning and team wear. Fun-loving team, the 33R Harmony team. They are almost the Jordan F1 of the world of Asian GT. They love to have a bit of a laugh. They love to muck about, and it's just a continuous run of cartoon characters that have been spotted on racing cars over the years. We had Sonic the Hedgehog on the Williams F1 car back in '93. 6 years later, they put Woody Woodpecker on the Williams F1 car as well. There's been several Lightning McQueen liveries on many sides of the Atlantic Ocean. I know they've got a car out in the Australian Grand Prix weekend this weekend in Porsches that has a Lightning McQueen livery, and of course Elsie Filmanito, the Brazilian, races in Lightning McQueen livery when I get to commentate on him for the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, which, by the way, kick-starts again next week. I'm so excited. It's going to be really cool to see Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil back on operation again as we start with the first round of the championship in Velocita. Then, of course, we've had several Mach 5 racing liveries, of course, in deference to the TV show Speed Racer, which has had about 3 different iterations since the 1960s. And, of course, there's quite a few drivers in Japanese motorsport that have run with helmet colours in a similar design to Kapita Taira. I'm a bit of an anime fan when it comes to motor racing. So I'm a massive fan of Initial D, MF Ghost, Kapita, Overtake, and most recently, of course, High Speed Étoile, which has been given support from Super Formula in Japan. Very cool to see all these amazing runs, and great to see these cartoon characters all over race cars. I'm I'm sure you guys can probably remember a few more cartoon characters that have been on racing cars. Do remind me, we've got 3 hours to talk about it. But it is very cool indeed to see Garfield on the side of a Ferrari. There you go, the first ever Ferrari GT3 race car, powered by lasagna. It's very cool, to be fair. And then I've just been reminded, of course, about Redline. Very true, from Slither. He's reminded me about Redline. I'd completely forgotten about that. The very psychedelic, futuristic Japanese anime, all about the spirit of race car competition. Very cool. I haven't seen Redline for quite a while. You've just reminded me. I'm going to have to put that on my watch list for this week. I haven't seen it for a while. So continuing on the march and having a very good run of it. Alpha Dingo pointing out, remember when the yellow Jordan F1 cars had the serpent nose cone livery around the late 90s, early 2000s? I can remember when they had a different animal on their car every year. I think in 97 they had a snake. In 98 they had a hornet. It was buzzing hornets. 1 year I'm fairly sure they had a shark on the front. They had all sorts of different animals that they tapped into over the years. And then of course the Jaguar had a Jaguar on it. Very ironically enough. Sun is setting pretty fast now over Sepang. There are still clouds in the region, so we could still get rain overnight. But now the spotlight beams are over the circuit. The headlights are going on. So we're now going to get into a very tricky and treacherous part of the race now as the light fades to nothing and the rain could join us under the night sky. Jonathan Thompson pointing out to me that there's actually a Joker and Spider-Man car in one of IMSA's support series. I wasn't aware of that. Mega cool is all I'm going to say about that one. I quite like my comic book movies, so always very cool. Always been more of a Marvel fan than DC, although I will give an allowance to the fact that the Dark Knight trilogy is the greatest Batman sequence of movies in history. Do not argue, it's a fact. Pit stops galore coming in. 326 is about to enter the pit lane by the look of it. So that is the 326 racing team. Ironically enough, they're in car number 11, just to confuse us. And of course, Alpha Dingo reminding me about the Rexy in IMSA. Yes, the T-Rex Porsche and the Spike in LMP2 as well. Ink has pointed out to me and asked, what characters do I want to see in a racing car? Well, I'm old school, so I've always quite fancied the idea of a Thunderbirds sequence of cars. I now have the number 1 in Thunderbird 1 livery, the number 2 in Thunderbird 2 livery. That would be amazing one day. But then I am captain of all the dorks worldwide on the internet. Felix Ulrich has also pointed out there's also a Lightning McQueen in the Mazda MX-5 Cup. I had forgotten that. And yeah, you're absolutely right. And that looks pretty awesome on an MX-5 as well. Or of course, for the American viewers, that's the Miata. See, I understand how things work in other countries. And yeah, the Rexy is a very, very cool GT. There they are getting ready at 326 Racing. Driver change incoming. Now we get into the nighttime phase of the race. So fantastic stuff to see everybody getting into the closing sequences of this race. 2 hours and 49 minutes of racing still to go here. But I think if you're an EBM fan, things are getting pretty dire again, because if it rains now, you're in trouble. Into the pits comes the 326 Racing Audi. So Azim Ferdaus asks the ultimate question that hasn't been asked yet, but is certainly the most difficult question to ask at this point. Which team do you think will win the Sepang 12 hours? I've been here 24 hours and I still can't give you an answer. I mean, I think that there's good legs in the 33R Harmony Ferrari yet, but don't count out Sandy Stuvik and Akash Nandi in the big Absolute Audi. They may have lost a minute and a half, but if we do get rain, that Audi is going to be superb in the wet conditions. The Origin Porsche doesn't look out of this yet. Don't forget they started dead last, and now they're in third position with the EBM Porsche out of sequence. So there's every chance for this race to change hands several times before the end of this race. We've already had 4 different teams in the lead. I know you don't want me to sit on the fence, so if I'm going to make a prediction, I guess the safest option at the moment is probably to go with the 33R Harmony Ferrari, just because it's the safest option at the moment, but it might not be the safest option in 20 minutes. Out goes the 326 Racing Porsche, the number 11. Goes back out on the circuit again. Jonathan Thompson also points out there was a NASCAR race back in the 2000s where there were multiple Looney Tunes cars. I remember that. I was a big, big fan. It was very, very cool. So still, the race goes on, and Evan points out he doesn't think it's going to happen for EBM. If it does rain, I think it's going to come at the wrong time. It needed to happen in that 10-minute window, really, and unfortunately we've gone to the other end of that 10-minute window. So if it rains now, EBM fans will be bitterly disappointed. Of course, if you're a Ferrari fan and it rains now, fantastic, because that will put them very much on the point and the vanguard to victory. Because you've got to remember that the pace will come down for everybody in the wet conditions, and if it gets really heavy, then it comes down to essentially who can keep it on the road rather than aquaplaning straight off the road. So it is going to be tricky. Right, they finally updated who is in the 33R Harmony Ferrari. It's not Jasmine Jafar, so we were right. There was a driver change, and it's Liu Gailiu who is now in the car. So we've got Luke Hartog, who leads the way in the EBM Porsche, then Liu Gailiu in the Ferrari, Adderley Fong is in the Origin Porsche, and then the Be Quick Absolute Audi has Sandy Stuvik at the wheel in 4th position. So the battle continues on the way. And still, the battle is going to be intense throughout. I think we're now in the critical point of the race where we still have quite a lot of stuff to go. A lot of battles still to play out on the circuit here, but it's about to get pitch black here in Sepang. Sunset is 1:15 now. So the sun has finally set here on the Sepang circuit. We're just waiting for that last residual sunlight to fade. And now we're going to have a really exciting battle to conclude the action. So this is where a lot of the fans will get to see something that they don't get to see very often over the course of a motorsport season. That's racing at Sepang under the lights. It's a very cool circuit, this, when it's night racing. The Viper Niza Mercedes, the hometown heroes, hoping to get the victory in the AM Masters category. They're looking good for that at the moment. They're only 3 laps away from the AM class victory total, so there's still every chance they could get something special out of this last part of the race. hours and 43 minutes to go in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Jake Sanson with you in the commentary box, as we have been since the start. And goodness me, we've got another thrilling battle for the victory in prospect. Luke Hartog in the 61 EBM Porsche has been caught of late by the 33R Harmony Ferrari of the hard-charging Chinese star Liu Kaliu. So now it's going to be a very sensational battle, because the Ferrari driver Liu Kaliu has been one of the underdogs of this race, certainly in a strong team, but the Chinese driver has got plenty of great firepower in that car. So we're going to watch two drivers of very great note and very strong talent go wheel to wheel here. Luke Hartog, of course, the man who has been a champion in the world of Porsche Benelux back in 2020, was third in this year's Dubai 24 Hours, raced in the Spa 24 Hours last year for Rutronik. Going head-to-head with Liu Kaliu, who's had a podium in GT World Challenge Asia for the Harmony Racing team, was second in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia in 2022, third in the same championship a year later. So plenty of GT experience between both these men, and now it's going to be a battle royale for the victory. Hartog trying to stretch away. Night time in Sepang. How beautiful is that? Such a special experience, night racing on any circuit, but in Sepang in particular, it's a pretty special affair. Heading towards us now. The lights are obviously going to be pretty tricky to balance out. We've got the lights from the overheads, but also the lights of the sports cars themselves, and they can hit us at exactly the wrong angle to get the wrong kind of glare. But you wouldn't swap it for the magic of racing under the lights, would you? Into the night we go. So now the competition continuing in fine fettle as we go into the nighttime phase. The lights are blinkered as we get ourselves into a very hot moment of the race. Could we see him overtaking him? Well, we saw the first lunge there from Liu Kaliu, having a first taste of a look there on the inside line. So let's see if we can continue on and do a fantastic run for it. So let's see how it goes for all of the contenders as they run through, but certainly for the Ferrari, it's looking very good indeed. Lovely message from Haritho. Selamat berbuka. I'm learning a little bit of Malay now, so I know perfectly well what that means. It means the happy breaking of the fast. Selamat berbuka to you too, my friend. Out of the hairpin, charging up to the left and charging through to the right as well. Through they go again, left, right. This is where in the rain we had that fantastic double off for the Ferraris in 2001. Another Ferrari's trying to take a victory away this time. And they're going to catch the Audi at the wrong point. That's going to be the Climax Audi that's dropped all the way to 9th place from what was second on the grid. Could get a little bit tricky, is up the inside. There goes the move from the EBM Porsche. The 33R Harmony Ferrari goes with, and still the battle is very close indeed between Luke Hartog and Liu Kaliu. Still the drivers very close together. Two cars battling for the lead with the Origin Porsche 18 seconds further back in the pack, but catching both of these cars and going quicker than all three of them is the Be Quick Audi. So we're not done yet by any stretch of the imagination. This race has still got so many chapters in it. Down the back straight. Certainly looking closer on this lap than we've seen for a while. And it's going to be a really exciting challenge for all of the contenders. But is there going to be a charge through for the Ferrari? I think there could be a chance into turn one. Slow in, fast out for Liu Kaliu. Luke Hartog is going to have to try and hold the inside line. EBM versus Harmony Racing. Porsche versus Ferrari. It's the age-old rivalry down to the first corner here in Sepang in the Motul 12 hour. And Luke Hartog is having to go defensive from Liu Koliu. Ferrari goes long, tries to get in for the cutback, hoping for a switcheroo as they come off the turn. The Ferrari still has good legs on the straight, that's why it's able to get close enough, but in the corners, the Porsche just has the confidence and the conviction on the brake discs. That's where the Porsche is able to get level. But Liu Koliu is doing everything he needs to do. He's closing up on the EBM Porsche, putting them under massive pressure. Still no rain yet here in Sepang, and that's definitely going to count against the EBM team. They need rain to intervene, but they need it at the right time. If it comes now, it's useless. They've got to make it happen at the right time of the race to counteract them, but the Ferrari have got all the cards at the moment. They've got all the aces up their sleeve. So now the race battle will continue for a little while longer between these two. The Ferrari looking quite eager and very hungry to move the way further forward. So this is a really tricky scenario for all of the contenders. We go into the nighttime phase. And let's see how it all continues. That Ferrari's still looking very ominous at the moment. Still the race getting into its witching hour phase. 2 hours, 36 minutes and some change. That Ferrari again goes slow in, fast out. It gets a good purchase off that final hairpin every time it does that. But Luke Hartog is wise to it. He can sense when Luke Koliu is going to work his way forward. Luke Hartog in the Porsche, Liu Koliu in the Ferrari. Garfield wants an extra bite of the lasagna, doesn't he? Liu Koliu is having to be tactical at where he places the car. He's going slow in, fast out of all these hairpins. If the Ferrari can get off the power, then this could be a really sensational run. Up to the top of the crest. Has he got a good enough run off the turn? It's not quite close enough to make the lunge, but certainly putting all the pressure on Luke Hartog at the moment. So Luke Hartog still trying to shake off the Ferrari for the moment. 18 seconds behind these two is the Origin Porsche. They're on 2:08.1, still quicker than the Ferrari managed on the last lap. A 2:08.1 for the Be Quick Absolute Audi of Sandy Stuvig as well. Trying to gain a lot of the ground. Loving that comparison. Azim Findaus pointing out that this is lasagna versus pretzel at the moment. And still the Porsche holds station as the Audi almost goes off the road trying to get out of the way of the leaders. Let them go. Let this battle happen organically. Still the Ferrari pushes. What can Luke Hartog do to shake him off? Down the back straight. This will be really tight down to the braking zone. It looks like Luke Hartog's having to go defensive. The Ferrari's now starting to attack. On the far side, goes to the outside line. We'll now get the switch back. But the Porsche will have the inside line for the next corner. It will hug the pit wall, and they're going to go side by side. Here we go. Porsche and Ferrari, wheel to wheel again in motorsport. Hartog to the inside, Koliu to the outside. Who's going to be brave enough on the brakes? Liu Koliu decides he's going to have to hang back. Good coverage there on the brakes by Hartog. Places the car beautifully to hold on to it. And it's stalemate again. This is what motorsport is all about. They're almost closer than two Pringles hugging right now. Down in the braking zone for these apexes. Excellent work from both men. Luke Hartog defends valiantly. Liu Xiaoliu attacking with valiance and determination. Every single maneuver has been counterplayed by Luke Hartog in the Porsche. The Ferrari driver, Liu Xiaoliu, gives as good as he's got. But Luke Hartog is an immovable force. He will not be beaten if he can help it. Down to the braking zone again for the left-hander. Again, the threat from Ferrari is ominous. Looks to the inside, looks to the outside. But Luke Hartog parks the bus on the inside apex. And this defense is as satisfying as a faithful dog walk at dawn. And the car is being just as obedient for Luke Hartog right now. Everywhere he places the car, it bites in with grip. Nicely done. But Liu Xiaoliu has the pace advantage in a straight line of the Ferrari. This is where it gets a lot of its advantage. And he's closer off the previous hairpin than he's been in previous runs. So this could be the opportunity. Flashing of headlights from the Ferrari. Can he lick the stamp and send it? He's going for it at the inside hairpin. No, you don't. And again, Luke Hartog slams the door in Liu Xiaoliu's face. And they've got the slow-moving Porsche of Leona Chin just in front. That is the Cup car, as opposed to the GT3R of the Porsche that's just overtaken it. Don't forget that car spent 3 hours sat in the pit lane changing gearboxes, so Leona Chin just wants to bring that car to the finish now. She's doing a fair job. Don't forget that she made her debut in GT4 at Macau at the end of last year. What a fantastic run so far. Porsche defends everywhere Ferrari places the car. It looks left, it looks right, it can't get by. Magnificent racing from both of them. So through they come. And you absolutely know that the Ferrari, once it gets past the Porsche, is going to try and make mincemeat of him. If he gets his way and gets ahead, he'll drop him like a snowball in January. Through to the right-hander. That Ferrari still lingering, ever present behind the Porsche. Down to the braking zone. This is where we get the glare of the lights, but it's got bigger. I think there's going to be a move to the inside. Not quite yet from Liu Xiaoliu. He's got to dial back in. He's got to get himself back into the opportunity. But where is this race going to end? Well, it's going to rain at the next pit stop rotation. And let's not forget that the EBM car is going to come in 11 laps before everybody else. So that means that the EBM car, mathematically speaking, is going to be due in not at the end of this lap, but on the end of the next one. So this race is now going to be a bit of a frustration. And when the EBM Porsche pits, knowing that the Ferrari is going to get a clean bit of track, it's going to be more irritating than a lodger who yodels. But the Ferrari is going to come to the far side anyway to try and pick up the move. Has run very deep out of the corner. But because he's gone slow in, he can go fast out. They both drift off the edge of track limits, but the Ferrari's got a faster run off the turn. They're going to go side by side again. Still they crack on. Down in the braking zone, side by side, the Ferrari's drawn level this time, but it's not enough to keep the car on the parallel run out of the turn. So very tricky to get that together. Now the Ferrari is a lot closer at this point of the course than it has been in previous laps. This is all down to Luke Hartog. How defensive is he prepared to go? With the Ferrari drawing level alongside, just hug the inside apex. No way through for the Ferrari. So still making good pressure as the Garfield Ferrari ramps up the pressure on the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche. Now I've got a feeling that this lap is where the battle comes to an end, because the EBM Porsche is still out of the rotation thanks to the slow puncture. So let's see if it's going to be very tight indeed to the end of this lap. Out of the turn again. On to the far side of the course. Dropping down to the right-hander. And now it's going to be very close as they run through. Well, I've got a feeling that this battle is going to come to an end at the end of this lap when the EBM Porsche will peel off into the pits. And it will kill the battle stone dead for the moment. But then again, the EBM Porsche's then got to flirt with the disaster of being out on their own, knowing that if the rain comes at this point, it's devastating, and it's probably game over for the victory if that happens. So if it's going to rain, don't rain now. And the EBM Porsche goes off the road in the attempt to come into the pits. Oh, how close was that? That shows you how hard they've been working the tyres. And goodness me, Luke Hartog very nearly threw away the race in the braking zone for the hairpin. Wow, how close has it been between these two cars for the entirety of the stint? And then Luke Hartog under pressure to get it perfect on the pit entry, very nearly threw the car in the doldrums. Right, there is Dorian Boccolacci getting ready to get back behind the wheel. Good job, mate, you've held him off, well done. Right, let me alleviate the pain, it's my turn. That was the save of saves. Let's look at it again. The Ferrari's putting him under pressure. He knows he's got to come into the pits, so he's got to change the line. But how close was that? What a save. So nearly in the gravel as well. It's one thing to miss the braking point altogether and skate out, but he almost ended up in the gravel. And if he'd have done that, that was game over. That was a scheduled pit stop, asks Skyline GTR. Was that scheduled? Yes, it was. But by coming off the racing line, he ended up on the marbles there at exactly the wrong moment. So he ended up having to save that tank slapper big style. Goodness me, it looked a little bit more comical than a startled cat channel on YouTube. But it was an amazing save. Excellent work from the team so far to get him turned around. But the Ferrari is now alone. Alpha Dingo pointing out saving the last slice of lasagna from Garfield. Bless you. More comments like that, please. But the Ferrari is now left on its own. Now a pit stop here takes about 1 lap. So it would not at all surprise me if the EBM Porsche gets out directly in front of the Porsche. Gets out directly in front of the Ferrari, I should say. But then the Ferrari has got to make its pit stop 11 laps after this one. That car has been running metronomically on pace. So out of the corner, down the pit straight, and the Ferrari's going to get him on pure speed, I think. The EBM Porsche has to let the Ferrari go, or does he? It's going to be tight at the apex. They're racing for the victory, don't forget. And that is Dorian Boccolacci back behind the wheel of the Porsche. Hello, mate. And the Ferrari can't quite believe it's Groundhog Day. Oh, and trying to nudge the Porsche out of the way. Kai Liu going side by side with Dorian Boccolacci on cold tyres. Get out of the way, man. He runs right round the outside of the Porsche. And Dorian Boccolacci doesn't want to be pushed around by the Ferrari, so he keeps his foot in and eventually bails out of it. Right, I'm going to chase you for the next 10 minutes. Oh, my word. That was a boxing match. And it ended up working out in the favour of Kai Liu for the time being. So the Ferrari keeps its pace for the moment, holds the lead. It was leading anyway, but now it leads by 1 lap officially, having got ahead of Dorian Boccolacci. And Boccolacci is going to be absolutely enraged. He is going to be furious at that. Got nudging there all the way through. So this will be a very tricky retaliation now. And the Ferrari showing a little bit of emotion there, sat behind the Porsche. That's what it means down at EBM. They were a little bit nervous about the way that played out. But there was a little bit of a knock on the door there. Luke Hartog just having a quick drink after a very tough race. Very tough stuff. So good question comes in from Alvin Fitraramdani. Who are the pros for the 2 main protagonist cars? Well, in the EBM Porsche, we've got Luke Hartog and Dorian Boccolacci. In the Harmony Racing Ferrari, we've got Kai Liu and Jasmine Jafar. The others are AMs in that particular team. They've got one AM in the EBM Porsche, Adrian De Silva. He's now finished his run for the day. And Jason Lowe and Chen Waiyan have both been in the car twice, so they're okay for the AMs at Ferrari as well. Fair credit to the AM team, the AM side of the garage at Harmony Ferrari. They've kept the pace beautifully to be able to hold the lead of this race. But because of that slow puncture in the first stint for the team at EBM, they're back down to 4th position. They're a lap down. At the pit stops, they'll get back into it, but they are still out of sequence. They need something dramatic. They need a safety car to catch them and not the others. They need a rain shower to put everybody on wet tyres at the right time. Again, they basically need the rain to come at the right time. So there is the Ferrari that still leads this race after a fantastic little bit of badinage before and after the pit stop for the EBM Porsche team. You can't afford to play those games too many times in the phase of this race. So now we're keeping an eye on the pace of the Be-Quick Absolute Audi. That's the fastest car on track at the moment. Sandy Stuvik taking about a second a lap out of the opponents around them. Currently firmly and religiously planted in the 207 mark, whereas the Harmony Ferrari is in the 209s, the Origin Porsche is in the 208s. So that gap is down to 21 seconds. I don't think that that race is over for Origin Porsche either. I think they've still got a hand to play in this. Under the night sky here at Sepang, still over 2 hours and 20 minutes left of this, and still a couple of changes to see how it works. As they come off the turn, look at the tension down in the Ferrari paddock. They know that they've got the lead for the moment. They can breathe easily and breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. But there's still a lot more to come. There's still a lot more to do in this race. And you do get the feeling that this is going to be a nail-biter to the line. So now we're going to get to see how it continues in the latter stages of the stint. 262 laps have been completed by the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari, which means by my math they're going to be into the pits in 8 laps time. So there is the EBM Porsche. Dorian Boccolacci now behind the wheel, having taken over from Luke Hartog. There's the Ferrari, very nearly tripping over the limping HZ040 Audi, which again is in trouble. They've had all sorts of problems in the race, but it looks like they've got more problems. That is Azik Zaidalo, and that does look like a mechanical issue for the minnows at the back of the field there. But the Audi has been on 211s the last couple of laps, and suddenly they've plummeted and allowed the faster cars to go through. That's more than just the driver moving out of the way. There's definitely a mechanical issue there. And as Dapper Kanuk rightfully points out, there is no significant chance of precipitation in the next 2 hours. And that's according, I'm sure, to one of the weather apps he's conducted. And looking at my weather app, yeah, all threat of rain seems to have gone. So for EBM Porsche, I'm just checking on all of my weather apps that I've got. I've got 3 to choose from here, because they all say different things. But yeah, I'm sorry to say for EBM fans, if you're a fan of the EBM team, I think your chances of victory just went up in smoke. Because looking at every single weather app, it's now suddenly quite apparent that there is no rain in the area. It hasn't hit the circuit, and it doesn't look like it's going to now. Can you believe it? Because over the last 2-3 days, there's been rain pretty much on the hour every 3 hours. And now all of a sudden, a day with no rain at all. So your next question is going to be, if it doesn't rain again for the rest of this race, then what is the likelihood of getting a race winner from the top 5? And who is it going to be? Well, it's looking likely now to be the 33R Harmony Ferrari, based largely on the fact that Liu Gaoliu is going quicker than both Adderley Fong in the Origin Porsche and the Be Quick Audi of Sandy Stuvik. The only car it's not going quicker than is Dorian Boccolacci in the Porsche, who is getting back on terms with the Ferrari and wants a little bit of revenge. They want to get back on the lead lap, which, by the way, it's not like Formula One. They're totally entitled to get back onto the lead lap if they've got a faster car. So this will be fascinating. So we're going to continue to see how this race plays out. The 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari under pressure from the car that's a lap behind them now, the EBM Porsche. So there was me thinking the race battle was going to be over for the time being. No chance. Porsche still putting the Ferrari under intense pressure. Dorian Boccolacci almost driving off the road in his attempts to get back on terms with the Ferrari. These two just will not separate. The battle's still going strong, even though there's a lap between them. So Dorian Boccolacci clearly wants revenge. Liu Gaoliu senses that. Round the far side comes Boccolacci, almost strikes the back of the Ferrari. But they're a lap between each other now, as the Ferrari slides around like a novice skier with no poles. There's Dorian Boccolacci swarming around behind him like a wasp at a picnic. Come on, man, get out of the way. Excellent stuff. So the duel continues, and the Ferrari is under massive pressure from Dorian Boccolacci. Liu Gaoliu, realising that Boccolacci's going to be a threat through these apexes. He's also got to realise that this is really the only way that the EBM Porsche can win this race. He's got to get the lap back from the Ferrari, gain some ground, and pull out a decent gap on them at the next stint. So it's very much in Dorian Boccolacci's favour to try and get past that Ferrari. If they can get ahead of them before they make the pit stop, it could be a game changer in this race. It could save them. So no wonder Dorian Boccolacci is going at the Ferrari hammer and tongs, especially after it nudged him in the pursuit of making the overtake in the first place. But if he wants the overtaking move, he might need to be more kamikaze than Hurricane Higgins on the green bays. Through to the left. Through the right. Still they go through. Onto the far side of the course. Back on the power, the Porsche can still get back on terms with the Ferrari, and it needs to unlap itself, because in 5 laps' time, the 33R Harmony Ferrari is going to make its own pit stop. So it can really do with being out in front of it. Boccolacci's going for it! The Ferrari's got to pull out wide to avoid the contact. Boccolacci keeps his foot in. Why not? Let's go for it, side by side again. Now Boccolacci tucks in behind the rear wing of the Ferrari. Down to the braking zone. Onto the far side. Boccolacci trying to go round the far side of the Ferrari. Can't get it done. Boccolacci running out of opportunities to make this advantage of fresh tyres count. Back on the power. Down the drop. Up through the gears. On the crest again. Through they go again. Could this work? Boccolacci gets close. Way too close. If you're a Ferrari fan, you're sweating cobs now. Dorian Boccolacci is getting so close to the rear wing of that Ferrari. Tricky stuff. And still they work in close proximity. 2 hours 13 left on the clock. And this is going to be so tight. Sherko's trying to match me for my analogies now, parking it like a valet. I love it. Keep it going, mate. Up on the inside line again. Boccolacci doesn't have the space or the opportunity on the inside of the hairpin. Who would have thought the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang would have this many twists in the tail? Great racing all the way through. And as underdog races go, 12 hours of sports car racing around Sepang. That'll do nicely for me, especially if the racing's going to go down to the wire the way it's currently playing out. Ferrari want to win this with the Harmony Racing team, but the EBM Porsche team are lapped down and out of sequence in the pit stops. They want to win this as well, and this could be their only chance to do it. If they can outfox the Ferrari, if they can put them under enough pressure, it's going to be a very tough situation for them. Run wide for the Ferrari. Boccolacci trying to get his foot in. Get level, get alongside. The Ferrari drifts wide. That's the first real error that Liu Cao has made in this stint so far. But it might be enough for Dorian Boccolacci to get the move through on the inside line. Let's see if he gets his chance. He's going to have to go the long way round. He draws alongside the rear quarter. But the Ferrari is able to edge the car slightly out. Boccolacci looks for the inside gap again. Has to take to the grass to avoid the contact. Goodness me. And still, Dorian Boccolacci fights tooth and nail. This isn't Boccolacci versus Liu Cao at the moment. It's Apollo Creed versus Rocky Balboa, the way this is currently going. Dueling for every apex. And again, Dorian Boccolacci fancies his chances on the Ferrari. But there's not a lot he can do. He can't find the space at the right point on the circuit. That's the difficulty at the moment. So the Ferrari still holds this. Give it 4 more laps and that Ferrari's coming into the pits for their pit stop. They've been metronomic on laps for when they pit. They pitted on lap 30, lap 60, lap 90, lap 120, lap 150, lap 180, lap 210, lap 240. So now they're going to be coming in on lap 270, 30 laps every time. So at the end of this lap, they've only got 3 more until they pit in. EBM, Porsche are running out of time to gain the advantage on the Ferrari. And the tyres are starting to scream at the Ferrari. The tyre temperatures may be better than they were before because the track temperature and the air temperature have decreased, but they're being pushed harder by Dorian Boccolacci being hard on the tail. Those Pirellis are going to be screaming at the Ferrari. Come on, give us a bit of a breather. No chance, you've got no hope for that. Now, interestingly, the Origin Porsche has not got the pace either. They've started to drop back. Ferrari drifts wide on the brakes for the hairpin again. Boccolacci more alongside than they have been for a while. So this could be the chance, but Boccolacci drops back in the slipstream. But again, the Ferrari of Liu Cao is going to send him to the far side. So he's got to be fully committed on the brakes, and he's got to hope he can get the dial in. Yet again, stalemate. The headlights, the Porsche trying to distract the Ferrari up the top of the hill. And Dorian Boccolacci still trying to find that gap on the inside line. Still finding no joy trying to get through on the inside of this Ferrari. Luke Hartog had a bit of a battle against the Ferrari. Now it's Dorian Boccolacci's turn and they are becoming a real thorn in the side. But the timing of the pit stops and the lack of rain still looks like it's going to be a Ferrari victory. The only thing that the Porsche can do is attack and hope that it works out in their favour. But for the moment, the Ferrari is not going to make the same mistakes that we saw earlier on. Jason Lowe cost the Ferrari team a good 30 seconds earlier on, don't forget, with that spin earlier on, but he was able to recover it and keep the tyres fairly even over the course of that stint. So I think that Jason Lowe may have spun the car down and lost 30 seconds, but at the same time, he looked after the tyres in the spin and was able to get them to the end of the stint without losing any more time. So very smart thinking in adversity from Jason Lowe. Now his teammate Liu Cao is going to have a lot of pressure to try and shake off the EBM Porsche, who's got mounting pressure and is running out of time to do anything about this Ferrari, which again hugs the outside line. The Porsche goes long, slow in, fast out. Another chance into turn 1, but the Porsche's got to have better acceleration. But that Ferrari is mighty in a straight line. Down to the braking zone. And the Ferrari shakes well out of the path of the Porsche, who nearly rubs the Ferrari. Rubbin's racing, as they said in Days of Thunder. And we're definitely getting a little bit of rubbing out there between the Ferrari and the Porsche. So tight now between these two cars. Absolutely incredible, the driving between Dorian Boccolacci and Liu Kailu, who again manages to defend the Ferrari in all the right places. 2 laps to go to the pit stop as the Origin Porsche pits in from second. Now, they've been a couple of laps short on one of the earlier stints, so that's why they've now got to come in 2 laps earlier and commit to it. But the Origin Porsche not quite able to go the same length into the stint as the Ferrari has. So the Origin Porsche also slightly out of sequence to the Ferrari and the Be Quick Audi, but not by enough to really create too much of a drama for them. And that's the Porsche in front now. Boccolacci got ahead. Boccolacci did get through. So Boccolacci has been able to get in front of the Ferrari. Not sure what happened, but Liu Kailu is now behind the Porsche. So the Ferrari is now behind the Porsche. Good news for Boccolacci and EBM, bad news for Ferrari. But they can't get emotional about this. They've got to think long term. Okay, let the Ferrari go. We're only going to be out here for another lap and a half. We've still got the race victory in our pocket because the EBM Porsche is not going to be able to go the distance without another splash and dash. So the psychological war has been won there by the Porsche for the moment, but there's still a long-term gain. EBM Porsche getting ahead of Ferrari gives them a little bit of a psychological upper hand, so it gives them the chance to get inside the Ferrari team's head now. But if Ferrari don't crack under the pressure, they've still got a race-winning car. As the Be Quick Audi comes in on this lap now as well. So they've decided to go a lap shorter based on what happened with Henk Kinks in the previous stint, but they can't go further into the stint. Look at Boccolacci dropping the Ferrari. Now, the Ferrari needs to beat the Porsche out of its pit stop. They're out of sequence by 11 laps, as we know. But again, for the psychological upper hand, the Ferrari needs to beat the Porsche out of this particular pit stop. Because then again, for this next 30 laps, or sorry, for the next 19 laps, I should say, because they're out of sequence, the Porsche holds the cards. So it then comes down to how many laps you'll get on sequence. Trying to do the math in my head as to how many minutes 30 laps will take each car. Maybe, just maybe, EBM Porsche can get this race won, but it is going to be down to the minute as to whether they can get it done. We'll only really know when we've got about 75 minutes left of the race and we figure out when the EBM Porsche makes its final pit stop. So Christoph Lackey points out, yes, there is a tyre advantage that the Porsche has over the Ferrari, but it's also trying to gain a pit stop advantage. They have to try and find a way to gain some kind of advantage over the Ferrari. And even though they've got a tyre advantage now, in 19 laps time, they will not have the tyre advantage anymore. So Liu Kailu has got to try and just get this car back to the pits without too much drama. We saw how tricky it was for the EBM Porsche to stop the car in the hairpin coming off the line because the marbles are so thick and plentiful down at that hairpin. So brake, turn in. Ferrari's going to go for the pits. There it goes. So the Ferrari will come down pit road, the race-leading car. But the second, third and fourth place cars have all made their most recent pit stops. So the Ferrari's mission is to get back out into this race with the lead intact. 2 hours and 4 minutes remaining in this race. Get to work. Out of the car gets Liu Kailu. Back into the car gets Jassim and Jafar. Go get him, boy! They've got a minimum pit stop time. That's why there's not a massive amount of urgency to get the pit stop done. Better to get your tasks done in an agreeable amount of time and then hit the minimum mandatory rather than panic and get things wrong. Garfield looks ominous there on the front bumper with the claws out. That Ferrari is going to need claws out if they're going to beat EBM Ferrari in this tactical game of cat and mouse. But at the moment, Yasemin Jafar, when he gets behind the wheel of the Ferrari, he's got more authority than a chess grandmaster deploying fool's mate. Left front changes over. Get it done, just take your time, don't rush this. You've got the minimum pit stop time to adhere to. All fine, all good. There's the EBM Porsche, still doing its thing, trying to get back the lead of this race for the time being. They might lose out in this particular stint, but in the long running of things, Ferrari still have all the cards in their hand. It just depends on how long the 30-lap stint can take the EBM Porsche. We're getting into the critical stage of this race now, and I think the EBM Porsche has got to take 2 more pit stops. I think the Ferrari's only got to take 1. On the back straight goes the EBM Porsche. If they've got 2 pit stops to come, they've lost this race. I think the Ferrari is only going to need 1 more pit stop after this. Go, 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 go! Get out of the pit! EBM Porsche still pushing hard. The Ferrari's got to adhere to the pit lane speed limit, of course. Dorian Boccolacci absolutely nailing the throttle. As down the pit road comes the Ferrari, but it's got to adhere to the speed limit. Boccolacci's going to get the lead here. No problem at all for the EBM Porsche. But the Ferrari's going to be on fresh tyres, 11 laps fresher than the EBM Porsche. So, Earl Bamber Motorsport takes back the lead for the moment. But the Ferrari is still right there, and now their tyres are fresher. Car 87, that's the Origin pit stop Porsche. The Origin Porsche, 0.09 seconds have been added to the pit stop infringement bonus chart, which means that they've got a penalty of 0.562 seconds on their pit stop infringement chart. So it's only half a second at the moment, which isn't going to cause too much of a headache for them. But yet again, we go to battle once more, as the EBM Porsche finds itself trying to get away from the Ferrari. Unfortunately for the moment, the EBM Porsche is doing a fair job. In Sector 2, they've done a 28.2 compared to the Ferrari on cold tyres that's just done a 29.5. So for the moment, it's all going well for the time being. Very close proximity now for everybody. The battle is raging. So it looks to me as though Krostowski is absolutely correct. Porsche are going to need 2 pit stops before the end of this race is out. Ferrari's going to need 1. 5 seconds is 10 car lengths, as Dapakanek points out. Well, half a tenth of a second, I think, is what you meant. 0.5 seconds. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see the point. 0.5 seconds is 10 car lengths. You're absolutely right. So I apologise for not seeing your decimal point. It was absolutely correctly placed. So the recent lap times then in GT3, well, the EBM team are currently on a 2:06.92 for Dorian Boccolacci. The Ferrari has only just come out of the pits, having done its pit stop, so we can't really gauge their lap times. The Origin Porsche doing a 2:10 at the moment. That's their out lap, of course. And the 2:09, the Be Quick Absolute Audi of Akash Nandi, who's taken over from Sandy Stuvek, is currently in the 2:09s. So it still looks to me as though, although the Porsche is leading by 8 seconds over the 33R Harmony Ferrari, because of their earlier pit stop fracas, they're going to need 2 pit stops before the end of this race, and the Ferrari is only going to need 1. And if you're the EBM team, knowing that the rain is unlikely to come, I mean, this has got to be more painful than a pair of 4-inch stilettos. Knowing that they are in position, they've done all the hard work, they've got into the lead, but I'm afraid it looks like it's going to come to nothing. They're going to have to concede the victory, and of course they won't just concede the victory, they'll finish off the podium as well, because they'll drop a lap down. Because if they need a second pit stop, they can't just do a quick splash and dash and get out there. They have to adhere to the minimum mandatory pit stop time of 1 minute 55. I think it's actually 2 minutes in pro. So they've got to adhere to the minimum mandatory pit stop time. They can't just splash and dash, because it isn't fair on the other competitors. So the 10th hour definitely gave us plenty to talk about here in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. We went from dusk to night time, and it's been giving us plenty of drama all the way through. The teams are still going at it, hammer and tongs. Progress report on the individual classes. The 610 racing team and the 911 crew are still valiantly carrying on. Yan Shuang is currently at the wheel. They're currently having completed 143 laps in this race, compared to the leaders who have done 271. The battle between these two was like a biblical epic chapter in the Bible. Excellent stuff between the two of them. Nail-biting to the last. Prolific between first Luke Hartog, who then skated off and managed to catch the car before it ended up in the gravel trap in the battle with Liu Cao. And then a very simple, similar style battle when Dorian Boccolacci took over the Porsche to try and get ahead of the Ferrari of Liu Cao. And now we have Dorian Boccolacci in the Porsche and Jazeman Jaafar in the Ferrari. Very tricky battle so far between these two cars. You do get the sense that it's going to be one of these two cars that wins. But unless there's rain in the next hour or so, it looks very likely that it's going to be the 33R Harmony Ferrari that gets the job done on the Porsche. The EBM Porsche could have the ignominy of dropping out of the race for the victory and could even end up going as low as P4. But they're still keeping the pressure on, ramping up the battle to the Ferrari whenever they get the chance to. So it'll be a really exciting situation for all of the contenders. So it'll be a really tight battle all the way through. Still they rage on. Still we have plenty of exciting battles for the contenders. The Ferrari pit stop has handed the car back to Jazeman Jaafar. They're now 10 seconds down the road for the EBM Porsche. But EBM Porsche, ironically enough, need a miracle to win this race now. It's going to be a tight run all the way to the finish, but I'm afraid there is an awful lot of badinage that needs to happen out on the course before the EBM Porsche can be confident about winning the race. They've almost certainly got another pit stop coming up for them. And with just under 2 hours left of this race, it's going to be very tricky indeed. So Darwolf16 wants to know what's going on with the EBM Porsche. Well, we need to clarify this if you've only just rejoined us or you've only just joined us for the first time. The EBM Porsche is the leader of the race outright. There is no two ways about that. But because in the first hour they suffered a slow puncture, they had to come into the pits early. So they ended up coming in on lap 19 rather than lap 30, as has been the rotation plan for all of the teams at the top end. So because they came into the pits 11 laps early, they're out of sequence with the Ferrari, which means they're leading by 11 seconds. They basically got to build a 2-minute gap over the Ferrari over the next hour and a half, because they're going to need a second pit stop. The Ferrari, to my math, only needs one more. So Jazeman Jaafar is going full guns, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he does a double stint to the end. But the Porsche team need to make 2 pit stops. They do not have the sustaining fuel in the car to take this to the end of the race with 1 stop. So they have got to make 2 pit stops. So the only way they can win this race is if the Porsche team manage to build up a gap of 2 minutes, or if it rains at the right time. And unfortunately enough, it looks as though there's not going to be any rain. It did look like there was going to be rain for quite a long time, and then it just never materialized. So essentially now the mission for the Porsche is to try and get a 2-minute lead over the Ferrari in the next hour and a half. That is the only way they're going to win this race. So Dorian Boccolacci is going to push the Porsche harder than it's ever been pushed before, and he just went 1.6 seconds a lap quicker than the Ferrari. He's basically putting out qualifying laps. It's the only way to get this race won for EBM Porsche. They've got to beat the Ferrari by 2 minutes at their last pit stop to stand any chance at all of winning this race. They've got to make 2 pit stops. The Ferrari's only got to make 1. It's going to be game over for EBM Porsche if they can't build up a lead of at least 2 minutes. And considering that the lead at the moment is currently at 12.3 seconds. That's looking very tough. To be honest, even building up a lead of 30 seconds before the next pit stop window for EBM is looking pretty tricky at the moment. But the Ferrari is going to be pitting in again on lap 300. The EBM Porsche is going to need to pit in again 15 laps from now. That is 289. So as fast as the EBM Porsche is going, the only way they're going to be able to get this done is to pull out an insane amount of qualifying laps until the end of this race. The pressure is on EBM Porsche. The luxury of a gap is now there for the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari. They don't need to worry too much about the EBM Porsche up front. Their real focus now is on the Origin Porsche, and that is 22 seconds behind them in what is currently third position. But of course, when the EBM Porsche makes its second pit stop, probably as agonizing as 10 minutes to go before the end of the race, then they're suddenly going to find themselves in first and second rather than second and third. So still, the race continues on. And the racing battles are still going strong for the Ferrari, with its fantastic Garfield-inspired livery for the 33R Harmony Racing team. They ran with the Audi with this paint scheme last year. Now they run with the Ferrari 296LM in Garfield livery in 2025. And it's very appropriate for an Italian car sponsored by a cartoon character whose life is all about lasagna. Sounds pretty fitting to me. So we know what the celebrations are going to be like in the paddock when the victory comes, if the victory comes, for the 33R Harmony Ferrari. But of course, this is GT racing. All of what I just said about EBM Porsche losing out to Ferrari is all dependent on the fact that the cars will not hit trouble in the last 2 hours. But these cars could very easily hit trouble in the last 2 hours. It ain't done yet, folks. There's still a long, long way to go. So let's run down the order as it stands at the moment. The EBM Porsche leads the way for Dorian Bogolacci, the Frenchman, who leads the way at the moment. But they are going to need 2 pit stops before the end of this race, while the Ferrari in second place of the 33R Harmony Racing team, as driven by Jasmine Jafar, the home favourite, is only going to need 1 pit stop. So they are looking pretty comfortable in second position with only 1 pit stop to do. The leaders need 2, and the pit stops here are just over 2 minutes in duration. So a 13-second lead is not going to be enough to sustain it for Dorian Bogolacci. He needs a gargantuan stint to try and put 2 minutes between themselves and the Ferrari before their last pit stop. The third position car is driven by Liu Ye of the Origin Motorsport Porsche. They started the race in dead last after a disastrous qualifying, and they worked their way up to P4 on the first lap, can I just point out, from 11th to 4th. They now find themselves in third, and when the EBM Porsche pit stop catastrophe occurs, that will elevate them to second. So Shriko wants to know why the EBM has to do 2 stops. Is it a regulation in endurance? No, it's not. It's to do with the fact that they had to make an early pit stop for a slow puncture, and they fell out of sequence. So they don't have enough fuel on board to get to the end of the race, because they pitted 11 laps early. So that's why they've got to do 2 pit stops, and the Ferrari has only got to do 1, because they're on schedule and the Porsche is off schedule. So they have to do another pit stop. It's not regulation, it's to do with a mistake that ended up with EBM getting another puncture. So we're getting a slow puncture. They're out of sequence. So there's nothing they can do about it. Behind the Origin Porsche in third place is Akash Nandi, driving the Be-Quick Absolute Audi that was leading the race at one point, and then sadly they had to give their final stint to the team from Absolute Racing to Henk Kiks, and as he is the AM driver, he ended up running to a slower pace, sadly, to Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik. So it was a situation then, but now they've got to try and fight their way back in with Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik picking up the pieces and finding more time. They are the quickest car consistently on the circuit at the moment, although they have now just started to fall back in pace. Fifth position at the moment is the car that's in pit lane. That is the 610 racing car, the Porsche, which currently has Li Junyu at the wheel at the moment. They are looking on course for the victory in the GT3 AM category, as they are currently 4 laps, I think it is, in front of the car behind. Oh no, sorry, they're only 2 laps in front now, because they have had some difficulties of late. So the Vipanese Mercedes, which is currently in 6th position overall, with Dominic Ang behind the wheel. They've gained a lot of time, to be fair, a lot of time. And it looks to me as though they might be able to potentially go for not just the victory in the GT3 AM Masters category, which they are currently leading, but they could even go for the win in GT3 AM overall, which would be, of course, 5th position in the actual overall rankings. Then the 326 racing team, number 11 of Wu Yifan, currently running in 7th position at the moment. They've had a topsy-turvy race in their Audi, with all sorts of problems and breakages and clattering into the side of other cars. They've taken drive-through penalties for it, but they're still running valiantly well. 7th position at the moment, in front of the Treble 7. That's the Climax Racing Audi, currently being driven by Lin Kang, who put the car on the front row of the starting grid in qualifying. Lin Kang was the fastest man of anybody in the qualifying sessions yesterday. Slightly helped out by the timing of the rain, but also very much helped out by his pure commitment and determination on the lap. Sadly, they started the race in 2nd and haven't really been there since about the 3rd or 4th hour, and they've just been slipping back quite consistently, unfortunately. 9th position for the stalwart team from Champion Motorsport. This is a team that's fairly new, and they've managed to put this team together in fantastic run. It is Tse Ka-hing, who is currently behind the wheel of that car from Hong Kong. 10th position is the team of HZO Fortis Racing, who are looking very strong indeed at the moment. And as Sarah Sahadin pointed out to us on the stream a little bit earlier on, that is the team that is actually made up of a pair of brothers. So that is the team of Hazik Zadalo and Hari Zadalo, who are the older brothers of Harith O, who is a very talented karting racer in senior karting. And actually, the entirety of the O family is here supporting that particular crew. The car that the Zaralo brothers, Hazik and Hari, are actually sharing with Aaron Lim, who has made his return to full-tout GT sports car racing. Last year he got into the car for the first time in about 10 years, I'm told. So very good to see his return. And then the final car in the ranking is the car that hit trouble with a gearbox problem after about the 3rd hour. They had to change the gearbox, which took about 3 hours, unfortunately. So the 610 racing team in the number 911 car have only completed 148 laps out of the 277 laps that have been completed by the leaders. But the team is still going well, and that is also the team that has the sole female competitor in the race, Leona Chin, who sadly didn't get her chance to race for the first time until after the gearbox change, where the car had been sat in the pits for 3 hours doing nothing. So she never had the chance to really show how competitive she can be. But hopefully they'll get their chance in the future. And by the time we get to the Shanghai 8 Hours, which is the next GT race in the Top Speed Motorsport calendar, we are going to be seeing a few more cars getting their way to the grid for that one as well. So down to the braking zone, we're keeping an eye on the battles up front. The gap that's opened up between EBM and 33R Harmony in the Porsche and Ferraris respectively is now up to 13.5 seconds. It's good, but it's not race-winning pace, I'm afraid, for the EBM Porsche. They need a lot more than that, and they need rain, or they need a problem for the Ferrari. But they don't just need a problem for the Ferrari, that's the reality of the situation, because they're the only team that needs 2 pit stops of the leading group, and the other teams all need 1 pit stop each. Then they're not just going to lose the victory, they're going to lose 2nd and they're going to lose 3rd as well. So they don't just need one team to hit trouble, they need all 3 teams to hit trouble, which is why it was so important for them to get rain at the right time, because that was the only way they could really gain ground on all 3 cars. Well, keep your questions and your comments coming in. We've only got an hour and 44 minutes or so left on the stream, but I've loved having your company for the entirety of the live stream. Those watching along on the YouTube live stream for the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang, your company has been magnificent and so invaluable when you're talking flat out for 12 hours, to have people to talk about and talk to. So Jonathan Thompson wants to know, what do I think about Ford coming back to prototype racing? Yes, yes, oh yay, is what I think about that. Bring it on. And that's almost certainly going to be a Red Bull sponsored program with Ford's new link up with Red Bull in the future. So that's probably where you're going to see Max Verstappen in about 2027 or 2028. And I'd be willing to put some money on that. Nagra Agua wants to know, what is my opinion on the Bugatti Bolide this morning? I believe the term is having a petrol head-induced crisis. I had never thought I would ever get that close to a Bugatti Bolide when I saw it come off the circuit after its demo run earlier today. And I got within about 5 centimetres of the Bugatti Bolide, and I genuinely had a crisis. An absolutely sensational car. And I just really, really hope, it's never going to happen, I'm living in a fantasy world, but I really, really hope that that Bugatti Bolide becomes a proper racing car, because in terms of noise, in terms of appearance, in terms of spectacle, there's very little in the world that's more impressive to look at than the Bugatti Bolide. It will never become a full-time racing car. I'm living in a fantasist's world where Forza Motorsport is fact and GT racing is fiction, but it was absolutely glorious to witness, and everybody that came to see that car is now a much more excitable person for having seen it. It was very, very cool indeed. Zor's pointing out it sounded like a bomb downshift. Sounds about right, actually. That's a good way of describing it. As the Vibanese racing team are getting themselves ready for a pit stop. That's Melvin Moe on the inset, getting himself ready for a driver change. So I think we're going to have a little bit more action from him in the closing stages, and we're getting close to the mark of drivers making their final pit stops. Anybody that comes into the pits in the next half an hour, in fact anybody that comes into the pits in the next 35 minutes is going to need 2 pit stops. There's no 2 ways about it. So it's going to be an interesting one for all of the contenders, having had a very tricky race. But if anybody comes into the pits in the next 35 minutes, their race is over. At least their chance of winning the race is over. So any team that comes in the next 35 minutes, you're not going to get to the end of the race without a second pit stop. And in this regulation, a second pit stop is disastrous, because you can't just come into the pits for a quick, brief splash and dash and then come back in again. You've got to adhere to the mandatory allotted time for a pit stop. You've got to stay there for the full 2 minutes, because you can't just suddenly say, well, everybody's had a 2-minute pit stop, these guys have only been in for 30 seconds, come on, what gives? But it doesn't matter. Everyone has to run to the mandatory pit stop time. So for EBM, it's actually going to drop them from the lead of the race, where they currently lead by 13.2 seconds, all the way down to 4th position, a lap down, with no chance of getting back into it. So through they continue on. Still the competitors going full guns blazing. Core, you better not start talking about Nasi Lemak, or I'm going to get very hungry indeed. I love the local cuisine here in Malaysia. Into the pits then comes the Audi, I think that is. Having made its way into the pits, that's the 326 racing car. So with the cars about to went their way into their final stages, we're going to head down to the pit lane one more time under the night sky here in Sepang. I'm going to take a couple of minutes breather. You're going to see some cars go round, and then the next time you hear my voice, you'll also see my rather ugly face as I work my way down the pit lane like Shrek with trainers. We're going to interview some fantastic competitors in this amazing race. The Motul 12 Hours of Sepang has only got 100 minutes left of it, and it's going to be a nail-biter to the wire. And anybody that comes into the pits during my pit walk is guaranteed, pretty much, to not be winning the race. But it's going to be a fascinating challenge. One more pit walk here at the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. Back in a moment. snapshot of each of the team's progression. I tell you, it was pretty awesome being down here for the track walks earlier on in the day, but at night, this place takes on a completely different characteristic. This place suddenly grows a completely different set of wings and flies in a completely different direction. I love this circuit anyway, but at night it is so special, so magical. So we're going to start our final pit walk down here at Absolute Racing. They've had a very tricky race, all told, for both crews. We've had a string of difficulties for the HZO Fortis team, but there was just a little bit too much time lost during Henk Kiks' stint for the team from the Absolute Racing squad on the Be Quick side of the garage to gain that little bit of extra advantage back. So they're not really going to get their chance now. If it had rained, they would have had their opportunity to get back in there a little bit, but it's come at completely the wrong time for the squad. So Henk Kiks has now got both of his stints out of the way, so now it's going to be Akash Nandi and Sandy Stuvik to the end, I think, for the team from Absolute Racing. Looks as though the drivers are actually trying to get themselves cool, because even down here in the pits, with the night time having come, you'd have thought it would cool off a bit. It really hasn't. It's still ridiculously hot here. So I tell you what, we'll make our way back out. It looks to me as though the drivers in question at Absolute are not really going to get any more words on this one. I think they're too busy focusing on their end strategy. But still, we've got the hospitality suites and the fans who have stayed here. A lot of these fans have been here since 8 o'clock this morning. They love sports car racing. They love that it's on their home turf. And they've actually been here along the grandstands, watching on this side, on that side, around various points of the course. They love it, and it has been fantastic to have their patronage. Right, next door, over at 610 Racing, we can get another 2 cars to talk about. It's looking good for the 610 Racing team and Li Zhenyu, who's behind the wheel for the GT3 AM category victory. They've had their thrills and spills through the race. It hasn't been a perfect day for them, but it certainly looks like they're going to get the AM victory. In the Cup race, of course, they were always going to get the victory because the car was the only one in GT Cup. It's more been a test of valiance and strength of endurance for that particular team. I want to see if we can grab a word with a couple of the drivers. Yan Chuang is currently behind the wheel of the car. I want to see if maybe Leona Chin is around somewhere. We might be able to see if, Leona, good to see you, buddy. I want to see if maybe we can get a word with Leona Chin before the race is over. She's had a very tricky time of it of late, but I think we're not going to get too lucky on that front. Certainly on the other side of the garage at 610, the victory still looks pretty good for the squad in terms of wrapping up the AM victory, but they've been there in the top 5 for the last 6 hours or so. They've never really deviated from their path. They've been putting on a lot of great work in these last 3 or 4 hours just to get this spread of the car to the end of the race. They've not had to push the car too hard. They've given themselves plenty of time to get through the pit stops. They've not overdriven the car. They've not overworked the components of the machine. So they're actually in a really smooth position, and they're now dialed into the end. So it looks like it's going to be pretty textbook for 610 to finish off the AM victory at least. And that's probably going to come with a 5th place finish overall. They've not really been under any pressure of that for the last few hours. The only real hiccup in the ointment for them is if they have one more difficulty, they won't lose the GT3 AM victory, but they might still get beaten by the GT3 AM Masters winners, and that is going to be an interesting one for Viper Niza in their Mercedes, and they don't really want to lose that face. Right, things are going to get awkward now because we're at the EBM Porsche team, and they are about to get themselves dialed in for a pit stop. I kind of want to linger here for a little bit if we can, because that is the busiest we have actually seen this part of the garage any point we've come down, and that's because normally they keep themselves hidden out to the back. But check that out, as soon as we come towards the garage, the mechanics have retreated. They don't really want to have the pressure of cameras walking around them under their skin. It's the body language of a team, it's fascinating. They don't really want to have to worry about the pit stop until it comes. So at the moment, I don't really want to put any more pressure on them than they've already got. So we're going to come back here when their pit stop happens, because that's going to be one of the most significant points of the race, when their pit stop happens. So it's going to be coming probably in about the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, because don't forget they're out of sequence. They're going to be coming into the pits on lap 289, whereas the Ferrari is going to be coming in on lap 300. And that means that with that disparity of 11 laps, it's not going to be long at all until the EBM Porsche comes in. Right, next door, a little bit of a walk down the pit lane. We've got the Viper Niza Mercedes crew, and they've done an amazing job actually to fight their way back up the order. They dropped as low as 10th at one point, and now they're here in P6. It looks pretty comfortable. The team can be quite happy with the way they've been able to bounce back in position. I'm going to see if we can have a quick word with Dominic Ang. Dominic Ang is actually beside me. Let's see if we can grab a quick word. Dominic, it's been a very long race for you guys, but you've had the ups and downs, but the team is now looking pretty good to finish strongly in 6th position, maybe even 5th by the end.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, we're still chasing 2 more laps, so let's see how it goes. I think the Porsche had some issues, so that's why we caught up a bit, but at the end, we have still another 90 minutes to go. Let's see how it goes.
What's been the biggest challenge for the team for the duration of the race? Has it been tyre management? Has it been looking after temperatures? What's been the biggest problem that the team has had to face?
Well, we came into this weekend having very limited testing time, so we couldn't do much setup. So I think we're still struggling with the car, so we are doing small tweaks in between the pit stops, so trying to fine tune some of the car. So we are getting there, but just not up there for the top cars, yeah.
So you're almost testing while you're racing, essentially?
Yeah, sort of, yeah. Yes.
So going into the last 90 minutes, would you have been helped out a little bit if rain had intervened, or has it not really changed the face of the race for you, not having it?
I think with so little cars, maybe not much difference, yeah. So I think everybody has been running quite smooth, so yeah, I don't think it might have changed much, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, you guys are looking very good to the end. We can't wait to see you on the podium later, so bring it home.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Great to hear from Dominic Ang, who's had a fantastic race with the team. The Viper Niza team, as I said before, they've dropped as low as 10 at one point, so now that they're in P6, great to see them being resilient and very measured in how they've looked after the car. They've never really overdriven it. You haven't seen the drivers at Viper Niza making too many mistakes. They've never really pushed the car too hard, overshot the apexes. They've been very smooth and fluid throughout. And as mentioned there by Dominic Ang, if you haven't done a lot of pre-season testing, if you haven't done a lot of pre-race running, then you kind of have to learn on the fly. So they've been very mature in how they've handled that situation. They haven't let it get to them, they've just dealt with the pressure. Climax Racing, just next door. Still been a very interesting race, a bit of a topsy-turvy one for the team at Climax, but the team look pretty focused and pretty confident. Sorry, I'm just kicking things around your garage. See you in court. And we're going to see a really interesting battle for these guys towards the end, because they've got a bit of an opportunity now to close up on the 326 Racing team. They've basically been at each other's throats for the last 2 to 3 hours or so, and it'll be fascinating to see which team is going to be the one that has the edge to come out on top. I've got a feeling that you're going to see just one little bite of the cherry now from Lin Kang. He was the man, don't forget, who put this car on the front row of the grid in the original qualifying session. Everybody's keeping nice and calm back there. It is actually Lin Kang who is behind the wheel at the moment, so he's their best chance of moving forward. A double stint to finish could well be exactly what the doctor ordered for Climax Racing, so hopefully they've got just one last little push. They might be able to get their team up into 7th position. They're 8th at the moment. Their big rivals are going to be the 326 Racing team. Past goes the EBM Porsche, so there's still a little bit more work for them to do, but it can't be too long until their next pit stop. Thank goodness that the teams haven't had to do too much donkey work on the Asian Le Mans Mercedes that have been sat here as spare cars, essentially. So it's been an interesting one. Next door at Champion Motorsport, I have to say, really admirable how these guys have managed to get themselves back on target. It wasn't quite right in the first 2 hours. They had a couple of mistakes here and there. It didn't quite go according to plan. But once they dealt with the difficulties, once they realized that they were bedded in with a bit of a difficulty to try and repair the car, get back into the rhythm, ever since that point, they've actually hit the reset button, they've refocused, and they've built it back up again. It's good to see that the team that is still learning in the world of GT, this is still very new for them, endurance racing at this level. But the 4-man team, they've come together, they put on a good show. Roy Tang, their team captain, has kept them all very measured through the course of the race. They haven't got into hot water. They haven't thrown their toys out of the pram. They've kept things very nicely neat together. They're now going to come in for what is likely to be potentially their last pit stop, depending on when it comes. But the team have done a fair job, and considering as well that they actually had a fuel pump failure in the middle of the race, they lost about 12 minutes. So they've had to fight back into the race there again. And it's very impressive to see what they've been able to do with such a short amount of time. Now, I actually want to head back in the direction that we've come, because although we've got a couple more teams that way, including the Harmony Ferrari, we've got the EBM Porsche pit stop. That's going to be imminent in the next couple of minutes or so. So we need to be prepared for that one. That's going to be the game-changing pit stop, because obviously now that we're looking in, I just want to come back into Climax Racing quickly just to see what lap we're on, because the EBM car has obviously got to come in. Right, it's lap 287, so 2 laps time, and that EBM Porsche is coming in. And they've got to do it down to the wire, because they've been forced into that situation, having had the difficulties with the slow puncture in the first stint. They had to come into the pits 11 laps early. That meant they had to fill up the car to the brim, and they had to take the gamble. They were hoping that the rain would come in to help them out a bit, and it just hasn't occurred. Right, the EBM team are now preparing for that pit stop. The mechanics have just brought out the wheels and tyres, so we're going to try and get this down to the minute in the hope that it's going to be a pit stop that could potentially give the EBM Porsche team a chance to move their way back into the competition. But it's not been easy for them, and they're already on the back foot. So the team are now preparing themselves ready for the penultimate pit stop. It should be the final pit stop at this stage of the race, but they're not quite going to get there in time. And I can see that Luke Hartog is getting himself ready for the pit stop. They've obviously got one lap to do this, so I'm going to try and get a quick word with Luke. Luke, I know we haven't got long. I just want to ask, single stint or double stint? What's the plan?
Double.
You're going to go double to the end now?
Yes.
Okay, do you think the car's going to have the longevity to get back into it somehow?
Well, if we can run on track, that would be very nice for us now. If you go and run and we get a full course yellow, this will be perfect for us.
Okay, fair play. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
So that's a good point. They've got to keep themselves in the hunger. They've got to keep themselves in the fight here. And as Luke Hartog pointed out, a full course yellow at this stage of the race, they've got a chance to get back into it. But now we're waiting for them because this is the pit stop that will obviously basically decide the destiny of EBM Porsche's race to the end now. The Obama Motorsport team have got to make this right into the pits. We've got the champion Audi coming in, but it's not going to be long until the Porsche comes in right behind it. So we have got a bit of pit stop activity. You can see the crew there getting ready for the pit stop. Luke Hartog is going to take over, and he's going to do a double stint now, he's just told me, to the end of the race. We're also going to see a double stint, by the way, from Jazeman Jafar. We've been told that Luke Gauliu is not going to get back in the Ferrari, so it's going to be Jazeman Jafar now to the checkered flag, which I suspected they would probably do, just because it's Jazeman Jafar who knows the circuit very well, knows the car very well. It made a lot of sense to keep him in there for the duration of the finish of the race. But now we're just going to be waiting with bated breath. The EBM has just made its way out of the final turn and has gone past the apex of the corner. So now we should be seeing, here he comes down pit lane. That is going to be our race leader in the EBM Porsche. It's frustrating as you like for Dorian Boccolacci, but he's going to hand the car over to Luke Hartog. So we're going to watch the pit stop in real time down here in pit lane. Big problems for Dorian Boccolacci. He's done the best he can possibly do to try and get this car further up the field. Boccolacci's going to get out. Luke Hartog is going to get in. But obviously now they've got to forget about the plans of rain. They've got to be thinking now about the potential for a full course yellow. That's the only way really now that this race can come back to them. But if we get a full course yellow, then this is their chance to get back into the race. They can't afford to let off the gas. They can't afford to back down from the challenge. There could be every opportunity to get back into this race. And for the EBM Porsche team, if they get the full course yellow at the right time, then the victory is game on once again. So Dorian Boccolacci assisting Luke Hartog to get into the car. Before we disappear back upstairs, I just want to see if there's a quick chance we can have a quick chat with Dorian Boccolacci after his mega double stint. It's been a very tough one indeed for Dorian. Just want to see if we can grab a quick word before he disappears. But we'll see if there's been a tough one. He looks pretty frustrated with the way it's gone, to be fair, and he's pretty emotional. So Dorian Boccolacci taking it very to heart, knowing that it doesn't matter what he does, the race is likely to fall away from them. So I wanted to try and get a word, but clearly very exhausted and very tired, knowing that they've basically got to hope for a full course yellow. Not so easy for the EBM team. We don't get our chance to have a quick word then. So we've got to wait to the end of the race to see the fate of the EBM team. Are they going to get a podium, or will they slump all the way to fourth position? A full course yellow or a rain shower could save them in the race again, but they've still got one more pit stop to come. Luke Hartog has got to drive like a demon for the rest of this race. Let's see how it plays out. 75 minutes left of racing pretty much here at the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. We've seen the critical pit stop for EBM, which has put them on the back foot. They're kind of there or thereabouts on the lead lap. So the only thing they can really hope for now for the end of this race is a full course yellow that can bring them into the game at the right time. But it's a big difficulty for them. And it's certainly a massive gamble to try and bring them back into the prominent part of the race circuit. The Origin Porsche currently being driven by Liu Ye, now running in second position, trying to continue to work the way further forward. But it's going to be a very tough race battle for EBM to come back into a race-winning position or even into a podium-paying position. As it currently stands, the EBM Porsche is going to finish 25 seconds or so behind Akash Nandi in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi, because their pit stop is just going to come at the wrong time. You're going to wait another 10 minutes or so for the next pit stops, and that's going to be for the Ferrari, the Origin Porsche and the Be Quick Absolute Audi, and they're going to take that pit stop to their last pit stop of the race. So we're on lap 293. On lap 300, the Ferrari will come in. On lap 298, we're going to get the Origin Porsche and the Be Quick Absolute Audi into the pits. The Ferrari will still try and push it to the 300 mark, because that's going to be what takes them to a race-winning position. But it's been a tough old race here at Sepang since we kick-started at 10:15 this morning. It has been one heck of a race battle. We've been live throughout, we've been covering the action throughout, and it's been an absolutely spectacular race from the start. The 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari with Garfield on the side and the front of the car has been lasagna-fueled and passionate to the last, in the hope that it can be a race-winning car at the end of 12 grueling hours of the Sepang circuit that incredibly and almost unpredictably has managed to go through without a single drop of rain, despite how likely it was yesterday that we were going to get rain today. A lot of the teams actually prepared for it and were hoping for it in some cases. It hasn't arrived in time for a lot of us. So the way it's going to have to be now is if it happens in the closing stages of the race. But even then, I don't think it's likely. But it will be a very interesting challenge for all the competitors. Despite that, we'll get to see some really exciting race battles throughout, that is for sure. So still the race battle continues in its conclusion. 27 seconds, the gap between the Harmony Ferrari and the Origin Porsche. The Be Quick Absolute Audi in third position at the moment from the EBM Porsche in fourth place. Fifth is the 610 Racing Porsche in the leading position in the class at GT3 AM. The GT3 AM Masters leaders are next up. That's the Viper Niza Mercedes in P6. Then the 326 Racing Porsche of Liu Zhichen in 7th place in front of Climax Racing Audi number 777. That is Lin Kang, who is at the wheel of that one. Roy Tang has got behind the wheel of the champion Motorsport Audi. And then Aaron Lim is now at the wheel of the HZO Fortis Racing by Absolute. And then the last car in the mix is the 610 Racing number 911, which currently has Peter Lee at the wheel of the car. But in 5 minutes' time, drivers can start making their last pit stops of the race, and that will take us to the checkered flag. Anyone who makes a pit stop prior to that 5 minutes is probably going to be making another one before the end, which is why the teams are trying to drag this out as long as humanly possible. Bit of a shout out here for Akash Nandi, taking over the car from Henk Kiks in the Be Quick Absolute Audi car. Running in third position at the moment, a minute back from the Ferrari. They've made a lot of the time that was lost to them in the early phase of that stint. They were 90 seconds back after their last pit stop. So the fact that Akash Nandi is now a minute back is definitely something that needs to be commended. Making up half a minute is very admirable indeed. It's not going to be enough to give them the victory tonight if things stand as they do. But certainly in the Be Quick Absolute Audi team, Akash Nandi has to be given a massive pat on the back for being able to take that car 30 seconds further up from where it was originally. Very impressive driving. still ticking over nicely at the sharp end of the field, the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Further back, the Origin Porsche, 27 seconds back. A minute behind the leaders is the Be Quick Absolute Audi. Fourth place, the EBM Porsche, 22 seconds back from the Be Quick Audi. They'll finish on the lead lap, but they're going to lose far too much time to make it count in this race. There is the EBM Porsche with Luke Hartog at the wheel. I was really hoping to get a word with Dorian Boccolacci after his stint, but sadly we weren't to get that on that particular occasion. He was just too exhausted, and with good reason, after a very tough run. So amazing to see the EBM Porsche team put up such a big fight. But there's more to come. There's more great racing on the way for this team. And they're going to put on a fantastic show, I'm sure, over the course of 2025 in their various different categories of motorsport that they will run. This being a one-off race, of course. We'll get to see this in the latter stages of 2025 again, because they'll get to do the Shanghai 8 hours later in the year as well. Thank you so much, by the way, for all the comments so far. Hilariously, the questions and the comments about my longevity in the box keep coming in. A new fastest lap has come in as well from EBM, as Luke Hartog has just banged in a 2 minute 6.01. So that's the fastest lap of the race so far. We could well see another fastest lap now that the temperatures have dropped. So don't be too shocked if we suddenly come up with a 2 minute 5 lap time. But I was going to say to Arbatku, who says, how many coffees deep are you at this point? Can you be surprised enough to suggest that it's none? Yes, indeed, I have absolutely not had a single coffee over the course of the day. I could have done with a few, but I've just been on water all day long, just water. No, nothing special. Water, adrenaline, and love of racing cars. That's all it's been. And a very cool situation for the race to continue on. Not quite had an opportunity yet to take a coffee. I will probably have one tomorrow. But now that I'm here and we've got an hour to go, why change anything? It's been an amazing race. Since we went on air at 9:40 a.m. this morning. We are still going to go strong all the way to the bitter end at 10:15. And guess what? I also get to do the podium ceremony as well. So I've ended up literally burning the candle at 3 ends over the course of this weekend, commentating on the races, conducting the pit lane interviews, and then it will be the podium ceremony after the race as well. How many jobs can you do in one day? Well, I am the original commentary polymath. Love it. Still loving my life here. Absolutely terrific to see how this race has played out and how it's still playing out. The EBM Porsche is trying at the very least to get into a podium paying position. They've now got the gap down to 19 seconds over the Be Quick Audi. They're gaining about a second a lap, which means that with 19 seconds in deficit, they will get that back. They should be able to fight their way back onto the podium at the very least. So the amount of progress that's been made, they will get one final chance as Garfield snakes his way out of turn 5 and still having a very solid race battle so far. Still the battles rage here, but it's been a fantastic run for the Ferrari. The 33R Harmony racing car. Jasmine Jafar sharing his car with Jason Lowe, Liu Kailu and Jen Huayan. It's been a really competitive race for the Ferrari crew. So the battle going very well indeed. Now, just to go through the final phase of the race battle on the course, we're going to have some more comments and some more questions from you. It's great to have everybody still being here. Many of you have actually been here since 9:40 this morning. I've almost been here as long as I have, and fair play to you all for doing so. Excellent stuff. And we're going to get to see some wonderfully fantastic battles for the closing stages of this race. Harbatku says, so if I understood correctly, EBM needs one more stop and the rest need 2 more. Almost right, but it's not quite right now because essentially before their last pit stop, EBM needed 2 more stops and the rest needed 1 more. Now everybody needs 1 more, but the EBM pit stop is going to come agonizingly close to the checkered flag. It's going to be about 10 to 15 minutes before the checkered flag, and there's nothing they can do about it. So now, everybody that comes into the pits from this moment on will only need to make one more pit stop. But unfortunately, that will include the EBM team, who do not deserve another pit stop. But unfortunately, that's where they've been left out. Well, clearly somebody has been listening to our comments on the chat around the circuit, because I've just been delivered some Nazi Lemak. Now I really am in Malaysia. Now I feel spoilt. So I'm going to have to snack that in between particular moments on the circuit. I can't go through a race commentary in Malaysia without eating Nazi Lemak. It would break a terrible, it would make a terribly joyous tradition. Every time I've come to Malaysia and I've commentated, I've always had some Nazi Lemak. It is proper Malaysian cuisine, and it's wonderful. I love it. So Ferrari leads, Porsche leads, Audi in the top 3 positions overall at the moment. The EBM Porsche running P4, 610 Racing Porsche is 7 laps down, but looking good to win the AM category race. Next to them is the AM Masters winners incumbent, the Viper Niza Racing Mercedes squad from Malaysia. So it's going to be sensational as we continue on the charge forward. And now we've got the last stint of the race to come. Every driver coming into the pits from this point will be pitting for what is hopefully the last time. One hour and 2 minutes left here at Sepang for the 12 hour. Great fight back this is from EBM and Luke Hartog. They're really giving it everything they've got. They are the fastest car on track now. They've managed to get the gap down between themselves and the absolute Audi down to just 17 seconds. And don't forget, they are fighting to be 3rd position in this race. Really excellent stuff. Now you're all making fantastic comments about Nazi Lemak. Excellent stuff. Damien telling me don't take too much sambal with the Nazi Lemak at this hour. I don't mind if it's spicy, it's all right. When you've worked in, lived in India for 3 weeks when you were covering the Indian Racing League, you had 2 choices. You eat spicy food or you starve. So you get used to spicy food very quickly. And Nazi Lemak is just, oh, it's glorious. Anyway, a mass exodus of cars coming into the pits then. Origin Motorsport come in for the last time on lap 298, and so too to the team from 610 Racing on the same lap. We've also got the 326 Racing car in the pits as well. So the Origin team just trying to finish things off in fine stead. Great racing all the way through. So Benjamin wants to give a quick shout out on the stream, so we'll let him do that. Big shout out to the Be Quick team from the unofficial Koh Samui Be Quick fan club. 2 members and rapidly growing strong. Good for you. Yi Dong Lam pointing out that the moon today is absolutely fantastic. I quite agree. I urge the camera crew, if they're listening in, get a shot of the moon tonight, because it does look absolutely marvellous. I was looking at it down the pit lane, and well, it is just absolutely beautiful to behold tonight. 1 hour to go here in Sepang. So we're getting ourselves close then to the rapid fire final stages of this race. And as we gear ourselves into the final hour, we are properly in for a great showdown. Looks good at the moment for 33R Harmony Racing. The Be Quick Audi has just come into the pits, by the way, on the end of their 298th lap. The 33R Harmony Ferrari team has just gone into lap 300, and that is the team that is now looking on course to win from pole position. Although it hasn't been quite as easy as lights the flag for the win. They've lost the lead several times. After a spin for the lead, they then had to fight their way back. There were lead changes throughout for EBM Porsche, for the Origin Motorsport team, also in a Porsche, from the Be Quick Absolute Audi team as well. But it's been a tough night for racing here at Sepang. The rain didn't intervene, but the great racing was still on regardless. And now, in just under 59 minutes time, the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari, inspired by Garfield and fueled by lasagna, will be completely cantering their way to victory. Looking good so far. We'll show you the highlights from the 11th hour very shortly indeed, but it's been a fantastic run for the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari to hold on from its opponents. And look at how hard the EBM Porsche team and Luke Hartog are charging to try and snatch a podium from the jaws of defeat. Into the pit lane for the very last time then comes the Ferrari, the 33R Harmony Racing Garfield sponsored Ferrari. Jazeman Jafar has not got out of the car. He will double stint it to the flag and go for the victory on home soil. The team may be from China, but the man they've entrusted with the victory is of course the Malaysian sensation Jazeman Jafar. They will change tyres one last time. It's all going according to plan. They will have plenty of fuel and plenty of tyre life to run to the end. There'll still be about 10 minutes worth of fuel and 10 minutes worth of tyres left at the end of this race for them. They've managed to work this out perfectly, and their metronomic rhythm has been astonishing. They've come into the pits 10 times over the course of this race, and I genuinely couldn't predict this if I'd have told you before the start of the race it was going to happen. The pit stop laps for the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari team have been on lap 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210, 240, 270, and now lap 300. All 10 pit stops, and they've been done with exactly 30 laps. Even with a spin in the middle of one of their stints, they haven't deviated away from their 30-lap course strategy. Now the EBM Porsche is going to take the lead of the race for the time being, and has now done so, but they've still got one pit stop to do, so they are racing to try and get themselves onto the podium. They need a full course yellow. That's the only way for this race to go back to EBM Porsche. It could happen, because of course if they get a pit stop, if they get a full course yellow, that is the moment they'll take their pit stop, and they'll take full advantage of losing as little time as possible. But it's now game on to the flag, as Jazeman Jafar rejoins the circuit in the Ferrari 296 LM, with Garfield bedecked all over the car. Bring it home, sunshine. You've done a great job, and you could win the Sepang 12 Hours on home soil. So we have got a bit of pit stop activity. You can see the crew there getting ready for the pit stop. Ever since the start of this race, we knew we were going to have a fantastic battle in the Motul 12 Hours of Sepang. And boy, were we right. What a fantastic duel it's been over the course of the last 11 hours. 4 teams have been at the front throughout. The EBM Porsche, the Origin Porsche, the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari, and the Be-Quick Absolute Audi. So it's been an interesting challenge. Now, after the pit stops, I noticed that the Origin Porsche has actually emerged ahead of the Ferrari. Now, I'm not quite sure how that's happened, but it looks to me as though the Origin Porsche has actually been able to leapfrog the Ferrari. Now, it says on the pit lane times that they were in the pits for 1 minute and 18 seconds. The car 87 has had 1.868 seconds added to their pit stop time bonus chart, so it's a total of 2.43 seconds. But I thought they still had a minimum pit stop time that they had to achieve. So I'm not entirely sure how the Origin has got ahead of the 33R Harmony Ferrari. So I'm not entirely sure how that has occurred. But we're going to need to look into that one, because the Origin Porsche now finds itself 23.6 seconds up the road from the Ferrari. So now, the car that is trying to catch up to the EBM Porsche is actually the Origin Porsche, not the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Now, I don't know how that's happened, and they are currently 23.6 seconds back from the Porsche, the Ferrari. So Jasmine Jafar has lost a lot more ground than I thought they were going to lose. But looking at his pit stop in time, he's only done a 2-minute 12-second pit stop, which would make logical sense. I'm trying to figure out how that has happened, because the pit stop time for the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari has not actually been that difficult, and it's not actually been a slow pit stop. It's been a reasonable pit stop, but according to the timing screens I've got in front of me, the pit time for the Origin Motorsport crew was 1 minute and 18 seconds. Now, as far as I was aware, they've got to do a mandatory minimum pit stop time of about 2 minutes or so. 1 minute 55, I think, is the absolute cutoff. So I don't understand how the Origin Porsche has ended up in second place. Maybe that's something that's going to be looked into. But for the moment, at least, the car that's in the net lead of the race is actually the Origin Porsche. It's not the Ferrari. So I don't quite know how that's occurred, but anyway, we'll keep an eye on it. Certainly for the moment, at least, the Origin Porsche is now chasing down the EBM Porsche, or at least trying to, but they are currently 3 seconds a lap away from the pace. And it's Theo Ye who has managed to take over the car in the Origin crew. So Adali Fong has not got into the car for the final stint. But they are doing 2-minute 9-second laps at the moment, while the 33R Harmony Racing car has done a 2:06.8. The Be-Quick Absolute Audi has done a 2:07.0. And the 610 Racing Porsche has just done a 2-minute 5.892. That is the new fastest lap of the entire race from Liu Wendong. So Liu Wendong has just lapped the circuit in 2 minutes 5.892 in the 610 Racing Porsche. That is the fastest lap of the entire race. Now, you'd come to expect that in the nighttime phase, because the circuit is not quite as hot. So a fascinating situation. Now, double checking the regulations. I need to figure out what's happened there with the Origin Porsche. Well, I don't really know if I can work their way further forward. I certainly can't make head or tail of that, but we'll have to come back to it later, I guess. And maybe race control can fill us in on what happened a little bit later on, or how that's stood, or maybe there's an investigation coming. I don't know. All I can tell you at the moment is that the EBM Porsche is leading the Origin Porsche in second position by 9 seconds, 21 seconds ahead of the Ferrari, but the Ferrari is gaining at the tune of about 2 seconds per lap to the Origin Porsche. So there could still be another sting in the tail here for Origin. They've got a good car underneath them, but the 33R Harmony Ferrari with Jazeman Jaffar at the wheel is lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker. So the Ferrari is still on course to catch them before the end of the race without too much difficulty, because we've got 47 minutes and 2 seconds a lap is going to take them 10 laps to get there. So it's not going to take too long at all. That's going to be 20 minutes roughly, 22 minutes, 25 minutes at a push. So there's still time for Ferrari to take this lead back again. So we'll double check and see what's going to happen as a result of Origin Motorsport having what we think is a shorter pit stop than the regulation allotment time. It's certainly showing that on the timing screen, but we have seen that before and it's been an error. But yet, I don't quite know how the Origin car has ended up 18 seconds ahead of the Ferrari, if that's not the case. Well, the fastest lap of the race for the Ferrari comes in. The 33R Harmony Racing does a 2-minute 5.9, and that's almost 3 seconds a lap quicker than the Origin now. But an even faster lap is coming from Lu Endong, who's done a 2-minute 5.76. So the lap times are really rapid now. But the Ferrari is pushing, trying to catch that car back, and definitely trying to make it work in a magnificent run. So now we're going to try and see if Jazeman Jaffar is going to need a penalty from the Origin Porsche, or whether he can just do it on his own through sheer guts and determination. Now, where is the Be Quick Audi by comparison? Well, they are a minute and 25 seconds behind the 33R Harmony Ferrari, so their chances of victory are basically dependent on rain or a yellow flag caution period. And I have to say that we have been in this race since the start at 10:15. Okay, so now I've been given clarification as to what happened with the Origin car. So the 87 only changed one tyre. So if they only change one tyre, they only need to do 70 seconds of pit work instead of the allotted 115 if they change all four. Now that means it's perfectly legal then in the regulations to do what they've done. So because they did a pit stop which is a minute and 18, they're over the allotted time for the minimum pit stops. So actually Origin have taken a big gamble by only changing one tyre, so they're going to commit to that set of tyres, 3 of those tyres at least, lasting the entirety of the rest of the race, based on the fact that the track is going to be cooler. So that is a big gamble for Origin to take, but it's the only way they're going to win this race, and they are currently losing 2 seconds a lap to Jazeman Jaffar in the Ferrari. So that is the mother of all strategy gambles from Origin. So we now know what's happened there. The Origin team only decided to change one tyre. So by doing that, they only needed to have a mandatory 70 seconds pit stop, not 115 as is normal. So that is fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Origin rolling the dice with their last breath to try and win this race by leapfrogging the Ferrari by only changing one tyre. It means a shorter pit stop, yes, perfectly legal, but can they make those 3 tyres that are on for a second stint go the distance? So this is going to be absolutely astonishing if they can pull it off. But as Nello Noblemora points out, a 16-second advantage over the Ferrari is not enough, especially when the Ferrari is currently lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker. That's the difference between a full fresh set of tyres and 3 old tyres with 1 new one. It's a big gamble to try and win the race, but it's the only way they're going to do it. So we know, of course, now that the EBM Porsche is going to need to make a pit stop. They may as well do the same thing here. They may as well, at their last pit stop, decide, you know what, let's just put one tyre on, shorten the damage, and we might be able to beat the Be Quick Audi out. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Earl Bamber Motorsport team decide to do the same thing at their last pit stop. And at this rate, they may as well do it now. You know, they may as well not wait until the car runs out of fuel. They may as well just get it out of the way now and then hope for something. But then, of course, they're waiting on a yellow flag. They're waiting on a full course yellow. So the EBM team have just got to wait until the fuel tank runs down to 0 and hope that the full course yellow comes in that time. But we have been racing since 10:15 this morning and we have not had a full course yellow. In fact, I don't think we've even had a double waved yellow at any point through the race. So it's crazy to think that we are unlikely now to have a full course yellow at any point. So I would suspect that this is going to be a down-to-the-wire race then for both teams. EBM have a 14.2 second advantage over Origin. There is the Ferrari that has got the gap down to the Origin, down to 14.5 seconds. So whatever happens, we're going to get a grandstand finish to this race, and it's going to be decided in the last 15 minutes. Lights flashing, big time for the Ferrari team as they try and get the slower cars out of the way. It's certainly working. Apologies for any of you who have conditions where flashing lights are going to be causing a problem, but in endurance racing, that tends to be what happens here. So a fascinating turn of events then in the final hour. Just when we thought the race was going to be fairly humdrum to the end, the EBM Porsche team are praying for a full course yellow. They've got to run the tank down to the end and hope that a full course yellow happens before that. They've got to make one more pit stop. The fuel tank will not go to the end for them, so they're likely to drop down to 3rd at best, 4th at worst. And they are pushing hard with their man Luke Hartog behind the wheel, trying to gain them a little